Chapter 1. The National College Entrance Examination. In 2049, the entire blue planet was suddenly besieged by countless spatial rifts, through which innumerable monstrous beasts surged forth, inflicting catastrophic blows upon all nations. Initially, humanity managed to repel these marauding beasts with conventional weaponry, but as the higher-tier beasts, ranked 7 and above, emerged, the situation grew increasingly dire. Nuclear weapons proved ineffective against these formidable foes. The arrival of a 7th-tier beast heralded destruction, leaving humanity to languish in the wake of their slaughter. It was only with the advent of the first superhuman that humanity finally acquired a means to confront these beasts. Fang Yun closed the history book in his hands and gazed out the window, listening to the head teacher's motivational speech before the college entrance examination. Over 3 centuries had elapsed since the recorded events of 2049. Under the guidance of the first superhuman over a century ago, the psychics of the Xia kingdom succeeded in driving the high-tier beast from its borders. The ensuing century of recuperation allowed the people of Xia to return to a semblance of life akin to that before the calamity. Today, the college entrance examination no longer merely tests one's ability to answer questions on paper, it assesses the aptitude for hunting monstrous beasts. The beasts have always been the mortal adversaries of humanity. Do not be deceived by your current comfort, your carefree lives, untroubled by the threat of beastly attacks. It is the sacrifices of others that have forged the lives you lead today. I implore you not to squander their efforts, and years hence, do not shed tears of regret, wondering how things might have been had you strived harder during this examination. The students below erupted in laughter at these words, the initially solemn and sorrowful atmosphere somewhat alleviated by their mirth. Rest well tonight, and unleash your full potential tomorrow. Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. As the head teacher observed the students departing the classroom, he felt a surge of hope they were the future that would ultimately vanquish the beasts. Success need not solely rest upon his shoulders, for humanity is never lacking in the courage to forge ahead. On his way home, Fang Yun reflected on the college entrance examination. A month prior, the thought of it had seemed daunting, but fate had other plans. Just over a month ago, Fang Yun awakened a system akin to those found in web novels. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere delusion born from his extensive reading, until his abilities underwent a transformation and he acquired the infinite energy enhancement, thus affirming the reality of his newfound system. However, since then, the system had remained dormant, only manifesting when Fang Yun eliminated beasts to earn system points. He perused his system panel. Name: Fang Yun. Rank: Peak Level 1. Ability: Enhancement boosts all attributes by 100. Skills: Basic Psychic Cultivation Method perfected, Basic Marksmanship perfected, Basic Fist Technique perfected, Gale Marksmanship C Class, Major Achievement. Special: Infinite Energy, Endless Reserves of Psychic Power, Mental Energy, Physical Strength, etc. System Points: 155. A month ago, Fang Yun had not even reached level 1, and his skills were rudimentary, with only the basic psychic cultivation method approaching mastery. Now, this impressive panel was the result of relentless effort in the wilderness zone. Tomorrow marked the examination, and he could not afford to linger in the wilderness tonight. Nevertheless, since the examination's format remained unchanged year after year, centered on hunting beasts, Fang Yun felt confident that this was not his true limit. The following day, on the school playground, after a night of rest, the candidates appeared invigorated. After a brief address from the principal, the students boarded specially designated buses bound for the third wilderness, Zhongqingfeng Wilderness, located just outside Jiang City. Once known as Qingfeng Town, the area had suffered devastating blows during the calamity, now reduced to ruins where low-tier beasts roamed, cultivated by the Xia kingdom as one of the examination venues. Before the Qingfeng Wilderness, candidates from across Jiang City assembled by class, while armed soldiers encircled the area. Among them stood several specially attired soldiers, adorned in green military uniforms emblazoned with an eagle insignia, members of the Night Eagle Squad, an elite team of third-tier psychics tasked with safeguarding the examination and ensuring the candidate's safety. Among the dignitaries in the stands was a high-ranking military official whom Fang Yun recognized from television, General Li Hu, the only 5th-tier psychic in Jiang City. As the candidates quieted, Li Hu addressed them, Although you have likely familiarized yourselves with the examination process through your teachers or online, I shall reiterate. This year's examination requires you to hunt beasts in the Qingfeng wilderness over the course of 3 days. Each beast you slay will be recorded by the wristbands provided to you, tallying your points based on the type of beast defeated. Higher points will grant you access to superior universities. You may also monitor the real-time rankings of the Jiang City examination via your wristbands. Should you encounter life-threatening situations, press the red button on your wristband to activate a protective shield. But be warned, doing so will mean your examination concludes there. Each year, accidents befall candidates for various reasons. I urge you to prioritize your safety. While the examination is significant, your lives are far more precious. Remember, your journey does not end with this examination. A brighter future awaits you. I hereby declare the Jiang City College entrance examination to commence. As his words fell, all 4,000 candidates entered the Qingfeng wilderness, embarking on their 3-day examination. The dignitaries in the stands watched attentively as the candidates stepped into the arena, while the principals gathered for discussion. This year's candidates, how many do you think will gain entry into prestigious universities? How are the top students from your schools faring? Do any stand a chance at those elite institutions? At this, the other principals exchanged knowing glances, and the principal of Jiang City No. 1 High School jested, "You all keep your students' performances so closely guarded. What good does that do now?" Laughter erupted as the principal of Jiang City No. 2 remarked, "This time, our school has a chance not just at elite universities, but even the top 3 prestigious academies. Impressive. If my little ones could merely enter a first-rate institution, I will be satisfied." Indeed, indeed, the other principals echoed in agreement. "And what about you?" The principal of Jiang City No. 2 inquired of his counterpart from Jiang City No. 1. Cough, cough. I can only say that there is a significant hope for the top 3 prestigious academies. The others stared in shock, astonished that this usually mild-mannered and benevolent man had concealed such potential. Li Hu observed the bickering principals and shook his head before turning to the captain of the Night Eagle squad beside him. "How is the beast inspection proceeding? Have all potential threats been eliminated? We have eradicated all beasts ranked 2nd tier and above, and the remaining beasts are evenly distributed according to their strength. The wristbands have also been designed by the research division to automatically activate protective shields in the event of life-threatening danger, ensuring the safety of the candidates." "That's good to hear," Li Hu replied with relief. The captain looked at Li Hu, who appeared aged beyond his 50-something years, and could not help but reflect on the general's burdensome past. Chapter 2. Bro, just be human. Slaying a first-tier beast, System Point 7. Fang Yun withdrew the standard long gun from the head of the beast, checking his system points. System points, 203. Finally, 200 points. Fang Yun had been navigating the Qingfeng wilds for over 3 hours, with most of that time spent on the arduous journey. The outskirts were teeming with relatively weak demon beasts, and the presence of numerous individuals prompted Fang Yun to venture deeper into the wilderness for more efficient monster hunting. Finally, he had amassed enough system points required for his ascension. It was now time to showcase his innate talents. System, allocate points. Ding, system points 200, rank promotion, peak level 1, level 2. Ah, the power surges within me. As Fang Yun felt the shackles within his body shatter, a wave of purer and more potent abilities surged forth. Each breakthrough was a transcendent transformation of life, an exhilarating sensation that defied articulation. At last, I have achieved a modest goal. The next step is to enter the Imperial Academy. Typically, those newly at level 2 would not qualify for the Academy, but being in Class 2, the esteemed Imperial Academy is merely a trivial matter. Despite his nonchalance, Fang Yun took the endeavor seriously, pressing deeper into the wilderness while effortlessly dispatching any demon beasts he encountered. The beasts fell before him with scarcely a moment's notice. First, Lin Tian, 830 points. Second, Zhao Qian, 800 points. Third, Yang Shi, 795 points. Fourth, Luo Shui, 786 points. 10th, Fang Yun, 650 points. Fang Yun dismissed the leaderboard. 10 hours had elapsed since entering the wilds, and despite being labeled a small town, the Qingfeng wilds encompassed a vast area, far too extensive for level 1 and level 2 candidates. After nearly 10 hours of travel, he had only encountered 20 demon beasts. Although he did not actively seek them out, The low probability of encounters was perplexing. Was it fortune or misfortune? However, the battle was just beginning. After 10 hours of combat, the other candidates were fatigued, their abilities nearly depleted. Yet for Fang Yun, who possessed boundless energy, 10 hours felt merely like a warm-up. Stretching his limbs and gripping his spear tightly, he was ready to unleash havoc. Let the rivers run red with blood. A peak level 1 iron-backed bull grazed leisurely when suddenly a spear shot forth from a distance, striking the creature before it could react. Ding! System points 9. Simultaneously, 50 points were added to his bracelet. System points 153. First, Fang Yun 1150 points. Second, Lin Tian 1025 points. Third, Luo Shui 990 points. Indeed, the density of demon beasts in the inner zone had increased significantly. In just over 2 hours, not only had his points surged past Lin Tian and Luo Shui, but he had also amassed over 150 system points, only 47 points shy of mastering the Gale Spear technique. Nonetheless, he felt dissatisfied the demon beasts were too feeble. None were level 2, rendering his abilities useless. Each encounter was a mere instant kill. He needed to delve deeper into the core zone. If others had known Fang Yun's thoughts, they might have wished to strike him down. Seriously? After 10 hours of combat, you managed to acquire 500 points in just 2 hours, surpassing season level 2 warriors and claiming first place. Yet you find it too easy? Perhaps you should just forego the exam and claim the title of top scholar. Lin Tian observed the rankings on his bracelet. Fang Yun? Already going all out on the first day. I wonder if he is overly confident or merely a jester. Time will reveal the truth. I hope for the former. With that, he turned his attention back to the core zone. Fang Yun? Another dark horse, perhaps? Luo Shui mused, tucking away her bracelet as she too advanced toward the core zone. Others, possessing confidence in their abilities, pressed on toward the core zone, where only level 2 demon beasts would appear. It was said that within the heart of the core zone, peak level 2 beasts awaited, making it the true arena for these talented candidates. Fang Yun casually dispatched a level 2 demon wolf that lunged at him, cleaving it in two with a single strike. Ding! System points 45. Pathetic, far too weak. Is this what a level 2 demon beast amounts to? As he grumbled, he opened his system panel. Name: Fang Yun. Rank: late level 2. Ability: enhancement. Skill: Gale Spear technique, C grade, perfect. Special: infinite energy. System points 499. A full day had passed since he entered the wilds, and Fang Yun had spent over 7 hours in the core zone. Although the area was filled with level 2 demon beasts, the density was significantly lower than in the inner zone, as the core zone was primarily a training ground for a select few talented students. The scope was more than 10 times smaller than the inner zone. After 7 hours of relentless slaughter, although much of the time was during the night, there were bound to be some survivors. However, the sheer frequency of his killings meant that, beyond the vicinity of the most central peak level 2 beasts, other level 2 demon beasts could only be encountered by chance. The other candidates trembled through the night, and upon viewing the rankings the next morning, they were utterly bewildered. First, Fang Yun won 5549 points. Second, Lin Tian 1537 points. Third, Luo Shui 1379 points. The initial reaction to this ranking was not one of astonishment, but rather disbelief, as they pinched themselves to ascertain they were awake. This was not the final score. It would continue to ascend until it reached 21,055 points. Such performance transcended mere talented was inhuman, who could fight all day and continue through the night without rest. Do you even resemble a human being? Lin Tian scrutinized the rankings until the numbers settled at 21055, realizing how naive his previous thoughts had been. Only the weak would weigh pros and cons. True masters charge forward relentlessly. However, the first place was of no concern to him. He was determined to secure second place. Observing Fang Yun's score, it was evident that the core zone had been nearly cleared of beasts, so he decided to focus on scoring points in the inner zone. Many shared Lin Tian's sentiments. Those who had initially planned to venture into the core zone silently redirected their paths toward the inner zone, believing that the slaughtering demon would not return to the inner zone. At least, one hoped so. Outside the examination grounds, the principal and leaders initially remained composed upon learning that Fang Yun had scored 500 points in 2 hours. In a small city like Jiangsheng, it was impressive, but when considering the entirety of Xi'an Nation, it paled in comparison. However, as Fang Yun continued his rampage in the core zone, their composure dissipated. When informed that someone was wreaking havoc in the examination grounds, they remained skeptical until they witnessed Fang Yun's soaring points, exclaiming in unison, "Monster!" Even Li, who was summoned, instructing the Nighthawk team to document how Fang Yun accomplished his feats, turning them into battlefield reporters. As they watched Fang Yun annihilate any demon beast in his path, silence enveloped them. Even level 2 latest-stage beasts fell within a single strike. Li Hu, observing the footage of Fang Yun, remarked, "The Gale Spear technique is perfected. The foundational spear techniques are flawless," and he stands at the late level 2. It appears that even the peak level 2 beasts in the core zone are no match for him. Where did such a prodigy come from? Which school does he belong to? The principal of Jiangxi No. 3 High School stepped forward proudly, declaring, "Fang Yun is one of ours." Although the other principals had already learned this information from him, they still expressed confusion. Having never heard of Fang Yun before, how had he concealed his talents so effectively? Even Li, who had not been aware of Fang Yun's existence until now. Though the principal himself was equally perplexed, it did not prevent him from boasting. A first-rate university? One of the top 3 prestigious academies? Surely, it must be within reach. Li Hu observed as Fang Yun dispatched the majority of the beasts in the core area. He addressed the captain of the Nighthawk team, saying, "Go and find a few third-tier beasts. Once he has eliminated the peak second-tier beasts, inform me." "Do third-tier beasts have specific requirements regarding strength?" the captain inquired. "The higher the strength, the better. Ideally, we need peak third-tier beasts. If not for the time constraint, I would have suggested bringing in a few fourth-tier beasts." With one last glance at Fang Yun on the video, Li Hu departed to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 3. The Special Examination. The 3 formidable second-tier peak beasts are the Iron-backed Barbarian Bull King, the Jungle Demon Wolf King, and the Swift Lightning Rabbit. Within the expanse of the Qingfeng Wilderness, the majority of the beasts consist predominantly of Iron-backed Barbarian Bulls and Jungle Demon Wolves, with the remaining creatures either forming small clusters or wandering alone. As Fang Yun gazed upon the trio of second-tier peak beasts along with a dozen others in the late second tier, he noted that they had initially been scattered. However, after he had traversed through the core area, they sensed impending danger and congregated. "Finally, it feels like a real battle," Fang Yun murmured to himself, without a moment's hesitation. Disregarding the presence of the additional late second-tier beasts, he brandished his gun and charged forth. Although the beasts sensed a threat emanating from Fang Yun, his audacity provoked them, and they all roared as they pounced toward him. Leading the charge was the Jungle Demon Wolf King, which leapt towards Fang Yun, its sharp claws poised to strike. Fang Yun swept his gun towards the Wolf King, and the beast was sent flying by the sheer force, its limbs twisting grotesquely as it was propelled away. The remaining beasts soon followed suit, and in an instant, Fang Yun found himself surrounded by a multitude of creatures. Yet, this confrontation posed little challenge for him, as the Gale gun technique was renowned for its swiftness, particularly in its perfected form. With every flourish of his weapon, the advancing beasts were sent hurtling back at an even greater velocity. Many suffered severe injuries, while some unfortunate ones perished midair. Only the slightly slower Ironback Bull King and the cunning Swift Lightning Rabbit, who deliberately lagged behind, remained unscathed, though their spirits were severely shaken. The sight of their comrades being effortlessly dispatched, without so much as a scratch on Fang Yun, instilled a sense of trepidation even among the dim-witted beasts, causing them to hesitate in their advance. Listening to the notifications of system values being credited to him, Fang Yun felt a surge of joy. These were not mere beasts. Each one represented a stepping stone on his path to growth. Though they had lost their lives, he had gained system values, an undeniable victory for him, a true win-win scenario. "Since you won't come forward, I shall take the initiative," he declared as he plunged into the midst of the beast horde, dispatching them with a shot each, death upon contact, injury upon graze. Even the 3 peak beasts could not withstand his onslaught. The first to fall was the Demon Wolf King, destined for a swift demise with its 3.5 legs. Following closely behind was the Barbarian Bull King, simply too slow to evade Fang Yun's assault. The last to present a challenge was the Swift Lightning Rabbit, elusive and cunning, preferring to ambush from behind other beasts. Ultimately, Fang Yun had to resort to his special abilities to gain the upper hand in speed, ultimately slaying it with his gun. Thus, apart from a scattering of second-tier beasts, Fang Yun single-handedly obliterated the beasts in the core area. His system value soared to 2,149 points. As for the points, he barely glanced at them, knowing they were merely numbers. After all, no one could surpass his achievements. System, allocate points, allocate points. Ding. System value, 1,000, late second tier, peak second tier. Ding. Insufficient system value. How exceedingly frustrating. The cost of each advancement is tenfold. Will these wilderness beasts last until I ascend to the third tier? Fang Yun expressed considerable skepticism regarding the situation. Calculating based on a tenfold increase, he realized he still lacked over 800 points to advance to the third tier. He harbored doubts about whether the remaining beasts in the wilderness area would suffice for his needs, especially since he was not alone. There were 999 other candidates, including second-tier contenders. Although they could not unleash the same overwhelming prowess as he could, their efficiency in slaying monsters would not be significantly slower. In this year's examination, the beasts outside the core zone were not only more numerous but also dispatched at a much swifter pace compared to previous years. Past second-tier candidates had spent their final 2 days in the core area pushing their limits. Yet this year, such extremes were unattainable. The current candidates exerted themselves in the inner zone, fearful that some creature might return to seize the monsters, for those were not mere beasts but tickets to university. As Fang Yun grappled with his concerns, a field reporter, or rather, a member of the Nighthawk squad, approached him with an order. "Hello, Fang Yun," greeted Zhang San from the Nighthawk squad. "Due to your outstanding performance, the higher-ups have decided to subject you to a special examination. Would you care to participate?" "A special examination? Pray, elaborate." "The higher-ups wish to ascertain the extent of your abilities. Thus they have prepared several third-tier beasts for you. Should you succeed in this special examination, you will be rewarded with 3 S-grade resources, an S-grade weapon, an S-grade cultivation resource, and an S-grade supernatural technique." Goodness, such generosity. S-grade resources are considered the pinnacle for tiers below 7. Resources above S-grade are simply unusable for those below tier 7. Therefore, these 3 distinct S-grade resources represent a significant investment, Fang Yun mused. Not to mention, the third-tier beasts themselves were a reward. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. With no reason to decline, he thought, with the advantage of his abilities, victory was assured. Fang Yun followed Zhang San away from the Qingfeng wilderness area, venturing toward a more secluded locale. Before long, he encountered other members of the Nighthawk squad and the commander of the Jiangxing forces, Li Hu. The group regarded Fang Yun with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, as if assessing a being that resembled a human yet exhibited extraordinary prowess. "Commander, it is an honor to meet you," Fang Yun saluted Li Hu. "Indeed. A prodigy in youth. Zhang San has informed you of the purpose of our summons, has he not?" "He has." "Is the content of the special examination related to those creatures?" Fang Yun inquired, gesturing toward the 5 imposing black cubes behind Li Hu. "Correct. There are a total of 5 beasts here, 3 in the early to mid-stage of Tier 3, 1 in the late stage, and 1 at peak Tier 3. We will reward you based on your performance. Of course, the minimum reward will be 1 S-grade resource. If you succeed in all challenges, not only will the state bestow upon you 3 S-grade resources, but I will personally grant you an additional S-grade resource. Are you confident?" Fang Yun smiled in response. "I am grateful for the resources, Commander." "Haha, excellent. Do you require a moment to rest, or shall we commence immediately?" "Let us begin at once." "Very well." Li Hu waved his hand, signaling the release of one of the third-tier beasts from confinement, while he and the Nighthawk squad retreated, leaving the stage clear for Fang Yun's performance. Youthful exuberance indeed. The third-tier demon beasts are not so easily vanquished, let alone those at the pinnacle of the third tier. The captain lamented. To be young and reckless is the hallmark of youth. As long as one's strength matches their audacity, it transforms into confidence. Reminiscent of the invincible spirit found in novels, ha ha ha. The captain observed the elderly man laughing heartily, a sight not witnessed in quite some time. Especially considering the lengths he went to advocate for Fang Yun, even personally funding a reward for him. Initially, the higher-ups intended to grant a single S-grade resource, but through the elder's persuasion, they secured 3. The implication from above was clear. Without passing the examination, not a single reward would be given. and the notion of awarding based on performance was mere pretense. The higher-ups only considered the binary options of pass or fail, and the additional S-grade resource was entirely at the elder's expense. It was not that the higher-ups were miserly. After all, S-grade resources are not as common as cabbages, and decision-making at such levels involves numerous considerations. If Fang Yun were not of the caliber capable of breaking the mold, the attention he received would diminish significantly. For the world is not devoid of talent. Fang Yun, it is time to prove whether the future belongs to you. Chapter 4. Earth-shattering bear. Fang Yun fixed his gaze upon the liberated third-tier demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger, feeling the thrill reminiscent of his first encounter with a demon beast. In contrast, the college entrance examination seemed trivial. The saber-toothed tiger gradually approached Fang Yun. Despite its relatively small size, it exuded a formidable danger. At that moment, Fang Yun took the initiative to attack, a glimmer of cold light heralding his strike, followed by a spear that surged forth like a dragon. The standard long spear lunged toward the tiger's head, but the beast deftly dodged, retaliating with a claw aimed at the audacious Fang Yun. With a missed strike, Fang Yun pivoted to block, the tiger's claw crashing against the spear shaft, and he used the momentum to retreat and create distance. Truly, as a third-tier demon beast, it was significantly more formidable than those second-tier nuisances. However, with such limited strength, it was destined to suffer. Fang Yun activated his unique ability, enhancing all attributes by 100. In his second stage, Fang Yun's speed surpassed the saber-toothed tiger's ability to react. In an instant, a shadow flashed past, sending the beast flying until the sharp sting on its head made it realize it had been struck. What followed was a one-sided assault from Fang Yun, whose speed and strength were overwhelmingly superior. The saber-toothed tiger had no means of resistance, ultimately succumbing to a spear thrust that pierced its head, meeting a bitter end. Ding. System value, 150. Stowing away his spear, Fang Yun sensed the limits of his current strength. He could overpower those in the early to mid stages of the third tier, but would likely find himself at a disadvantage against those in the late stages, particularly the peak of the third tier, who would be beyond his reach. Yet, gazing at his system value and the two remaining early to mid-stage third-tier demon beasts, he chuckled. If I am no match for the peak of the second tier, then ascending to the third tier will suffice. Li Hu witnessed Fang Yun's swift and decisive defeat of the saber-toothed tiger and instructed to release the remaining two early to mid-stage third-tier beasts together. One was a shadow leopard, and the other a fiery lion. Goodness, the trio of lion, tiger, and leopard has emerged. As Fang Yun rushed towards the two demon beasts, he silently lamented the situation, realizing that it was likely 2 portions of system points. The outcome was predictable, under the overwhelming advantage of speed and strength. Even with their numbers doubled, they could not stir up much of a tempest. The cold lives transformed into warm system points, and Fang Yun could only accept the inheritance they left behind with tears in his eyes. System points, 1,749 points. Still a bit short, but defeating that late-stage third-tier demon beast would suffice. Just then, the late-stage third-tier demon beast was released from its confinement. It was a forest mammoth, a creature with maximum strength and defense. Such a heavily armored beast posed a significant challenge for Fang Yun, as he could not match it in strength and could only rely on speed to outmaneuver it. Unfortunately, Fang Yun's Gale Spear technique had little effect on the mammoth. Through battles with opponents of similar strength, Fang Yun realized he needed to urgently address his weaknesses. His abilities were woefully inadequate, possessing only a C-class Gale Spear technique. This was not due to a lack of desire to learn more advanced abilities. Rather, the high school he attended offered no higher-tier techniques, with C-class being the pinnacle. The Gale Spear technique was among the finest available, and typically, advanced techniques were studied in university, where one would also confront third-tier demon beasts, an experience that Fang Yun had yet to encounter, clearly exceeding the curriculum. Li Hu and the others recognized Fang Yun's predicament. Against opponents weaker than himself, he could compensate for these shortcomings with raw strength, but in a match of equal footing, abilities became the decisive factor in victory. Yet, they were still astonished by Fang Yun's endurance. Calculating the time, he had not rested since the college entrance examination, and yet he showed no signs of exhaustion. Was it true that human physiques varied so greatly? Fang Yun's standard long spear carved bloody gashes across the mammoth's tough hide. He attempted to stab it with the spear, but the mammoth's skin was far too thick, and the weapon lacked the necessary power to inflict significant damage. Thus, he resorted to slashing to draw blood. The mammoth's counterattacks were deftly evaded by Fang Yun, leading to a prolonged battle of attrition. Endurance was Fang Yun's forte. After all, did he not possess infinite energy? After nearly 3 hours of combat, the standard long spear issued by the college entrance examination was on the verge of breaking, and the mammoth finally faltered. Summoning every ounce of strength, Fang Yun delivered a final blow, and the spear completed its last mission, rendering it utterly unusable. Li Hu and the others approached Fang Yun, exclaiming, "Excellent! To be able to challenge a late-stage third-tier demon beast at merely the pinnacle of second tier is unprecedented. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigy. Fang Yun, you have done remarkably well, huh?" The commander remarked. "However, it is a pity. Had you possessed better weapons and abilities, perhaps you could contend even against a peak third-tier beast. As a peak second tier, I might not be its match, but as a third tier, I would be different." Fang Yun glanced at the remaining peak third-tier demon beast in the arena, and without further hesitation, he declared, "System, allocate points." Ding. The system value stands at 2,000, having just surpassed the pinnacle of the second tier to reach the third tier. As this remarkable transformation of power manifested within Fang Yun, Li Hu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tightening in disbelief. What is this? Just moments ago, they were discussing how the strength at the peak of the second tier could not contend with the formidable beasts of the third tier, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he has broken through to the third tier? No, my friend, let us just call it a day. As the shackles within him shattered, Fang Yun felt as though his entire being had undergone a metamorphosis. He clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound vigor coursing through him, and addressed Li Hu and the others. "Commander, there remains but one more beast to slay. Let us converse further once I have dispatched it." The others, still in shock, took a moment to regroup, clearly struggling to regain their composure. The last of the great earth storm bears let out a deafening roar as it broke free from its bindings, releasing its pent-up fury. "What are you yelling for?" Fang Yun charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to its head, causing the bear to stagger slightly. The earth storm bear retaliated with a sweeping paw aimed at Fang Yun. However, he did not flinch, meeting the strike head-on with a solid punch. The impact resonated with a dull thud as both combatants were forced back a few steps, only to engage in an even fiercer exchange. The earth storm bear unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, while Fang Yun stood his ground, responding with equal ferocity. The contrast between their sizes, the massive bear and the agile human, created a striking visual impact, leaving the bear bewildered. How could this seemingly diminutive biped possess such formidable strength? Not only was he powerful, but he could also stand toe-to-toe with me. Truly extraordinary. After a series of exchanges, Fang Yun chose to withdraw momentarily. What a thrill. A true man should engage in such visceral clashes. Yet I hope you can endure my second-tier onslaught. Should you perish too swiftly, it would bring me sorrow. With a surge of power, Fang Yun activated his extraordinary ability, instantly transforming his presence. The Earthstorm Bear, caught off guard, was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into the ground behind it. With its limbs braced against the earth, the bear glared at Fang Yun, who now radiated an aura of danger, sensing the very essence of death encroaching upon it. Its eyes turned a blood-red hue, and its body swelled with fury, an indication of its frenzy. Typically, such a desperate technique is reserved for beasts of the fourth tier or higher. Yet this third-tier bear exhibited such prowess, a true prodigy among creatures. However, it proved futile. For Fang Yun's extraordinary ability had escalated beyond the bear's frenzied state. Before the skill was activated, they were evenly matched. After its activation, the tides had turned dramatically. With its pain sensitivity significantly diminished and its already limited intellect further dulled, the bear relied solely on instinct. Fang Yun mused, "This has become rather uninteresting." Having concluded his warm-up, Fang Yun unleashed a full-force punch directly into the bear's chest, causing its torso to cave in instantaneously, rendering the creature rigid before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding, system value 1000. Chapter 5, the end of the college entrance examination. The scene composed of the fallen Earth Storm Bear and Fang Yun standing beside it was extraordinarily harmonious, leaving Li Hu and his companions entranced. When Fang Yun turned around and witnessed their expressions, he found it amusing and said, "What kind of expressions are you all wearing?" "Ahem. The surprise you provided was simply overwhelming," Li Hu replied as he approached Fang Yun. "To be honest, I never expected you to achieve this." I was already astonished that you could defeat a late-stage third-tier beast, let alone slay the peak third-tier Earthstorm bear. Even I, an old man, was taken aback by you. Fang Yun could only express that his accomplishments today were a result of his unwavering persistence and hard work. Congratulations on passing the special examination. The 3 promised S-grade resources will be provided to you by the school when you arrive at the university. As for the resource I promised you, what would you like? You may tell me now. I would like a long spear. All right, add me to your contacts and let me know your specifications for the spear. I will arrange for the research department to custom make one for you. Now it was Fang Yun's turn to be astonished. Not only was it a personal contact, but the spear would also be custom made. He initially thought receiving a standard long spear would be sufficient. But a custom S-grade spear was worth over 50 times more than a standard one, with its value potentially multiplying further. Fang Yun sincerely thanked Li Hu, saying, "Thank you, Commander. Ha ha ha, keep up the good work. I hope a new superlative ability user will emerge from the Summer Nation. I will do my best. Ha ha." Li Hu patted Fang Yun on the shoulder and returned to the examination venue. The leader of the Night Eagle team addressed Fang Yun, saying, "You need not participate in the remaining examinations. No one can surpass your score now. Use this time to rest." Although Fang Yun did not require rest, he acquiesced. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the examinations had concluded. Before the Clearwind Wilderness area, candidates emerged one after another, each submitting their wristbands to the Night Eagle team members stationed outside Clearwind Town. Some wore broad smiles, while others maintained a stoic expression. Lin Tian, Luo Shui, and others also departed the wilderness area to join the main group. Li Hu observed the candidates from the platform and said, "First, congratulations on your triumph. The examination results will be announced in 3 days. After this lengthy ordeal, you must be weary, so I shall not take up more of your time. Dismissed." Though the results would be released in 3 days, everyone had a rough estimate of their scores, especially the individual ranked first. Despite Fang Yun's score remaining unchanged during the final day, that staggering 5-digit number was beyond anyone's reach. Do you know who Fang Yun is? I had never heard of him before this. I only know he is a student from the 3rd high school. A friend of mine told me Fang Yun is his classmate. He mentioned that Fang Yun is usually quite low-key in class and treats others kindly. I didn't expect him to shine so brilliantly in the exams. Indeed, in the unpredictable realm of destiny, we are all dark horses. Dark horse? What rank did he achieve? 1086. You can merely be regarded as a mule, not even approaching the stature of a horse. Upon returning to the bus of Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School, all the students aboard fixated their gazes upon Fang Yun, their eyes reflecting the curiosity one might reserve for a rare species. It was only after Fang Yun settled into his seat that hushed discussions erupted among his peers. Once the bus arrived back at the school, the students were free to return home. However, Fang Yun's homeroom teacher retained him, as the principal wished to speak with him in his office. Upon entering the office, Fang Yun found the principal engaged in conversation, who paused to warmly introduce him. Come, Fang Yun. This is Professor Lin Ruoshi from the Imperial Capital University, who also serves as the vice president. Having heard of your remarkable achievements, she has traveled from the capital to meet our prodigious youth. Good day, Principal. Good day, Professor Lin. Professor Lin Ruoshi, dressed in a well-fitted suit with her long hair cascading down her back, smiled as she observed Fang Yun. Hello, Fang Yun. Although I have seen you in videos, your presence in reality exudes an entirely different aura. You appear much more refined. Fang Yun recalled his fierce battles with the monstrous beasts, particularly the intense exchanges with the earth-shattering bear, and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fang Yun, I believe you have surmised the purpose of my visit, Lin Ruoshi stated, producing an admission letter from Imperial Capital University. Would you be willing to attend our esteemed institution? I would be honored, Fang Yun replied, taking the admission letter from Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi beamed at his affirmative response and said, Excellent, Fang Yun. If there are no further matters, please report to Imperial Capital University in 3 days. I shall await your arrival there. Certainly, Professor Lin. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Ruoshi departed the office. The principal patted Fang Yun on the shoulder and remarked, Imperial Capital University is unparalleled among universities. While it is often mentioned alongside Magic City University and Swan University as one of the top 3 institutions, the latter two are well aware that Imperial Capital University far surpasses them. Thus, I wholeheartedly support your decision to attend. You will undoubtedly find greater opportunities for development there. Best of luck. Thank you, Principal. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Fang Yun, do take care and rest well. Goodbye, Principal. Farewell. After exiting the principal's office and sharing the news of his impending journey to Imperial Capital University with Li Hu, his friend expressed his intent to send Fang Yun's long spear to the university once it was completed, offering words of encouragement. Since acquiring the system, Fang Yun finally found some leisure time. Returning home, he began to pack his belongings, though there was little to organize, as his parents had gone missing when he was quite young. While it was labeled as a disappearance, it was widely understood that the likelihood of his parents still being alive was slim. Fang Yun had grown up with the family of his parents' friends, the Ling Zhan couple, in Jiangqing. Ling Zhan and his wife originally belonged to the esteemed Ling family in the imperial capital. However, after suffering severe injuries on the beast battlefield, they were rescued by Fang Yun's parents, as their relationships deepened during their time together. Tragedy struck when Fang Yun's parents went missing after venturing to the beast battlefield. Subsequently, Ling Zhan and his wife took Fang Yun and their own daughter to reside in Jiang City, where they nurtured the two children while recovering from their wounds. It was not until Fang Yun entered her first year of high school that the Ling family returned to the imperial capital. Fang Yun chose not to accompany them, as the warmth shown by Ling Zhan's family did not guarantee the same kindness from the entire Ling clan. Thus, she decided it would be wiser to continue her studies in Jiang City. 3 days slipped by in a blink, and at the Jiang City high-speed railway station, Fang Yun cast a glance back at the city she had called home for 18 years before boarding the train bound for the imperial capital. Imperial University, here I come. Chapter 6. Ling Xiaoye. Upon reaching the imperial capital, passengers were reminded to gather their belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion from the rear of the carriage. As Fang Yun dragged her suitcase through the exit gate, she immediately spotted Ling Xiaoye waiting for her. Ling Xiaoye, clearly having noticed Fang Yun as well, waved enthusiastically and exclaimed, "Brother Fang Yun, over here." With a smile, Fang Yun approached Ling Xiaoye, opening her arms wide as the girl rushed towards her. "You've gained some weight after all these years," Fang Yun teased. "You're the one who's gotten chubby." Ling Xiaoye playfully pinched Fang Yun's side, tightening her embrace. All right, there are so many people watching us," Fang Yun chuckled, patting Ling Xiaoye's back. Reluctantly, she released her hold, mumbling, "I don't care." Taking Ling Xiaoye's hand, Fang Yun hoisted her suitcase with the other and said, "Didn't you promise to show me around the imperial capital? Lead the way, tour guide Xiaoye." Ling Xiaoye clasped Fang Yun's hand in return, replying, "Just make sure to follow closely behind your tour guide, little Fang Yun." As they left the train station, their laughter rang out, while onlookers thought, "Finally, this lovey-dovey couple is departing. After a long day at work, my mood was already sour, and now this display only adds to my annoyance. Let us head to the school to check in, and we'll drop off your luggage in the dormitory," Ling Xiaoye suggested. All right. The two hailed a taxi and made their way to Imperial University. Upon arriving at the university's entrance, Fang Yun felt a twinge of surprise, for it appeared quite ordinary, lacking the grandeur she had envisioned. "Are you surprised? Does the illustrious Imperial University seem just like any other school?" Ling Xiaoye inquired, noticing Fang Yun's expression. "Indeed, I expected something more imposing," Fang Yun admitted. "Humph, I thought the same when I first arrived. It wasn't until I truly understood the institution that I grasped why it garners such admiration," Ling Xiaoye explained. "Now, let me, your tour guide Xiaoye, take you on a thorough exploration of Imperial University." "Absolutely, tour guide Xiaoye," Fang Yun replied with a serious face, eliciting laughter from Ling Xiaoye. "Over here is the academic building, where we usually attend theoretical classes. Generally, only first and second-year students have classes here, while third and fourth-year students are rarely on campus, as they are often out on missions. Over there lies the cafeteria, and behind it stands the dormitory building. However, we special recruits do not reside in the dormitory." "Special recruits?" Fang Yun inquired. "Indeed, those of us who arrived at the school ahead of time are referred to as special recruits." Fang Yun nodded thoughtfully. "Look over there. That is the villa area where we special recruits reside," Ling Xiaoye remarked, pointing towards the distant villas. Fang Yun gazed in the indicated direction, observing the extensive villa area, and asked, "Are there really so many special recruits?" "A small portion is allocated for special recruits, while the majority is designated for faculty members." "No wonder. If all were like myself, it would indeed be rather outrageous." "Ahead lies the administrative building, where the enrollment procedures are conducted. I shall wait for you outside." Ling Xiaoya said to Fang Yun. All right, thank you for your guidance, Xiaoya. Ling Xiaoya shot Fang Yun a playful glance, took the suitcase from Fang Yun's hand, and urged her to hurry inside. Upon entering the office, Fang Yun saw none other than Professor Lin Ruoshi. Hello, Professor Lin. You've arrived, Fang Yun. Lin Ruoshi stood and approached Fang Yun, saying, How do you find Daijing University? Xiaoya has introduced it to you, hasn't she? Ahem. Daijing University is somewhat different from what I had envisioned, but overall, it is quite commendable. Fang Yun felt a touch of shyness being seen with Ling Xiaoya in the presence of an elder. Observing Fang Yun's slight embarrassment, Lin Ruoshi smiled and said, Your enrollment procedures have been completed. Here is your villa key, and the 3 S-grade resources have been converted as you requested into 3 S-grade abilities. Once you log into the campus system and select them, someone will deliver them to you. Although I am unsure of your reasoning, I trust you have your own motives. I shall not pry further. Additionally, each new student has been credited with 500 academic points to their account. At Daijing University, academic points serve as currency, and you may exchange them for daxia coins. However, I do not recommend doing so, as there are things that can be purchased with academic points that money cannot buy. Now, as for the location of your villa, let Xiaoya guide you there. Thank you, Professor Lin. Fang Yun accepted the key handed to her by Lin Ruoshi and expressed her gratitude. As Fang Yun left the office, Lin Ruoshi mused, Fang Yun, if you wish to be with Xiaoya, you still have a little way to go. Keep striving. I apologize for the wait. For you, I could wait indefinitely. Ling Xiaoya said sweetly to Fang Yun. Fang Yun affectionately tousled Ling Xiaoya's hair and replied, Let us go, Xiaoya. Lead me to my residence. Ling Xiaoya, holding Fang Yun's villa key, waved her hand and said, Follow me. After they tidied up their rooms, the two strolled around Daijing University and enjoyed a delightful meal in Daijing University City that evening. When it came time to settle the bill, they were astonished once more, as they could use academic points from Daijing University for payment. Ling Xiaoya explained to Fang Yun, as long as you are within Daijing, academic points from Daijing University can be utilized anywhere, even at other universities. This experience allowed Fang Yun to grasp more vividly the esteemed reputation of Daijing University. The two individuals traversed the capital city with fervor, after which they each retreated to their respective training. In a world teeming with monstrous beasts, only by cultivating greater strength could one relish the pleasures of daily life without worry. Despite her lively demeanor, Ling Xiaoya bore burdens that were no lighter than those of Fang Yun. The pressures from her family, teachers, and relatives loomed over the young girl like insurmountable mountains, weighing heavily on her frail shoulders. Fang Yun was acutely aware of this, which is why he often indulged in playful banter with her. As Fang Yun perused the various S-rank abilities displayed on his phone, he came across Qingyunju, S-rank ability cultivation method, rising moon over the sea, S-rank ability cultivation method, Panwujin, S-rank ability cultivation method even at the prestigious Imperial Capital University. S-rank abilities were scarce. Soon, Fang Yun selected 3 abilities. Once he had exhausted those resources, he began to explore other items. Before long, he shut off his phone, for his finances were rather dire. The 500 points gifted to new students were insufficient to even procure a single A-rank resource. It appeared that achieving financial freedom through points would necessitate diligent monster hunting. The materials obtained from slain beasts could be exchanged for points, but one must personally deliver the fatal blow. Any attempts at cunning would result in immediate expulsion. Academic credits belong to the students of the Imperial Capital University as a privilege, not as tools for opportunists. Chapter 7. Maple Leaf Wilderness Zone. Fang Yun examined the 3 S-rank abilities he had just received. Panwujin, an S-rank ability cultivation method that significantly enhances the absorption and refinement speed of abilities, improving physical attributes during training and increasing strength, up to 80 enhancement for levels below 7, ineffective for levels above 7. This method is best suited for enhancement-type ability users. Sangyun Liakong Pu, an S-rank ability technique that focuses on marksmanship, comprising a total of 11 forms. Mastering the final form, Sangyun Liakong Pu, will manifest a celestial dragon phenomenon, ideal for users wielding long spears. Xuanbu, an S-rank ability technique that enables the user to instantaneously traverse distances by unleashing tremendous power through specific physical techniques. The greater the physical prowess, the farther the leap, making it suitable for those with high physical attributes. Note, this technique requires substantial energy expenditure. The three abilities encompassed the domains of cultivation, offense, and agility. While the abilities Fang Yun selected may not have been the most formidable, they were tailored to suit him. At times, an ability that resonates with one's unique strengths can be far more advantageous than a purely powerful one. With the ability secured, Fang Yun had already received an S-rank long spear days prior, which he aptly named White Dragon's Whisper. Its pristine white body produced a crisp sound when wielded, and its length and weight were perfectly balanced. Moreover, one could adjust the spear's weight by infusing it with ability energy, reflecting a remarkable degree of customization. At the Imperial Capital Ability Association, Fang Yun donned a C-rank combat suit that had cost him 300 academic credits and carried the White Dragon's Whisper on his back. He approached the front desk to present his ability user identification card for registration and to update his ability tier. This identification card had been issued during his time in Jiang City. Without it, entry into the wilderness zone would be impossible, as the monstrous beasts were also a form of resource. The receptionist, upon receiving his identification card, remarked, "Fang Yun, 18 years old, ability tier 3. After speaking, he covered his mouth and apologized to Fang Yun, who stood at the front of the stage, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I was simply taken aback." Fang Yun glanced around, noticing that the entire hall's attention was fixed upon him, and helplessly replied, "It's all right. Please proceed with the registration." Observing the receptionist's incredulous expression, Fang Yun presented his student ID from the Imperial Capital University, which finally prompted her to register his information with a look of astonishment. When Fang Yun received the identity registration card for ability users from the receptionist and exited the hall of the Ability User Association, the individuals within the hall began to murmur among themselves. "Oldly, did I hear that correctly? 18 years old, 3rd tier. Unless we both have gone deaf. That must be the case. My goodness, which prominent family does this young master hail from? This is outrageous. In all my years in the Imperial Capital, I have never heard of anyone achieving 3rd tier at such a young age." I feel the same way. Regardless of how others discussed Fang Yun, he had already passed the military inspection at the border of the wilderness zone and arrived at a place known as the Maple Leaf Wilderness Zone. The Maple Leaf Wilderness Zone, designated as Wilderness Zone Number 3 of the Imperial Capital, is inhabited by various beasts ranging from 1st to 4th tier, with occasional sightings of 5th tier beasts, named for the grove of maple trees within. Fang Yun dashed through the maple forest, aware that tracking beasts in the woods could be somewhat cumbersome. However, this wilderness zone was the only one near the Imperial Capital teeming with numerous 3rd and 4th tier beasts, and few 5th tier beasts, making it suitable for Fang Yun's current capabilities. Suddenly, Fang Yun halted, observing a monstrous deer drinking from a stream ahead. He quietly crept up behind the deer and thrust his spear into it, the tip emerging from its skull, a clear indication of its fatality. Ding, system value 850. A 3rd tier late-stage monstrous deer. With a suitable weapon, slaying beasts became significantly easier. Fang Yun followed the creek, searching for traces of beasts, and indeed, his chances of encountering them increased considerably, as one after another fell before his weapon, converting into system value. A shadow lunged at Fang Yun, who was engrossed in a grass-cutting game. He barely managed to block the attack with his gun, only to be sent flying and crash into a large tree. How uncouth. Ambushing an innocent 18-year-old. Fang Yun emerged slowly, unscathed, and regarded the beast that had attacked him. A small black cat, no larger than a dog, prowled towards him, its gaze fixed intently on Fang Yun. Squinting, he appraised the creature before him, a 4th tier beast, notably agile. This could prove troublesome, Fang Yun muttered to himself. With that, he activated his abilities and charged at the black cat, striking where it had been. But the cat deftly evaded the attack and swiped at Fang Yun's head with its claws. Had it connected, he could have peacefully drifted into slumber. Observing this, Fang Yun retaliated with a sweeping strike, sending the black cat tumbling. The cat skillfully landed on a tree branch, stabilizing itself as both combatants emerged from the first round without gaining an advantage. Fang Yun utilized the newly acquired supernatural abilities to confront the black cat. However, being inexperienced with these powers, he could not harness their full potential. Thus, he engaged the black cat in a practice of his abilities. With a swift movement, he executed the Fang Yun splitting sky spear technique, yet it yielded minimal damage. Gradually, the black cat sensed something amiss. Why did this two-legged creature seem to grow stronger with each encounter? As the skirmish came to a conclusion, Fang Yun executed a sudden step, appearing behind the black cat and thrusting his spear toward it. The black cat's fur bristled with alarm as it desperately attempted to evade to the side. Alas, it was too late. Fang Yun's spear pierced through its body. A notification chimed, indicating a system value of 2,300. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Yun cast aside the black cat, along with the bloodied spear, onto the ground. He then retrieved a small knife to collect materials from the black cat, as the resources from a fourth-tier demon beast were quite valuable. Fang Yun examined the long-neglected system panel. Name: Fang Yun. Rank: third-tier supernatural ability. Enhancement skill: instant step, S grade. Beginner, special, infinite energy system value. 4,353 points. Observing the barely initiated instant step, Fang Yun lamented the difficulty of mastering such an S-grade technique. This battle also allowed him to gauge his own strength. As he anticipated, dealing with early fourth-tier demon beasts posed no challenge, but mid-tier ones were another matter entirely. Therefore, he resolved to primarily target early fourth-tier demon beasts, striving to accumulate enough system points to fully enhance his S-grade abilities. Onward, Captain. Have the demon beasts in the Maple Leaf Wilderness area been diminishing lately? A girl with short hair, clad in a purple combat outfit, inquired of her companion. Indeed, something feels off, the girl addressed as Captain replied. It could be that other teams are practicing in this area, or perhaps high-tier predators are hunting here. With the school year approaching, other teams should be returning to campus, the short-haired girl remarked. Her team had initially intended to head back to school, but the recent decline in demon beasts had heightened their vigilance. Let us return. Encountering a high-tier demon beast would be troublesome, the captain advised. Understood. The team hastened their departure from the wilderness. Meanwhile, the culprit behind the unusual decrease in demon beasts roamed the Maple Leaf Wilderness, resembling a wild man. Chapter 8. The opening ceremony. Emerging from the grove, Fang Yun appeared disheveled, his body stained with dried blood from his time in the wilderness. After 2 months spent battling demon beasts, he had scarcely taken time to tend to his hygiene, and the odor emanating from him was one he dared not confront himself. Nevertheless, the considerable efforts invested have yielded remarkable results. Name: Fang Yun. Rank: pinnacle of the third order ability. Enhancement 20, boost of 200 to all attributes. Skills: Panwu strength, S-class. Novice: Sun Yun Sky Splitter, S-class. Novice: instant step, S-class. Novice: special, infinite energy system points, 3. 75 million. Not only has his rank ascended to the pinnacle of the third order, but his abilities have also undergone a significant advancement. However, upon observing the 3 S-class skills, he is left somewhat speechless, as the system points required for further enhancement are exorbitantly high and far beyond his current capacity. Fang Yun estimates that with such a vast number of system points, he could potentially break through to the 5th order. Yet, such a leap would be alarming, especially considering that the highest rank among new students is merely the 2nd order. Carrying a large bag made of animal hide, Fang Yun meanders through the campus of the Imperial Capital University. The number of students on campus has noticeably increased since his first arrival 2 months ago. In just a couple of days, the new semester will commence, with newcomers gradually arriving and returning students eager to catch a glimpse of their junior peers. Enduring the unpleasant odor emanating from himself, Fang Yun rushes to the bathroom as soon as he drops off the hide bag at the villa, scrubbing until he smells fragrant. This existence is truly untenable. If only he could acquire a storage device, for he has gone 2 months without a change of clothing, toting around a cumbersome bag. It is imperative to see if he can exchange for a storage item at the university. Fang Yun accesses the Imperial Capital University website, navigates to the resource section, and searches for the desired storage equipment. Alas, it appears that such items are not available, or perhaps academic credits cannot be exchanged for storage devices. He closes his phone, resigning himself to the fact that for now, he cannot obtain a storage item. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Fang Yun contemplates what to pursue next. Currently, his system points could support a breakthrough to the 5th order, yet such an endeavor harbors considerable risk. A pinnacle 3rd order individual at the age of 18 could be deemed an extraordinary prodigy, while a 5th order at the same age would likely attract the attention of researchers, as the path of an ability user is one of life evolution. Without having reached physical maturity before 18, the rigid conditions do not support an ascent to a higher rank. Theoretically, the highest rank attainable by 18 is the 3rd order, a feat no one has accomplished in centuries. Fang Yun stands as the sole individual to reach the third order before 18, now firmly established at its pinnacle. Thus, the forthcoming primary objective is to enhance the proficiency of his abilities and, if possible, to advance his powers further. The advancement of his abilities to level 20 cost him 100,000 system points, and he estimates that reaching level 30 will require a staggering 1 million system points. Gazing at his 375 million system points, he wonders why he feels incapable of advancing at all. Soon, the day of the new semester arrives, and the newcomers gather in the grand conference hall, awaiting the arrival of the university leaders. Most of the fresh students engage in conversation, hoping to find someone of interest to form an ability user team in advance. Among the throng, Ling Xiaoya stands out, drawing considerable attention as a prime choice for many. Not only is she strikingly beautiful, but she also exudes an aura of authority and superiority. Indeed, Ling Xiaoya exudes an aura befitting a person of high status. When by Fang Yun's side, she embodies the essence of a lively and whimsical younger sister. Yet, when apart, she stands as the esteemed young lady of the prominent Ling family in Xia country, the sole disciple of Lin Ruoxi, and the most gifted supernatural talent in the history of the imperial capital. Having awakened an unprecedented all-elemental ability, she adeptly wields the powers of the 8 elemental systems. With an unparalleled aptitude for cultivation, currently striving to ascend to the 3rd tier of supernatural beings. Were it not for the anomaly that is Fang Yun, she would undoubtedly be the future leader of her generation in Xia country. However, Ling Xiaoya has only showcased her ice elemental abilities to the public, aside from a select few. No one is aware of her striking beauty and formidable strength. At this moment, she is scanning the crowd, and upon spotting something, her previously expressionless face blossoms into a radiant smile, emanating an exuberant youthful spirit. Fang Yun, noticing Ling Xiaoya waving at him, responds with a warm smile and a gentle wave of his hand. Observing her excitement, one can only imagine that had she the freedom to act, she would have rushed to him with abandon. Meanwhile, the new students discreetly observing Ling Xiaoya feel a pang of dismay as they witness their recently acquainted goddess displaying a different demeanor towards others. Though she may not be directly connected to them, the sight of her happiness strikes them harder than any misfortune. They silently etch Fang Yun's likeness into their memories, vowing that the grievance of love lost shall not be forgotten. Suddenly, an air of silence envelopes the crowd as the once closed classroom doors swing open, revealing a group of jovial school leaders. At the forefront stands a remarkably youthful man, his hair shockingly white, yet adorned with a gentle smile. Behind him are Lin Ruoxi, whom Fang Yun recognizes, and another elder. The remaining members follow closely behind. This assembly of 7 stands upon the stage, gazing down at the 500 new students. And the young man proclaims, "Welcome to the Imperial Capital University. I am your principal, Xia Jia. You may call me Principal Xia." Following his introduction, Lin Ruoxi steps forward and states, "I am your vice principal, Lin Ruoxi." The elder to Xia Jia's left adds, "I am your vice principal, Gu Rong." The remaining 4 are identified as follows: Zhao Gang, the head of the enhancement department; Yi Qing, the head of the elemental department; Nangong Tian, the head of the mental department; and Wu Changkong, the head of the special department. Fang Yun gazes at the 7 figures on stage, marveling at the formidable prowess of the Imperial Capital Academy. Xia Jia stands at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Gu Rong is in the late 8th tier. Lin Ruoxi has just entered the 8th tier, and the 4 department heads are all at the peak of the 7th tier. The configuration is nothing short of splendid. In the past 2 days, you should have familiarized yourselves with the Imperial Capital University. I shall not elaborate further on that, Xia Jia continues, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every new student. In 3 days, we will hold the traditional new student competition, which will determine ranks from 2nd to 100. The higher your rank, the greater the rewards. Upon hearing this, the new students erupt into a flurry of excitement. From 2nd to 100? The principal surely must have misspoken. What about the 1st place? Xia Jia observed the murmuring freshmen below and remarked, "You heard correctly. It is from the 2nd to the 100th place. If any of you believe you can defeat a peak level 3rd tier ability user, you may contend for the 1st position." After making this declaration, Xia Jia cast a glance at Fang Yun, prompting the freshman to follow his gaze. Peak 3rd tier? What a jest. How could I, a mere 2nd tier, challenge a peak 3rd tier? Wait, are they already peak 3rd tier at 18? No way, just shut it down. Chapter 9. Zhao Gang. Fang Yun noticed the freshman's attention drawn to him by Xia Jie's words and thought to himself, I had planned to interact with you all as an ordinary person. But given the circumstances, I shall no longer pretend. Indeed, I am a mere hanger-on. The crowd regarded Fang Yun with mixed expressions. This was the same lad who had just been flirting with Ling Xiaoya. Being powerful is one thing, but having such a beautiful girlfriend too? Jealousy rends my very being. How about it? Does anyone wish to challenge him? Xia Jie inquired with a smile. The audience remained silent. Even the top-tier geniuses at the second tier did not respond. If it were a third-tier early stage, they might have had the confidence to give it a try, but being a whole tier below was tantamount to courting disaster. Since it is settled then, you may return and select your desired mentors via your smartphones. Of course, some mentors will have specific requirements for their students. So it is crucial to choose a mentor that suits you well. Xia Jie continued addressing the freshman, prepared diligently for what lies ahead. That is all. You may leave now. With that, he departed the venue alongside the others on the stage. The freshmen gradually exited the conference room, clustering in small groups as they walked and conversed. However, now there was an additional topic of discussion, the outrageous news regarding Fang Yun. Hand in hand with Ling Xiaoya, who had stealthily approached him, Fang Yun strolled through the campus, utterly unconcerned with the gazes of others. Brother Fang Yun, you've become quite the celebrity now. Not only the freshmen, but the upperclassmen will surely hear about your peak third-tier status soon, Ling Xiaoya remarked, gazing at the young man beside her. I can't help it. I prefer to remain low-key, but my prowess simply does not allow for that, Fang Yun replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Haha, Brother Fang Yun is the most formidable. Ling Xiaoya laughed in response. Cough, cough, keep that to yourself. No need to voice it aloud. By the way, Brother Fang Yun, here, this is for you. She then produced a ring from her pocket. Are you proposing to me? Should I accept or should I accept? Fang Yun teased as he looked at the girl holding the ring. In response, she playfully pinched him. This is a storage ring, a storage ring. You frequently venture into the wilderness. Having a storage ring will be much more convenient. Moreover, if it were a proposal, it would be you proposing to me. Fang Yun accepted the ring she offered and said, Xiaoya, my dear, you truly are a supportive partner, knowing I've been wanting a storage item. You present me with a storage ring. Now come here for a kiss. Ling Xiaoya pushed his face away with both hands, pouting, no, there are too many people around. Oh, it is indeed possible when there are fewer people, but even then it may not be feasible, chuckled the girl as she dashed away. I'm off to see Mentor Lin. Farewell, Brother Fang Yun. Fang Yun smiled and waved at the girl departing in the distance, thinking to himself, what a spirited child. He retrieved the storage ring gifted by the girl, which contained 10 cubic meters of space, murmuring, Thank you, Xiaoya. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Yun picked up his phone, preparing to select his mentor. Just then, a message popped up. Fang Yun, have you decided on your mentor? It was a message from Lin Ruoshi. Not yet, Professor Lin. Dean Zhao wishes to personally guide you. What are your thoughts on this? Dean Zhao? The head of the enhancement department? I am willing. Great. I shall pass your contact details to Dean Zhao. Thank you, Professor Lin. Before long, a friend request arrived on his phone. Hello, Fang Yun. I am Zhao Gang. Greetings, Dean Zhao. Haha, just call me teacher from now on. Come to the martial arts arena of the enhancement department tomorrow morning. Understood, teacher. After chatting a bit more with Ling Xiaoya, Fang Yun headed to the training room in his residence to hone his marksmanship. It was not that he could not afford to improve through additional points. Rather, he found personal training to be far more cost-effective. After an afternoon of intensive practice, Fang Yun felt a profound sense of accomplishment. If there were a progress bar, his skilled Sanyan Liakong Po would have advanced 0.1 towards mastery. This S-rank ability was extraordinarily difficult to cultivate. At this rate, it would take over a year to master, not to mention the 2 other S-rank abilities he had to develop. How long would this take? Fang Yun's progress was already commendable. Many individuals take 4 years of university to master a single S-rank ability. Those who can cultivate an S-rank ability to perfection are truly prodigious, while those capable of mastering multiple S-rank abilities are exceedingly rare, almost mythical. The next day, Fang Yun arrived punctually at the martial arts arena of the enhancement department. Having previously explored the campus with Ling Xiaoya, he was not at all lost. Approaching Zhao Gang, who was already present at the arena, Fang Yun greeted him. Good morning, teacher. Zhao Gang scrutinized Fang Yun with satisfaction, remarking, impressive, at just 18. You have reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Remarkable indeed. Yet, This alone is insufficient. Fang Yun remained silent, absorbing Zhao Gang's words. Looking across the entirety of Blue Star, no one your age can match your training speed. You are far ahead. However, your ability presents a significant issue. Compared to true prodigies, the potential of your ability is rather lacking. Zhao Gang addressed Fang Yun directly. I have studied your combat footage, and if I am not mistaken, your ability enhances all of your attributes, correct? Indeed, Fang Yun replied. This year, someone in the Federation awakened as a space controller. Merely awakening a spatial ability is already remarkable, let alone possessing the peak capabilities within that realm. He can utilize all powers related to space. Now you can surpass him by a significant margin. If one day you find yourself encountering a bottleneck, with others catching up to your level of abilities, do you believe you can withstand their challenge? Though Fang Yun is aware of his advantages and remains untroubled by the prospect of stagnation, confident that his powers will evolve, Zhao Gang's words hold considerable wisdom. The Federation's space manipulators pose a formidable challenge. If one cannot contain their spatial abilities, it might be quite difficult to contend with them. You wouldn't even be able to touch them unless you wait until their powers are depleted, but surely they would flee before that occurs. It's quite a predicament. I mention this not to discourage you, but to remind you not to become overly arrogant, thinking others are easily dismissed. Observing Fang Yun's silence, Zhao Gang assumed his words had disheartened him. However, space manipulators are not insurmountable. Zhao Gang, gazing at Fang Yun, continued. When an ability user breaks through to the 7th tier, they awaken their domain. Unless your opponent is of a higher tier, within that domain, you are the absolute master. If you can suppress their domain, you will find that space manipulators are not as formidable as they seem. This was Fang Yun's first insight into the existence of domains awakened by 7th tier ability users. No wonder it is said that those above the 7th tier are the true powerhouses. Fang Yun felt a surge of curiosity about what domain he might awaken. I noticed you selected 3 S-rank abilities at the start of the term. Mastery of ability cultivation methods is essential for everyone. The higher the tier, the better. However, having a high tier in other abilities does not always translate to superiority. Demonstrate your cultivated abilities for me, Zhao Gang instructed Fang Yun. Understood, Fang Yun replied. Chapter 10. Rebirth, the first grand competition of new beginnings Zhao Gang contemplated as he watched Fang Yun complete his demonstration. It has only been 2 months since he exchanged for his abilities, and has he truly mastered 2 of them already? It is highly likely that he has also grasped the cultivation method. Mastering 3 S-rank abilities in 2 months is impressive. Zhao Gang recalled his own experience, where he spent over 3 months to merely enter the basics of an S-rank ability, focusing solely on one. This individual not only cultivates abilities at an extraordinary pace, but his speed in mastering techniques is also beyond ordinary comprehension. Seeing Zhao Gang lost in thought, Fang Yun mistakenly believed he was progressing slowly and said, "The S-rank abilities are exceedingly difficult to master. It took me 2 months to just grasp the basics. I must have disappointed you, teacher." Coughing, Zhao Gang nearly choked on Fang Yun's words. Though he recognized it was unintentional, he maintained a stern expression and replied, "Excellent. Mastering the basics of 3 S-rank abilities in just 2 months is commendable. In comparison, I was not much better in my time. But you must continue to strive for improvement." "Yes," Fang Yun affirmed. Zhao Gang swiftly changed the subject, stating, "To rapidly elevate one's tier, battles against magical beasts are indispensable. Your offensive and agility techniques possess significant untapped potential, especially the technique of instantaneous movement, which holds immense promise. Next, I will impart to you a life-saving ability. Survival is paramount for a future. In battles against magical beasts, staying alive is the most crucial aspect." With that, Zhao Gang took out his phone and sent a file to Fang Yun. Fang Yun watched as Zhao Gang fiddled with his phone. Swallowing the words he had been about to say, Fang Yun had anticipated that Zhao Gang would, in a manner reminiscent of novels, directly impart his skills through telepathy. Using a mobile phone felt rather pedestrian. Zhao Gang cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yun and remarked, "What's the matter? Times are evolving, technology is advancing. It would be a pity not to utilize such a convenient device." Fang Yun examined the newly acquired ability, Regeneration S-Class Technique, which stimulated the rapid regeneration of one's cells by consuming supernatural energy to swiftly mend any inflicted injuries. The more severe the injury, the greater the expenditure of energy required. Upon reviewing the ability, Fang Yun felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. Previously, he had to be cautious not to exceed his limits while using the instant step, as overexertion could result in bodily harm. However, with the acquisition of regeneration, he realized he could utilize the instant step without fear of injury, as long as he avoided instant death. Zhao Gang addressed Fang Yun, stating, "Do not underestimate this S-class ability merely because of its high energy consumption. The limitations arise from the severity of injuries that may deplete the energy necessary for healing. Yet, despite these constraints, it has been rated as an S-class ability, underscoring its immense potential. As long as you exercise caution and avoid severe injuries, it will significantly enhance your survival capabilities." Fang Yun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Zhao Gang replied, "As your teacher, I have little more to impart. If you were an ordinary genius, I could help chart your future path, but for someone of your exceptional caliber, adhering to conventional wisdom would only constrain you. Thus, my role is merely to support you. You may utilize the school's training facilities without expending credits. Feel free to consult me with any queries, and return to your training diligently." "Understood." Fang Yun bowed respectfully to Zhao Gang before departing from the training ground. Zhao Gang mused to himself, "I have never practiced that ability myself, yet having bestowed the regeneration upon him, even if I cannot instruct him, it should not reflect poorly on me." Unbeknownst to Fang Yun, Zhao Gang's thoughts were far removed from his own. He was simply elated by the unexpected advantages offered by regeneration. Skill, regeneration, S-class, incomplete. Indeed, the current state of regeneration was incomplete. The fact that the system could display this meant that one could invest system points to complete it. System points. I shall venture into the wilderness after the upcoming tournament to amass them and enhance my abilities significantly. In the ensuing days, Fang Yun dedicated himself to studying the newly acquired regeneration. He discovered that employing it to heal injuries would increase his proficiency with the ability, which made the process straightforward. He merely needed to practice. Consequently, he took to inflicting minor wounds upon himself, reassured by the limitless energy provided by his supernatural power. However, this nearly sent Ling Xiaoya into a panic, as she feared her boyfriend had lost his mind, nearly considering sending him to a psychiatrist. After a thorough explanation, she dismissed that notion, though she still urged Fang Yun to take care of his health and not to overdo it. Observing Ling Xiaoya's lingering concern as she departed, glancing back thrice, Fang Yun resolved to be more mindful of his demeanor in her presence. Otherwise, she might mistakenly perceive him as a submissive individual. A misconception that would be irreparable. Today marked the day of the final competition for new students. Although it was merely a contest for the second place, the enthusiasm of the newcomers remained undiminished. On stage were the peak second-tier ability users, Xiaoqing and Yu Jing. Indeed, heroes abound like fish crossing a river. While students from other universities in their second and third years are just beginning to break through to the second tier. The freshman competition at the Imperial Capital University showcased two peak second-tier ability users, not to mention the extraordinary duo of Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya. Ultimately, Xiaoqing triumphed, decisively defeating Yu Jing with a perfected Class A sword technique. "Much appreciated," Xiaoqing said, clasping his fists in respect to Yu Jing. "Quite formidable, I concede," Yu Jing replied before descending from the stage. "Let us congratulate Xiaoqing on his resounding victory." A round of applause for him, the host announced exuberantly from the stands. "Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing." The crowd chanted as Xiaoqing expressed his gratitude to the audience before leaving the stage. Next, let us welcome Professor Lin to present the awards for the top 10. 10 individuals ascended the stage, yet the spotlight was not on the recently victorious Xiaoqing, but rather on Fang Yun, who led the procession. As Fang Yun made his way to the platform, a video of his battle against the earth-shattering bear played on the grand screen behind. The audience witnessed the intense exchanges of blows with the formidable creature, culminating in the moment Fang Yun delivered the decisive strike that felled the beast, the image frozen with the earth-shattering bear lying at Fang Yun's feet. At that instant, the spectators comprehended why Fang Yun did not require competition to secure the first place. Even Xiaoqing, the runner-up, might not withstand 3 strikes from the earth-shattering bear, let alone considering Fang Yun's prowess 2 months prior. How formidable must he be now? The audience erupted into fervent applause, recognizing Fang Yun's rightful claim to the top position. "Congratulations, Fang Yun," Lin Ruoshi said, presenting him with the trophy symbolizing his first-place achievement. "Thank you, Professor Lin," Fang Yun replied. And Lin Ruoshi smiled gently before proceeding to award the others. In the audience, Ling Xiaoya gazed at Fang Yun, who was the center of attention. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, feeling even more elated than if she had won first place herself. After the awards ceremony, at Fang Yun's residence, Ling Xiaoya examined his trophy from every angle. What is so captivating about it? Fang Yun inquired as he sat beside her. This is your first trophy. Holding special commemorative significance, I must capture this moment of historical importance, she declared, handing the trophy to Fang Yun. Together, they held the trophy, and Ling Xiaoya, phone in hand, said, "Say cheese." In the photograph, the two beamed beside the trophy, their faces radiating joy as they gazed at the camera. Chapter 11. National Competition Selection. Ling family turmoil following the freshman competition, the first-year students resumed their regular campus life. Mornings were devoted to theoretical classes, afternoons to practical training, and weekends were spent shopping and relaxing with friends and partners. Aside from attending classes daily with Ling Xiaoya, Fang Yun spends his weekends immersed in the wilderness zone. However, despite his efforts, the yield of system points remains less than satisfactory. Fang Yun has observed that the beasts in the Maple Leaf Wilderness Zone have become increasingly astute, fleeing at the slightest disturbance. The other wilderness zones either present excessive danger or feature beasts of too low a rank, resulting in Fang Yun mastering only one S-rank ability over the past 2 months. Name: Fang Yun rank, Peak Tier 3 ability, Enhancement 20 skills, Regeneration, S-rank, Beginner. Sang Yun Sky Splitter, S-rank, Proficient, System points, 270,000 mastering, an S-rank ability requires 500,000 system points. 500,000. Not even a cart could hold that much, let alone achieving mastery or perfection. Fang Yun wishes he could negotiate a lower price for system points. Ding. A message notification pings on his phone. Fang Yun opens it to find a message from Lin Ruoshi. Classmate Fang Yun, there is only 1 month left until the national competition selection. Are you interested in participating? The mention of the national competition reminds Fang Yun of the rewards for securing first place in the freshman competition, which included not only 10,000 credits, but also 3 A-rank resources. He had given all 3 A-rank resources to Ling Xiaoya. After all, he had no use for them. Cultivation? With an external aid. Why would he need to cultivate personally? The national competition is a grand event held by universities across the nation, where rankings determine the allocation of resources for the upcoming year. It sounds significant. However, for the Imperial Capital University, the resources allocated annually by the higher-ups are trivial. If it weren't for maintaining the esteemed reputation of the Imperial Capital University, they would likely refrain from sending participants altogether. What do you think? If you go, the 3rd and 4th year students stationed at the border won't be returning. Fang Yun wonders about the strength of participants from other universities. In previous years, teams typically consisted of Tier 4 leaders and Tier 3 members, with occasional Tier 2 participants. Meanwhile, Magic City University and Suang University send teams led by Tier 5 leaders, with members ranging from Tier 5 to Tier 4. You hold me in too high regard. Tier 4 isn't a problem, but Tier 5 is beyond my capability. I will have Xiaoya return. Don't worry. Isn't Xiaoya your only disciple? I merely guide her. I have not formally accepted her as a disciple. Oh, I see. What is your senior strength? Tier 6. 6. Fang Yun agrees to participate, considering how much Professor Lin has assisted him and the fact that she is also Xiaoya's teacher. Declining would be quite unbecoming. Moreover, with a Tier 6 senior to support him, he can't help but chuckle at the thought of how participants from other universities would react upon encountering her. Returning to the task submission area, Fang Yun retrieves the beast materials he has collected from his spatial ring. The senior at the front desk, observing the young disciple who visits weekly, remarks, "You are truly impressive, coming to the wilderness zone every week without rest. You must take care of your health." "Thank you, senior. I am robust and strong. These minor beasts pose no challenge for me." With a chuckle, the junior humorously handed Fang Yun his student card, revealing a total of 134,000 credits. "Take good care of it." "Thank you, senior," Fang Yun replied, pocketing the card. He departed from the task submission area and opened his phone to check his credits. 1,053,121 points. Having a storage ring was indeed a convenience. He no longer had to discard low-value monster materials due to lack of space, and he could carry a few sets of clean clothes, freeing him from the wild appearance he once had. He cherished Xiao Yu even more now. Hey! Suddenly, Ling Xiaoya playfully tapped Fang Yun from behind. Just as he thought of her, she appeared. Ling Xiaoya, noticing Fang Yun's abrupt stillness, nervously circled around to face him. Huh! Fang Yun exclaimed, startling Ling Xiaoya into jumping. He couldn't help but laugh heartily at her reaction. You're insufferable, she declared, playfully hitting his chest with her hand. What brings you here? Fang Yun inquired, seizing her hand. Can't I come to see you for no reason? Ling Xiaoya pouted. The teacher wants me to participate in the national competition and asked me to inform you about the important details. Oh, what are the details? Isn't it just about defeating them all? Humph, I knew you'd say that. The teacher mentioned that the national competition consists of 2 phases, individual battles and team battles. In individual battles, each side sends out 1 person to compete in turns until one side has no participants left. Team battles are 5v5. The teacher wants you to let others have more opportunities to participate and gain experience, rather than fighting alone from start to finish. Wait, does that mean I'm the team leader? What about the senior? Senior Xianbing doesn't handle the affairs. She is only here to ensure that the Imperial Capital University secures first place. I can't manage anything either. The teacher anticipated you would think this way, which is why I was sent to assist you. Now thank Xiaoyu. Ling Xiaoya said with a hint of pride. Yes, Xiaoyu is the best. Humph, that lacks sincerity. You owe me a spicy hot pot tonight. All right, don't mention hot pot. I'll eat anything. Bah, as if I let you. The two playfully bickered as they left the school, heading towards the spicy hot pot restaurant that Ling Xiaoya had found early in the morning. Ling Zhan, have you considered the matter of the marriage alliance? In the Ling family conference room, a dozen individuals sat facing each other. One person directed a question at Ling Zhan, who occupied the main seat. Marriage alliance? What marriage alliance? You're getting married? I never expected you, at your age, to still be so youthful. Congratulations, Ling Zhan replied, absent-mindedly scratching his ear. Ling Zhan. The speaker slammed their hand on the table and stood up. Stop with the nonsense. You know what I'm talking about. Ling Zhan nonchalantly retorted, what about it? You want to discuss a marriage alliance? He then scoffed lightly. You. Ling pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Zhan. Calm yourself. Ling Yi. And you as well, Ling Zhan, spoke the middle-aged man seated to Ling Zhan's left. The matter of the union is not solely your personal affair. It concerns the entire Ling family and our future. Ling Zhan, however, remained nonchalant. Who agreed to this union? Who desires it? With whom should we unite? What era are we living in that we still adhere to such antiquated customs? The Ling family has transformed. Who can uphold its legacy now? You too, despite your injuries, can barely muster any strength, perhaps 1 or 2 points. The young master of the Long family has explicitly requested to marry Ling Xiaoya. What do we possess to refuse them? Who among us can withstand the 3-peak 8th-tier members of the Long family? Ling Zhan's demeanor shifted as he asserted, I care not for your opinions. A union is utterly out of the question for me. If those 3 from the Long family dare to come, I shall see how many return. With that, Ling Zhan strode out of the conference room, disregarding the others. Look at Ling Zhan's attitude, exclaimed the Grand Elder. He vanishes for over a decade, and upon his return, he shows no consideration for the Ling family. This is hardly the behavior of a family head. Indeed, others chimed in. Ling Zhan should relinquish his position. The Grand Elder has diligently nurtured the Ling family for years and has finally established a connection with the Long family. It would be prudent for the Grand Elder to assume the role of family head for the betterment of our future. Agreement rippled through the crowd as they lavished praise upon the Grand Elder. Ling Yi observed the Grand Elder's smile, which fueled their enthusiasm, culminating in a shared laughter. Chapter 12. Contestants, Xianbing after indulging in spicy hot pot. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya returned to their dormitory and opened the past national competition footage sent by Lin Ruoxi. Fang Yun promptly skipped the trivial matches and focused on the recordings of the competitions involving Beijing University, Magic City University, and Swan University. There is something here, Fang Yun murmured. The screen displayed the semifinals of the previous national competition, featuring a fierce showdown between Magic City University and Swan University. Both teams boasted 10 main combatants, all at the 5th tier, with their captains at the peak of the 5th tier. The strength of each side was evenly matched, with every member possessing at least 1 S-level entry ability. The personal battles dwindled down to just the 2 captains, where Magic City's captain, having concealed a trump card, deftly employed an S-level ability to outmaneuver Suhong's captain, thus clinching victory. with the momentum of their individual triumph. Magic City University ultimately secured victory in the team battle against Beijing University. Upon opening the final confrontation video, Fang Yun could only exclaim, "Are there more experts?" The previous year's captain of Beijing University was none other than Gu Qingfeng, leader of the Demon Slayer squad, renowned for their exploits on the border battlefield. Each of his 4 team members was not below the 6th tier, and they had even vanquished a 7th-tier beast, earning a formidable reputation throughout the realm. Among the 5 main combatants, 3 hailed from the Demon Slayer squad, including the peak 6th-tier captain. What a formidable challenge awaits. After a symbolic act of defiance, the University of Magic City swiftly capitulated, allowing the Imperial Capital University to retain its championship title. As Fang Yun perused the results of previous national competitions, he noted a marked normalization. The universities outside the 3 major institutions continued to perform consistently, with teams led by 4th-tier competitors, occasionally featuring a few 4th-tier members. Meanwhile, both Magic City University and Suang University fielded teams led by 5th-tier competitors, with 1 or 2 5th-tier members among the rest being 4th-tier. In contrast, the Imperial Capital University boasted teams led by 6th-tier competitors, with either 2 peak 5th-tier or 6th-tier participants, supplemented by a few second-year students. The previous competition had been exceptionally formidable, raising the overall level of the national contest. It was unlikely such an extreme occurrence would repeat. With the national competition selection event only a month away, and the 3 top-tier universities exempt from this selection, Fang Yun realized that his own competition would occur 2 months later, coinciding with the winter break. Glancing at his peak 3rd-tier status, he felt a tinge of discomfort. Calculating the time until his birthday, which was just a month away, turning 19 seemed a reasonable milestone for breaking into the 4th tier. In the following days, Fang Yun maintained his routine, venturing into the Maple Leaf Wilderness area to accumulate system points every weekend, while attending classes with Ling Xiaoye from Monday to Friday, right up until the week before the national competition selection. "Brother Fang Yun, the professor asked me to tell you to visit her," Ling Xiaoye announced, bounding over to him. "All right, what does Professor Lin want with me?" Fang Yun inquired as he walked alongside the lovely girl. "Senior Xianbing has returned. She wants you to meet her. The candidates for the 2nd-year competition have also been finalized, and the professor would like you to take Senior Xianbing to meet the participating students after your introduction." Ling Xiaoye replied cheerfully. Upon reaching Professor Lin Ruoshi's office, they found another young woman present, with long, pale blue hair cascading down her back. She wore a white shirt that accentuated her snow-white complexion and a pair of jeans that highlighted her slender legs, completed by pale blue high heels that elevated her stature. Xianbing greeted them with a warm smile. "Fang Yun, Xiaoye, this is Xianbing, a 4th-year student, and your senior," Professor Lin introduced. "Hello, senior," they chorused in unison. "Greetings to you both, Junior Fang Yun and Sister Xiaoye," Xianbing responded gently. "Senior Xianbing will be staying at the school for a while, so I would like you to take her along to the national competition. Please introduce her to the other participants," Professor Lin instructed. "Yes, Professor," Fang Yun affirmed. Turning to Xianbing. "Shall we go, senior?" "Certainly," Xianbing replied. The 3 proceeded towards the teaching building, where they spotted 4 students gathered outside, presumably the remaining participants. "I heard that this time the team is led by a 1st-year student. Shin, what do you think?" A rather diminutive boy asked his companion. "I'll just observe," came the reply. "Sakura, what about you?" he queried the only girl in their midst. "She is quite good-looking," she responded. The young man soon discovered that 3 individuals were approaching them. "Greetings, I am Fang Yun, and this is Ling Xiaoye beside me, while this is Senior Xianbing," Fang Yun introduced. "Hello," the previously silent young man suddenly spoke up. "Fang Yun, let us engage in a duel." Fang Yun gazed at the senior with a smile and replied, "Very well." With a resounding impact, a figure was sent flying off the stage. As Fang Yun slowly retracted his right hand, the one hurled from the platform was indeed the senior who had issued the challenge, and he was swiftly defeated. Qingyu, rising from the ground, addressed Fang Yun. "I have met the captain. The 3 of them wished to witness your prowess but could not muster the courage, so I volunteered to fight." Fang Yun smiled at Qingyu and the others, asking, "And now?" The 4 exchanged glances and in unison declared, "We have met the captain." Qingyu, who was also at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, was effortlessly dispatched by Fang Yun in a single move, appearing almost effortless, as if it were child's play. Despite Fang Yun's seemingly relaxed defeat of Qingyu, he had secretly activated the 2nd stage. which accounted for his apparent ease in overcoming a fellow third-tier pinnacle. Of course, even without engaging the second stage, he could still achieve a swift victory. But it would require employing his marksmanship, which would have kept him from appearing so nonchalant. Through their introductions, Fang Yun learned their names. The one who had been defeated was Qin Yu, the slightly shorter one was Shen Yi. The one referred to as Brother Chen was Chen Cheng, and the sole female among them was Ying Bai. All four possessed strength at the pinnacle of the third tier. However, they had all trained in S-level abilities. Even a typical fourth-tier ability user would find themselves able to contend with them. This distinction highlights the differences between top-tier academies and others, where, while not every student, the vast majority can cultivate S-level abilities, as opposed to other institutions where only the most exceptional talents may achieve such feats. After getting acquainted, they each returned to their respective tasks. Ling Xiaoya went to submit the competition roster to Lin Ruoxi. Fang Yun returned to the dormitory to practice his marksmanship, and Xianbing continued with her mission. Xianbing had returned to the academy to trace the whereabouts of the beast god cult within the capital. They had apprehended a member of the cult at the border, who, under the influence of a memory restoration technique, revealed the presence of cult members in the capital. Though he could not specify who they were or their intentions, leaving the task of investigation to others. However, with the capital being so vast, how could one conduct such an inquiry? The mere thought of this task made Xuanbing's head throb. She longed for its conclusion, feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 13. The date tomorrow marks the birthday of Brother Fang Yun. What gift should I present? Ling Xiaoya pondered this small dilemma during class. Xiaoya, what are you thinking about? Her deskmate, Li Xiang, leaned in to ask. Musi, what do you think is an appropriate gift for a boy's birthday? Li Xiang had become a friend to Ling Xiaoya during their time at university, growing closer due to their shared desk. Let me guess. Is it the boy you strolled hand in hand with on the playground last time? Indeed. Does he have any particular interests? As Ling Xiaoya reminisced about Fang Yun's life, she recalled how she had always followed him as a child, declaring that she would marry him when she grew up, while Fang Yun was solely preoccupied with vanquishing demon beasts. As they matured, Ling Xiaoya adopted Fang Yun's interests when he became enamored with online novels. She too secretly indulged in reading them, even inquiring which female character he favored, attempting to emulate her appearance. She also clandestinely learned to cook for him. Although her culinary skills were lacking, the sight of Fang Yun pinching his nose to eat her creations brought her immense joy. Lost in thought, she wore a mysterious smile. Beside her, Li Xiang observed her friend's infatuated demeanor and wished that those infatuated admirers of Ling Xiaoya could witness their goddess in such a lovesick state, utterly hopeless. Perhaps it was best to bury such feelings. Li Xiang shook Ling Xiaoya out of her reverie. Come back to reality. Ahem. Instantly, Ling Xiaoya adopted a facade of aloofness. Still pretending? Wipe your drool. Flustered, Ling Xiaoya hurriedly dabbed at the corner of her mouth, exclaiming, Where did this drool come from? Li Xiang chuckled. So? Have you thought about what he likes? Vanquishing demon beasts? What kind of interest is that? Sighing, Li Xiang suggested, Why don't you two go on a date? A date? Yes, a date. I know you often hang out together, but a date is different. Lean in, let me tell you. Ling Xiaoya leaned closer, and Li Xiang whispered conspiratorially. Before long, Ling Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression one of astonishment. Musi you. Ling Xiaoya gazed at Li Xiang in disbelief. I read it in a book. Trust me, it's foolproof. After class, Ling Xiaoya's mind echoed with Li Xiang's whispered words, her embarrassment growing as she patted her cheeks before seeking out Fang Yun. What is wrong with you today? You seem a bit off, Fang Yun inquired, noticing Ling Xiaoya's distracted demeanor. Oh, nothing at all. Ling Xiaoya, sensing Fang Yun's skeptical gaze, continued, By the way, tomorrow is your birthday. Let us go out and celebrate. ISNT at Wednesday? How can we go out? Don't worry. I've already arranged for a leave with the teacher. Ling Xiaoya confidently replied, patting her chest. That works too. Hee. Tomorrow, your tour guide Xiaoya will ensure you have an unforgettable birthday. All right, tour guide Xiaoya, I shall follow your lead. The next day, Ling Xiaoya arrived early at the school gate, having meticulously prepared her appearance and donned light makeup. After waiting for a while, she was greeted by Fang Yun's surprised exclamation. Wow, where did this fairy come from? Hee. Ling Xiaoya beamed at Fang Yun's compliment, pleased with herself. Only you know how to flatter. Come, follow your tour guide Xiaoya for an unforgettable birthday. Yes, tour guide Xiaoya. Throughout the morning, Ling Xiaoya introduced Fang Yun to distinctive local breakfast delicacies. While they were indeed unique, their flavors left much to be desired. Ling Xiaoya took a bite and frowned, offering the rest to Fang Yun. Following closely behind her, Fang Yun observed as she sampled a variety of breakfast items, most of which she consumed only halfway before passing them on to him. After finishing their breakfast, the two strolled through the park, digesting their meal, occasionally finding solace on a bench, nestled together while watching the elderly practice Tai Chi the older folks. Upon seeing the couple, couldn't he help but smile knowingly. At noon, they lunched at a cozy restaurant designed for couples. Fang Yun glanced around at the numerous affectionate pairs before settling his gaze on Ling Xiaoya, who pretended to be engrossed in her meal. It seemed he understood something, though he chose not to reveal it. After their meal, they headed straight to the aquarium to witness the orca performance. As Ling Xiaoya sat in the front row, she purchased an umbrella from the aquarium. As expected, when the orca splashed its powerful tail, a deluge of water surged towards the audience, prompting Ling Xiaoya to dive into Fang Yun's embrace. He opened the umbrella, shielding them from the oncoming spray. Watching the beauty in his arms shaking her head in exasperation, he pondered who truly was the hunter and who the prey. Upon exiting the aquarium, Ling Xiaoya stretched languidly. The orca is truly adorable. Though the sudden splashes were a bit startling, she remarked, glancing at Fang Yun. Let us see if you'll sit in the front row next time. Hey, I have you, brother Fang Yun, with me, she chirped. Fang Yun, gazing at the charming girl before him, sighed. Where to next, tour guide Xiaoya? Let me check, she said, pulling out a small notebook. Next, we shall go to the cinema. With enthusiasm, she grasped Fang Yun's hand, and they set off towards the movie theater. Are you sure you want to watch this? Fang Yun asked, eyeing the poster for Peach Blossom Hero vs. Chrysanthemum Monster. Absolutely. The reviews online are stellar. Come on, brother Fang Yun, she coaxed, shaking his hand playfully. Look, a rating of 39. Who can resist that? What do you think? Isn't it great? It's indeed quite good, he conceded. I told you so. Dare you question tour guide Xiaoya again? She exclaimed, playfully shaking the hand she held. All right. I shouldn't have doubted you, tour guide Xiaoya. Where to next? Let us go. I found a restaurant online that is supposed to be amazing, Ling Xiaoya urged, leading Fang Yun toward the restaurant. The establishment appeared quite upscale. Fang Yun accepted the menu Ling Xiaoya handed him and thought to himself that the prices were equally lavish. However, for this couple, dining here 3 times a day was merely a trifle. As he noticed the girl across from him intently watching him eat, he remarked, What are you staring at? It's time to eat. Ling Xiaoya, feeling a touch disheartened, replied, What do you think of today, brother Fang Yun? I think it has been wonderful. I've had a great time, especially with you as my guide, he responded, feigning ignorance. All right then, she said with a smile. Ling Xiaoya, lost in thought, absent-mindedly consumed the dishes before her. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited her spirit, and she swiftly finished her meal, turning to Fang Yun and exclaiming, There's south one last place for us to visit. Fang Yun, observing Ling Xiaoya's renewed enthusiasm, responded with a smile, As you wish. Before the Ferris wheel at the amusement park, Ling Xiaoya eagerly declared to Fang Yun, Brother Fang Yun, let us ride this one. All right. Amidst the bustling crowd, a middle-aged man, appearing as a weary office worker, gazed intently at Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya from a distance, producing a photograph from his pocket. He cast a glance at Ling Xiaoya. Target number 1, he thought, noting the formidable presence of a peak-level adversary nearby. It matters not. Encountering me is your misfortune. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged toward the pair, exuding an aura of immense power. Fang Yun, perceiving the imminent threat, instinctively positioned himself in front of Ling Xiaoya, activating his abilities and channeling his full regenerative strength. Ling Xiaoya, witnessing Fang Yun's protective stance, managed to encase him in a layer of solid ice before being propelled away by the force of the collision. Clinging tightly to Fang Yun, they struck the ground with a heavy thud, and a surge of pain coursed through her body. Blood spurted onto Fang Yun's back as she gasped, Brother Fang Yun. With a dull thud, panic erupted among the surrounding crowd, scattering in all directions. The middle-aged office worker, seizing the moment, prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Suddenly, the air before him warped, and Lin Ruoshi rushed onto the scene. Spotting Ling Xiaoya cradling Fang Yun on the ground, she seethed, You seek death. Without any visible effort, the middle-aged man found himself immobilized, unable to move. A manic grin spread across the man's face as he proclaimed, "One day, the great beast god shall descend and annihilate you ignorant humans." Ha ha ha. With that, he detonated, exploding into a cloud of chaos. Regaining his senses, Fang Yun, bolstered by his abilities and the support of limitless energy, turned to embrace Ling Xiaoya, his voice laced with concern. "Xiaoya? Xiaoya, are you all right?" Cough, cough. Ling Xiaoya murmured weakly, "I'm fine." Fang Yun reassured her, "As long as you're fine, that's all that matters." Yet, soon he heard her muffled sobs. "What's wrong? Are you hurt badly? I'll take you to the hospital immediately." "No, no," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. "If only I hadn't insisted on going out with you, you wouldn't be hurt. You don't seem happy either." "I'm so sorry, brother Fang Yun." Before she could finish her lament, Fang Yun silenced her with a gentle kiss, saying, "It's not your fault, Xiaoya. You are wonderful. I've enjoyed today immensely. And I know we're on a date. I was planning a surprise for you. So please, don't cry." Slowly, her sobs began to subside. After a moment, Lin Ruoshi approached the two, observing Fang Yun's calm demeanor. She opened her mouth to speak, but remained silent. Fang Yun reflected on the final words of the middle-aged office worker. The beast god cult. This matter is far from over. Chapter 14. The three heresies. The patient merely experienced a brief shock, compounded by excessive emotional turmoil, leading to her fainting. A few days of rest would suffice for her recovery, the doctor informed Fang Yun and the hastily arrived couple, Ling Zhan and his wife. "Thank you, doctor." Fang Yun gazed at the frail young girl lying on the hospital bed, the harsh fluorescent light illuminating her features, rendering her complexion even more pallid. "Xiaoya is not in any grave danger, Fang. You should also return and rest," Ling Zhan advised, patting Fang Yun on the shoulder. Ling Zhan noted the bloodstains that marred Fang Yun's attire, with the fabric around his arms entirely absent, revealing his slightly pale skin. This disheveled appearance was far more alarming than Ling Xiaoya's condition. Though he could not fathom why Fang Yun seemed unfazed, the severity of his injuries spoke volumes. "Very well, Uncle Ling, Aunt Ling, goodbye. Take care, and ensure you rest early," replied Ling's mother, who had remained silent until now. Once Fang Yun departed, Ling Zhan erupted. "Why did the beast god sect scoundrels appear in the capital? And how did Xiaoya's information get leaked? Are those in the intelligence department a bunch of fools? Can even a 7th-tier ability user slip through their grasp?" "Calm down. We will receive an explanation regarding this matter," Ling's wife interjected. Thanks to little Fang Yun, had he not intercepted the attack from the 7th-tier ability user, Xiaoya would have been in grave peril. Ling Zhan gradually composed himself, his expression one of astonishment as he remarked, "When did this boy become so formidable? To withstand a blow from a ranked ability user at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier without sustaining serious injury. There must be some secret at play." Ling's mother shot him a disapproving glance, stating, "What secret? Did you not bestow upon Fang Yun a protective talisman that enabled him to withstand the attack from the 7th-tier ability user? A protective talisman? Where did I acquire such a thing? Oh, indeed, I did give Fang Yun a protective item. My foresight has truly aided us in navigating this assault unscathed." Seeing Ling Zhan so attuned to the situation, Ling's mother nodded with satisfaction, her gaze then shifting to Ling Xiaoya with concern. A soft whimper escaped Ling Xiaoya as she stirred awake on the hospital bed. Ling Zhan and his wife rushed to her side. "Xiaoya, you're awake. Is there anywhere that still hurts?" "Father, mother," Ling Xiaoya said, looking at her parents before scanning the surroundings. "Where is brother Fang Yun? Is he all right?" Ling Zhan's expression became vividly animated, retorting irritably, "That rascal is not dead." Hearing this, Xiaoya immediately grew anxious. "What has happened to brother Fang Yun?" Ling's mother pinched Ling Zhan lightly and spoke softly. "Little Fang Yun is fine. He was the one who brought you to the hospital. He looked quite exhausted, so we allowed him to leave for now." "That is a relief," Xiaoya sighed, her tension easing. Ling's mother observed that her daughter's heart was entirely intertwined with Fang Yun's well-being and playfully nudged her. "You are so concerned about your brother Fang Yun. How are you faring? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" "Hee hee," Ling Xiaoya smiled innocently. "I am perfectly fine." "Dear," Ling Mu gazed at her daughter, saying, "You should rest well. I will stay here with you tonight." Ling Xiaoya replied, and soon after, she fell asleep on the hospital bed. Ling Mu exchanged a glance with Ling Zhan, who nodded and exited the ward. After leaving the hospital, Fang Yun took out her phone to contact Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi had returned home when Ling Zhan and his wife arrived. "Professor Lin, What is the situation regarding the beast god cult? Fang Yun inquired. She had only seen the beast god cult mentioned on television, mostly in foreign reports. The beast god cult advocates that there exists a beast god who reigns supreme over all beasts, and one day, this deity will descend upon Blue Star to bring about its destruction. Ha, she scoffed. The cult primarily operates within the Federated Territories, led by a high priest, 3 main bishops, and 12 envoys. The high priest and the 3 main bishops are all of the 8th tier, while the 12 envoys are all at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Fang Yun was taken aback. Such formidable strength from a cult? She wondered. Among the 3 major cults, the beast god cult is considered the weakest, with the first-ranking New World hinting at the presence of an extraordinary being behind the scenes. Fang Yun had only previously heard of these 3 cults by name. This was her first direct encounter with such information. However, her primary concern remained the beast god cult. Is there any news of the beast god cult existing domestically? The 3 major cults primarily operate outside of Xia country, as they dare not create chaos within our borders with Master Xia Kong overseeing things. So what is the situation now? After a brief pause, Lin Ruoshi replied. There is a traitor among the higher-ups who has concealed the attacker's whereabouts. It was he who betrayed Xiaoya's information. How classic. There are always some beasts who delight in turning against their own kind. Why? We have already identified the suspect. We will soon know his intentions. Fang Yun put away her phone and gazed at the darkened sky for a moment before continuing towards the school. I am still too weak. In the dead of night, the usually silent manor was ablaze with light, surrounded by a throng of supernatural beings armed with various weapons. They have finally arrived. The elderly man within the manor turned to face Xiajia. The elder surveyed the surroundings and called out, "Is it just you? Everyone, come out." 2 more figures emerged from the shadows, subtly encircling the elder. Heh, it seems I still hold some influence. Xiajia observed the elder before asking, Why? Why what? Why betray the information regarding Ling Xiaoya? Why send someone to assassinate her? The elder slowly approached Xiajia, stating, because it would be difficult to manage her once that little girl grows up. The 3 men grew vigilant as they watched the elder draw closer, their domains slowly expanding. The elder seemed oblivious, his expression gradually becoming sinister as he roared, because that damned wretch growing up will obstruct the plans of the beast god. All beings that could potentially influence the beast god must be eradicated, not just that wretch. The Federal Space Controller and the ancestral beast inheritor of the Bear Nation deserve death. They all must perish. Xiajia and his companions gazed at the deranged elder, preparing to subdue him together. You know nothing at all. The beast god will surely descend. I have already encountered the beast god. All will perish. I shall await you below. With that, without granting the trio a moment to react, he opted for self-detonation. The 3 activated their domains to mitigate the explosive aftermath. They beheld the spot where the elder had stood, now a deep pit, the echoes of his final words reverberating in their ears. Ding ding. Fang Yun took out his phone and checked the message from Lin Ruoshi. After a moment of silence, he summoned the long-forgotten system. Allocate points. Chapter 15. The desolate wilds at dusk in the early morning. Within the hospital room, Fang Yun sat beside Ling Xiaoya's bed, peeling an apple with a knife. Ling Xiaoya watched the apple skin elongate with the passing time, her gaze flickering before the skin finally snapped in 2. Brother Fang Yun, you have lost. Fang Yun looked at the fruit knife in his hand, which radiated a slight chill, and sighed. All right, Princess Xia, what would you have me do? Ling Xiaoya gazed at her beloved, who was willing to indulge her, and declared, I want to go out, no, but I haven't finished speaking yet. Aunt Lu specifically instructed me to ensure you rest properly. You should stay here for a few days. Mother can be so unreasonable. I'm perfectly fine and could be discharged. Ling Xiaoya pulled the blanket over her head, sulking. Fang Yun yanked the blanket away and placed the peeled apple before her. All right, eat your apple. Ling Xiaoya took a large bite of the apple, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. After finishing, she squinted her eyes, urging Fang Yun to continue feeding her. After coaxing Ling Xiaoya to sleep, Fang Yun stepped outside the room, where Lu Yu, Ling's mother, stood at the door, watching over her slumbering daughter. Aunt Lu, you've worked hard. Thank you, Xiao Fang Yun. Last night, the little girl cried and said she wanted to see you, so I called you over this morning. It's nothing, Aunt Lu. I also care for Xiaoya. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu revealed a subtle smile. Fang Yun felt a bit overwhelmed and said, Aunt Lu, I shall take my leave now. With that, he fled in haste. Lu Yu observed Fang Yun's retreating figure and mused, "How absurd. Little Fang Yun. Only one night has passed, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the fourth stage." With that, she approached Ling Xiaoya's bedside and remarked, "All right, stop pretending." Xiaoya had already fallen asleep, softly snoring. She buried her head in the blanket, her mind replaying Fang Yun's words. "I also care for Xiaoya." Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. If Lu Yu were to see her like this, she would surely be teased mercilessly. "You have been granted a month's leave." Lin Ruoshi sent a message. "Thank you, Professor Lin. May I inquire what you plan to do?" "I intend to venture into the wilds for some training." "Very well." Fang Yun turned off his phone and examined the system panel. Name: Fang Yun. Rank: Peak Level 4. Ability: Enhancement 20. Skills: Panwu Force, Regeneration, S-Class, Mastery. Sungyun Sky Splitter, Special, Infinite Energy, System Value, 100,000. This incident made Fang Yun acutely aware of the vast distance he had yet to traverse to become a true powerhouse. The hurried strike of a 7th-tier ability user had nearly overwhelmed him, and it was only through his utmost efforts, along with Professor Lin's timely arrival and the advantage of infinite energy, that he managed to survive such grievous injuries. Without them, his regeneration would have been utterly inadequate. Fang Yun prepared his supplies and equipment, hailing a taxi to the Luanxiao Wilderness Zone in the 2nd District of the Imperial Capital. The Luanxiao Wilderness Zone is one of the few areas within Xia country that harbors 6th-tier beasts, the highest tier permitted within the nation. Any 7th-tier or higher creatures are to be exterminated or expelled. Upon reaching the Luanxiao Wilderness Zone, the soldiers on duty were somewhat taken aback. As it was rare for such a young ability user to venture here alone, most would accompany higher-tier users. Nevertheless, the soldiers allowed Fang Yun to pass, as long as he posed no threat to the wilderness. With the White Dragon's song in hand, Fang Yun strolled through the ruins of the city, occasionally encountering other ability user teams also honing their skills in the wilderness. However, each had their own objectives, and they merely exchanged greetings out of shared humanity. Suddenly, 3 beasts sprang forth from Fang Yun's blind spot, and in a flash, he dispatched them with 3 resounding thuds. Ding. System value: 10,000. System value: 10,000. System value: 150,000. The 3 5th-tier beasts were effortlessly vanquished. Fang Yun approached their lifeless forms, collecting materials from each, muttering, 80,000 credits, 80,000 credits. Oh, 130,000 credits? Gazing at the sunset in the distance, Fang Yun ascended to a tall building. True to its name, the Luanxiao Wilderness Zone offered a sunset view unmatched by any other locale. He took several photos to share with Ling Xiaoya, knowing that sending them now would surely invite her gentle reprimands. After savoring the scenery, Fang Yun resumed his quest for monsters. The wilderness at night posed far greater dangers than during the day. The air was filled with the distant roars of beasts, and even elite teams of ability users seldom hunted at night due to the myriad uncertainties. Yet, Fang Yun continued his pursuit of beasts, undeterred by the darkness. For infinite energy and regeneration were formidable allies. As he hastened through the night, Fang Yun suddenly halted, sensing an unsettling silence enveloping him. Standing still, he turned around to behold a demon wolf approaching with deliberate slowness. Its nonchalant demeanor suggested it regarded him with utter disdain. Indeed, a 6th-tier creature would find it almost trivial to deal with a peak 4th-tier user, contemplating only how to feast upon him afterward. Fang Yun gazed at the approaching demon wolf, activating his extraordinary abilities as he charged forward with his firearm, a maniacal grin adorning his face. Ever since he acquired the power of regeneration, he had become increasingly deranged, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of clashing with the beasts. Previously, he would evade the attacks of these creatures to avoid injury, understanding that any wound might signify the end of his monster-slaying journey. However, now, barring the formidable attacks from the beasts, he found himself too lethargic to dodge. He would simply endure the blows thanks to his regeneration, which seemed inexhaustible. This not only brought him immense satisfaction, but also enhanced his proficiency in regeneration, creating a win-win scenario. The moon-chasing demon wolf, infuriated by Fang Yun's audacity in charging toward it rather than fleeing, swiftly dodged the thrust of his gun and retaliated with a powerful lash of its tail, sending Fang Yun soaring through the air. Yet, as he fell, he steadied himself with his long spear, landing gracefully on the ground. the wounds from the strike already healing midair. Ha ha ha, bring it on again. Fang Yun Sky Splitter. The entry-level skill was executed with fluidity, and the moon-chasing demon wolf soon bore numerous wounds, appearing increasingly disheveled, while Fang Yun remained unscathed, save for some tattered clothing. Seeing its condition, the demon wolf attempted another collision with Fang Yun, using the momentum to retreat. It howled skyward, illuminated by the moonlight, as its fur grew denser and the minor wounds healed rapidly, enhancing its physique. With blood-red eyes fixed intently on Fang Yun, it lowered itself slightly. Oh, so you've entered the second phase, Fang Yun remarked, observing the wolf's transformation. He raised his spear and dashed toward his opponent. The second phase moon-chasing demon wolf exhibited a remarkable increase in speed and self-healing capabilities, yet for Fang Yun, it made little difference. He kept pace with its speed, and in terms of regeneration, he was leagues ahead, resulting in a protracted stalemate. It was not until dawn broke that a victor emerged. Fang Yun, brimming with energy, looked at the nearly collapsed demon wolf and shook his head. Oh dear brother, you're not quite up to par. We've barely scratched the surface. I could keep this up for a month. The demon wolf, lacking the strength to retort, merely wished for Fang Yun to conclude the encounter swiftly. It had attempted to flee before, but even with its innate skills activated, it could not escape this relentless human, who clung to it tenaciously. Observing the demon wolf's inability to resist, Fang Yun pierced its skull with his spear, and in its final moments, a flicker of relief crossed the wolf's eyes. Ding. System value, 150,000 Chapter 16. Competition rules. After his meal, Fang Yun continued his quest to hunt beasts for system points. He realized that slaying 6th-tier beasts was far from advantageous. While they lacked the myriad flashy abilities of their lower-tier counterparts, the sheer vitality they possessed was not easily overcome. After a night of battling the moon-chasing demon wolf, Fang Yun desired to conclude his opponents swiftly. Yet he lacked the means to obliterate the 6th-tier vitality in a single strike. Henceforth, he resolved to focus on hunting 5th-tier beasts, avoiding 6th-tier ones whenever possible. With a resolute objective, Fang Yun navigated through the ruins of the city, in search of traces left by 5th-tier demon beasts. He retracted his bloodless white dragon's lament and began collecting materials from the fallen creature before him. It had been over 20 days since Fang Yun ventured into the Twilight Wasteland, and it was time for him to return. After storing the materials, he greeted a distant team of ability users and turned to leave. Captain, is he the one who has caused such unrest in the Twilight Wasteland over the past 20 days? Remarked a short-haired girl from the team, addressing her leader, Anrin. It must be him, Anrin replied, gazing at the corpse of the slain 6th-tier demon beast. Only he possesses the strength to single-handedly defeat a 6th-tier beast. Remarkable. But he doesn't appear to be very old, observed another team member. High-tier ability users age slowly. Perhaps he simply looks youthful, Anrin explained. By the way, Captain, the national competition is about to commence. Should we go watch? At the mention of the national competition, Anrin momentarily lost her focus before responding. Let us go see the national competition. Yay! Cheered not only the short-haired girl, but also the other 3 members of the team. You all are something else, Anrin said, shaking her head in exasperation. After leaving the Twilight Wasteland, Fang Yun accessed his system panel to review his gains. Name: Fang Yun Tier. Peak 5th-tier ability. Enhancement 20 skills. Martial Arts Mastery, S-Class Beginner. Azure Sky Shattering Strike, S-Class Major Achievement. Instant Step, S-Class Major Achievement. Regeneration, S-Class Proficient. System Points, 300. 000. After incessantly battling day and night for over 20 days, whether slaying demon beasts or traversing to confront them, his tier had risen swiftly. Though the progression of his abilities was somewhat unsatisfactory due to the exorbitant cost of system points required. However, despite their steep price, the effectiveness was commendable. The Azure Sky Shattering Strike at a major achievement level could deliver a fatal blow to a 6th-tier beast if it struck a vital area, let alone those below 6th tier. Coupled with the major achievement of Instant Step, should he encounter the Moonchaser Demon Wolf again, he could dispatch it within 3 strikes. Upon arriving at the task submission area of the Imperial Capital University, Fang Yun had long grown accustomed to the peculiar gaze of the front desk senior. Junior, every time I see you, I wonder if I'm still living in reality. Such remarkable individuals cannot exist in the real world, she remarked as she returned his identification card. Senior, in truth, I am the heir of a cosmic ruling power, accidentally stranded on Blue Star. If you v me 50, I shall appoint you as my chief general. Ha ha ha. Junior, you are truly amusing. By the way, you must be participating in this national competition, right? Indeed, what of it? Senior? The senior at the front desk glanced around and waved for Fang Yun to come closer. She remarked, I have heard that someone from Magic City University has boldly declared that they are certain to win the championship in this national competition, suggesting that the students of Imperial Capital University should surrender early for a more dignified exit. Oh my, who is so audacious? Fang Yun, reflecting on his vastly improved abilities and the formidable 6th-tier Xianbing Senior, found it hard to conceive of a defeat. The front desk senior shrugged and continued. I don't have the exact details on who it is, just that the message originated from Magic City University. So, are you feeling the pressure, Junior? Fang Yun chuckled and replied, Pressure? It's simply a minor obstacle. Does Long Xiao of Magic City University truly intend to follow through with this? Long Outyin glanced at Qian Jun, who had always been by his side, and arrogantly declared, I, Long Outyin, fear no one in my lifetime. In truth, Long Outyin had already conducted thorough research and discovered that among the participants from Imperial Capital University, only one 6th-tier Xianbing was noteworthy. The other 6 were merely there to make up the numbers. In previous years, a single 6th-tier ability user would have sufficed, but this year, with my presence, Imperial Capital University is merely my stepping stone. Astonishing news. Long Outyin, the young master of the Long family from Magic City University, has issued a bold statement to trample over Imperial Capital University and claim victory. The old king has fallen, and the new king rises. Imperial Capital University has lost its former glory, and Magic City University is poised to become the premier institution of the new generation. How outrageous. What is this Magic City University? When we meet on the competition stage, I will surely bring them down. Fang Yun looked at the furious girl before him and smiled. All right. I have heard that the participants from Magic City University are all above the 5th tier, but to our Princess Xiaoya, they are nothing more than a bunch of insignificant chickens. I have faith in you. Ling Xiaoya took a deep sip from her milk tea and said in a delicate voice, I'm just upset. Brother Fang Yun, you're so formidable. You wouldn't want to see Xiaoya bullied, would you? Fang Yun, amused by the playful banter, teased, I will arrange for the best hospital for you, ensuring you enter horizontally and exit vertically. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Ling Xiaoya turned her head away, her lips pouting high. Fang Yun reached out and wiped the remnants of milk tea from the corner of her mouth, assuring her, don't worry. Your brother Fang Yun is already at the peak of the 5th tier. Dealing with them will be no different from playing with a child. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoya turned back to Fang Yun, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed, What? The peak of the 5th tier? Although she knew Fang Yun had always been at a higher tier than herself, the notion of him being at the peak of the 5th tier was still incomprehensible. She had been told by her teachers and parents that her ascension to the 3rd tier was unmatched. But what about Fang Yun, who was just a few months older? Was he not human? Seeing the girl lost in thought, Fang Yun waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, It's just the peak of the 5th tier. There is still a long way to go to be considered a true powerhouse. Regaining her senses, Ling Xiaoya took another large sip of her milk tea and declared, Brother Fang Yun, even if you aren't human, Xiaoya will still love you. Fang Yun, both amused and exasperated, ruffled the girl's hair and said, Let us go, Professor Lin is looking for us. After conversing, they proceeded to Lin Ruoshi's office, where besides Lin Ruoshi, Xian Bing was also present. Professor Lin and Senior Xian Bing nodded at the two. Lin Ruoshi addressed them, stating, For individuals are still missing. Let us wait a moment. At that moment, Xian Bing turned to Fang Yun and said, My apologies, Junior Fang Yun and Junior Xiaoyu, for my oversight in the previous incident. Fang Yun promptly replied, It is not your fault, Senior. It is truly the beast god cult that is despicable. No one could have anticipated that there were those within the upper echelons of the Xia state who would ally with the beast god cult. Indeed, it is entirely the fault of the loathsome beast god cult. With their words, the guilt on Xian Bing's face dissipated. Good morning, Professor Lin. Good morning, Senior. The group of 4 sophomores arrived at the office. Lin Ruoshi looked at the gathered individuals and said, The reason I called you here is for the national competition in 2 days. She surveyed them and continued, This competition will be held in Magic City, with a total of 64 teams participating. The first 2 rounds will be elimination rounds, followed by a points competition divided into 2 groups. The top 5 teams from each group will advance to the winners group, while the remaining 3 will enter the losers group. The teams will continue to rotate battle within their groups to determine rankings. The first place from the losers group will face the last place from the winners group. The victor will secure the 10th position. If the first place from the losers group wins, they may continue to challenge. Otherwise, the rankings will be finalized. The group contemplated the competition rules, which differed from previous years. In past competitions, the top 16 did not have group divisions and faced off directly through a draw, with the team achieving the most victories crowned as champion, and so forth. However, regardless of how the competition evolved, their own strength would remain unchanged. Lin Ruashi gazed at them, thought for a moment, and then said, "In Magic City, please pay attention to your safety. Prepare for your departure tomorrow morning." Understood. Fang Yun and the others exited the office, reflecting on Lin Ruashi's words about being cautious. Be careful? Could it be the beast god cult? Fang Yun murmured. Chapter 17. Magic City. Fang Yun sat aboard the train heading to Magic City, with Ling Xiaoya beside him and Lin Ruashi and Xian Bing across from them. Surrounding them were students clad in a variety of school uniforms, most of whom were either spectators of the national competition or participants themselves. The gazes of those around occasionally drifted towards Fang Yun and his companions, as they too wore the uniform of the Imperial Capital University. The classic red and white combination bore the emblem of the university on the left side of their chests. While not particularly unattractive, the uniforms became quite pleasing to the eye upon prolonged observation. Are those the participants from Imperial Capital University? Look at that girl by the window. She is stunning. The one across from her is also quite good-looking. Not only is Imperial Capital University strong, but their appearance is also impressive. How unfair. Nearby students whispered among themselves, discussing the topic at hand. In the center of attention, Ling Xiaoya and Xian Bing remained unfazed by their remarks. Ling Xiaoya, having been advised by Ling Zhan to maintain some restraint and not to be so easily distracted by Fang Yun, recalled his words that men who come too easily are often not cherished. Thus, Ling Xiaoya gazed expressionlessly out the window, striving to disregard the presence of her beloved companion. Fang Yun, upon witnessing Ling Xiaoya's demeanor, nearly erupted into laughter, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from her. Across from them, Lin Ruashi and Xian Bing occupied their own worlds, one fixated on the scenery, while the other rested with closed eyes. The remaining 4 individuals sat in the seats behind them. Hey, have you seen the fierce remarks that Magic City University made towards Capital City University online? The young heir of the Long family declared his intention to trample over Capital City University. That version is outdated. The Long heir has now proclaimed not only to conquer Capital City University, but also insists that they must avoid him upon encountering him, or face the consequences. How audacious. And what of Capital City University? Have they not responded? The students from Capital City University and Magic City University have been embroiled in a heated online dispute, with even the seniors from their 3rd and 4th years at the borders secretly vying for supremacy. It appears that this national competition promises to be quite the spectacle. Indeed, many have come merely to witness the drama unfold. Lin Ruashi, listening to the surrounding chatter, turned to Fang Yun with a smile, asking, "What are your thoughts on their claims?" Fang Yun replied, "What is the situation with the Long heir?" The Long heir, known as Long Outyin, is the scion of the prominent Long family, which boasts 3 peak-level ability users, making it the most formidable family in Xia country, second only to 2 super first-class families. It is evident how powerful they are, given that the Long family ranks just below these 2 esteemed lineages. If the heir of the Long family is of this character, it suggests that this generation of the Long family may not be particularly impressive. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoya seemed to recall something upon hearing about the Long family. Lin Ruashi glanced at her and informed Fang Yun, "By the way, the Long heir has also publicly stated his intention to marry Xiaoya." Instantly, Ling Xiaoya sat upright, and even Xian Bing turned to look, both abandoning their previous views of the scenery. Fang Yun, upon hearing this revelation, did not exhibit the excitement one might expect. Instead, he turned to Lin Ruashi and asked slowly, "What is going on?" Seeing that Fang Yun did not display the reaction she had hoped for, Lin Ruashi expressed her disappointment, saying, "The head of the Ling family has been severely injured and vanished for over a decade. Upon his return, his condition remains unresolved," prompting other members of the Ling family to entertain the idea of aligning with the Long family. The Long family has been experiencing a decline in recent years. thus seizing this opportunity to assert dominance over other clans. However, the head of the Ling family has consistently refused, even vehemently rejecting the proposal in front of the Ling family's senior members, likely never having mentioned it to Xiaoya. Ling Xiaoya, overhearing this, was left bewildered, exclaiming, "What is happening? Who is the Long heir? No wonder the servants at home have been discussing the Long family. I initially thought something was amiss with them, only to discover that I am at the center of this gossip." Ling Xiaoya, disregarding her usual composure, threw herself onto Fang Yun's arm and exclaimed, "What is this person's problem? I don't even know who he is, and whose idea was it to arrange this? Why doesn't he just marry that so-called young master himself?" Fang Yun, observing the encircled arm, turned to Lin Ruoshi and inquired, "Why haven't I heard any news about this individual before? Given his manner of conduct, he ought not to be obscure." Lin Ruoshi, satisfied by Ling Xiaoya's reaction, replied, "Long Outyin has seldom been present at the school since his enrollment. He primarily resides in the Long family estate or at the border. There have been sporadic reports of his ostentatious behavior, yet the transmission of such information is often distorted. However, judging by the circumstances, the news seems accurate. Long Outyin is indeed quite flamboyant. Perhaps his participation in this national competition is a consequence of the previous year's demon-slaying squad severely undermining the reputation of Magic City University. As for his prowess, although there is no definitive information, it is certain that he has not surpassed the 6th tier. By the way, the matter of the arranged marriage was personally communicated to me by the head of the Ling family last night. He likely intended to inform you all through me. If any discord arises between you and Long Outyin, the head of the Ling family may find the coming days rather challenging." Lin Ruoshi concluded her statement with a smile. Fang Yun, gazing at the smiling Lin Ruoshi, thought helplessly, "I never imagined that Professor Lin, who usually appears so serious and dignified, could actually be a hidden source of amusement." Upon learning the full story, Ling Xiaoya took out her phone and vented her frustrations to someone far away in the capital's Ling family. Although that person had anticipated her outburst, they still found themselves signing numerous unequal treaties in response to their little princess's tantrum. The drafty little cotton-padded jacket not only failed to keep warm, but also created a chill. "Welcome to Magic City," declared the group as they emerged from the train station, where representatives of the national competition were already awaiting them. After escorting the group to the hotel prepared for the national competition, the organizers departed. Once Fang Yun and the others had settled into their rooms and put away their luggage, Lin Ruoshi offered a few words of advice before granting them the freedom to explore. With the national competition commencing the day after tomorrow, they had more than a day to enjoy Magic City. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Xia Jie gazed out at the bustling Magic City. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi approached slowly, glanced at the view outside, and asked Xia Jie, "Will they come?" After a considerable pause, Xia Jie replied, "They will come. Although I do not know what this so-called beast god is, they will not let this opportunity slip by. This gathering represents the future of the entire Xia nation. Should it be obliterated, the future of Xia would pose no threat." Lin Ruoshi continued, "Is it truly necessary for them to take such risks? While I am unaware of your preparations, their willingness to act indicates that they possess confidence. Many lives will be lost." Xia Jie, calmly observing the slightly agitated Lin Ruoshi, stated, "They will inevitably confront these challenges. Although the current situation appears stable and harmonious, it could vanish in an instant if one is not vigilant. On the battlefield at the border, the monstrous beasts stir restlessly, and no one can predict when a great conflict may suddenly erupt. It is not only the beasts that pose a threat. Other factions do not wish to see the Summer Kingdom continue its development. The time for the Summer Kingdom to demonstrate its resolve and eliminate internal dangers is dwindling." Lin Ruoshi's expression darkened upon hearing this. Although she understood that such measures were necessary for the future of the Summer Kingdom, her students were also involved, particularly that young man, Fang Yun. Within a mere semester, he had ascended from the pinnacle of the 3rd tier to that of the 5th tier, a rate of advancement that was simply unfathomable. If given a few more years, the Summer Kingdom would undoubtedly witness the emergence of another extraordinary ability user. At this juncture, all Lin Ruoshi could do was pray for their safety. Chapter 18. The competition begins. Welcome, everyone, to this year's national competition. I am your host, Xiao Xiao, and I am your co-host, Lvzai. Did you know, Lvzai, that the atmosphere before this competition is already charged with tension? Oh, is it due to the rivalry between Magic City University and Imperial Capital University? Precisely. In the lead-up to the competition, students from both universities have been at loggerheads, continuously clashing in their exchanges, and perhaps even now, the discord persists. In light of this, let us hear the perspectives of the parties involved. Please welcome Magic City University. The audience's excitement was stirred by the host's words. And as the participants from Magic City University, clad in black uniforms with red trim, made their way to the arena, the cheers grew louder. Magic City. Magic City. The leading youth wore an expression of pride, and as they ascended the stage, they stood tall, meeting the gaze of the audience with confidence. Prior to the competition, Captain Long had declared his intention to trample over Imperial Capital University to claim victory. Now that they have arrived at the competition venue, does Captain Long have any words for Imperial Capital University? With that, host Xiao Xiao handed the microphone to Long Yun. He declared, "Last year's national competition was devoid of my presence, allowing Gu Qingfeng to take advantage. My participation this time is to demonstrate to the world just how fragile the so-called Imperial Capital University truly is. I will prove to the nation that the future belongs to Magic City University." Wow, Captain Long exudes tremendous confidence. Now, let us hear the thoughts of Imperial Capital University. Please welcome them. The spotlight shifted to the entrance of Imperial Capital University's lounge, where Fang Yun, dressed in a white uniform with red trim, calmly led the way, followed closely by the expressionless Ling Xiaoya and the smiling Xian Bing, with the sophomore quartet trailing behind. As the seven of them approached the stage, the audience erupted into even more fervent cheers. Imperial Capital, Imperial Capital, Imperial Capital. The seven lined up next to host Zai, who walked over to Fang Yun and inquired, "I hear that Captain Fang is still a freshman. Is that true?" She then raised the microphone to him. "Yes," he replied. "Oh, what exceptional qualities led Imperial Capital University to choose you as their leader?" "My strength," he answered succinctly. "Wow, it appears that Captain Fang possesses a considerable degree of self-assurance." "So, Captain Fang, after hearing Captain Long from Modi University, do you have any words for him?" Fang Yun took the microphone handed to him by the host and addressed the representatives of Modi University standing beside the host. "First, you must surpass me before discussing the future." "Oh." The audience erupted with excitement, loudly cheering, "Invincible Capital City! Invincible Capital City!" Occasionally, voices supporting Modi University were drowned out in the fervor. "Excellent. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the duel between the two captains. However, let us first invite both teams to return to the lounge for a brief respite, while we welcome Suang University." Fang Yun and Long Yun led their respective teams back to the lounge. Upon their return, Ling Xiaoya exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brother Fang Yun, you were incredibly impressive just now." As she spoke, she embraced Fang Yun's arm, while Xian Bing added, "Truly magnificent, exuding great presence." "Indeed, Captain, especially that line, 'First, you must surpass me before discussing the future,' makes me eager to clash with Modi University right now." The sophomore quartet expressed their high admiration for Fang Yun's words. Meanwhile, Fang Yun's face flushed. The bravado he displayed on stage now felt like an embarrassing moment upon reflection. At this moment, he was unaware that his statement would circulate online for quite some time. After a while, with all 64 teams having made their appearances, the national competition was finally poised to commence. The much-anticipated competition segment was about to begin. Dear spectators, please turn your gaze to the large screen as we unveil which two teams will compete in this opening match. The screen began to roll and then froze. "Let us welcome Qingshan University," and the host paused deliberately before announcing, "The University of the Capital, Invincible Capital City, Invincible Capital City." The competitors from Qingshan University suddenly turned pale. "Captain, this." Li Yuan from Qingshan University said to his captain, Chun Liang, "No worries. This time, the University of the Capital has only one senior student at the 6th tier, the rest are all at the 3rd tier. Although Captain Fang claims to have earned his position through strength, how formidable can a freshman truly be? Even if we lose this match, we shall showcase the spirit of Qingshan University. Let us go. Let us go." Fang Yun recalled the strength of the competitors from Qingshan University. Captain Chun Liang at the 4th tier, Ji Feng at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, and the remaining 3 all at the 3rd tier. Since the school intends to provide its students with experience, the match should not be concluded hastily. "Sakurabai, you will be the first to compete." "Understood, Captain." The members of Fang Yun's team had no objections to his arrangement. The sophomore quartet recognized their captain's prowess. Xian Bing was not particularly invested in the event, and Ling Xiaoya unconditionally supported whatever decision Fang Yun made. The two universities arrived at the waiting area. Let us invite the first competitors from both teams to take the stage. Sakura Bai stood from the waiting area and walked toward the arena. The esteemed Qingshan University has dispatched the formidable peak-level student, Jifeng. Standing on opposite sides of the arena, Ingbai and Jifeng await the commencement of the match as the countdown echoes through the air. 3, 2, 1. Let the contest begin. With the countdown's conclusion, Ingbai swiftly charges towards Jifeng, who retreats with caution. Ingbai, a peak-level practitioner of the third tier, is imbued with the abilities of a cat demon from the enhancement category. This beastly augmentation significantly amplifies her speed, both in movement and attack, and when her powers reach their zenith, feline features such as ears and tails manifest. In contrast, Jifeng wields elemental wind abilities. Both combatants are highly sensitive ability users, a situation that is rather unfavorable for Jifeng. As Jifeng strives to maintain distance, she unleashes a wind blade to thwart Ingbai's advance. However, Ingbai steadily narrows the gap. Jifeng's expression darkens. Encountering such a formidable opponent in the opening round is vexing. Meanwhile, Ingbai meticulously calculates the distance. Suddenly, her black claws shimmer with an ominous glow, and her form blurs before transforming into a shadow that darts past Jifeng, swiftly positioning herself behind her. The S-rank ability, Shadow Strike, is executed with precision. The match concludes as Jifeng collapses onto the arena floor, prompting the referee to declare the end of the bout. The audience erupts in cheers for Ingbai, chanting, "Invincible in the Imperial Capital! Invincible in the Imperial Capital!" The crowd continues with cries of "Long live the cat girl! Long live the cat girl!" Ingbai, nearly overwhelmed by the fervor, quickly retracts her abilities and descends from the arena. The host remarks with a smile, "Oh? Does the competitor from the Imperial Capital University choose not to continue the match?" Grienzi interjects, "Perhaps it was too taxing. After all, that final move was quite spectacular, yet undoubtedly a high-level technique that consumes considerable energy." In the Qingshan University waiting area, a recovering Jifeng apologizes to Chen Liang. "I'm sorry, Captain." "It's all right," Chen Liang reassures him. "Her last move was an S-rank ability. You merely fell short in your foundational strength compared to hers. Without that S-rank technique, the outcome could have been quite different." Though spoken with encouragement, the team understands that foundational strength is indeed a vital aspect of power. Next up, Qinyu, you're on. Understood. Qinyu proceeds to defeat the remaining 3 third-tier opponents from Qingshan University before voluntarily stepping down. Faced with the final captain, Chen Liang, Fang Yun opts to take the stage personally, aiming for a more resplendent victory in this inaugural match. Chapter 19. A glorious first victory. Chen Liang reclines on the bench in the Qingshan University lounge, still reeling from the encounter. He recalls that the opposing captain had vanished as the countdown concluded, and the next moment, he found himself airborne before losing consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered himself lying on the bench. What transpired? Chen Liang struggles to sit up, inquiring of his teammates. His comrades exchange glances, and it is Jifeng who steps forward to elucidate. "Captain, that first-year captain from Imperial Capital University is at the pinnacle of the 5th tier." Chen Liang doubted his own hearing, casting a disbelieving glance at his teammates, who merely nodded in affirmation. Closing his eyes, he soon found a sense of relief wash over him. Losing to such a contender was hardly a disgrace. Who could have imagined that a freshman could reach the pinnacle of the 5th tier? "Captain, shall we continue with the team battle?" he mused. Perhaps it is best to avoid further embarrassment. A wry smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, the commotion outside had reached a fever pitch. The audience was wide-eyed in astonishment. "What? Are you telling me that a freshman is at the 5th tier pinnacle? What nonsense is this? How old is a freshman? 20, perhaps?" Despite the incredulity, the 5th tier status of Fang Yun was indisputable. The crowd could comprehend the defeat against the Qingshan University team. After all, one individual, Fang Yun, could take on an entire team from Qingshan University. The other 60-odd participating teams were equally unsettled. Recalling Fang Yun's earlier declaration about being appointed team captain due to his prowess, many had scoffed initially, thinking, "What does a freshman know?" Yet, it turned out he was indeed speaking the truth. In the lounge of Moda University, Qianjun remarked to Long Outyin, "This Fang Yun seems a tad excessively formidable, doesn't he?" Long Outyin feigned disdain in response. "Uft, it's merely a higher tier. He probably invested all his time in elevating his own status. How many abilities has he actually mastered? I doubt his proficiency exceeds the novice level. Although Long Outyen's reasoning was not entirely unfounded. After all, time was limited. And focusing on tier elevation would indeed compromise the honing of abilities. It was unusual for an ordinary freshman to reach the 5th tier pinnacle. Fang Yun simply appeared to be an ordinary individual. In the second match, Modi University faced off against Anshan University, sending only Long Outyen, who decisively swept through both the individual and team battles. As Lin Ruashi had stated, he had not broken into the 6th tier. He remained at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. In the third match, Suhang University also dispatched a solitary fighter who dominated their opponent. This illustrated the stark disparity between the 3 premier institutions and others. Fang Yun and his companions remained until the conclusion of the first day of the competition. While the skill levels of competitors from other universities may not have been exceptionally high, they still possessed qualities worth emulating. Some universities, though weak in individual battles, showcased remarkable synergy in team competitions, with their ability combinations being a delightful sight. The sophomore quartet seized this opportunity to learn earnestly. After dining together that evening, the group parted ways, for the nighttime allure of Modu was not to be missed. The first round of matches would span 3 days, meaning Fang Yun and his companions would not compete for another 2 days, leaving ample time to spare. As night fell, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya strolled along the beach. Modu, being near the sea, was relatively safe from the rampant beast attacks, as the oceanic creatures seldom ventured to the land. The vastness of the ocean far surpassed that of the land, negating any territorial disputes. Brother Fang Yun, what lies beyond the sea? Ling Xiaoya mused, her gaze lost in the expanse of water. Beyond the sea? Perhaps it is the land of wave nori, Fang Yun replied, eliciting a soft chuckle from her. Ling Xiaoya was taken aback by the sudden cold joke, playfully hitting Fang Yun as she exclaimed, "What is this boli seaweed? What do you suggest instead?" Fang Yun asked with a grin. How about little Sakura?" Ling Xiaoya responded, puzzled. Ha ha ha, Fang Yun laughed. That's even less appealing than boli seaweed. The two strolled along the beach, sharing laughter and light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, a few onlookers gazed at them, their eyes flickering momentarily. When Fang Yun turned to look back, the individuals had vanished without a trace. With a subtle smile, Fang Yun resumed their whimsical conversation with Ling Xiaoya. Over the next 2 days, Fang Yun and his companions spent their days watching competitions and engaged in various activities each night. Xian Bing, too, mysteriously disappeared after dinner each evening. The venue remained the same, as did the 2 hosts. Hello, dear audience. Welcome to this year's national competition. After 3 days of intense rivalry, the top 32 have been determined. Without further ado, let us commence today's matches. Please direct your attention to the big screen. As the screen froze, 2 teams entered the waiting area for the round of 32. Fang Yun observed the matches unfold, noting that unlike the first round, the competition was now halfway through, and the prestigious universities of Daijing University, Moda University, and Suang University had already advanced to the top 16. Finally, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Daijing University was set to take the stage. Daijing University versus Hanjiang University. Hanjiang University, much like Qingshan University, boasted 1 4th-tier and 1 peak 3rd-tier player along with 3 additional 3rd-tier competitors. This configuration was common among most universities, as most prodigies gravitated towards the more highly ranked institutions. The first to enter the arena was Ing Bai, facing off against a 3rd-tier opponent. Upon Ing Bai's appearance, the audience shifted from the unwavering support of Daijing to chants of "Long live cat girls. Long live cat girls." After several rounds of self-affirmation, Ing Bai managed to ignore the cheers from the stands. As the match commenced, she activated her cat demon abilities, swiftly dispatching her opponent. With minimal energy expended, she chose to continue competing. After defeating another 3rd-tier player, she was ultimately bested by the incoming peak 3rd-tier contender. Next up was Shen Yi, who triumphed over 2 opponents, leaving only the 4th-tier captain standing. This time, Fang Yun did not participate. Instead, he allowed Qin Yu and Chun Cheng to alternate in battling the 4th-tier captain, securing victory in the individual match. The sophomore quartet, having observed and learned over the past few days, discreetly practiced together, resulting in a seamless collaboration that overpowered the opposing 5. Thus, Daijing University advanced into the top 16. Finally, we can take a break, exclaimed Ling Xiaoya. stretching lazily beside Fang Yun. After the conclusion of the second round, a 3-day respite was in order. I haven't seen you look tired, Fang Yun remarked, taking Ling Xiaoya's outstretched hand. Humph. Who says one must be exhausted to deserve rest? Indeed, our Princess Xiaoya, busy being as beautiful as a flower, certainly requires her rest. After the incident with Ling Xiaoya, Fang Yun endeavored to avoid drawing her attention, mindful of the previous assault. Although he could not entirely prevent a recurrence of such events, he could significantly diminish the likelihood. Having learned from the prior experience, Fang Yun kept his powers unactivated while in the company of Ling Xiaoya, thereby enhancing his perception and sharpening his senses. The duo continued to meander aimlessly. When they were noticed from a distance by a group of young women, the very team Fang Yun had encountered in the Maple Leaf Wilderness and the Twilight Wilderness. "Captain, look, it's Fang Yun from the Imperial Capital," exclaimed a short-haired girl, excitement radiating from her as she addressed Anren beside her. I see him, Anren replied, somewhat resigned, observing her enthusiastic companion. "Wow, truly, he is an unparalleled genius, handsome and powerful. I recorded the words he spoke on stage last time. I listen to it every night before bed. It's simply exhilarating." Anren, noticing Fang Yun's expression stiffen in the distance, seized the excited girl by the arm. "Didn't you say you hadn't had enough of shopping? Let us continue our stroll." With that, Anren pulled the short-haired girl along, accompanied by the 3 others who were chuckling nearby, as they resumed their exploration of the night market. Ling Xiaoya glanced at Anren and her group as they departed, then turned to Fang Yun. "Brother Fang Yun, do you know them?" "Yes, I met them once in the wilderness area," Fang Yun replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the thought of the short-haired girl documenting his past indiscretions. Ling Xiaoya rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Chapter 20. The group matches today marked the commencement of the group matches. The divisions had been established during the 3-day respite following the conclusion of the second round. Whether by design or coincidence, the Imperial Capital University and the Magic City University had been placed in groups A and B respectively, while Suang University found itself in the B group alongside Magic City University. The first match of the group stage was about to begin, and the crowd was invited to welcome the Imperial Capital University and North China University. Fang Yun and his companions arrived at the familiar waiting area, where Sakura-bai led the charge once more. Sakura-bai had garnered a substantial following online, her prowess in utilizing her abilities captivating countless admirers. She was undoubtedly the most popular member of the Imperial Capital University team. Having grown immune to the audience's exuberant cheers, Sakura-bai focused intently on the match. In contrast, the competitors from North China University were palpably nervous in the face of her presence, although they had anticipated this scenario upon being grouped together. The reality of competing against the Imperial Capital University was undeniably daunting. Match begins. The familiar form of the cat demon emerged, and the opponent's speed fell far short of Sakura-bai's, leading to a predictable victory for her. North China University opted to concede rather than prolong the match, preserving their strength for subsequent opponents, as each group had 5 qualifying spots. Today's matches within Group A unfolded at a brisk pace, as the hidden strengths of each team had largely been revealed throughout the 2 rounds. What remained was a contest of raw power, and within a single day, all 8 teams in Group A completed their matches. At the Imperial Capital University, apart from Sakura-bai's single appearance, there have been no further opportunities for participation, as the competition intensifies for the remaining 4 qualification spots. The situation in Group B is even more dire, with 6 participating teams vying for just 3 spots. Let us not harbor any illusions about these inept individuals forcing the Imperial Capital University to showcase its true strength. It appears I must take matters into my own hands, Long Outyin remarked dismissively as he observed the qualifying Imperial Capital University team. Aside from the 6th-tier Xianbing and the peak 5th-tier Fang Yun, the rest are merely superfluous participants. He mused. All 5 of us are 5th tier, with our captain being at the pinnacle of that tier, facing a 6th tier and a 5th tier peak. I fail to see how we could possibly lose, stated Lu Ren from Magic City University. Meanwhile, Long Outyin's chief subordinate, Qian Jun, gazed thoughtfully at Ling Xiaoya in the Imperial Capital University team, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Ling Xiaoya? Ling. Suddenly, Qian Jun recalled something and hurriedly approached Long Outyin, whispering, "Young Master Long, doesn't that girl seem particularly familiar?" He pointed at Ling Xiaoya. "Familiar? Now that you mention it, There is indeed a hint of recognition, Long Outyin mused as he tried to recall where he had encountered her. Young master, her surname is Ling. She is your betrothed. Betrothed? What betrothal? Long Outyin responded, suddenly realizing the implications. However, it seems she has a rather close relationship with Fang Yun. Jun added, is that so? How intriguing, Long Outyin remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ling Xiaoya, who was closely situated beside Fang Yun. In a courtyard of the Ling family, the Grand Elder hung up the phone, contemplating the affectionate photos of Ling Xiaoya and Fang Yun that had just arrived on his device. Ling Zhan, if only you had obediently vanished. It would have been for the best. Instead, you returned to the Ling family, now causing your daughter to suffer in your stead, he muttered. Master, the Grand Elder is convening another family meeting, the steward Su Ming announced, entering Ling Zhan's study. What is it this time? Ling Zhan inquired. It concerns the young lady once again. I shall not attend, Ling Zhan replied, continuing to peruse his book. Indeed. Ling Zhan is increasingly unacceptable as the family head. He does not even attend family meetings anymore. Does he even consider himself a member of the Ling family? Ling, he exclaimed passionately. Indeed. The family head's behavior has been excessively egregious. At the very least, he should participate in family meetings. Others echoed in agreement. Ling Yi turned to the silent Grand Elder and said, Elder, do you not agree with this reasoning? The Grand Elder slowly responded. Ling Zhan has indeed gone too far. Since he maintains such an attitude, we need not concern ourselves with him any longer. Let us decide for ourselves. Do we all agree on the matter of the betrothal? Agreed. This will only benefit the Ling family, and we must certainly consent. Precisely, I concur. So do I. The Grand Elder gazed at the assembled crowd with satisfaction, declaring, in that case, Ling Xiaoya shall be recognized as the unwed bride of the Long family. She must also come to a clear understanding of her identity, refraining from association with dubious men. Inform Ling Zhan about this matter as well, so he may oversee his daughter. Ling Zhan, upon receiving the message from Su Ming, scoffed. A troop of clowns indulging in their own antics. Pay them no mind, and continue with your duties. Ling Zhan watched Su Ming depart, musing that were it not for his promise to the elder to look after the Ling family, he would have little interest in entertaining a group of fools. Meanwhile, far away in Modu, Ling Xiaoya remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events within the Ling family. Even if she were informed, it would make no difference. The thought of distancing herself from Brother Fang was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Fang Yun and his companions were presently celebrating the successful advancement of their team from the Imperial Capital University. Cheers! The group raised their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks. Although all present were of legal age, they opted for beverages, mindful of the ladies in attendance. As they sipped their drinks, Lin Roashi inquired about their thoughts on facing Moda University, whose team this year was formidable, rivaling that of the previous year. No issues, Fang Yun replied calmly. You really are an enigma. Your rapid progression is astounding, remarked one of his friends. Yet Fang Yun chose to remain reticent about the source of his abilities. Lin Roashi then asked about their plans post-competition. Sakura Bai expressed her intention to vacation in her homeland, the Cherry Blossom Country, while the other three planned to return home for the new year. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya intended to spend the holiday in the imperial capital with Ling Zhan and his wife. Xian Bing mentioned a potential journey to the border, while Lin Roashi, in a wistful tone, lamented her obligation to return to school for extra work. Regrettably, she wished she had never broached the subject, as it had soured the mood. After satisfying their appetites, the group returned to the hotel. Dubai, is the Cherry Blossom Country enjoyable? Ling Xiaoya asked Ling Bai, who resided with her. I've been meaning to ask, Xiaoya, why do you always call me Dubai? Ling Xiaoya gazed intently at Ling Bai's chest, as if to convey an unspoken message. Ling Bai, blushing fiercely, covered her chest and exclaimed, Xiaoya, you are incorrigible. Ling Xiaoya deftly shifted the conversation back, asking, I've only seen the Cherry Blossom Country online. I've heard the cherry blossoms there are breathtaking. Is that true? To be honest, I rarely visit the Cherry Blossom Country. Ling Bai replied thoughtfully. Unlike the Summer Country, it does not have a vast population, resulting in a scarcity of extraordinary abilities. Even 8th-tier abilities are few and far between, leading to half of the land being occupied by monstrous beasts. While some areas are indeed beautiful, most resemble our homeland. Xiaoya, do you wish to visit the Cherry Blossom Country? Yes. I plan to travel the world with Brother Fang in the future. Ling Xiaoya exclaimed with delight. Due to the issue of demon beasts, Sakura country has sought international assistance, and our Xia country even dispatched personnel to provide support. If Xiaoya wishes to join, she is welcome to accompany us. Alright, now, Xiaoya, you should go take a shower. Sure, Daba. Do not call me Daba again. Chapter 21. The top 10 at the venue of the national competition. The battles in Group A yesterday inspired the teams in Group B. They decided to concede defeat against the formidable teams from Magic City University and Suwon University in order to compete for the remaining 3 qualification spots. It would be far more disheartening to sustain injuries in a fierce contest against Magic City University or Suwon University and lose to a weaker team, allowing them to advance. It is highly probable that the organizers manipulated the schedule, as neither Magic City University nor Suwon University participated in any matches throughout the morning, while the audience eagerly awaited. The 2 teams finally faced each other in the last match. Next up is the much-anticipated final round of the Group B competition, featuring the local Magic City University against the distant Suwon University. The audience finally erupted in excitement. This is the match they came to witness. The arrogant Long Out-Yin of Magic City University led his 4 teammates toward the waiting area, while the Suwon University competitors approached their designated area with composed expressions. Let us invite the first competitors from both sides. Magic City University has sent forth the 5th-tier Lu Run, while Suwon University counters with the equally 5th-tier Mu Shui. Both competitors, armed with long swords, stood on opposite sides of the arena. As the match commenced, they charged toward each other. During her sprint, Mu Shui gradually enveloped herself in a layer of icy armor, and her long sword also became coated in a thin, yet remarkably resilient layer of ice. Clearly, Mu Shui is an ice element warrior. Elemental abilities need not always manifest in long-range attacks like those of a mage. A small number of individuals prefer close combat, and these are known as elemental warriors. Meanwhile, Lu Run is an agile-enhanced ability user, relying on his superior agility to evade his opponents and render them ineffective. However, the situation in the arena was not as Lu Run had anticipated, as Mu Shui managed to keep pace with his speed. What is happening? An ice element ability user is keeping up with me? This is absurd. In the waiting room, Fang Yun observed Mu Shui's technique. Each time she accelerated, a small burst of ice would explode, allowing her to momentarily unleash greater speed, while the icy armor effectively shielded her from the damage inflicted by the ice bursts. Truly, a formidable student from Suwon University. Lu Ren quickly discerned Mu Shui's maneuvering as well. How is this even possible? The temperature in the arena began to drop as Mu Shui consistently activated her abilities, and Lu Ren noticed his movements growing increasingly rigid. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Darn it, I'll go all out. Sword wave across the rivers. With Lu Ren unleashing his S-tier ability, an astonishing beam of sword light surged forth, sweeping toward Mu Shui. As the glimmer of the sword approached, Mu Shui stood resolutely, her sword poised with its tip touching the arena floor. Invoking her S-level ability, the Tomb of Ice. The sword's radiance clashed against the icy tomb, lingering for a moment before ultimately dissipating, its power exhausted. As the tomb melted away, Mu Shui emerged to face the drained Lu Ren, and the outcome was already evident. Suwon University emerged victorious. The audience, recognizing the decisive result, erupted in cheers for Suwon University. Although Mu Shui yearned to continue the battle, the toll of her S-level ability was immense, compelling her to reluctantly exit the arena. This also signified that Suwon University had forfeited the chance to advance as the group leader, as they could only field 3 5th-tier abilities. Even eliminating one opponent at the outset proved futile. Indeed, with the fall of Suwon University's captain, Modi University secured the final victory, and the team battle concluded in a lopsided fashion. Thus, the 10 advancing slots were determined. Daijing University, Modi University, Suwon University, Qingting University, Guangzhou University, Shanghai University, Sanjiang University, Tianmin University, Huanan University, and Hubei University. Tomorrow, these 10 institutions would engage in the final ranking battles, with the outcomes likely reflecting the ultimate standings of the national competition. Unless an extraordinary contender emerged from the losers bracket to ascend from 10th to 1st, a plot twist more suited to fiction than reality, as those with such prowess would have already claimed the top position without such complications. The ranking battles would span 2 days. The first day dedicated to the losers bracket and a portion of the winners, while the second day would showcase the remaining contests of the winners bracket. Upon returning to their hotel, Fang Yun and his companions deliberated the recent match between Moda University and Swang University. What are your thoughts on the match we just witnessed? Fang Yun inquired. Impressive. Particularly senior Mu Shui. Her mastery of abilities is truly remarkable. Indeed, while it may appear straightforward, the control over abilities demands exceptional finesse. Too much leads to chaos. Too little yields no effect. Mastery requires extensive practice. Fang Yun was astounded by Mu Shui's display. Although he relied on numerical superiority, he nevertheless held deep respect for such skillful execution. The group also discussed aspects worthy of emulation, acknowledging their current status as novices in their first and second years. However, they anticipated that by their senior year, the stage would belong to them. Time swiftly passed, and soon the final round of competition approached. The losers bracket concluded first, with Xianyang University claiming first place, yet they opted to relinquish their opportunity for further challenges, having exhausted their full strength to achieve victory. The final top 10 ranking battles were next. The first match featured Daijing University against Shanghai University. Fang Yun instructed his sophomore quartet to participate in only one match each. Considering the 9 remaining contests, as not everyone possessed the same level of ability management as he did. Although the members of the sophomore quartet were quite familiar with each other, the disparity in their foundational skills was not easily erased. In the realm of the third-tier pinnacle, one side possessed S-rank abilities while the other did not, rendering the latter's chances of victory exceedingly bleak. Even if the captain managed to defeat one opponent, it would hold little significance, for the University of the Capital also had its captain. This epitomizes the lament of a second-tier university. The stronger institutions amass greater resources, and the more resources they acquire, the stronger their students become, thereby attracting even more resources. The chasm between them does not narrow, rather, it expands. The distribution of resources has always been inherently unequal. After a full day of competition, the 3 top-tier universities emerged victorious, having not encountered one another, which strongly suggested that the organizers manipulated the match schedules to retain audience interest. In the Magic City, snow began to fall in thick, feathery flakes. Ling Xiaoya donned a pink down jacket, wrapped in a pale pink scarf, with fingerless gloves adorning her hands, resembling a small pink bear from afar. Although as an ability user, her tolerance to the weather was quite high, wearing a down jacket and scarf provided the true essence of winter. The two strolled outside the competition venue, the lively sounds from within faintly reaching their ears. It had been a long time since they last witnessed snowfall. Ling Xiaoya extended her hand, catching the snowflakes that floated down from above. Indeed, the last snowfall was quite a while ago, Fang Yun mused. His remark shattered the atmosphere they had just built. Ling Xiaoya playfully considered stuffing the snow into Fang Yun's mouth. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the new year was upon them. Brother Fang Yun, where do you think we will be next year? Ling Xiaoya pondered dreamily. Next year? Perhaps in the capital, or maybe somewhere else. But no matter where we are, I will always be with you. He chuckled. Chapter 22. The Finals. An unexpected turn of events after more than 10 days of fierce competition. The final moment had arrived. Today marked the last day of the national tournament. Let us see who will claim the championship. We welcome the 10 participating teams to take the stage. As the 10 teams made their way to their respective waiting rooms, the cheers from the audience revealed that the University of the Capital garnered the most support, having secured the championship title in every previous edition. Following several rounds of confrontations, they finally arrived at a significant match. Let us welcome the University of the Capital and Swang University. Fang Yun led his 6 teammates to the waiting area, casting a distant gaze at the Swang University contestants across from them. You need not take the stage this time, Fang Yun reassured his teammates, who were confident in his abilities. Now, let us invite the first contestants from both sides to the stage. The first representative from the University of the Capital was none other than the captain, Fang Yun, much to the astonishment of both the audience and the Swang University team. Mu Shui is in danger, remarked the remaining 5th-tier powerhouse from Swang University, Zhou Qi, with a hint of concern as he watched Mu Shui on the arena. It's all right, just give it your all. The captain of Swang University, Shi Yuqing, offered words of comfort. On the arena, Mu Shui, wielding a long sword, gazed intently at Fang Yun, who stood across from her, unarmed, her expression grave. Fang Yun had rarely appeared in previous matches, and when she did, it was with an unparalleled swiftness that she dispatched her opponents in an instant. To the untrained eye, Fang Yun seemed to be a nimble contender. However, Mu Shui and Shi Yuqing had conducted a thorough analysis, revealing that Fang Yun's astonishing speed was not a result of agility-based abilities, but rather an S-rank skill known as instant step. This indicated that Fang Yun was not a fragile assassin, but rather a warrior with exceptional physical prowess. As the electronic announcement signifying the start of the match echoed through the arena, Fang Yun vanished from the stage in an instant. So swift. Mu Shui, witnessing Fang Yun's sudden disappearance, hastily deployed her own S-rank skill, Frozen Tomb. With a resounding crash, myriad cracks appeared on the massive tomb that loomed in the arena. This can't be real. A single punch nearly shattered Shui's frozen tomb. How outrageous! Exclaimed Zhou Qi from the audience, astonished. Shi Yuqing remained silent. Yet the tightness of her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. The spectators from Magic City University gasped at the sight. Whose subordinate is this? Such ferocity. Mu Shui, more astonished than anyone else, understood the immense strength required to inflict such damage upon her frozen tomb. As Fang Yun materialized before her, Mu Shui pondered, is this person truly human? Even at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, such extraordinary physical capabilities seem implausible. With Fang Yun's second punch, shattered ice crystals, along with Mu Shui, were sent hurtling off the arena. However, Fang Yun had restrained some of her power. Mu Shui was merely propelled out of the arena by a forceful gust, sustaining no injury. Even Fang Yun found her own physical prowess bewildering. Each time she employed her abilities, she felt her physical capabilities align with the heightened strength granted by her powers, as if she had always possessed such remarkable attributes. Was this truly her ability? Yet, Fang Yun chose not to dwell on it, believing that time would reveal the answers she sought. Before long, Fang Yun efficiently eliminated the 4 competitors from Suan University, leaving only Captain Shi Yuqing standing. Shi Yuqing positioned herself on the arena, aware that only by confronting Fang Yun directly could she truly grasp the overwhelming pressure, as though she were an ordinary individual facing a supreme predator. The match commenced. As she observed Fang Yun disappearing once more, Shi Yuqing instantaneously vanished from the stage as well, executing her S-rank skill, Mirage. Fang Yun, appearing where Shi Yuqing had just been, was taken aback. This move had not been previously employed. Was she hiding something? Evading an attack, Shi Yuqing unleashed a beam of light in Fang Yun's direction. This was Shi Yuqing's ability, a rare light-based power. As the luminous blade descended upon him, Fang Yun retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering the weapon in an instant. Miraculously, the wound that appeared on his fist healed almost immediately, preventing any blood from flowing. A monster, murmured Shi Yuqing, her pupils narrowing at the sight of Fang Yun's rapidly regenerating fist. This was the first time Fang Yun had sustained an injury in the national competition, and the sensation was exhilarating. He felt the blood within him begin to boil as he vanished from his original position in a flash. The technique known as instant step. In response to Fang Yun's relentless pursuit, Shi Yuqing could only employ her own perfected technique, Mirage. However, after just a few exchanges, she realized that her extraordinary abilities could not sustain her much longer. Desperate, she created distance and unleashed her second S-rank ability, Radiant Wings. A pair of luminous wings materialized behind her, only to shatter almost immediately, transforming into streams of light that surged toward Fang Yun. Fang Yun observed the cascading streams of light as they hurtled toward him, deftly utilizing instant step to evade them and reappear directly in front of Shi Yuqing. This is the end. He launched a punch toward her, and as the shadow of his fist loomed larger, Shi Yuqing closed her eyes, drained of her powers. The fist halted mere inches from her face, the wind generated by its movement tousling her long hair. The match concluded, and with it, the victory for the Imperial Capital University. Following this, in the team battle, Suan University opted to concede, for Fang Yun alone posed an overwhelming threat to their entire team. After enduring numerous battles without showing the slightest sign of fatigue, it was astonishing that despite employing his S-rank abilities and the energetically demanding instant step, Fang Yun appeared utterly unfazed. As the competition progressed, Modi University faced Suan University once more. This time, the contest was far from effortless. Modi University suffered the loss of 4 members before long. Yin finally emerged to defeat Shi Yuqing and secure victory. The team battle was equally challenging for Modi University. Damn it, Suan University was so gentle against Imperial Capital University, but they fought us like we were their sworn enemies, complained Lu Run, clutching his still throbbing chest. Who knew we'd have to step on them to claim first place in our group? Now that we're in the top 10, we have to give it our all. Though he understood this truth, the disparity in treatment from Fang University left him feeling quite irked. Just wait until we trample Imperial Capital University underfoot. At this juncture, the standings were clear. Fang University finished their matches with a record of 7 wins and 2 losses, while both Imperial Capital University and Modi University boasted 8 victories and no defeats. To maintain the excitement of the competition, the organizers decided to have these 2 teams face off last. Now, please welcome Modi University and the Imperial Capital University, who have never tasted defeat since the inception of this national tournament. The audience, invigorated by the anticipation, could hardly contain their excitement. Imperial Capital is invincible. Modi shall surely triumph. The supporters of both teams fervently rallied behind their respective sides, had it not been for the intervention of the security personnel endowed with extraordinary abilities. A brawl might have ensued between the spectators. I shall take the field this time, Fang Yun declared to his companions. They accepted his decision, for it was evident that the captain had his reasons. It seemed that Magic City University had anticipated Fang Yun's move, dispatching their own captain, Long Out Yin. From the very first day, the atmosphere between the 2 teams had been charged with tension, compounded by the peculiar sentiments each harbored towards the other. An alliance with Ling Xiaoya? That very Ling Xiaoya's partner? While I hold no particular interest in Ling Xiaoya, the thought of overshadowing her partner is undeniably intriguing. Just as both sides prepared to enter the arena, the ceiling of the venue suddenly shattered, and Lin Ruashi materialized amidst the chaos. The majority of the spectators, primarily first and second-tier ability users, vanished without a trace, instantly relocated to a prearranged venue. Bewilderment swept through the crowd as they stood in place, questioning, where have we been taken? Is this truly the national competition venue? Chapter 23. The 3 Great Cults, Xia Kong-o. It appears you have been well prepared. A voice resonated as a throng of individuals clad in black ecclesiastical garb appeared above the venue. The leading figure, a high priest, cast his gaze upon Lin Ruashi below and remarked, "Is it just you, little girl? Since when can the scum of the beast god cult dare to speak?" At that moment, another group surged forth, led by Xia Jie. A bare-chested bald man beside him spoke up. "Heh, I hope your strength is as formidable as your words." Xia Jie directed his inquiry towards the figures above. "Is it merely you lot? Do not be so hasty, Principal Xia," a woman in a purple qipao, accompanied by a throng of scantily clad women, floated into view, her expression dripping with seduction. "You know, cult? Why do you leave the empire of the setting sun to entice men into chaos here in Xia country?" Another group positioned themselves alongside Xia Jie's faction. The enchanting figure at the center addressing the alluring woman above, Ability User Association? "Do you not fear the fires that may ignite behind you? Rest assured, there is no need for your concern," the high priest of the Yunu cult replied. "Our leader has acquired an SSS-grade unique ability cultivation method that allows women to absorb men's abilities through intimate endeavors, facilitating rapid advancement. Moreover, the men thus drained become infatuated with the women, willingly serving as reservoirs of their powers." "You seem quite chummy," the high priest of the beast god cult interjected. "Don't be in such a rush. There are still others yet to arrive." At that moment, another group, adorned in a variety of colorful attire, emerged and positioned themselves between the beast god cult and the Yunu cult. "Why do you come to stir the waters of Xia country instead of seeking your new world?" Xia Jie addressed the newly appeared individuals. "The rapid development of Xia country over the past century has been alarming. Should you continue unabated, our survival will be at stake. It is imperative that we impose restrictions," the leader of the New World stated calmly. "In the New World, it is proposed that the extraordinary beings lead humanity to abandon Blue Star in search of a new world suitable for human existence among the stars. While this notion is enchanting, the question remains whether such a new world can indeed be found. And the capacity of these extraordinary beings to guide humanity is a pressing concern. The shadow of these beings looms over the new world, attracting a myriad of individuals, positioning their faction at the forefront of the 3 major cults. What do you think you are?" Someone scoffed. "In Xia country, you cannot act as you please." Shortly thereafter, the forces led by the Long family and various other clans arrived at the battlefield. The 2 sides engaged in a strategic dance, akin to a game of chess. Each move met with a counter until everything was laid bare, with strength dictating the outcome. The contestants of the national competition stood aghast at the unfolding scene. "What is happening?" I thought I was merely competing, not engaging in a world war. Above, a throng of figures hovered in the air, each no less than a seventh tier, as only those of that caliber could soar through the skies. Meanwhile, those below seventh tier surrounded the venue, encircling it entirely. However, the Xia country had also made preparations, having cleared the entire venue and its surroundings, specifically for this impending clash. The convergence of the three major cults in Xia country was indeed a matter of honor. Xia Jie maintained his calm gaze upon the figures of the three cults above. They are not the only ones with upper-tier extraordinary beings. We have them too. Fang Yun observed the assembly of extraordinary beings within the venue, even spotting fourth-year students from the three major academies who had initially been stationed at the border. Gu Qingfeng exchanged greetings with the team from the Imperial Capital University. Xian Bing returned to her team at the border, where the captain offered a friendly smile to Fang Yun and the others, though his expression soon turned grave as he gazed at the adversaries above. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, both sides stood in a tense standoff, seemingly awaiting an unspoken signal. Atop Tian Mountain in the imperial capital, a young man surveyed the bustling city below. After a moment, he turned to his companion and said, "What benefits has the Federation bestowed upon you to embolden you to appear before me?" The sky above the mountaintop twisted, revealing a hazy figure who addressed Xia Kong. "I have long heard that the esteemed Xia Kong of Xia country is the strongest in the world. I have been eager to experience firsthand the might of the world's greatest." Xia Kong chuckled lightly in response. "You are no match to impede me. What if we join forces?" With that declaration, two more indistinct figures emerged, subtly encircling Xia Kong. "Do your best," Xia Kong remarked, and in an instant, the four figures vanished, followed by a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds echoing through the sky. The populace of the imperial capital looked up in bewilderment, uncertain of the events unfolding above, though a select few understood that the outcome of tonight's battle hinged on this very moment. At the venue of the national competition in Modu, even from a distance, the reverberations of the extraordinary beings' conflict could be felt. As both sides beheld the sky shimmering with four colors, they instinctively charged towards one another. The extraordinary beings of the Xia kingdom, those who have transcended the seventh tier, soared into the heavens to confront the descending champions of the foreign faiths. The disparity in their elite combat capabilities was marginal, with the formidable Xia Jie single-handedly contending against the leaders of the three major sects, granting the Xia kingdom a slight edge in terms of top-tier prowess. Gu Qingfeng, a seasoned graduate, led the demon-slaying squad to engage a cohort of seventh-tier adversaries from the foreign sections. Meanwhile, Xian Bing's team, though not as potent as the demon-slaying squad, also faced a seventh-tier foe. As Fang Yun observed the chaotic melee, it became evident that the finals were now beyond reach. The fierce battle seemed far from conclusion, prompting him to ensure the safety of his junior teammates, such as Ling Xiaoye, who were of insufficient rank, before standing back to watch the unfolding drama. Other university teams also sought refuge, not out of cowardice, but due to the overwhelming caliber of the conflict above them. The combatants were their instructors, and any attempt to join would likely result in swift annihilation. As the skirmish intensified, the venue was reduced to ruins, and the foreign combatants surged into the fray. "Damn it, they are all peak 8th tier. How could Xia Jie be this formidable?" lamented the leader of the Beast God sect, having been sent flying by Xia Jie. After a fierce exchange, the four combatants briefly separated, revealing that Xia Jie had already taken a step into the 9th tier. "Indeed, the Xia kingdom is brimming with talent," remarked the leader of the New World. "Yet this signifies that we must not falter in this critical moment. Is this all you can muster?" Xia Jie taunted the trio not far away. "That was merely a warm-up. The main event is yet to unfold. Come forth and reveal your true abilities." Beast transformation. Upon uttering these words, the leader of the Beast God sect expanded to 3 or 4 meters, his form resembling a towering beast with sharp fangs. Domain of lust. Eden. The surroundings of the two other leaders transformed dramatically. The leader of the Jade Maiden sect was surrounded by an array of alluring women, each exuding a unique charm and striking enticing poses that stirred the imagination. In contrast, the leader of the New World found himself enveloped by a sprawling meadow, dominated by a colossal tree that radiated an aura of beauty and happiness. As Xia Jie observed the altered states of the three leaders, his once white hair began to darken to a blood-red hue, and he murmured, "Shura Domain." Chapter 24. The Great Battle with Xia Jie's Transformation. The atmosphere around them took on a crimson tint. The domains of the three leaders cast the world in three distinct hues. While the leader of the beast god sect merged his domain with his own physique, significantly amplifying his physical prowess. As the battle escalated, the arena began to feel constricted, compelling the four combatants to ascend to even greater heights, unleashing a cacophony of power. As all the extraordinary beings exerted their utmost strength, the realm descended into chaos. With the very fabric of space wavering in instability, the aerial conflict reached a fever pitch. While the remaining extraordinary beings of the Xia kingdom faced off against the incoming adversaries from the three foreign sects, all below the 7th tier. In the 7th tier battlefield, Fang Yun found himself temporarily unable to participate, yet the mid to low tier battles were his domain. The perfected techniques of Fang Yun's sky-splitting strike and the seamless execution of instant step were continuously employed by Fang Yun, while his regenerative abilities were outpaced by his relentless expenditure of energy. Confronting the 4th and 5th tier practitioners of foreign abilities, Fang Yun unleashed his full arsenal, decimating his adversaries with such ferocity that they could scarcely withstand a single strike. As he incessantly utilized instant step, the speed of his slaughter surpassed that of any other. Such remarkable prowess inevitably drew attention. Cursed fate. A peak 6th tier practitioner from a foreign sect confronted Fang Yun, swinging a massive blade in his direction. With a resounding clash, Fang Yun, wielding the White Dragon's Whisper, intercepted the incoming strike. Feeling the force transmitted through his spear, Fang Yun sensed that he was in a bit of a predicament. Although he feared not the peak 6th tier beasts, practitioners wielded a variety of abilities that posed a greater challenge. Not only was Fang Yun entangled, but the 6th tier practitioners from Xia country were also targeted, thwarting their attempts to massacre the lower tier practitioners. After a brief exchange with the opposing 6th tier practitioner, Long Outyin momentarily withdrew, casting a glance at Fang Yun, who was fiercely engaged with the peak 6th tier adversary, his expression revealing unease. Monster, he muttered before charging once more at his own opponent, thinking to himself, if I cannot best a peak 6th tier, how could I falter against you? As the chaos intensified, participants from other universities either willingly or reluctantly joined the fray, leading to inevitable casualties. Shaoli, you wretched fool, a peak 3rd tier student, witnessing his dear friend perish at the hands of an enemy, was consumed by rage and charged forward. The 4th tier practitioner effortlessly crushed his neck, disdainfully remarking, is this all? The fury of the weak is inconsequential. No sooner had the words left his lips than he was severed at the neck by a sword of light unleashed by Shi Yuqing, falling lifelessly to the ground. Such tragedies unfolded incessantly, with the deaths of loved ones and the harrowing experience of taking a life permeating the battlefield with an atmosphere of madness. The sophomore quartet, along with Ling Xiaoya, banded together to confront the foreign practitioners. Their formidable strength offered them a temporary reprieve from danger. Ling Xiaoya gazed anxiously at Fang Yun, embroiled in combat with the peak 6th tier practitioner, silently praying for his victory. As Ying Bai, in her feline demon form, fended off an attack from a foreign practitioner, a beam of sword light surged towards her from a distance. Just as she had parried the previous assault, she found herself momentarily spent, unable to evade the impending strike. With a resounding thud, Ling Xiaoya's icy blade intercepted the sword light, averting disaster. Thank you, Xiaoya. Be cautious, Bai. The endearment momentarily dispelled Ying Bai's earlier emotions. Why does Sister Xiaoya call you Bai? Shun Yi inquired curiously. Some questions are best left unasked. Qin Sheng maintained a stern expression as he spoke to Shun Yi, the reason for his demeanor stemming from a humorous thought that crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was wholly engrossed in combat with his adversary, utterly oblivious to this minor interlude. Sakura Bai, filled with a mix of shame and indignation, relentlessly clawed at her opponent, channeling her emotions into the fray. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a foreign adept observed the unfolding events, when one of his subordinates reported, "My lord, we've located the target." With a gesture pointing towards Ling Xiaoya, the so-called lord drew forth a photograph, scrutinizing Ling Xiaoya before exclaiming, "The target is over there." He then charged towards her. The foreign adept combatants, seizing a moment to glance at Ling Xiaoya, immediately threw themselves at her with reckless abandon. The adept from the Summer Nation also sensed the anomaly, witnessing the collective rush of the foreign forces towards a singular point. Although the reasoning behind this frenzy eluded them, their objective was clear: to thwart the enemy's goal. each one engaging desperately with their opponents. Ling Xiaoya and her companions distinctly felt the mounting pressure. Not only were their adversaries becoming increasingly frenzied in their attacks, but a relentless tide of enemies surged towards them. This cannot continue, Shen Yi grimly remarked while struggling to fend off the assaults. What madness possesses them? They are throwing their lives away. Amidst this turmoil, the adept from the Summer Nation seized the opportunity to eliminate numerous foreign adversaries, yet the brainwashed zealots pressed on, willing to sacrifice everything for their mission. In the heat of battle, Fang Yun took note of this scene and erupted in fury. With no regard for anything but shielding his head from immediate death, he threw himself recklessly at the pinnacle of the 6th-tier adept. Damn it! Has this fellow lost his mind? The 6th-tier adept faced Fang Yun's reckless onslaught with peril at every turn. No! Fang Yun's weapon, the White Dragon's Cry, pierced through the 6th-tier adept's skull, while his blade severed Fang Yun's left arm. Without a glance at his severed limb, Fang Yun channeled all his energy into regeneration, his arm swiftly regrowing. This miraculous sight brought tears of joy to Ling Xiaoya, who had been anxiously observing him. When Fang Yun's arm was severed, it felt as though the sky had collapsed. Yet, upon witnessing the regrowth, the sky restored itself, and the impending sorrow dissipated before it could even take root. Ling Xiaoya found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, her expression a curious blend of laughter and tears. After dispatching his foe, Fang Yun sprinted towards Ling Xiaoya, leaving a trail of foreign adept combatants either sent flying by his spear or obliterated by his swift strikes. The carnage gruesome. The little leader, eyeing Ling Xiaoya and her group from a distance, leaped into action, his long spear aimed squarely at her. Die, he snarled, his mind already envisioning the rewards he would receive from his leader upon completing this task. Yet, Ling Xiaoya remained unfazed by the descending spear, for she knew her beloved was on his way. The long spear struck upon Fang Yun's shoulder, while his own lance pierced the heart of the minor leader. How could it be? The minor leader, even in death, could not fathom from whence this young man had emerged or why he dared to confront his assault head-on. Alas, he would carry these mysteries with him to the underworld. Fang Yun swiftly dispatched the heretical practitioners encircling his comrades, then positioned himself protectively by their side. Captain, the relieved few exclaimed to Fang Yun. It was indeed perilous. Had he arrived even a moment later, they would have met their demise. You all take a moment to recuperate. I shall handle the remainder, Fang Yun declared solemnly. The others, understanding the urgency of the situation, refrained from unnecessary protests. Fang Yun stood firm against the relentless onslaught of the oblivious heretics, lacking opponents of equal strength to deter him. These heretics fell before him as easily as one would slay a chicken. Meanwhile, the high-tier practitioners in the skies above were too preoccupied to notice the unfolding events below. This allowed Fang Yun to serve as an unwavering pillar in front of Ling Xiaoya and her companions. Observing Fang Yun, who resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, Long Outyin muttered freak, realizing that he was nearing the prowess of his own elder sister. A pang of regret washed over Long Outyin as he charged at another 6th-tier heretical practitioner, exclaiming, "Perish!" Chapter 25. The battle concludes. Xia Kong, consider yourselves fortunate this time, but your luck shall not hold forever. Among the three figures, one reluctantly hurled an object resembling a stone. With a resounding explosion, the stone illuminated the night sky, obliterating all spatial constructs laid by Xia Kong. Seizing the opportunity, the trio unleashed their abilities and scattered in flight. Xia Kong, observing the fleeing figures, fixed his gaze on one in particular, his eyes gleaming with determination. A tremendous sound echoed in the distance, accompanied by a muffled groan. At the venue of the national tournament in the Demon City, as the battle of the super-tier practitioners came to a close, the three members of the heretical faction, well prepared, emanated waves of spatial energy. Xia Jia, consider this a demonstration of your superior skill. Next time, it will not be mere skirmishes, proclaimed the leader of the new world. As the three leaders hovered in the sky, flanked by high-tier practitioners from their respective sections, Xia Jia remained silent, contemplating how he could detain them all. Unfortunately, it was an impossible task. This was a high-dimensional spatial transmission executed in advance by a super-tier treasure. Even a super-limit practitioner might struggle to capture them all. Nevertheless, the objectives of this endeavor had largely been achieved. The opposing side had suffered grievously, mostly among the mid to low-tier practitioners, while their own high-tier forces remained unscathed. Below, Fang Yun and his companions watched as the heretical members gradually faded from view, their expressions a blend of unwillingness, fury, and a hint of relief. No one desired to continue the fight. Most were merely sustaining themselves through sheer willpower. Continuing the battle would likely result in a rapid increase in casualties. In the distant imperial capital, Xia Kong seemed to sense something amiss, channeling his spatial abilities with unwavering determination, exclaiming, "Break!" Meanwhile, in the demon city, the fluctuations emanating from the three major cult members grew increasingly intense, as if someone were desperately urging them. With a sudden surge of energy, approximately one-third of the spatial fluctuations from the cult members vanished, eradicated by the distant Xia Kong. "Xia Kong!" roared the leader of the beast god cult, infuriated. For the majority of those left behind belonged to his faction, leaving one to ponder whether this was a deliberate act or a mere oversight. The remaining cult members, acutely aware of the predatory gaze of the Xia Kingdom's practitioners, swallowed hard before disappearing into the ocean of supernatural abilities. Once the battle concluded, various departments hastily returned to their duties, for one could not allow others to bear the burden indefinitely. Xia Jie sat in his office, reviewing the losses incurred during the skirmish. Those at the 7th tier and above had not suffered any casualties, while 3 6th-tier practitioners had perished, with the losses among the 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers being considerably higher. During the evacuation of spectators, many practitioners above the 2nd tier had willingly remained to confront the invading cultists. Most casualties were among these individuals, as their foundational skills paled in comparison to those systematically trained in universities. Not every individual made significant progress upon entering university. Some, lacking talent, remained at the 2nd or 3rd tier until graduation. Xia Jie gazed at the report with a stoic expression. The figures on the paper represented more than mere statistics. They signified lives lost and shattered families. It is a harsh reality, yet the great Xia had grown accustomed to such sacrifices, well-versed in the art of comforting the bereaved. For this was not a world steeped in peace. Far too many lives were claimed at the borders each year. Fang Yun and her companions remained at the hotel previously provided by the organizers, while Xian Bing had returned to the border with her original team, including the senior students Gu Qingfeng and others who had come to assist. Lin Ruoxi, burdened with numerous responsibilities, returned to the hotel with Fang Yun and her group before resuming her work, leaving the second-year quartet utterly exhausted as they collapsed into their rooms for rest. Only Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya lingered in the hotel lobby. Ling Xiaoya nestled in Fang Yun's embrace, still reeling from the brutal battle. After a while, she softly inquired, "Brother Fang Yun, why do you think they act this way?" Fang Yun pondered for a moment before responding, "Because our Xia Kingdom is too powerful, and they feel threatened." Ling Xiaoya, though not entirely comprehending, chose not to pursue the matter further. She was not oblivious to these realities. She merely sought a topic of conversation. In a clandestine location, a figure seethed, "Damn Xia Kong. Damn the great Xia." The shadow that had previously cast away treasures in flight exclaimed in frustration. "Well, what good does it do to lament now?" Another figure retorted sharply. As for another matter, he was targeted by Xia Kong while fleeing for his life and suffered severe injuries. Currently, he is hiding in a secret base to recuperate. How is the implementation of your plan progressing? Don't mention it. A formidable individual has emerged from the Xia nation, and our mission has ended in failure. Humph. You're just as ineffectual. Don't forget the promise you made to me. Rest assured, your share will not be diminished. The national competition will undoubtedly be cancelled due to this incident. It is a pity that the much-anticipated battle between Magic City University and Imperial Capital University, which the organizers had been nurturing for a long time, will not take place. The online community will not concern themselves with the reasons for the cancellation. All they know is that the duel they eagerly anticipated has vanished, and they merely express their dissatisfaction. In the Dragon family's courtyard, a breathtakingly beautiful woman hummed a nameless tune while tending to flowers, which were no ordinary blooms. The least of them were A-grade treasures, with a few being S-grade, and some even surpassing S-grade in rarity. Upon entering the courtyard, Long Outyin buried his head as low as possible, completely shedding the arrogant demeanor he displayed outside. "Big sister." Long Outyin called softly, his head bowed. "It's Outyin. What brings you to me?" The woman placed down her watering can and lazily gazed at Long Outyin. The woman before him was the true genius of the Dragon family, Gu Qingfeng, who had garnered significant acclaim in the outer borders. Could not even hold a candle to her. Only Fang Yun, who emerged in this grand competition, could barely be deemed worthy of her. Big sister, I wish to return to the borders. What is the matter? Is Magic City University not entertaining? The woman inquired, somewhat puzzled. Cough, cough. It is simply that my strength is too inadequate to fulfill the tasks assigned by our family. I wish to retreat to the borders for some self-reflection, Long Out Yin replied, wiping away a cold sweat. All right then, the woman said after contemplating for a moment. I agree. Thank you, big sister, Long Out Yin exclaimed joyfully. However, the woman elongated her tone. Long Out Yin sensed that matters would not proceed so smoothly. You must handle the tasks entrusted to you by the family with care, otherwise. You know the consequences, don't you? She said, her gentle demeanor betraying a hint of menace. I understand. I will ensure the tasks are completed. Long Out Yin responded solemnly. By the way, big sister, when will you arrange my marriage? Long Out Yin asked, perplexed, for he knew that his sister detested arranged unions. What marriage? The woman queried, genuinely confused. It's what Xian Jun told me. He said the family wishes for me to marry the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Is that not your intention, big sister? Long Out Yin questioned, bewildered. If it's not your wish, then why would I provoke that eccentric? How intriguing. It seems some individuals have developed different intentions. The woman replied with a smile. You need not concern yourself with the marriage. I will ascertain what has transpired. Understood, Long Out Yin affirmed. There's one more thing, big sister. What is it? Although the woman's voice remained unchanged, Long Ao Tan knew that she was contemplating how to chastise her annoying brother. During this national competition, I encountered a rather intriguing individual. He is a freshman who has already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, nearly rivaling my elder sister. Oh, who is this formidable person? His name is Fang Yun, a student from the Imperial Capital University. Very well, what you have mentioned piques my interest. I shall refrain from punishing you this time. You may leave. Yes. Long Ao Tan hastily departed from the courtyard, walking with his head held high. After his departure, the woman mused to herself, Fang Yun? I have been here for quite some time. Perhaps I should venture out for some amusement? Chapter 26. The clown following the battle. Everyone gathered their spirits and returned to their respective schools. On the train back to the imperial capital, the atmosphere was markedly subdued compared to the lively chatter that had accompanied their journey there. One could occasionally hear the sound of quiet sobs. Fang Yun glanced around his seat and fortuitously spotted the Enran team. Fortunately, all 5 members of the Enran team had returned unscathed. After all, a team of abilities capable of training in the falling Sunset Wilderness Zone was undeniably strong. Moreover, during the latter part of the battle, most of the opposing ability users had targeted Ling Xiaoyu, which alleviated the pressure on the others significantly. It was the sisters I encountered that night. Clearly, Ling Xiaoyu also recognized them and smiled at Enran as they exchanged glances. Enran returned the smile, while the short-haired girl beside her became quite excited upon seeing her idol, especially after witnessing Fang Yun's valor during the previous night's battle, which deepened her admiration. The group arrived in the imperial capital amidst a slightly melancholic atmosphere. Finally back, Ling Xiaoyu exclaimed. Indeed, these past 10 days felt like several months. The sophomore quartet reflected. Let us head back to school to document everything, and then it will be vacation time, Lin Ruo, she suggested with a clap of her hands. Upon returning to school, the 4 sophomores each returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings before heading home. Hand in hand, Fang Yun and his companion waited at the school gate for their ride. The thought of returning home with her beloved made Ling Xiaoyu feel a bit bashful, yet she was overwhelmingly happy. Although they had lived in Jiang City together for 16 years, the feeling was distinctly different now. In Jiang City, they had lived like siblings. Now, however, they were no longer merely brother and sister, but a young couple. Butler Su Ming soon arrived at the gates of the Imperial Capital University, and Ling Xiaoyu ushered Fang Yun into the vehicle, where they settled in the back seat. Young Master Fang, please fasten your seatbelts. We shall set off now, Su Ming said politely. Noticing their nods, he started the car, heading towards the Ling residence. With Su Ming present, Ling Xiaoyu and Fang Yun simply leaned against each other, gazing at the scenery outside. Before long, they arrived at the Ling estate. Fang Yun looked at the grand manor before him, having only seen such opulence on television. Witnessing it in reality was truly awe-inspiring. Butler Su Ming set the two down before proceeding to park the car, while Ling Xiaoya led Fang Yun on a tour of the Ling family estate. The manor was adorned with a plethora of scenic views. Although winter was upon them, the capital had not witnessed any snowfall. Had it been blanketed in white, the scenery would have been rendered even more enchanting. As the two meandered through the estate, a group approached, laughing and chatting merrily. Ling Shuang, look over there. Is that not the eldest lady? One of them exclaimed, spotting the affectionate duo from a distance. Ling Shuang, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by his companion and indeed confirmed the presence of the eldest lady. However, he pondered, who was the gentleman by her side? Did she not realize that she was the fiancée of Long Shao? Indeed, the eldest lady, who already has a fiancé, is openly frolicking with another man. This is simply outrageous. The young man echoed Ling Shuang's sentiments. Let us go and remind the eldest lady to be mindful of her status. With that, Ling Shuang led his companions toward Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya. It was evident that this group belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder, as most of the Ling family members aligned with his interests. After all, Ling Zhan had only returned to the Ling family 2 years prior and was still recuperating from his injuries, which emboldened the Grand Elder's supporters. Fang Yun, noticing the approaching group, paid them little mind. However, Ling Xiaoya's expression darkened upon their arrival. Ling Shuang, what brings you here? She inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. Oh, is that not the eldest lady herself? I have heard of your participation in the national competition and the unfortunate events that transpired during the finals. I trust you emerged unscathed? Ling Shuang replied with a mocking tone. Of course, I would not be harmed. But if it were you in my position, that would be another matter, Ling Xiaoya retorted with a smirk. Fang Yun quickly grasped the situation. It was clear that the group had come to provoke them. It seemed that Xiaoya's life was not as pleasant as one might assume, though Fang Yun found it unsurprising. After all, such rivalries were typical in dramas, with the eldest lady and young master often drawing the ire of envious factions. Ling Shuang scrutinized Fang Yun before addressing Ling Xiaoya. Eldest lady, have you forgotten your station? As Long Shao's fiancé, how can you be seen with such an unworthy man? What will others think of our Ling family? What will Long Shao say? Can you bear the wrath of Long Shao? When have I ever become anyone's fiancé? I associate with whomever I choose. What are you to dictate my company? You should uphold the decorum befitting your status. Loser, Ling Xiaoya declared defiantly, leaving Fang Yun astonished at her transformation into the quintessential antagonist. Yet, Fang Yun was not inclined to remain a passive observer. Stepping before Ling Shuang, he stated, the words you just uttered are ones that even Long Outyin himself would not dare express in my presence. And you? Today, I am in a good mood. So be gone. Fang Yun spoke with indifference, the overwhelming aura of a peak 5th-tier adept, having slaughtered countless beasts, bore down upon Ling Shuang, who knelt before him. Pale as snow, the nearby sycophants, in a state of panic, gazed at the trembling Ling Shuang and shouted at Fang Yun, how dare you? Do you know who he is? Release young master Ling Shuang at once and apologize to him. How classic, truly classic. Fang Yun observed this quintessential scene with disdain, opting for silence as he enveloped them all within his formidable presence. In an instant, the sycophants, alongside Ling Shuang, found themselves kneeling upon the ground, their faces ashen. Boredom washed over Fang Yun as he regarded the assembly of fools, turning to the wide-eyed Ling Xiaoya, who was filled with trepidation, and said, Come, Xiaoya, are you not to show me around the Ling family? Tour guide Xiaoya reporting for duty, exclaimed Ling Xiaoya. Her spirits lifted as she led Fang Yun deeper into the Ling family estate. It was not until long after Fang Yun had departed that Ling Shuang and his companions dared to rise, their legs quaking uncontrollably. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ling Shuang's face twisted in a grotesque snarl as he shouted, Ling Xiaoya, and you, unknown brat, wait for me. I will kill you both. The sycophants, witnessing their master lose his composure, remained silent, trembling in fear of attracting his wrath. Upon learning of the events that transpired, Ling Zhan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Good, good, ha ha ha, well done, Fang. Lu Yu, watching her husband, could only smile with exasperation. Yet, merely this was far from sufficient for him to wed Xiaoya. Observing Ling Zhan's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Yu teased, Others may not necessarily want to marry Xiaoya, you know. He dares. Ling Zhan fumed, his face reddening with indignation. Lu Yu, upon seeing his reaction, could no longer contain her laughter. Chapter 27, Warmth. Damn Ling Zhan. Is this how he educates his daughter? The elder glared at Ling Shuang and his companions below, his anger palpable. Ling Xiaoya usually appears quite obedient, yet now she seems to have consumed gunpowder. Spouting such words about the collateral branch. Is this truly how Ling Zhan perceives me? pondered the elder, representing the collateral line. Elder, you must take a stand for us. That Ling Xiaoya and her wild man are utterly arrogant. That wild man even insulted young Master Long, claiming he is nothing, and that if young Master Long were before him, he would deal with him too. Ling Shuang embellished the tale for the elder, casting furtive glances at his followers. Indeed, elder, you cannot fathom their arrogance. Were it me, I would never endure such insolence. Ling Shuang's companions regarded him with astonishment, for his bravado was absent in the presence of Fang Yun. The Grand Elder observed the group in silence, aware that their tendencies were likely exaggerated. However, it was indeed true that the individual named Fang Yun held a disdain for young Master Long. They lacked the audacity to fabricate rumors about him. Well, I have a grasp of the situation now. You may leave, he instructed the others. Ling Shuang turned to the Grand Elder and asked, why allow that old fool Ling Zhan to remain the head of the Ling family? Why not simply have him step down? The Grand Elder shot a glance at Ling Shuang, replying, it is not that simple. After all, he was personally designated as the family head by the old man. And despite appearing incapacitated due to his injuries, he is still a peak-level 8th-tier supernatural being. If he were to unleash his full potential, no one could stop him. What of the peak-level 8th tier? The Long family possesses 3 of them. The Grand Elder glared at Ling Shuang, admonishing, the affairs of the Long family are beyond our control. Do not entertain any notions regarding them, understood? Yes, Ling Shuang replied quietly. After their leisurely outing, Ling Xiaoya and her companion arrived at the villa where Ling Zhan and Lu Yu awaited them. Father, mother, why are you waiting outside? It's so cold out here. Uncle, aunt, Ling Xiaoya exclaimed as she rushed over to grasp Lu Yu's arm. We were waiting here because your father feared you might be abducted, Lu Yu responded. Hearing this, Ling Zhan stiffened slightly and addressed Fang Yun, who stood before the elder couple, with irritation. What are you standing there for? Come in and sit down. Once inside, Ling Zhan gazed at Fang Yun across the sofa, feeling increasingly unsettled. This young man had not seemed so irksome in the past. When had he changed? Having grown up alongside the Ling family, Fang Yun regarded Ling Zhan and Lu Yu as no different from his own parents. Feeling at ease as if in his own home, devoid of any tension that other sons-in-law might experience. Uncle? Fang Yun inquired, noticing Ling Zhan's unwavering gaze upon him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Ling Xiaoya busily prepared food, whispering to each other. I heard you gave Ling Shuang and his group quite a hard time, Ling Zhan remarked. Indeed. That did occur. Did it affect you? Fang Yun asked. Not at all. They have always harbored ulterior motives towards our family, but they are merely a bunch of clowns. Ling Zhan scoffed. Then why do you still persist as the head of the Ling family? Wouldn't it be better to leave? Fang Yun questioned, puzzled. I promised the old man to watch over the Ling family. It was his life's work, and those clowns cannot sway anything, Ling Zhan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Yun, who seemed hesitant to speak. As for the Long family's intention to arrange a marriage with Xiaoya, rest assured, it does not truly represent the Long family's will. There will be a resolution to this matter, he assured. A true Long family? Is there a genuine and a false Long family? Fang Yun mused, feeling the world was indeed a complex place. The two engaged in a conversation about the national competition and discussed Ling Xiaoya until Lu Yu called them for dinner. Only then did they cease their chatter and assist in setting the table. It had been quite some time since the 4 of them had shared a meal together. The last time was when Ling Xiaoya's family was preparing to move to the capital. Xiao Fang Yun, do try this, Lu Yu urged, gesturing toward a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Watching as Fang Yun took a bite, she inquired, is it delicious? Indeed, it is, Fang Yun affirmed. This was personally prepared by Xiaoya, Lu Yu remarked with a smile, glancing at Ling Xiaoya, who sat beside Fang Yun. However, Xiaoya appeared less vivacious than usual. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, focusing intently on her meal. Noticing Xiaoya's bashfulness, Fang Yun teased, then I must indulge a bit more. For this is Xiaoya's heartfelt offering. Just then, Xiaoya discreetly pinched Fang Yun beneath the table, indicating that such matters should remain private. Even the typically bold Xiaoya felt shy in front of her parents. Ling Zhan observed the trio's light-hearted banter and felt a poignant disconnect between their joys and sorrows. While others' cabbages required pigs to forage, his own cabbage seemed to sprout legs and scamper away, even complaining that the pig wasn't fast enough. Stop frowning and eat up, Lu Yu said, placing a piece of meat into Ling Zhan's bowl. After finishing their meal amidst laughter and chatter, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya proceeded to wash the dishes. Lu Yu beamed as she watched the two in the kitchen, softly whispering to one another. How wonderful, she thought. Xiaoya has been rather unhappy these past 2 years. But with Fang Yun's company, she seems much brighter now. Humph. I wonder what that rascal has whispered to enchant Xiaoya, she remarked teasingly to Ling Zhan. How can you criticize Fang Yun? Have you forgotten how you charmed my parents? Ling Zhan retorted, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Are you brave enough to face them now? Lu Yu challenged, eyeing Ling Zhan, who remained obstinate. When the time comes, introduce Xiaoya to them. And they surely won't hold any grudges. Using Xiaoya as a shield? If she finds out, she would surely give you a beating. Brother Fang Yun, is what I made truly delicious? Ling Xiaoya, feeling shy in their solitude, finally asked the question that had lingered on her mind during dinner. It's exceptionally good. Rivaling even the finest chefs, Fang Yun replied with a grin. The young couple continued their playful exchange as they washed the dishes. Once they were done, Lu Yu turned to Fang Yun and said, Little Fang Yun, why not stay here tonight? We have plenty of spare rooms. Certainly, Auntie, Fang Yun responded. Xiaoya, please escort Fang Yun to his room. All right, Xiaoya replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her face tinged with a rosy hue, leaving Fang Yun somewhat puzzled. Until Ling Xiaoya led Fang Yun to his room, he understood the reason why. Fang Yun's room was identical to the one they shared in Jiangxing. It was evident that Ling Xiaoya had deliberately arranged it to mirror Fang Yun's room, anticipating that he would reside here. Observing Ling Xiaoya, who stood beside him with her head bowed, Fang Yun's expression softened further as he said, Thank you, Xiaoya. I truly adore this room. As long as you like it. I'm off to take a shower. With that, Ling Xiaoya dashed away, leaving Fang Yun with a gentle smile at her flustered retreat. What more could a husband wish for with such a wife? Chapter 28. New Year, Fireworks. Brother Fang Yun, it's time to wake up. Ling Xiaoya's voice echoed from outside the door. As Fang Yun awoke to the familiar surroundings, he felt a momentary disorientation. As if he were once again living in Jiangxing with Ling Xiaoya. Coming, he replied, gathering his thoughts. When had he become so sentimental? Ling Zhan had left early. As the head of the family was often busy, Lu Yu prepared breakfast, and then sent Ling Xiaoya to rouse Fang Yun. Good morning, Xiao Fang Yun. How did you sleep last night? Are you getting accustomed to everything? Lu Yu inquired after glancing at Ling Xiaoya, who was enjoying her breakfast. Very well, upon waking. I even thought I was still in Jiangxing. That's splendid. Come and have breakfast. Thank you, Aunt. Hee. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya strolled through the market, where they were shopping for New Year's supplies. Although they could have sent servants to handle such trivial matters, doing it themselves imbued the occasion with a festive spirit. This one, and this one. Fang Yun observed the enthusiastic girl in front of him, while he dutifully served as an emotionless checkout machine. By the way, the card used for payment had been sent to him by Ling Xiaoya after her move to the capital. Although he had rarely used it, he now relished the experience of aiding Ling Xiaoya, momentarily embracing the life of a wealthy young man. Ling Xiaoya purchased a plethora of ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast, along with an abundance of fireworks. Xiaoya, can you possibly set off all those fireworks? In response to his query, she exclaimed, But you're here, Brother Fang Yun. Every New Year since moving to the capital has been dreadfully dull, and this year, with you by my side, I intend to make up for the fireworks I missed over the past 2 years. Oh, and that one too. Fang Yun contemplated saying. Even with me here, we couldn't possibly set them all off, even if we included uncle and aunt. However, he ultimately decided to purchase every firework that caught Ling Xiaoya's eye, for her happiness was all that mattered. After completing their shopping, the two sat in a restaurant enjoying lunch. Ling Xiaoya sat in her chair, swinging her legs back and forth while watching the bustling crowd. Fang Yun, captivated by the scene before him, felt an urge to capture the moment. He took out his phone and clicked the shutter, immortalizing the image of the serene girl gazing out at the restaurant's view. That's not fair. I want to take a picture with Brother Fang Yun. Upon hearing a commotion, Ling Xiaoya spotted Fang Yun holding his phone. She promptly retrieved her own device, snapping away at him with fervor. One picture would suffice, so why the incessant clicking? Fang Yun, posing obligingly, expressed his exasperation. Humph, I care not. I simply must capture this moment. After a flurry of photographs, Ling Xiaoya stored them in an album lovingly titled Beloved Brother Fang Yun. Once their meal concluded, the duo refrained from further shopping, returning instead to the Ling residence to commence preparations for the new year. Together, they transported the fireworks into the storage room and later teamed up with Lu Yu to sort through an array of vegetables and meats. As the evening approached, Ling Xiaoya and Lu Yu busied themselves in the kitchen, while Fang Yun lounged in the living room, engrossed in the news. The broadcast detailed the recent conflict in the bustling metropolis, revealing the assailants to be the three major cults led by the New World. The military hinted at potential actions against these factions, as footage of the now-ruined National Assembly Hall flickered on the screen. The devastation was complete. Not a single intact fragment remained, obliterated by the overwhelming powers unleashed during the chaos. Will the military take action? Fang Yun pondered, his gaze fixed on the report. Time to eat, exclaimed Ling Xiaoya, wrapping her arms around him from behind. As she watched the news, she seethed. The three major cults have gone too far. Especially the Beast God sect. Ling Xiaoya harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them, believing they targeted the Daxiao primarily because of her, wishing for nothing more than to eliminate them one by one. Releasing her embrace, Fang Yun stood and suggested, "Let us eat first." Noticing that only Lu Yu occupied a seat at the table, he inquired, "Is Uncle not joining us for dinner tonight?" "Yes," Lu Yu replied. "He has to work late." "Let us eat." Indeed, the adult world was rife with overtime, a reality shared by both her father and Professor Lin. After dinner and washing the dishes, Ling Xiaoya eagerly pulled Fang Yun outside to ignite the fireworks. Though only 2 days remained until the new year, her anticipation could no longer be contained. She opted for quieter sparklers, mindful of the many residents in the Ling household, saving the louder fireworks for the actual celebration. With a sparkler in hand, she gazed dreamily at the gentle glow of the flames. As it began to dwindle, Fang Yun produced another, swiftly igniting it and placing it into her hands. Ling Xiaoya accepted the new sparkler with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "You are the best, brother Fang Yun." Even this petite girl carried her own little worries in her heart. In the following 2 days, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya refrained from venturing out again, merely wandering occasionally around the Ling residence. Fortunately, they did not encounter Ling Shuang and her entourage, nor did any further melodramatic incidents transpire. Clearly, not everyone shared Ling Shuang's lack of discernment. At last, the day of the new year arrived. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya rose early. Ling Xiaoya assisted Lu Yu in preparing the festive dishes, while Fang Yun busied himself with the decoration of the entire villa. Ling Zhan, too, had set aside work for the day. Initially intending to help Lu Yu with the New Year's Eve dinner, he was promptly shooed away, leaving him to lounge in the living room, watching television. The day passed in a flurry of activity. Ling Xiaoya, surveying the abundant feast laid out before them, snapped a photograph and shared it online. During the meal, she delightedly scrolled through her friends' comments on her phone, chuckling to herself. "Wow, the dishes at Junior Sister's house are so sumptuous. How wonderful." Meanwhile, "I'm stuck guarding the borders," wrote Xinbing. "Oh ho ho, I recall that there are only Xiaoya and her uncle and aunt at home. Who occupies that extra seat? Has Xiaoya finally brought a man home?" commented Mu Zi, a friend and classmate of Ling Xiaoya. Amused by the comments, Ling Xiaoya eagerly showed her phone to Fang Yun. Upon reading Mu Zi's remark, she quickly snatched her phone back, her fingers typing with such speed that they seemed to leave a blur in the air. Ling Zhan and his wife exchanged a knowing glance, a smile of exasperation playing on their lips as they observed the two. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Ling Zhan and his wife settled down to watch television, while Ling Xiaoya finally indulged in her long-awaited fireworks. She stood at a distance, igniting the fuses with her fire-based abilities before dashing back to Fang Yun's side, leaping into his embrace and turning to gaze at the brilliant display. Fang Yun held Ling Xiaoya close, both of them entranced by the spectacle above. Boom! The dazzling fireworks illuminated their eyes, and after a while, once the last firework had burst, Ling Xiaoya broke from Fang Yun's embrace to ignite another round before returning to him once more. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Zhan and his wife had joined them in the courtyard, captivated by the fireworks. Lu Yu leaned against Ling Zhan's shoulder, glancing at the couple intertwined nearby, while Ling Zhan wrapped his arm around Lu Yu, drawing her closer. The two pairs of onlookers, one large and one small, shared this moment, their hearts intertwined. An image that would forever be etched in Fang Yun's memory. Chapter 29. Self-inflicted humiliation with the dawn of the new year bringing fresh beginnings. Fang Yun donned the outfit specially chosen for him by Ling Xiaoya, which mirrored her own attire, symbolizing their coupledom. Beginning in the morning, a steady stream of visitors arrived to pay their respects to Ling Zhan, including even the elder, who typically held a grudge against him. After all, Ling Zhan was the head of the Ling family. Privately, one could act as one pleased, but in public, adherence to decorum was essential. Happy New Year. Head of the family, the elder greeted Ling Zhan with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Ling Zhan cast him a sideways glance and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Ha ha. As the elder of the Ling family, it is only proper that I extend my greetings to the head of the family," the elder replied. Ling Zhan, not wishing to engage in banter, replied impatiently, All right, you've paid your visit. Now, be on your way." The grand elder did not retreat. Instead, he turned to the young man standing beside him, Fang Yun, and with a beaming smile remarked, "I presume this is the esteemed young friend, Fang Yun? I have heard much about you lately, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person." "Indeed," Fang Yun replied nonchalantly. Since realizing that the grand elder posed little threat to Ling Zhan, he found no need for pleasantries. The grand elder's expression stiffened slightly before he replied with a faint smile, as expected of a prodigious talent, "You certainly possess a distinct personality. You should learn from him. Perhaps you too could become as formidable as young friend Fang Yun." The grand elder gestured towards a youth standing behind him. "Prodigy? Where's the prodigy? I see none." The youth feigned puzzlement, then turned to Fang Yun and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, so the grand elder was referring to you. My apologies, brother. I thought a prodigy would at least be at the 7th tier, like Gu Qingfeng. I didn't realize you were merely at the peak of the 5th tier. Ling Tian, how can you speak like that? Young friend Fang Yun is merely 19 and has already reached the peak of the 5th tier. If such a person is not considered a genius, then who is?" The grand elder replied coolly, My apologies. While the strength of the 5th tier may not seem impressive, achieving such prowess at the tender age of 19 is indeed remarkable," the youth conceded. Fang Yun regarded the two with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Shall we have a match?" A glint of excitement flashed in the grand elder's eyes as he feigned reluctance. "Is that wise? After all, it is the first day of the new year. If you were to sustain an injury, it might bode ill for the rest of the year." Ling Tian eagerly awaited this moment. Although he had been astonished to learn that Fang Yun, at just 19, had already reached the peak of the 5th tier, he believed he was still far from the 6th tier. "Fear not, grand elder. I will exercise caution and ensure that young friend Fang Yun remains unscathed," Ling Tian declared confidently as he strode towards the Ling family's martial arena. With Ling Tian following closely behind, a smug expression on his face. "Today, a mere thrashing will be lenient. If you remain ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." A throng of spectators surrounded the martial arena, where Ling Zhan and the grand elder stood in the center, while Fang Yun and Ling Tian faced each other on the platform. As for Ling Xiaoya, had it not been for Lu Yu holding her back, and Fang Yun giving her a reassuring glance, she would have rushed forward to confront the grand elder and Ling Zhan. "What audacity for a clown to mock my brother Fang Yun. Once I elevate my rank, I'll show you all. Brother Fang Yun, why not concede? Although I will show mercy, one must remember that fists do not discriminate, and it would be unfortunate if you were to be injured," Ling Tian said insincerely. "Injured? Huh." Fang Yun scoffed dismissively. "Excellent. It seems brother Fang Yun has great confidence in himself. Then I shall proceed," Ling Tian declared darkly. Ling Tian, a peak 6th tier wind elementalist, had graduated from Magic City University 2 years ago at the age of 24. He had remained stationed at the border, and upon returning home for the new year, he was approached by the elder. To his dismay, he discovered that the woman he admired, Ling Xiaoya, had taken up with a wild man. Feeling betrayed, Ling Tian sought to provoke a confrontation, leading to the current scene. Surrounded by a swirling aura of azure wind energy, Ling Tian's speed surged dramatically as he transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards Fang Yun. He intended to toy with Fang Yun using his extraordinary velocity. However, upon facing the advancing Ling Tian, Fang Yun merely felt a sense of incredulity at the audacity of a warrior confronting him, a mage. Did he truly believe he could rely on his self-assured speed? In an instant, Fang Yun unleashed his full powers, executing an advanced technique that allowed him to vanish from sight. As Ling Tian observed Fang Yun's sudden disappearance, a surge of panic coursed through him. What sorcery was this? He swiftly pivoted, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. With a thunderous impact, Ling Tian was sent flying, his wind energy reconstituting around him to stabilize his descent. His arms, which had attempted to block the blow, trembled with residual shock. "My apologies, brother Ling," Fang Yun called out from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. "You spoke so confidently before. I had expected you to withstand this blow. I should have restrained my strength a bit more. Ling Tian, whose expression had soured, felt his face darken further. Impressive skills, Brother Fang. I had intended to show restraint, but it seems I underestimated you. You should be cautious from here on out. With that, Ling Tian enveloped himself in a tempestuous whirlwind of wind energy, manifesting a small azure tornado. As it erupted, he emerged clad in resplendent azure light armor. A pair of wings unfurling from his back, hovering majestically in midair. S-rank ability, Azure Phoenix armor. Gazing down at Fang Yun from his elevated position, Ling Tian declared with pride, Brother Fang, you should be wary now. He then surged towards Fang Yun, his arms entwined in wind energy. Fang Yun, reassessing his previous assumptions, realized that Ling Tian was not merely a mage, but also a formidable warrior. It seemed he had fallen prey to habitual thinking, equating elemental powers solely with magic users. He resolved to abandon such preconceptions in the future. As Ling Tian charged at him, Fang Yun thought to himself, who said that the instant step could only be executed on the ground. With that, he enveloped his hands in formless energy, preparing to meet Ling Tian with a powerful strike, the sky-splitting fist. Spectators of this duel were left in awe at Fang Yun's prowess. Facing a peak 6th-tier opponent while being a peak 5th-tier himself was remarkable enough, but with Ling Tian also possessing aerial superiority, the fact that neither combatant gained the upper hand was astonishing. If they were to engage within the same tier, would Ling Tian not be utterly defeated? As Ling Tian confronted Fang Yun, who maintained an impenetrable defense, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could Fang Yun be so resilient, akin to an unstoppable cockroach? You leave me no choice, Ling Tian declared. Conjuring a long sword of energy with his abilities, he aimed to strike down upon Fang Yun. Fang Yun gazed at Ling Tian, who had been the first to wield his weapon, and thought to himself that it was he who could not play fair. Subsequently, he conjured a long spear with his extraordinary abilities, finding it quite adept in his grasp. Sangyan Liakong Pu. Ling Tian, taken aback by Fang Yun's sudden escalation in aura, was bewildered. Buddy, at just 19 years old, not only have you reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, but your mastery of the instantaneous step is already impressive enough. Do you also possess a fully developed S-class spear technique? Do you have 48 hours in a day? Ling Tian, clad in a fully developed S-class Qingyuan armor, soon found himself at a disadvantage after both combatants unveiled their weapons, ultimately facing inevitable defeat. Fang Yun skillfully knocked Ling Tian's long sword aside and struck him in the chest with his spear, even tearing through the Qingyuan armor. Coughing, Ling Tian rose from the ground, clutching his chest, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. His eyes reddened as he attempted to charge at Fang Yun once more. Enough! The elder's voice resonated with authority. However, upon seeing the elder's grim countenance, Ling Tian reluctantly retreated from the stage. The family head has truly found a remarkable son-in-law, the elder remarked to Ling Zhan beside him. Heh, that boy Fang still has a long way to go, Ling Zhan replied with a chuckle. The elder's lips twitched, his expression darkening. I shall not impose any further. I take my leave, he stated, departing with Ling Tian before Ling Zhan could respond. Ling Zhan turned to Fang Yun, standing beside him, and said, Well done, Fang. You possess a semblance of the charm I had in my youth. What charm did you possess back then? Lu Yu approached with Ling Xiaoye in tow. Brother Fang is truly amazing, Ling Xiaoye exclaimed, disregarding the presence of Ling Zhan and the others as she leaped into Fang Yun's embrace. The previously cheerful Ling Zhan quickly subdued his smile, grumbling, What are you still doing here? Let us head back. The group returned to the villa, and the clash between Fang Yun and Ling Tian inevitably spread throughout the community. Chapter 30. A new semester following that battle. The elder and his companions refrained from further provoking themselves, while Fang Yun spent a few more days accompanying Ling Xiaoye and setting off fireworks before venturing into the wilderness. With over 10 days remaining until the new semester, Fang Yun sought to enhance his abilities as much as possible, hoping to spend the upcoming second semester in the wilds if feasible. While Fang Yun was busy accumulating system points in the wilderness, news spread throughout the Ling family that the young lady had brought back a man who had defeated Ling Tian, a pinnacle of the 6th tier, with his own peak 5th tier prowess. This news stirred considerable commotion within the Ling family. Damn it! Who leaked this information? Ling Tian seethed with rage. Given that there were numerous witnesses to their battle that day, the news was bound to escape, but knowing it was one thing, feeling the anger was another. Calm down. There's no need to be overly upset. Perhaps that lad won't have many days left, the elder remarked venomously. Not only the beasts, but even the three major heretical factions and the Federation do not wish for him to live in peace. It's possible that the previous attack from the three factions was orchestrated because of him. He may have been fortunate to survive this time, but who knows if luck will favor him again. Evidently, he remains unaware that the true cause behind the attacks from the three major heretical sects lies with Ling Xiaoya. Even the psychics from the Summer Kingdom who participated in the conflict are largely oblivious. They merely comprehend that the three sects have launched an assault and thus have come to resist them. Meanwhile, the cursed Fang Yun is scouring the Loxia wilderness for traces of demonic beasts. Perhaps Fang Yun has been overly ruthless in his endeavors, for after searching for a considerable time, he has yet to encounter a single 6th-tier beast, and even 5th-tier beasts are scarce. This has left him somewhat disheartened, considering that only 3 days remain before school resumes. With the absence of beasts, he resolves to return earlier. As Fang Yun collects the materials from the beasts into his ring, he reflects on his gains from the past fortnight. Name: Fang Yun Tier. Peak 5th ability. Enhancement 20 system value. 36,780. 000. The increase in system value following his power enhancement has been remarkably swift. Regrettably, despite the impressive figure of over 30 million, it merely suffices to barely fill a few ability skills, leaving him still a fraction short of breaking into the 7th tier. The required system value for tier advancements increases significantly as one progresses, which may be indicative of the fact that S-rank abilities necessitate gradual cultivation by mid to low-tier psychics. Once one ascends to a higher tier, the speed of ability cultivation accelerates substantially. The existence of a domain greatly enhances one's mastery over oneself, enabling the cultivation of abilities beyond S-rank. Upon returning to the Ling household, Fang Yun realizes that he has depleted his system value during the journey. As anticipated, he has perfected all 4 of his S-rank abilities, leaving him with a mere 280,000 system value. As for tier advancement, he plans to pursue this during the next semester's expedition to the wilderness. Advancing an entire tier in 1 semester seems reasonable, does it not? When Fang Yun arrives at the villa, the reclusive Ling Xiaoya has already emerged to await his return at the entrance. Her eyes brighten upon seeing him, and she rushes toward him. Brother Fang Yun, you are finally back. Despite only being apart for a little over 10 days, Ling Xiaoya feels as though a century has passed, each day dragging on interminably. Fang Yun embraces Ling Xiaoya as they enter the house. As usual, only Lu Yu is present, with Ling Zhan having gone to work shortly after the new year. Upon seeing Fang Yun with Ling Xiaoya in his arms, Lu Yu smiles and says, "All right, Xiaoya, don't cling to little Fang Yun now. He has just returned. Let him take a bath and rest." "Okay." Ling Xiaoya obediently releases Fang Yun, urging him to shower. After a refreshing bath, Fang Yun indulges in a good night's sleep, only to be awakened the next day by Ling Xiaoya, who insists on going shopping. Since Fang Yun ventured into the wilderness, Ling Xiaoya has also been in seclusion for cultivation. She has now reached the late stage of the 3rd tier. With only 2 days remaining before the start of the new semester, she takes Fang Yun out for an ample shopping spree, purchasing him a plethora of clothing. Given Fang Yun's frequent battles in the wilderness, although his regenerative abilities shield him from injuries, they cannot restore his garments. Thus, Ling Xiaoya fills Fang Yun's ring with a multitude of outfits. Upon their return to the Ling residence, Fang Yun senses numerous gazes fixated upon him. Confused, he turns to Ling Xiaoya and asks, "Xiaoya, am I imagining things, or does it seem like they are all staring at me?" Ling Xiaoya glanced around the crowd, suddenly recalling something. She remarked, "It seems that the tale of brother Fang Yun's battle with Ling Tian has spread, which is why everyone is eager to know who he is. Is that all? Moreover, it has been over 10 days since that incident. How can they still remember it?" Fang Yun must have thought something significant had occurred, only to discover it was merely this trivial matter. Is he truly Fang Yun? Given how intimately the young lady interacts with him, it must be so. How infuriating. Not only is he powerful, but he also has the admiration of such a stunning young lady. I envy him immensely. If only I could be like that. Wake up. What foolish dreams one entertains in broad daylight. The young people around either gazed at Fang Yun with envy or looked at Ling Xiaoya with longing, their expressions rife with admiration. On the first day of school, Butler Su Ming drove Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya to the Imperial Capital University. Compared to the inquisitiveness of last semester's freshmen, the returning students appeared noticeably quieter. Half a year was ample time for them to acclimatize to their institution. At Imperial Capital University, Fang Yun attracted far more attention than he had at the Ling family estate. As all students were aware of the first-year prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, leading the university's competition team to an undefeated streak in the national tournament. Most students had followed the national competition, either in person or through live broadcasts, and thus were quite familiar with Fang Yun. However, they did not disturb the two, as admiration for another's strength is fleeting, while one's own strength is what truly matters. "Good day, Professor Lin." The two greeted as they entered Lin Ruashi's office, where she was busy at work. Lin Ruashi looked up at them and inquired, "Did you both come here for a specific reason?" Fang Yun replied, "Professor Lin, I would like to request a semester's leave." Lin Ruashi regarded him thoughtfully and said, "You have already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. The school may not offer you much assistance anymore. However, I am curious about what you intend to do during your leave." Fang Yun responded, "I wish to go to the endless wilderness." After a moment of silence, Lin Ruashi said, "I will assist you with the application. Please inform your instructor as well." "Understood." After parting ways with Ling Xiaoye, Fang Yun proceeded to find Zhao Gang in his office and discussed his intention to take leave. "Though I am uncertain of your reasons, I recognize you must have your motives, so I shall not pry further. I grant my approval," Zhao Gang said to the student he had barely encountered a few times. "Thank you, Professor." Watching Fang Yun leave his office, Zhao Gang reflected, "Aside from granting this student a chance at rebirth, it seems I have not provided him with much assistance. With such a talented student, it is challenging for a teacher. At this rate, by graduation, he may well surpass my own capabilities." Ling Xiaoye was already aware of Fang Yun's plans and had prepared various necessities for him in advance, sparing him the need to spend time gathering supplies. Upon reaching the border of the endless wilderness and completing the necessary registration, Fang Yun ventured into the depths of the wild. In the desolate expanse of the Tianyao Wilderness Zone, one of the most perilous regions within the imperial capital and the entirety of Xia Nation, the likelihood of encountering 6th-tier demon beasts is exceedingly high, with even peak 6th-tier entities lurking within. This area was once a principal battlefield for confrontations between humans and these creatures, where extraordinary individuals, upon venturing forth, often met with the grim fate of eternal separation from their loved ones, earning it the somber title of Tianyao Wilderness Zone. Chapter 31. The Tianyao Wilderness Zone. Fang Yun beheld the landscape of the Tianyao Wilderness Zone, marred by the remnants of past battles, with the city itself reduced to a state of disrepair. With a mere shot, he dispatched a demon beast that attempted to ambush him. The wilderness no longer posed any threat to him. The formidable enhancement bestowed by his 4 perfected S-tier abilities rendered Fang Yun utterly fearless, as few prodigies could fully master even a single S-tier ability before reaching the 7th tier, let alone 4. As he strolled through the ruined city, he effortlessly dealt with any demon beasts that crossed his path. At times, he didn't even need to employ his white dragon chant. He could condense his powers into a spear, effectively using it as a javelin to vanquish his foes. While the act of slaying the demon beasts appeared quite gallant, the subsequent endeavor to gather materials often left him in a rather awkward predicament. Occasionally, he encountered other teams of extraordinary individuals. Upon witnessing Fang Yun's solitary venture into the wilderness, they regarded him with awe, yet none dared to provoke him. Anyone bold enough to traverse the wilderness alone obviously possessed immense confidence in their abilities, and to challenge him would be akin to inviting disaster upon themselves. Time flows unceasingly, and before he knew it, summer had arrived. Over the past few months, aside from his trips to the imperial capital to exchange his collected spoils, Fang Yun had spent the majority of his time in the Tianyao Wilderness Zone. His brief reunions with Ling Xiaoye during material exchanges felt more like a long-distance relationship, despite their attendance at the same university. As the semester progressed, the truly gifted Ling Xiaoye ascended to the 4th tier. Had it not been for Fang Yun, she would certainly have been unrivaled in both ancient and modern times. However, Fang Yun had already reached the peak of the 6th tier, poised on the brink of entering the realm of high-tier extraordinary beings. Name: Fang Yun Tier. Peak 6th tier system value: 120 million. This achievement was the fruit of his tireless efforts over the past few months. Consequently, the demon beasts in the Tianyao Wilderness Zone had dwindled to a mere handful, prompting official concern. Who could possibly clear out the wilderness zone? How could others train under such circumstances? Yet, upon discovering that the culprit was Fang Yun, the authorities ceased their inquiries, having received directives to allow such talents to flourish, provided that high-tier individuals did not exploit their power over the lesser. Despite the reluctance to interfere excessively in the self-development of prodigies, the authorities recognized that if Fang Yun's rampage continued unchecked, the Tianyao Wilderness Zone would cease to exist. Fang Yun put away his phone, finding the official reminders rather amusing. He acknowledged that his actions were somewhat unethical, and thus he resolved to withdraw from the Tianyao Wilderness Zone, seizing the opportunity to depart. As for why Fang Yun did not elevate his rank to the 7th tier, it was because, when he was about to make the advancement, the stealth system unexpectedly bubbled up, cautioning him that if he progressed to the 7th tier, he would no longer receive system points for slaying beasts of a lower tier. Fang Yun was quite eager to engage in a theoretical discussion about this, but regrettably, the system once again became dormant, leaving his inquiries unanswered. Currently, the wilderness areas of the Xia Kingdom held little significance for Fang Yun, unless he traversed the entirety of the kingdom to clear out the remaining top-tier wilderness regions. Such an endeavor would be laborious and unrewarding. It would be far more gratifying to hunt at the borders, although the borders were exponentially more perilous than the wilderness areas. As long as Fang Yun exercised caution to avoid encountering peak 7th tier or 8th tier beasts, he could still escape if he found himself outmatched. Lin Ruoshi gazed at Fang Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, her expression somewhat dazed. It had been several months since he ascended from the 5th tier zenith to the 6th. Such an elevation seemed reasonable, did it not? Reasonable, indeed. But which prodigy could elevate an entire tier within mere months? From the 5th tier to the 6th tier? At this rate, what tier would Fang Yun achieve by the time he graduated in 2 years? The 8th? Or perhaps the 9th? After some time, Lin Ruoshi regained her composure and said to Fang Yun, "You must be here to discuss your journey to the borders." Professor Lin was indeed astute. Fang Yun confirmed his intentions, stating that the wilderness areas within the territory no longer offered him substantial growth, hence his desire for her recommendation. Lin Ruoshi, having exhausted her commentary, replied, "I will make a call to the borders. You may proceed directly. Remember to return for the new semester." Understood, Professor Lin. Since Fang Yun had already reached the 6th tier, he could be included in the operations for the latter half of the year. Ling Xiaoya had been in seclusion, and, upon his return, Fang Yun did not encounter her. Thus he set off straight for the borders. "You must be Fang Yun," as Ruoshi mentioned. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Meng Ziqing, the head of the Special Operations Division at the northern borders." "Greetings, Minister." Meng Ziqing assessed Fang Yun before her. He was remarkably young. Were it not for Ruoshi's repeated assurances that this young man had indeed attained the pinnacle of the 6th tier, she would scarcely have believed it. "I manage 3rd and 4th year university students along with several special teams. You have come alone. Would you like me to arrange for a team for you? Ruoshi has informed me that you typically venture into the wilderness areas solo. However, the borders are not akin to the wilderness. The beasts there are not merely domesticated and pose a significant threat. If luck is against you, you might encounter 7th or 8th tier beasts. A team would provide mutual support and complement each other's strengths, so I do not recommend you act alone as you would in the wilderness. But this is merely a suggestion. The decision ultimately rests with you." Fang Yun remained silent for a moment before responding, "I prefer to operate alone." "And why is that?" Without further ado, Fang Yun removed one of his arms, not even phasing Meng Ziqing. The severed arm regenerated swiftly, returning to its original state in no time. Were it not for the arm lying on the ground, Meng Ziqing might have thought Fang Yun was performing a magic trick. "Well, it seems you are indeed capable of acting independently." What more could Meng Ziqing possibly say? Who would go so far as to dismember themselves just to prove their worth upon meeting someone? Were it not for her extensive experiences, she might have been startled enough to cry out, which would have been quite embarrassing. However, given Fang Yun's extraordinary abilities, as long as he exercised caution, there should be no mishaps. Allowing him to lead a squad might render them somewhat restricted, so Meng Ziqing ultimately acquiesced to Fang Yun's suggestion, hoping to avoid any further shocking displays from him. If he could dismember his arm this time, who knows what he might attempt next? After providing Fang Yun with his identification badge, she instructed him to await his assignment. The military is far less lenient than the wilderness. One must operate in conjunction with the larger unit. Although Fang Yun belonged to a special operations team, he still required orders from above to take action. Once Fang Yun departed, Meng Ziqing began to confide in her close friend. "Cici, where on earth did you find such a fierce individual?" You have no idea. When I asked him why he wanted to act alone, he simply removed one of his own arms without hesitation, nearly giving me a heart attack. Haha. This is precisely the sort of thing Fang Yun would do. Don't be deceived by his usually gentle demeanor. He can become utterly ferocious in battle. Lin Ruoshi recalled the recent national competition where Fang Yun, in a bid to swiftly eliminate his opponent, had blocked an attack with his arm and pierced the adversary's skull with his spear, showing no concern for his own severed limb. After indulging in their gossip, Meng Jiqing put her phone away, contemplating the impending excitement at the northern border. Chapter 32. The northern border. Fang Yun examined his identification badge. Though referred to as a badge, it resembled more of a card, white in appearance, with little inscribed upon it. However, once activated, it would project a three-dimensional holographic image, containing Fang Yun's basic information and task details, including credits earned for missions and the slaying of monstrous beasts. Speaking of credits, this is the primary allure for many supernatural beings to venture to the border, as these credits can be exchanged for unique resources unavailable elsewhere. While the highest tier of resources in University might be S-Class, at the Border Treasury, one could redeem up to SSS-Class resources. However, similar to SS-Class resources, it's best suited for those at the 8th tier of abilities to utilize or cultivate. Of course, a 7th tier could forcefully cultivate as well, albeit with significantly diminished efficiency, as SSS-Class abilities are designed for advancing within their domain, which is too low for 7th tier practitioners. Meng Jiqing had already provided Fang Yun with some essential information, and the identification badge came equipped with a map, alleviating any concerns he might have about wandering into forbidden areas. Upon arriving at the dormitory at the border, it was customary for members of a squad to reside together. Naturally, given the mixed genders within a squad, accommodations were separated, but each dormitory housed only one squad to foster camaraderie. As Fang Yun was assigned to a single-person team, he found himself alone in his own dormitory. Within the dormitory, Fang Yun awaited his mission while perusing the resources within the treasury. SSS level ability technique Void Slash for 120 million battle merits. SSS level ability technique Heart of Killing for 150 million battle merits. SSS level ability technique Skyward for 120 million battle merits. The battle merits required for SSS level techniques surpassed 100 million, whereas those for SS level techniques hovered around the 10 million mark, illustrating a staggering disparity of nearly tenfold. This stark contrast further emphasizes the rarity of SSS level resources, which are undoubtedly the pinnacle of cultivation assets, rendering them unattainable. At that moment, a notification illuminated Fang Yun's identity plate. A small-scale beast siege had been detected, prompting the Special Operations Department to initiate decapitation missions by squad units. It had scarcely been long since arriving at the border, yet the frequency of beast assaults was already apparent. Standing atop the city wall, Fang Yun gazed at the encroaching dark line on the horizon, the beasts advancing toward the city. The Xia Kingdom had constructed towering walls reaching 50 meters high across its three borders to thwart mid- to low-tier beasts. However, high-tier beasts, akin to humans, possessed the ability to fly, rendering such heights less significant. Numerous ability users stood upon the walls, clustered in small teams, presumably part of the Special Operations Unit. Upon noticing Fang Yun alone, they merely expressed mild surprise before returning to their tasks. Recognizing that he was not an acquaintance and considering the high mortality rate at the border, anyone could succumb at any moment. As the beasts drew nearer, the massive city gates below swung open, and waves of ability users surged forth in formation, positioning themselves outside the gates in anticipation of the impending onslaught. Fang Yun observed the squads led by 7th-tier ability users. Aside from the leaders, most members were 3rd or 4th tier, with only a handful of 5th and 6th tier individuals occupying roles. While he had heard of such arrangements, this marked his first encounter with them. The battle formations were a tactical innovation forged through years of human warfare research, led by 7th tier or higher ability users. These formations harnessed their domains to unify the abilities of the entire squad, amalgamating individual prowess into a formidable collective force that transcended their ranks. The leader's domain enveloped all members, ensuring that as long as it remained intact, they would sustain no injuries, significantly enhancing the survival chances of lower-tier ability users and enabling them to contribute effectively on high-tier battlefields. However, the drawbacks were glaring. If the domain were breached, all members would suffer considerable backlash, rendering them incapable of resistance, essentially spelling doom for the entire squad. Despite its considerable flaws, the existence of battle formations remained indispensable. Yet, the formation of such constructs was not a trivial endeavor. It necessitated repeated synergy and practice between the leader and members to achieve successful cohesion. As the monstrous beasts gradually approached, the formations erupted with a tremendous aura. Although none surpassed the 7th tier, their might exceeded that of the typical pinnacle of the 7th tier. The monstrous beasts, accustomed to confronting these battle arrays, skillfully deployed lower-tier cannon fodder to wear them down. Once sufficiently exhausted, the higher-tier beasts would strike to dismantle the formations. The presence of Fang Yun and his companions was to eliminate these formidable adversaries. With the clash of the two armies, the various squads that had been stationed atop the city walls descended to seek out the higher-tier beasts concealed within the throngs of monsters, preventing them from countering the formations. Fang Yun moved through the ranks of beasts, leaving no creature alive in his wake. Though most were low-tier beasts, the onslaught was merely a minor beast tide, consisting predominantly of 7th-tier beasts in limited numbers, posing little threat to humanity. The purpose of these small-scale waves was to diminish the ranks of low-tier beasts, ensuring that those who survived would possess greater combat prowess. The breeding capacity of these creatures was excessive, and an abundance of low-tier beasts became a burden for the entire monstrous horde, necessitating their frequent culling. The deaths of numerous higher-tier beasts gradually instilled a sense of retreat among the remaining monsters, leading to their withdrawal. However, the practitioners from the Xia Kingdom felt no elation. Instead, they were enveloped in a sense of numbness. How long until the next wave of beasts would arrive? Half a day? A few hours? The frequency was overwhelming, and the human population was woefully inadequate compared to the beasts. The monsters could afford to expend their numbers, whereas humanity could not sustain such losses. The beasts arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In this battle, Fang Yun garnered little system value, merely a few million, and his military achievements amounted to a pitiful few tens of thousands. Especially considering that he did not have to share the spoils with team members. With so many wolves and so little prey, acquiring more from this minor beast tide necessitated competition with other squads. This was merely a fragment of the entire northern frontier. Strength signified greater rewards. Yet one must proceed cautiously, as haste often led to peril. Half a day passed, and yet again, the beasts launched an assault, still a small tide. Standing upon the city walls, Fang Yun understood why others felt numb. The siege by these beasts resembled a mundane routine, an unavoidable duty akin to going to work each day. This led to a universal sense of apathy. For this encounter, a different array was assigned. Not everyone possessed infinite energy. It was essential to rotate combatants to ensure they remained at their peak for any extraordinary circumstances. However, Fang Yun need not concern himself with exhaustion. He unleashed his full might each time, provoking exasperation among the special operations teams. Why do you push so hard? Everyone else is resting, yet you continue to exert yourself. Will you not allow others to have a chance? Of course, this was merely an internal jest. Such warriors were precisely what the border required. They would have welcomed more like him, as their presence would significantly alleviate the pressure on the frontier, reducing the loss of life due to inadequate rest. After an indeterminate number of waves of beasts assaulted the city, even Fang Yun, with his boundless energy, felt exasperated. Who could endure this relentless onslaught? Day or night, the monstrous horde besieged the city, with the timing entirely unpredictable. This left the defenders in a state of torment, necessitating the division of their forces into two shifts to cope with the ceaseless attacks. One group stands guard during the day, while another takes the night watch. If circumstances become dire, they must rise to work overtime. However, the demonic beasts pay no heed to human affairs, focusing solely on their offensive. In response, Fang Yun finds himself left with no recourse but to slay them. Chapter 33. The 7th tier. Fang Yun gazed out at the retreating tide of beasts, marking the 60th day of his sojourn at the northern border. Over these 60 days, he had faced countless minor beast tides, as well as a singular medium-sized tide. The latter dwarfed the smaller ones by several magnitudes, had it not been for the full-scale war that could only be termed a large-scale tide. This medium-sized surge would have qualified as such. Whether Fang Yun was fortunate or unfortunate, such tides were a rarity. The entirety of the 176th segment of the border was embroiled in battle. Even the group on rotation had been summoned to fight, exposing Fang Yun to the true meaning of carnage. Standing atop the city wall, he surveyed the endless horde of demonic beasts. Feeling as though a tsunami were crashing upon the land, Meng Jiqing stood beside him, observing the distant scene, and inquired, "So, are you afraid?" "Afraid? Apologies. But fear does not exist in my lexicon." "Splendid. I admire your confidence. However, while confidence is commendable, one must remain cautious. Do not fall in battle, or I shall have difficulty explaining to Ruashi. Rest assured, Minister, I shall return as I came." With that, the two ceased their conversation, awaiting the impending onslaught in silence. At long last, the vast expanse of beasts clashed with the adept warriors, and the special operations unit to which Fang Yun belonged charged down from the city wall, their sights set on the higher-tier demonic beasts. In ordinary times, one would vie for the beasts. Now, they eagerly wished for others to slay several, ideally exterminating them all. Meng Jiqing engaged with an 8th-tier beast, alongside other formidable 8th-tier warriors tackling their counterparts within the tide. Fang Yun found that slaying 6th-tier beasts was as effortless as dispatching poultry. He could contend with mid-7th-tier beasts, albeit with considerable effort, while late 7th-tier foes resulted in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The pinnacle of the 7th tier was best evaded. Thus, Fang Yun set his sights on the 6th-tier demonic beasts within the tide, as the battles among 7th and 8th tiers unfolded in the skies, both sides keen to avoid collateral damage. Retrieving his weapon, the white dragon's song, from the beast he had pierced, Fang Yun swiftly moved toward his next target. Suddenly, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted in the distance, signifying the self-destruction of a battle formation. The resultant force obliterated everything in its vicinity, including the location of the formation itself. Fang Yun stood in silence for a moment, contemplating that direction, before continuing his hunt. Each individual on the battlefield bore their own mission, and at present, he could alter nothing. His only option was to grow stronger, powerful enough to eradicate all demonic beasts. With the relentless waves of destruction marking the sacrifice of various formations, the grim reality of the battlefield became evident. The toll was not limited to ordinary soldiers. Even the special operations teams suffered significant casualties. After all, the demonic beasts were not mindless, and typically, they were accompanied by numerous lower-tier beasts. Although the threat posed by these was minimal, their sheer numbers could indeed prove obstructive. Uncertain of how long the battle had persisted, Fang Yun felt as if a century had passed. At last, the 8th-tier demonic beasts retreated, and with their departure, the lower-tier beasts began to withdraw, marking the conclusion of the mid-sized beast tide. The precise number of casualties eluded him, but he was acutely aware of the absence of many familiar faces. When Meng Jiqing returned and saw Fang Yun still standing, she sighed in relief before retreating to rest. The war had raged for a week, and others could no longer endure its toll. After 2 months of relentless combat, the accumulated merit, though insufficient to exchange for SSS-level resources, was adequate for an SS-level resource. Even the system value had soared to 360 million, surpassing what he had earned during months of scavenging in the wilderness. "System, allocate points," he commanded. A notification chimed in response. "System value, 20 million. Peak 6th tier, 7th tier." With that, the 7th shackles within Fang Yun shattered, bringing forth an enhancement greater than all previous gains combined. As he experienced this surge of vitality, Fang Yun reveled in the unmatched beauty of the moment. After a considerable time, the fluctuations within his body finally settled, and he officially ascended to the upper echelon of ability users. Name: Fang Yun Tier, 7th ability. Enhancement 20 ability techniques. Palmu Force, S-level, perfect. Sanyun Sky Splitter, S-level, perfect. Instant Step, S-level, perfect. Regeneration, S-level. Near perfect. Special. Infinite Energy Domain. I alone in this realm. Within the domain, he is the absolute sovereign. System value, 340 million with his ascension to the 7th tier. Fang Yun acquired his own domain. However, the system's description of the domain felt rather perfunctory. What did it truly mean to be the absolute sovereign within this realm? It was only upon experiencing his domain that Fang Yun grasped the magnitude of his newfound power. Activating his domain, the surroundings appeared unchanged, devoid of the flamboyant colors typical of others' domains. Yet, Fang Yun understood that he had become truly invincible. He extended his hand, palm upward, conjuring a sphere of flame that swiftly transformed into a clump of earth, then into a mass of water, and even more astonishingly, into an erratic black fissure that morphed into a transparent light. In that moment, he comprehended the essence of absolute sovereignty. Initially, when he acquired infinite energy, he had mused about how splendid it would be to be a mage. Now, that wish had come to fruition within his domain. He could embody the essence of a mage, one without a mana bar. He finally realized the immense value of infinite energy, as activating a domain required the consumption of ability power, mental strength, and the ethereal willpower, while mages expended ability power to cast their techniques. Infinite energy elegantly resolved all these challenges, culminating in the birth of a monster. Fang Yun expended all his accumulated merit to exchange for two S-level ability techniques, Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens and Absolute Zero. Upon learning of this, Meng Jiqing was eager to witness the phenomenon, a sixth-tier individual aspiring to train in S-level techniques. However, upon seeing Fang Yun, she was utterly bewildered. Wait, my friend, you're already at the 7th tier? Is it truly that effortless? Does the ascent of life bear no obstacles? The transition from the 6th to the 7th tier presents a formidable challenge, one that has thwarted countless extraordinary individuals. It is no wonder that those who attain the 7th tier are referred to as upper-tier practitioners. Yet, here stands a youth who has effortlessly ascended to the 7th tier. Whom can one consult regarding this anomaly? Fang Yun is acutely aware of the extraordinary pace of his advancement, especially now that he has reached the 7th tier. However, the gap in the system's knowledge is widening. If he does not elevate further, he will find himself unable to sustain it, a predicament he is already grappling with, despite the current difficulties. Addressing the still-dazed Meng Jiqing, he inquires, Minister? If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Meng Jiqing, still grappling with the new reality, does not respond, and Fang Yun departs without the intention of rousing her from her stupor. After a considerable moment, Meng Jiqing finally opens her phone and confides in her close friend, Cece. I think I've just seen Kaimi. Lin Ruoshi, bewildered, expresses her ignorance regarding her friend's sudden outburst. Having acquired two SS-tier abilities, Fang Yun first invests fully in one to test the waters. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, SS-tier, perfect, system value, 150 million. Fang Yun gasps in astonishment at the exorbitant cost. Who could possibly afford such an expense? Yet, abstaining is not an option. He reluctantly invests in the second ability, Absolute Zero, leaving him with a mere 130 million in system value. For the time being, he decides not to pursue further tier advancements and instead focuses on enhancing his abilities, allocating points towards strengthening. Ding. System value, 65 million. Strengthening 20, strengthening 50. He hisses, realizing he can only enhance it to 50. The costs are indeed steep. After a series of transactions, his original system value of over 300 million has dwindled to a mere 65 million. The exhilaration of spending system value is fleeting, akin to a funeral pyre for savings. Thus, the pursuit of wealth continues. Chapter 34. Rift in the Dimensions. A new academic term begins, and as Fang Yun strolls through the campus, he observes the curious and excited new students, realizing that he has unknowingly become a sophomore. He finds himself in the familiar office where Lin Ruoshi awaits his arrival. Although she learned from her close friend that Fang Yun has reached the 7th tier, witnessing it firsthand still feels surreal. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? Can one truly break through after only 2 months at the border? Others have lingered there for much longer without experiencing such rapid advancement. Nonetheless, Fang Yun's breakthrough is undoubtedly a positive development prior to the age of 18. Most individuals peak at the 3rd tier, yet after crossing that threshold, physical maturity varies, influencing one's potential ascension. Convinced by her own reasoning, Lin Ruoshi informs Fang Yun. The reason I summoned you here is that there is a matter that may pique your interest. What is it? He inquires. A few months ago, Sakura Nation sought international assistance, reporting sightings of the beast god cult near its borders and disturbances in the dimensional rifts within their territory, resulting in a significant increase in the number of monstrous beasts. This situation has garnered considerable attention from various nations, prompting them to dispatch teams to Sakura Nation. Our nation, Xia, will also be sending a contingent. Fang Yun is taken aback, not only by the mention of the beast god cult, but, more critically, by the implications of the dimensional rifts. The dimensional rift is a passage that emerges when the beastly entities invade the blue star dimension, connecting the two realms. Most of these rifts have been eradicated by the extraordinary powers of various nations, as only such beings possess the ability to eliminate spatial fractures. The rifts in the Sakura Nation are among the earliest, and due to the passage of time, compounded by issues at the national level, they remain unaddressed. As the ties between the realms deepen, the possibility of obliterating these rifts has become increasingly unlikely. The disturbances within the rifts not only indicate a surge in the beastly entities, but also pose a graver threat: the potential reemergence of the ninth-tier beast emperors, who have long been absent from Blue Star. Although the existing ninth-tier beast emperors have remained dormant, this does not preclude the arrival of new ones. Should a new beast emperor descend, it could shatter the long-standing stalemate, plunging humanity back into a period of cataclysm. Therefore, the current mission is of paramount importance. One must ascertain the cause of these disturbances. However, Fang Yun finds it perplexing that someone of his modest 7th-tier standing could be involved in such a high-stakes affair. In response to Fang Yun's doubts, Lin Ruashi smiled and explained that matters concerning the beast god cult and the dimensional rift would be addressed by 8th-tier extraordinary beings. Additionally, a contingent of young powers under the age of 25 would be dispatched to support the borders, with each nation contributing a similar team. Fang Yun understood that this was indeed a battle preparation. Engaging 8th and 9th-tier extraordinary beings would be excessively advanced and disadvantageous for all parties involved. Thus, the younger generation was deemed appropriate, as they could maintain a certain scale while gauging the opponent's overall strength. Naturally, such a venture must yield substantial benefits. Otherwise, there would be little incentive for others to engage in combat. The team that secures first place in this competition would be awarded 3 units of SSS-grade resources. The pinnacle of resources. These are generously provided by the 3 major powers, which indicates their confidence in their own strength. Given that only extraordinary beings under the age of 25 are eligible, Gu Qingfeng from the Summer Nation, still below 25, was initially expected to lead a team to the Sakura Nation. However, with the emergence of the more formidable Fang Yun, and the participation of a heavyweight contender from the semi-reclusive families, also reputedly 7th tier, the depth of the strong nations is evident. Typically, an ordinary extraordinary being at 25 might only reach the 5th or 6th tier, with true geniuses peaking at around 6th tier. Only unparalleled prodigies can ascend to the 7th tier before the age of 25. The Summer Nation alone can present 3 such prodigies, and this may not even account for all of them. The other 2 major nations are likely to be similarly equipped, yet even with such prowess, they remain unable to eliminate the threat of the beastly entities. Lin Ruashi informed Fang Yun that they would gather at the capital airport in 3 days. This time, 5 representatives from the younger generation would be sent, while the high-tier extraordinary beings would not accompany them. Although Ling Xiaoya has made significant progress and is striving toward the 5th tier, her rank remains too low for this mission, leaving her to watch as Fang Yun proceeds to the Sakura Nation. Throughout these 3 days, Ling Xiaoya has remained closely attached to Fang Yun. As the challenges of a long-distance relationship have intensified, now evolving into an international romance, one might wonder if it could escalate into an interstellar romance next time. In the face of Ling Xiaoya's subtle grievances, Fang Yun naturally chose to indulge her, for she was his sole darling. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Fang Yun arrived at the airport of the imperial capital. At the assembly point, 3 individuals were already present: Gu Qingfeng, the captain of the demon-slaying squad; Lung Hongyan, the young lady of the semi-reclusive Lung family; and Tang Shi from the Association of Abilities. 2 were of the 7th rank. One was at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, while another of the 6th rank had yet to arrive. The trio regarded Fang Yun's approach with varied thoughts. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, smiling as he addressed Fang Yun. "Fang, my junior, the last time we met was at the national competition venue, and I must say, this reunion has impressed me greatly. Seeing you now makes me feel rather aged." "Senior Gu," Fang Yun replied, intrigued by Gu Qingfeng. He had often heard of Gu's name from others, and their previous encounter had been but a fleeting moment. Now, he finally stood before the legendary figure. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Lung Hongyan, the young lady of the Lung family." "Miss Lung, it is a pleasure," Fang Yun greeted, to which Lung Hongyan nodded slightly. "And this is Tang Shi from the Association of Abilities." "Greetings, Brother Tang," Fang Yun acknowledged. Hello. Just call me Tang Shi," he replied, appearing somewhat reserved. "Forgive my tardiness." At that moment, a figure approached, running and apologizing simultaneously. Gu Qingfeng stepped forward, reassuring her, "No need to worry about being late." The assembly time has not yet arrived. As Fang Yun and the others turned to the newcomer, they beheld a radiant young woman clad in a white casual shirt paired with denim shorts, her hair styled in a high ponytail, exuding an aura of sunshine. Hello everyone. I am Su Yingying from the military, a pinnacle 6th rank ability user. After each introduced themselves, they proceeded toward the aircraft. Ding ding. Fang Yun retrieved his phone, discovering a message from Ling Xiaoya. Brother Fang Yun, do your best. Take down those nameless opponents. Poor Xiaoya cannot be by your side, but I trust you will not feel lonely with 2 sisters accompanying you. This little girl. Fang Yun chuckled upon reading the message and engaged in a brief conversation with Ling Xiaoya. Is this your younger sister? Gu Qingfeng inquired, observing Fang Yun smile as he chatted. Yes, my girlfriend, Fang Yun candidly admitted. Ah, how enviable, Fang. Not only do you possess great strength and talent, but you also have a partner, while I seem to have nothing. I am weary. Let it all be obliterated. Gu Qingfeng's envy was almost palpable. Fear not, senior. I believe you will surely find your own better half. What better half? What are you all talking about? Su Yingying interjected curiously. We're merely discussing what to eat in Sakura country tonight. I crave sushi. Su Yingying exclaimed excitedly. Subsequently, the group continued their conversation about dinner as they boarded the flight to Sakura country. As the aircraft soared beyond the borders of the Summer Kingdom, it suddenly jolted, causing the passengers to feel an overwhelming weight descend upon them, as if shackles had been fastened to their very beings, suppressing their strength. The expressions of Fang Yun and Lung Hongyan shifted instantly, prompting Gu Qingfeng to chuckle and remark, "It appears this is your first venture outside the Summer Kingdom." Observing their perplexed countenances, Gu Qingfeng elucidated, in truth, the current environment is the genuine atmosphere of the entire Blue Star. The invasion of the Beast Realm has altered our world significantly, as the conditions of the Beast Realm diverge from those of Blue Star. With their intersection, the broader environment of Blue Star has undergone substantial changes, which impose certain constraints on us, the practitioners of extraordinary abilities. The Summer Kingdom, however, remains insulated from external influences due to the protective domain established by the esteemed Master Xia Kong, allowing us to live in relative tranquility. Other nations do not share this advantage, particularly those devoid of transcendent practitioners, for only they possess the capacity to shield against the overarching environment, thus fostering a more stable atmosphere. Fang Yun, now enlightened to this reality, understood why the 3 major sects and other factions held such trepidation towards the Summer Kingdom, and grasped the profound significance of Master Xia Kong for their realm. Chapter 35. The Land of Cherry Blossoms. As the airplane taxied along the runway of Tokyo International Airport, they had finally arrived in the Land of Cherry Blossoms. After depositing their luggage at the hotel, the 5 companions sought out a renowned sushi establishment, Skiyabashi Jiro. Having arrived in this picturesque nation, it was imperative to indulge in the local culinary specialties. However, the palatability of the food, whether it be moldy or not, was subject to individual interpretation. Nevertheless, Fang Yun felt it paled in comparison to what Ling Xiaoya could prepare. Fang Yun snapped a photograph and sent it to Ling Xiaoya. Sushi. Oh, I wish to partake as well. He could vividly envision her exuberant squeals akin to that of a groundhog. He proceeded to enjoy the meal while conversing with her. The others nearby felt satiated enough and deemed sushi unnecessary at that moment. After indulging in their feast, the group returned to the hotel early to rest. For the following day, they would venture towards the borders of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Their journey was far from a leisurely escapade. The northern regions of Nagano had succumbed entirely to the Beast Realm, which now occupied nearly half of the territory of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. The rift to the Beast Realm gaped open in Iwate Prefecture. The entire nation had exerted its might to confine the beasts to the northern boundaries of Nagano, while Hokkaido, after decades of resistance, had also fallen victim to their onslaught. Thus, the Land of Cherry Blossoms had been embroiled in a protracted struggle against the beasts for over 2 centuries, continuing to this day. At the site of the dimensional rift, silhouettes hovered in midair, each emanating an aura potent enough to influence the surrounding realm, ensuring the absence of any beasts nearby. The rift appeared perfectly normal. One figure opened its previously shut eyes and spoke. Could it be that the Land of Cherry Blossoms is deceiving us? Another figure interjected, Nay. They lack the audacity for such ruse. Subsequently, a heavy silence fell over them. If all was indeed normal, it would be fortuitous. However, if even peak-level 8th-tier psychics could not discern any anomalies, then the gravity of the situation might surpass their worst fears. Prepare for the worst, he advised before departing, prompting the others to follow suit. The psychic adept lingered only long enough to leave a trace before making his exit as well. Is that the border of Sakura country? Su Ying exclaimed, as the passengers on the train gazed into the distance. Before them lay an endless black line that divided the entire continent. Indeed, it was the formidable defense constructed with the full might of Sakura country. A wall soaring over 50 meters high that starkly separated the northern and southern realms. This was the boundary of Sakura country. As they approached this border, the group, though familiar with the borders of Xia country, had never encountered one that so completely severed a nation, akin to a wall of lamentation. After registering the previous night, they set foot upon this wall of size. Fang Yun now stood atop the mountain, surveying the horizon, where mere kilometers from the city wall, beasts roamed. While it was not a tide of monsters assaulting the city, it indicated that these creatures had come to regard the conquered lands of Sakura country as their own territory. The representative of Sakura country approached the group, and Gu Qingfeng, without hesitation, engaged in conversation with him, as cold Hong Yin appeared somewhat reticent. While Fang Yun paid little attention to the matters at hand, and Tang Shi and Su Ying were of lower rank. Welcome, friends from Xia country, who have traveled great distances to assist us in Sakura country. On behalf of all the citizens of Sakura country, I extend our heartfelt gratitude, the official declared with fervor. Not at all. It is our duty, for we are all of humanity. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At that moment, a procession led by high-ranking officials from Sakura country approached, drawing closer to Fang Yun and his companions. As they neared, the leader of the group observed them closely and remarked, "Is this not the delegation from Xia country? What a coincidence." "Indeed, quite a coincidence," Gu Qingfeng replied. "I recognize you. You are Gu Qingfeng from the Great Xia, aren't you? At merely 23 years of age, you've already attained the 7th tier of strength, unlike me, who took nearly 23 years to achieve the same." "Ha! Indeed," Gu Qingfeng replied with a smile, unfazed by the taunt. While those familiar with him could sense that he had caught the attention of his counterpart, the two groups then passed by each other, continuing their tour of the border-s Great Wall under the guidance of Sakura country's officials. "Who is he?" Fang Yun inquired out of curiosity. "A prodigious talent from the Federation, known as Paul, who is said to have awakened the power of spatial manipulation," came the answer. "Spatial manipulator?" Fang Yun felt a flicker of recognition, soon recalling where he had encountered the term before, during a date with Xiaoya, when a 7th-tier adept from the beast god cult had mentioned it in a moment of self-detonation. The name of the ancestral beast inheritor from Bear Country had also been mentioned. It seemed this competition was shaping up to be quite intriguing. After a general tour, the group returned to the barracks provided by the military of Sakura Country, which consisted of 2 simple rooms, one for the males and one for the females. Fang Yun reminisced about the spatial dominator he had encountered earlier in the day, finding him rather unimpressive. Suddenly, the area surrounding the dormitory erupted into chaos as demonic beasts launched an assault. It was Fang Yun's inaugural experience witnessing the ability user battalions from other nations. Much like in Xia Country, these ability users formed formidable formations to obstruct the demonic beasts, while specialized teams engaged in slaying the higher-tier beasts. After centuries of warfare, the strategies adopted by various nations to counter the demonic onslaught had become largely uniform, with effective methods shared among them. As a stronger humanity equates to a more prosperous existence for every individual, a practice beneficial to mankind as a whole, Fang Yun and his companions were not idle. As they were ostensibly present to assist the Sakura nation, Fang Yun sought out a 7th-tier demonic beast, which was attempting to blend in with lower-tier beasts to ambush the ability users of Sakura nation. However, the vitality of higher-tier individuals was far too robust, rendering their presence among the lower-tier beasts as conspicuous as the sun amongst torches. The White Dragon chant, once a powerful weapon in his arsenal, struggled to keep pace with the intensity of the battles among the upper echelons, prompting Fang Yun to sheath it and envelop the beast within his domain. Fang Yun also discovered an extraordinary enhancement. His strengthening abilities could be applied to his domain. His mastery over the domain had reached its zenith, offering no further room for improvement. Yet he was reminded that enhancement was comprehensive, thereby expanding the radius of his domain 5-fold. Typically, a 7th-tier ability user's domain encompassed a radius of approximately 100 meters, whereas Fang Yun could now cover a radius of 500 meters. The disparity was immense. The enemy's domain could not touch him, while his domain had already enveloped them. Furthermore, Fang Yun could transform into a mage, making him even more formidable. The demonic beast shrouded within Fang Yun's domain sensed an ominous shift, a premonition of death. Regrettably, from the moment it was ensnared, its fate was no longer in its own hands. Absolute Zero. The consummate SS-grade ability was unleashed upon the demonic beast, which perished instantly, its form transforming into an ice-blue sculpture before disintegrating into countless icy fragments that vanished into the ether. A swift execution. Ding. System value, 3 million. Truly, the 7th-tier demonic beasts were of significant worth. The only drawback was that Fang Yun no longer received system values for slaying beasts below the 7th tier, presenting a dilemma. Nevertheless, should he encounter a 6th-tier beast posing a considerable threat, he would still bestow upon it a dose of absolute zero, ensuring an unforgettable summer for the unfortunate creature. This skirmish was merely a minor beast tide, thus the combat concluded swiftly. Fang Yun had managed to eliminate a handful of 7th-tier beasts, but the scale of the minor tide was limited to those of the 7th tier, resulting in insufficient numbers. Fang Yun, your strength is remarkable, remarked Gu Qingfeng, patting Fang Yun on the shoulder. Fang Yun offered a shy smile, remaining silent. Although his ability to dispatch 7th-tier beasts was impressive, both Gu Qingfeng and Leng Hongyan had similarly achieved such feats. The term prodigy was not casually bestowed. Without such prowess, the great Xia would not have dispatched them, lest they bring embarrassment upon themselves. Tang Shi and Su Yingying effortlessly dispatched the peak 6th-tier demon beasts, yet when confronted with 7th-tier adversaries, they could only manage a tenuous resistance. The disparity between the 6th and 7th tiers is far greater than that between the 1st and 6th, as even Fang Yun, who lingered at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, could only contend with the later stages of the 7th tier. This illustrates the remarkable prowess of the upper-tier combatants. The group, while fending off the demon beasts alongside the Sakura Nation, awaited the arrival of other national teams. Chapter 36. The contest at last. Teams from various nations began to arrive, including the Psychic Brigade from Bear Nation, the contingent from White Elephant Nation, and the team from the Empire of the Setting Sun, along with several smaller nations. Despite the devastation wrought by the demon beasts, a fraction of each nation had managed to endure. Notably, White Elephant Nation, though it had yet to produce any extraordinary psychics, leveraged its numerical superiority to establish itself as the mightiest among the lesser powers. Upon their arrival, each nation's team took a moment to admire the border wall of the Sakura Nation. Some teams, encountering demon beasts besieging the city, offered their assistance in defense. For the demon beasts remain humanity's greatest foe. Fang Yun observed over a dozen teams from various countries, with Blue Star once home to over 100 nations. Only a handful could muster teams for this competition, a testament to the harsh realities endured over the past 3 centuries. Although all the teams had gathered, confusion arose regarding the nature of the competition. Would they engage in battle right at the border? At that moment, an 8th-tier psychic approached the assembly of national teams, signaling that they would soon receive instructions on the contest. Due to the fluctuations in the dimensional rift, nations, including Sakura, had agreed to establish a new defensive line 100 kilometers from the rift to monitor its conditions. Thus, the decision was made to advance the front line towards the dimensional rift, with the objective for each team being to hunt as many high-tier demon beasts as possible. The team that slays the most would be crowned the champion of this contest. The gathered individuals exhibited varied expressions upon hearing this announcement. They had anticipated a straightforward arena battle, only to find themselves tasked with infiltrating the demon beast territory to eliminate high-tier foes. Observing their reactions, the 8th-tier psychic reassured them that all high-tier psychics from their respective nations would participate in this operation, as it would be impossible for them to push the front line on their own. Their role would be to accompany the main force and hunt demon beasts that could inflict significant damage upon their teams. As long as they remained humble, their safety would be assured. With that, the 8th-tier psychic regarded them, and after a brief moment of chaos, the assembly accepted this decision, recognizing there was no alternative. Onward, commanded the peak 8th-tier psychic, and a vast throng of psychics surged away from the border wall, charging towards the domain of the demon beasts. In no time, the cacophony of various demon creatures filled the air, and Fang Yun and his companions swiftly penetrated the demon territory, soon surpassing the main force. To claim victory in this contest, trailing behind the main group was simply not an option. Although trailing behind the main force poses minimal danger, attempting to seize a kill from an 8th tier ability user is a futile endeavor. One might as well resign to slumber. The only option is to scavenge for opportunities. For even securing a fraction of the championship seems an unlikely feat. Some weaker nations, merely participating for formality, naturally follow in the wake of the main contingent, aware that they stand no chance of ranking. Thus, it is wiser to bide their time and survive, for who knows if the leading teams will perish first. Paul, wielding his domain, enveloped the entire team as they flickered into the distance, their speed unparalleled. Haha, with Captain Paul leading. We must be the foremost team venturing into the beast territory. Indeed, the captain, a master of spatial control, rendered other teams powerless to challenge him. Paul, with a slight smile, exerted his full strength from the outset to create a significant gap between his team and the others. 4 high-tier beasts would not dwell near the borders. Only by delving deeper into the beast's domain could they encounter formidable foes. Sure enough, a 7th-tier beast soon appeared. Paul and his team swiftly dispatched the beast and continued their expedition, pondering that the other teams might not have even laid eyes on high-tier beasts yet. How amusing. Meanwhile, Fang Yun and his companions were also on the move, but did not push themselves as relentlessly as Paul. The abundance of high-tier beasts was overwhelming and seemingly endless. As long as they moved faster than the main force, they would be fine. Furthermore, straying too far could lead to dire encounters with 8th-tier beasts. The beasts, sensing the human activity, rallied in droves to charge at the human battalion, which had always been defensive, now attempting to mount an offense. Yet, even the numerous beasts merely slowed the advance of the main force. This brigade, composed of the collective strength of various nations and led by numerous peak 8th-tier ability users, could not be hindered without an equivalent force to restrain them. Seizing the opportunity while the beast's attention was diverted to the main force, Fang Yun and his group stealthily eliminated 6th and 7th-tier beasts amidst the horde. Fang Yun unleashed his domain, and the 7th-tier beasts encompassed within succumbed within seconds, shattering into icy remnants. He refrained from engaging lower-tier beasts. Lacking system values was one reason, while drawing the attention of 8th-tier beasts would pose considerable trouble. Thus, he opted for absolute zero rather than the flamboyant phoenix dance of the heavens. The other members of the team, though also swift in their kills, could not match Fang Yun's pace, as his domain's expanse was vast, allowing him to eliminate 7th-tier beasts instantaneously. Without pause, he traversed the battlefield, leaving a trail of icy remnants in his wake. The powerful beasts among the horde, sensing the rapid disappearance of 7th-tier life forces, furiously sought the culprit, quickly narrowing their focus to Fang Yun. By the time Fang Yun was locked onto, he had already reached the human stronghold, chuckling to himself. Only a fool would linger to confront an 8th-tier beast directly. The 8th-tier beasts, feeling impotent rage, eventually retreated after a brief skirmish, leaving behind a multitude of lower-tier beasts to cover their withdrawal. The absence of high-tier beasts allowed the main force to accelerate their advance significantly, for the hindrance posed by lower-tier beasts was negligible. As Fang Yun assessed the spoils of this encounter, he nearly burst into laughter. The system recorded an astonishing 435 million points, with this single battle yielding 370 million. Within a brief period, he had slain over 100 7th-tier beasts. Any who learned of Fang Yun's achievements would be utterly astounded. 7th-tier beasts are no trifles, akin to 7th-tier superpowered individuals. Their ascension to the 7th tier entails substantial evolution and a marked increase in life energy. Typically, battles between 7th-tier superpowered individuals and 7th-tier beasts are prolonged, with few instances of one-sided outcomes. However, Fang Yun was an anomaly, as a 7th-tier superpowered individual wielding an absolute mastery over a 5-fold enhancement domain. His skills combined resulted in the instantaneous annihilation of 7th-tier foes. Even the peak 7th-tier beasts could scarcely endure in his domain for long, which accounted for his astonishing kill rate. Gu Qingfeng and the others gazed at the numbers displayed on Fang Yun's wristband, feeling as though they were in a dream. No way, buddy. In such a short time, you've dispatched over 100 7th-tier beasts? I've been fighting for my life and have only managed to take down a few. Come on, man, this is absurd. Even the usually aloof Long Hongyan widened her eyes and parted her lips in shock, clearly impressed by Fang Yun's prowess. It was evident that, in this expedition, Fang Yun alone could rival the entirety of their team. The wristbands had been distributed to them by the Sakura Nation prior to their mission, intended to record the number of beasts they defeated. After a brief regroup, they pressed on deeper into the beast territory. With the beasts having been repelled, it would take time for them to regroup in significant numbers. Thus, Fang Yun and his companions acted with greater boldness, dispersing to search for high-tier beasts, which greatly enhanced their efficiency, albeit at the cost of increased danger. After informing his companions, Fang Yun ventured alone into the heart of the beast domain. In the areas enveloped by his domain, 7th-tier beasts were swiftly dispatched. However, the efficiency paled in comparison to the earlier skirmish, as the vast territory presented a formidable challenge. Fang Yun's domain extended only 500 meters, rendering it akin to a drop in the ocean of the expansive beast territory. Despite the abundance of 7th-tier beasts, the probability of encountering them within such a vast expanse was rather low. Fang Yun was not alone in this sentiment. The other teams shared similar frustrations. Paul and his team had just slain another 7th-tier beast, marking their 11th kill. Paul gazed at the beast's carcass with an impassive expression. "Captain, what's the matter?" One of the team members inquired, noticing their leader's lack of the anticipated elation. "The efficiency is too low. The territory of the beasts is excessively vast," Paul replied. The remaining team members exchanged glances. They had already achieved commendable efficiency, yet sensing their captain's dissatisfaction, they resolved to strive even harder. As Paul continued on his path, he pondered deeply and soon made a bold decision. Chapter 37. The Beast Clan's beasts do not exist solely in isolation. More often than not, they form formidable clans. Generally, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities tend to avoid provoking clusters of monstrous beasts. After all, a single group not only boasts a considerable number, but also possesses a balanced distribution of strength, rendering even an ordinary team of ability users incapable of confronting such a formidable assembly. Paul and his comrades found refuge atop a tree, gazing at a distant congregation of star-spotted deer. Among them were 3 8th-tier beasts and a dozen 7th-tier ones, accompanied by a mix of lower-tier creatures. "Captain, are we truly going to engage them?" One of the team members inquired, his expression tinged with apprehension as he regarded the formidable group. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Even a solitary 8th-tier beast posed a significant challenge, let alone the multitude present. If they were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Paul's demeanor reflected a similar gravity as he weighed the situation in his mind. The potential reward for vanquishing this group would far exceed their recent endeavors. Yet the question loomed, how could they accomplish such a feat? "Let's do it," Paul declared fiercely, casting a glance at the hesitant faces of his team, aware that their courage was waning, especially since they were all merely at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. He harbored no intention of sending them into battle. Instead, he planned to rely on his mastery of spatial manipulation to launch surprise assaults, confident that even if he could not eliminate them, he could evade capture. With this resolve, Paul instructed his team to withdraw and then executed a swift teleportation to position himself behind one of the 7th-tier star-spotted deer. With a swift motion, he unleashed a spatial slash towards the creature. The invisible strike effortlessly cleaved through the beast, splitting it in two. Having achieved his objective, Paul wasted no time in retreating. The sight of one of their own falling victim to such an attack ignited a furious roar from the nearby 8th-tier beasts, their gaze fixating on Paul. Realizing the impending danger, Paul hastily teleported away, attempting to escape the wrath of 2 enraged 8th-tier deer that pursued him through the air. "What the hell?" Paul muttered in frustration as he glanced back at his relentless pursuers, irritated that they would hold such a grudge over the demise of a single 7th-tier beast. Fortunately, he had instructed his team to vacate the area beforehand and had altered his escape route. Otherwise, attempting to flee with 4 others would have strained his abilities to their limit. After a lengthy chase, the 2 beasts reluctantly halted their pursuit, returning to their group. They would be in trouble if another clan took advantage of their absence to raid their territory. Once the beasts abandoned their chase, Paul gradually came to a stop, seeking a concealed spot to replenish his abilities. After regaining his strength, he set out to locate his team. "Captain, how did it go? Are we able to proceed?" One of the members asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Paul regarded his comrades and sighed. "We should seek out a solitary beast instead." Thus, the group continued their aimless search within the vast expanse of the beast territory for any isolated high-tier creatures. Meanwhile, Fang Yun found himself grappling with the current predicament. While he could join the main force in awaiting the beasts regrouping for a potential harvest, the timing of such attacks was unpredictable. He mused that he could not simply wait indefinitely. If the beasts grew fearful and ceased their incursions, they would be rendered fools. Should they take action against the beast clans? This thought lingered in Fang Yun's mind. Fang Yun gazed at the familiar demonic beasts in the distance, recognizing them as the moon-chasing demon wolves he had encountered previously in the wilderness. There were 2 8th-tier demon wolves, 17 7th-tier demon wolves, and a multitude of lower-tier demon wolves. Fang Yun contemplated his own strength. While he may not be able to vanquish the 8th-tier beasts, they were equally incapable of harming him. Any demon beast below the 8th tier would fall to his absolute zero. What was there to fear? With that resolve, Fang Yun unleashed his full power, swiftly entering the midst of the demon beast horde, enveloping them in his domain, absolute zero. With a sharp crack, numerous demon beasts disintegrated into icy fragments, leaving only the 2 8th-tier wolves and 3 trembling peak 7th-tier wolves. The rest were instantaneously slain. The 2 8th-tier wolves, witnessing the annihilation of their kin in an instant, felt their eyes blaze with fury. "You wretched human, what have you done?" As the 2 8th-tier wolves summoned the energies of their surroundings, they significantly augmented their physical prowess, their already astonishing speed now akin to instantaneous movement, rendering them nearly invisible within the battlefield. All that was visible were the wounds on Fang Yun's body, gradually healing. Enduring the onslaught of the 2 beasts, Fang Yun delivered another blast of absolute zero to the remaining 3 peak 7th-tier beasts, sending them to their demise. The assaults from the 2 demon beasts were beginning to strain even his perfected S-rank regeneration. If S-rank was insufficient, then he would upgrade to SS rank. System, allocate points. Ding. System value, 100 million. Regeneration, S-rank, residual. High-speed regeneration, SS rank, residual. Just as Fang Yun contemplated the absurdity of spending 100 million system points, a smile broke across his face upon seeing the flawless proficiency of high-speed regeneration. This expenditure was undoubtedly worth it. With high-speed regeneration, Fang Yun disregarded the demon beast attacks. As their claws grazed his skin, the wounds sealed almost instantaneously, akin to striking a waterfall with a blade, the damage barely registering. With his safety assured, his focus shifted to how to eliminate his foes. Yet, before he could act, the 2 demon beasts fled. Cursing under his breath, Fang Yun lamented the futility of his efforts against such monsters. How could he defeat an opponent that could not be killed? They escaped, vowing revenge on him should they cross paths again. Observing the vanishing figures of the 8th-tier wolves, Fang Yun felt a sense of resignation. Pursuing them was futile. His instantaneous steps could barely keep pace with 7th-tier beasts, let alone 8th-tier ones, particularly the speedster moon-chasing wolves, from whom he could barely catch a glimpse of their taillights. Through this battle, Fang Yun gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities. Invincible against 7th-tier foes, able to contend with but not slay 8th-tier ones, and best to avoid the late-stage 8th tier. Unbeknownst to him, he was nearing the pinnacle of humanity's strength. Time had indeed flown. Looking back, it had been over a year since his system awakening. Were others to learn of his thoughts, they would surely envy him, achieving the strength to battle 8th-tier demon beasts in just over a year. Others have ascended to the 3rd and 4th tiers within a year, and it is indeed laughable that the wallflower has yet to be banned. Meanwhile, Fang Yun persistently sought the movements of the beast tribes, effortlessly dispatching solitary high-tier beasts he encountered. However, he refrained from engaging with more formidable tribes, understanding that the numerous beasts present might not be troublesome now, but could pose a threat in the future. Once he has accumulated sufficient system points, he vowed to unleash devastation upon them. As the main force drew nearer to the rift in the dimensions, the beast horde began to coalesce. At the forefront stood over 100 beasts, all of the 8th tier, among which were 7 peak 8th tier beasts, representing the majority of the beast's power amassed in such a short time. Behind them, the ranks of the beast army teemed with countless 6th and 7th tier beasts, not to mention those of other tiers. The entire beast army consisted solely of beasts no lower than the 3rd tier, silently awaiting the arrival of the human forces under the leadership of the 7 peak 8th tier beasts. The peak 8th tier ability users from the human side sensed the overwhelming aura of the beasts in the distance and promptly commanded the main force to halt and rest. For a fierce battle loomed ahead, potentially the climactic confrontation of their campaign. The elite 8th-tier warriors from various nations convened in hastily erected tents, deliberating the impending conflict. Thus far, no trace of the 9th-tier Beast Emperor had been found, and the other region's Beast Emperors remained eerily silent, indicating that the disturbances from the rift had not caused significant upheaval. This was the best-case scenario. They merely needed to vanquish the distant beast horde. Let us summon them back. This is the final showdown, rendering their actions superfluous. After much discussion, they recalled the competing teams from various nations. Once Fang Yun eliminated the nearby beast tribe, he observed the fleeing 8th-tier beasts without interference, retrieving his wristband, which bore the message summoning them back to the main force. It appeared that the final battle was imminent. Fang Yun retracted his wristband and made his way toward the main force. Chapter 38. Artoria. At the assembly point of the main force, Fang Yun and the teams from various nations gathered in unison. Observing the returning teams, some members bore smiles, indicating bountiful gains, while others exuded a somber atmosphere, suggesting their outcomes were less than satisfactory. At that moment, a golden-haired maiden led her team toward Fang Yun and the others. Greetings. I am Artoria from the Empire of the Setting Sun. I had intended to meet your team from the Summer Nation upon my arrival. However, I was hurriedly drawn into the competition and lacked the opportunity. Nonetheless, it is not too late now, the golden-haired maiden said with a warm smile directed at Fang Yun and his companions. My name is Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng and her companions introduced themselves, and Fang Yun scrutinized the maiden before him. Her striking golden hair was elegantly coiled at the back of her head, with delicate bangs framing her forehead. Her light blue eyes narrowed slightly, a charming smile gracing her lips. And she was attired in a white long-sleeve blouse and a blue skirt that brushed just above her ankles, radiating an aura of sunshine. Fang Yun had once heard online about a brilliant young girl from the Empire on which the sun never sets. Her extraordinary ability belonged to a unique category, allowing her to manifest the legendary sword and scabbard of King Arthur, both of which were fabled relics imbued with incredible power. The girl herself was exceptionally talented, having reached the 7th tier of abilities at the tender age of 22, a year younger than Gu Qingfeng. Fang Yun had longed to visit the Summer Kingdom, curious to witness the scenery her mother often spoke of. After meeting a few remarkable individuals, her desire to experience the Summer Kingdom intensified, for it must be even more splendid than she had imagined, having produced such extraordinary talents. The golden-haired girl, Artoria, expressed her regret but soon regained her spirits. I too yearn for the empire on which the sun never sets. I have always admired its beauty through online accounts and hope to visit it in person someday to truly appreciate its splendor. Gu Qingfeng remarked with a smile directed at the golden-haired girl. Then it is settled. When you come to the empire, I shall personally welcome you. Artoria replied with a light laugh. After bidding a polite farewell, she led her team a short distance away to rest and prepare for the impending decisive battle. What do you think? Gu Qingfeng inquired, leaning closer to Fang Yun. Very strong. Fang Yun pondered for a moment before nodding. Of course I know she is strong. I meant in other aspects, Gu Qingfeng teased, winking at Fang Yun. In other aspects? What? Have you taken a liking to her? Fang Yun shot a sideways glance at Gu Qingfeng. To be fair, Artoria was indeed stunning. Even Fang Yun, who had often admired Ling Xiaoya and whose aesthetic appreciation had been elevated to new heights, felt a sense of awe upon first seeing her. Artoria exuded an elegance and nobility that made those who approached her feel somewhat inferior, in contrast to Ling Xiaoya's lively and adorable demeanor. Gu Qingfeng tilted his head back, a hint of melancholy in his voice. What are you saying, Junior? Such a woman is best admired from afar. Like the sun in the sky, merely gazing upon it is already blinding, and getting too close would only lead to ashes. Fang Yun looked at Gu Qingfeng in astonishment, incredulous at his words. Is this really something you would say? Lung Hongyan and others also gazed at Gu Qingfeng. Having come to know his extroverted and lively nature over the past few days, his sudden emotional shift was quite unfamiliar to them. What else with those looks? Even I have my own little troubles, Gu Qingfeng retorted, feeling the weight of his comrade's skepticism and raising his voice in defense. As they exchanged banter, the last two teams, the practitioners from the Bear Nation and the Federation, arrived at the assembly point. The leader of the Bear Nation, Andre, a bearer of the beast heritage, smiled and nodded at Fang Yun and the others before leading his team to a secluded area to rest. Paul merely cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yun and the others, choosing not to utter any mocking words. and instead proceeded to the open ground to quietly await the impending battle. The members of the Federation still carried themselves like birds. Gu Qingfeng observed Paul and his companions with a dismissive tone. Fang Yun glanced at the Federation team, but remained silent. The numbers were overwhelming, making it ill-advised to take action. Rumor had it that the last national competition incident bore the shadow of the Federation. And since the three major cults had aimed to kill Xiaoya, it essentially implied that the Federation sought her demise as well. Those who wished harm upon Xiaoya ought to be buried beneath the earth. In his mind, Fang Yun had already crafted suitable justifications for them. His thoughts were straightforward. Aside from slaying demonic beasts on sight, anyone daring to target Ling Xiaoya would meet a swift and violent end. Time flew by, and the main force had readied themselves, while the demonic beasts, during this interval, were not idle, continuing to gather their armies. Currently, there were nearly 200 8th-tier demonic beasts, including 9 peak 8th-tier entities, with the rest also significantly bolstered. It remained to be seen which side would prevail. Attack! Commanded the peak 8th-tier ability user from Sakura Country, as he and the other 8th-tier users sought out the 8th-tier demonic beasts. Should the 8th-tier demonic beasts be allowed to engage low-tier ability users, the repercussions would be dire. As the 8th-tier powerhouses clashed, the main forces surged toward the demonic army, with 7th-tier ability users soaring into the air to confront the 7th-tier beasts. A myriad of abilities and domains intertwined, weaving an invisible net that enveloped the demonic creatures. However, the 7th-tier demonic beasts were not to be outdone. Each beast underwent notable transformations in size, either enlarging or shrinking, with every one of them exhibiting a substantial increase in ferocity. Having ascended to 7th tier, the ability users grew closer to merging with the essence of heaven and earth. While the demonic beasts assimilated the power of the cosmos into themselves, greatly enhancing their physical prowess, it was difficult to declare one side stronger than the other. Each possessed its own advantages and disadvantages. In stark contrast to the human 7th tier ability users, the number of 7th tier demonic beasts was overwhelmingly vast, creating a dark mass that seemed to shroud the sky with a black cloth. Yet, amidst this darkness, humanity pressed onward. Thanks to the formation of battle arrays, even the 7th tier demonic beasts could not easily overcome the humans. The lower tier beasts, however, faced a grim fate, as contact with them often led to death or injury, with the majority perishing from unknown area of effect attacks. In such dire circumstances, the various national teams had no choice but to unite against the enemy, with Fang Yun being the sole exception. As he eliminated various 7th tier demonic beasts, he remarked to Gu Qingfeng and the others that their efficiency was far too slow. He intended to dive in and kill. Gu Qingfeng, with a serious demeanor, cautioned that this was not a moment for jest. The numbers of demonic beasts were overwhelming. Even with his formidable strength, should he sustain injuries or exhaust his abilities, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. In response, Fang Yun resorted to a familiar tactic, nonchalantly detaching his left arm. By the heavens! Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly evading a demonic beast's assault. What on earth are you doing, my friend? I'm only looking out for you. Immediately, one beheld Fang Yun's newly regrown left arm. Well, it seems my ignorance is profound. The realm of geniuses eludes my understanding. Gu Qingfeng and the others averted their gazes, wholly engrossed in combating the demonic beasts, fearful that their hearts could not withstand the sight. Fang Yun, as he wished, plunged into the throng of beasts, initiating the most significant harvest to date. Strengthening activated. Here, I reign supreme. Absolute zero unleashed. With his full firepower, Fang Yun resembled a mere cloth. Wherever he tread, the demonic beasts disintegrated into icy shards scattered across the heavens, creating a stark white streak against the darkened sky, which continued to dart about with astonishing speed. Some teams, while grappling with the beasts, caught sight of Fang Yun and felt their worldview shatter. While we are here battling for our lives against the beasts, you treat 7th tier monsters as mere poultry. Is this humanly possible? Paul, witnessing this scene, felt as though he had been struck by a spell of paralysis. He had thought himself formidable for being capable of slaying 7th tier beasts in an instant, yet there was someone more skilled. Whose subordinate is this? He promptly recorded the unfolding spectacle and dispatched it to the president far away in the Federation. Though he was unaware of the circumstances, now that he had discovered this, one could only blame fate for its cruelty. Paul darkly mused, then turned his attention away from Fang Yun, confident that others would handle him. The golden-haired maiden, Artoria, was taken aback by Fang Yun's prowess, and after her initial shock, a smile graced her lips. Truly, this is the Summer Kingdom. His name is Fang Yun. If I recall correctly, such a formidable genius, I would very much like to befriend him. Yet, I must not lag behind. The long sword in her hands shimmered with golden light as she raised it before her, the brilliance intensifying. Then, she lifted the sword high, a golden beam shooting skyward before she cleaved downward, cleaving the entire horde of beasts in two, leaving a deep chasm in the earth below. This is the sword of the oath of victory. Chapter 39. The climactic battle draws to a close. The commotion caused by Artoria was immense, even startling Fang Yun, who was ensconced in his own chaos. Goodness gracious, is there yet another prodigy? The battlefield trembled under the awe-inspiring golden light that divided heaven and earth. Paul recorded yet another video to send to the president in the Federation, marking the top of the assassination list. Oh dear. It seems they are all putting on airs now, are they? With them exposed, the ancestral beasts descend. Andre of the Bear Kingdom, witnessing the displays of Fang Yun and Artoria, could no longer contain himself and erupted. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a colossal spectral bear loomed over the expanse. The apparition was too ethereal to discern its true form, yet its overwhelming presence suggested unimaginable strength. After lingering for a few seconds, the phantom withdrew into Andre's being. His already towering frame grew even larger, his body adorned with intricate patterns, his aura ascending without end. After transforming, Andre thrust his hand downward, summoning an immense hand from the sky that descended upon the earth. The monstrous beasts ensnared by this colossal hand were rendered immobile, helplessly witnessing their impending doom before being obliterated into crimson mist. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, questioning whether they were truly classmates. Could it be that these three were merely masquerading as humans? Their gazes soon turned to Paul, who was discreetly recording the event to send to the president of the Federation. Rank number 1 on the assassination list. Brother, shall you join in? Paul disregarded the expectant looks from the crowd, continuing to employ his spatial slashes to eliminate the beasts one by one. With the thrill dissipated, the others redirected their focus to their own adversaries, expressing their sentiments about the worthiness of their expedition. The performance of the trio had not gone unnoticed by the 8th-tier abilities observers above. Truly, the Summer Kingdom was a land of prodigious talent. The young prodigies of your nation not only exhibited remarkable strength, but could casually dispatch beasts of the same tier. Madam Mary, you flatter us. Your princess is the true genius, capable of manifesting the legendary sword of King Arthur, and even the scabbard resides within her being. Compared to the unparalleled destructive power of the sword, the scabbard's abilities are even more formidable, remarked one observer. Mary, upon hearing this, modestly covered her mouth and smiled. Although both were formidable, Andre of our country surpassed them slightly, Anthony confidently asserted to the two. Indeed, Andre's charisma is unrivaled across the globe. Precisely. When compared to your Andre, our princess is somewhat lacking, they chuckled in agreement. However, the 8th-tier peak abilities user from the Federation, witnessing the jovial exchange among the three, intensified his attacks. The 8th-tier peak beast, bewildered, wondered if this human had lost his senses for attacking so ruthlessly. Unable to endure any longer, the beast erupted in fury, leading others to follow suit, thereby heightening the pressure on the human abilities users. In the 7th-tier battlefield, after unleashing their ultimate moves, Artoria and Andre found themselves depleted, their powers significantly drained. Andre returned to his team, recovering under their protection, while Artoria stood her ground, seemingly impervious to the assaults of the beasts, as if an invisible barrier shielded her from harm. Observing Fang Yun, who was still relentlessly engaged in battle, they silently marveled at his extraordinary prowess. How astonishing, they thought. While they may not yet match his level, one could only wonder what secrets he might be hiding. It seemed that further effort was required. 2 perfected SS-tier abilities were far from sufficient. More was needed. Despite the relentless hunting by prodigies such as Fang Yun, the number of monsters seems inexhaustible. While Fang Yun remains unfazed, others may not possess the same fortitude to continue. The battlefield, once dominated by humanity, has now reached a precarious equilibrium. Although countless monsters have been slain, their numbers still far exceed those of humans, until the demise of the first 8th-tier beast, the adept, whose strength already surpassed that of the adversary, feigned weakness to lure the monsters deeper into the fray. Collaborating with fellow abilities users, they swiftly dispatched an 8th-tier beast. With its death, one adept was able to assist others in overcoming their foes, triggering a chain reaction. Observing this turn of events, the lower-tier monsters lost their will to fight. While the death of lower-tier beasts was inconsequential, the higher-tier beasts understood the gravity of the situation. The 7th-tier beasts were unable to engage, and the 8th-tier beasts could not afford further losses. Should the monster sovereign arrive on Blue Star to find no beasts available for use, the invasion would be futile. Thus, they chose to flee. A beast engaged in combat with a peak 8th-tier adept suddenly hurled its opponent aside, unleashing a roar that echoed across the battlefield before casting a disdainful glance and retreating. The remaining 8th-tier beasts followed suit, abandoning their foes. The human adepts made no attempt to hinder their escape. The question of whether they could succeed was one thing, but the cost of lives was another. 8th-tier beasts were exceedingly valuable, especially when compared to the significantly smaller human population. The 8th-tier adepts then redirected their efforts to eliminate the remaining monsters, while the others utilized their utmost skills to escape. Although this battle appeared to yield significant gains, only about a third of the monsters remained, predominantly those below the 7th tier. Despite the explosive prowess displayed by Fang Yun and his companions, their kills paled in comparison to the total monster population. Nonetheless, Fang Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. Following the battle, his system points totaled 5 billion, surpassing 6 billion when combined with prior gains. Name: Fang Yun Tier, 7th tier ability enhancement, 50 system points, 6. 373 billion. These points could allow Fang Yun to fully unlock numerous SS tier abilities. When the domain is activated, he could unleash these abilities without redundancy. Currently, he pondered where to acquire such an array of SS tier skills. As for tier advancement, reaching the 8th tier might not necessarily be advantageous for Fang Yun. He was acutely aware that remaining active on the border battlefield as a 7th tier adept allowed him to evade the attention of higher tier foes, provided he exercised caution. However, should he ascend to the 8th tier, he would not only attract attention from his homeland, but would also be subjected to scrutiny in foreign nations, severely limiting his operational freedom. Moreover, slaying too many 8th tier beasts on the battlefield would likely provoke the personal involvement of a 9th tier monster sovereign. This concern explains why superlative adepts across nations have refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering monsters. Both sides possess formidable powers. If such a conflict were to escalate, it would signify a critical juncture for Blue Star's survival. Fang Yun was not yet prepared for such a confrontation, and his current strength was far from sufficient. After the demonic beast army was repelled, the main force continued to advance towards their destination. Along the way, the demonic beasts had either perished in battle or fled in terror, significantly increasing the pace of the advancing troops. Upon finally reaching their destination, Fang Yun discovered that the peculiar pressure permeating the space had intensified. The closer they approached the dimensional rift belonging to the realm of the demonic beasts, the more pronounced the unique environmental conditions became, necessitating that the ability users take additional time to acclimate. Once at the destination, the forces from various nations sprang into action, deploying an array of storage treasures to construct a border fortress. While it would not immediately sever the entire nation as the borders of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had, it would serve as a sturdy anchor within the territory of the demonic beasts, gradually cleansing the border of their presence and slowly establishing a fortified perimeter. The current development was markedly more advanced than before, with all facets, including the construction of the border fortress, exhibiting a level of sophistication previously unattained. The manufacturing process was now undoubtedly swifter and safer. Indeed, this was the reality. Fang Yun and the other national teams patrolled daily to prevent high-tier demonic beasts from assaulting the unfinished fortress, allowing Fang Yun to witness how the once grand city was painstakingly constructed, brick by brick. This emergence of a fortress from nothingness instilled in Fang Yun a sense of accomplishment, akin to watching a child he nurtured grow into maturity. Chapter 40. It had been over a month since Fang Yun arrived in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and at last, the main structure of the fortress was completed. Coinciding with the conclusion of the internation competition, it was widely acknowledged that the champions would emerge from the Summer Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Federation. The first three nations had exhibited exceptional prowess in the decisive battle, while Paul, despite a lackluster performance, still retained a chance to claim victory merely by virtue of being part of the Federation team. Perhaps he was simply biding his time to shine. The peak 8th tier ability users were not one to dally, summoning the 8th tier peak ability user from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to announce the results of the competition. 1. Summer Kingdom 2. Sun Never Sets Empire 3. Federation 4. Bear Kingdom. When the results were unveiled, all eyes turned to the composed Fang Yun. The Summer Kingdom's ascent to the top was largely attributed to Fang Yun's contributions. Congratulations, beamed the golden-haired maiden, Artoria, as she offered her felicitations to Fang Yun. Thank you. This time, it was merely due to my insufficient strength. I could not unleash the full power of the ancestral beast. Perhaps we shall compete again in the future, Andre remarked, gazing at Fang Yun. Very well, I shall await that moment, Fang Yun replied. The others refrained from engaging Fang Yun in conversation, as they had previously been unaware of his identity, and now, upon witnessing his brilliance, they found themselves at a loss to approach him, merely casting him complex glances. You won't bask in your glory for long, Paul thought, exchanging a glance with the Federation's peak 8th tier ability user as they regarded Fang Yun. The 3 SSS-grade resources designated for the champions were then bestowed upon Fang Yun. The SSS-grade forging material, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal, from the Bear Kingdom, the SSS-grade cultivation treasure, Formless Fruit, from the Federation, and the SSS-grade technique selection from the Summer Kingdom. Uncertain whether it was due to the Summer Nation's team securing the championship, the rewards bestowed by Summer Nation were the most precious among the 3. Of course, the Extreme Cold Ice Soul and the Formless Fruit were also valuable, but in comparison, they fell slightly short, with the Formless Fruit being of relatively lesser worth. However, in the context of the Federation, one understands that receiving anything at all is commendable. It is improbable to expect something truly exceptional. Fang Yun gazed at the 3 SSS-grade resources in his hands, pondering how to distribute them among the 5 individuals. After this matter reached a conclusion, the teams from various nations began their return, just as they had arrived. Fang Yun and his 4 companions boarded a plane back to Summer Nation. What's wrong? Why the long face? Gu Qingfeng inquired of Fang Yun, standing beside him. Suddenly recalling something, he patted Fang Yun's shoulder and boisterously remarked, "Could it be about the rewards? Honestly, you should be grateful. Without your brilliance, we would have made a tremendous fool of ourselves this time." Gu Qingfeng had previously thought of himself as one of the top young talents. But after witnessing the prowess of Artoria and Andre, he realized he was not their match. Had it not been for Fang Yun's remarkable performance, their team might have been overshadowed by the other 3 nations. Let us not forget that the Federation ultimately ranked above the Bear Nation, indicating that Paul was not as simplistic as he appeared. In my opinion, even without the 4 of us, you would still have claimed first place. So you might as well keep the resources for yourself. I have no objections. What about the rest of you? Of course not. I merely came along for the ride. One replied. Indeed, witnessing a master like Sister Artoria made the journey worthwhile, Su Yingying fervently expressed. The others looked at her in surprise. You are treading on dangerous ground, comrade, Lung Hongyan remarked, briefly opening her mouth before adding, I have no objections. Observing his companions, Fang Yun finally resolved, all right. I shall give the Formless Fruit to Senior Gu, the Extreme Cold Ice Soul to Miss Long, and once Tang Shi and Yingying reach the 7th tier, I will grant each of you an SSS grade ability technique. Gu Qingfeng immediately responded, Brother Fang, your sincerity is evident. Thus, I shall not be stingy either. I'll cover the cost for those 2's SSS grade techniques. Lung Hongyan quietly stated, I will provide Yingying's ability technique. Thus, the rewards for the championship found their rightful places, and each individual was thoroughly satisfied. At the Imperial Capital University, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya strolled hand in hand across the campus playground, conversing about amusing anecdotes from the land of cherry blossoms. Is sushi delicious? It is indeed. Ha. What do you mean by it is? Ling Xiaoya laughed while clinging to Fang Yun's arm. Meanwhile, Fang Yun took out his phone to show Ling Xiaoya photos he had captured, including stunning landscapes, majestic and elegant beasts, and snapshots of himself after vanquishing those creatures. Ling Xiaoya was engrossed, not merely in the photographs, but in the experiences of the one she held dear. By the way, I heard there was a stunning beauty in your competition, and she possesses remarkable strength, Ling Xiaoya casually mentioned. You must be referring to Artoria. She is indeed formidable. Fang Yun recalled the brilliant golden light that divided the heavens and the earth, an intensity that was astonishing. And what a stunning beauty she is. Has Brother Fang Yun's heart fluttered? Even if it has, there is no need for concern, as Xiaoya wouldn't mind at all. Ling Xiaoya said with a playful tone. Fang Yun felt a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, girls were all the same. Even the usually lively and obedient Xiaoya could feel a tinge of jealousy. Fluttering heart. If Brother Fang Yun were to feel that way upon seeing a beauty, Xiaoya, you might not even know where you stand in the queue. No way. You must always be first. Yes, yes, yes. In my heart, there is only Xiaoya. Hee. In my heart, there is only Brother Fang Yun. The two, reunited after a long separation, began their affectionate banter once more. What are your plans next? Lin Ruoxi inquired, her gaze fixed on Fang Yun. She was already aware of the events that transpired during their journey to Sakura country, and Fang Yun's performance left her astounded, making the other two prodigies seem rather ordinary in comparison. I intend to remain at the border, Fang Yun replied. At present, there was no environment more conducive to his growth than the border. Venturing to other nations for a rampage would only attract the attention of hostile forces. And during this expedition to Sakura country, there had been no sign of the beast god cult, suggesting that they were likely scheming something devious. You, on the other hand, others would prefer to avoid the border, yet you seem to wish to stay here day and night. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts, Lin Ruoxi teased. Although she ultimately agreed with Fang Yun's plan, Fang Yun chuckled sheepishly. He could hardly admit that his strength could only be enhanced through slaying monsters. By the way, I was instructed to ask what SSS level ability you intend to select. I have sent you the list, Fang Yun said as he pulled out his phone. Lin Ruoxi had sent a picture, which contained little information, not surprising to Fang Yun. SSS level abilities were the true essence of humanity, exceedingly rare, and those capable of mastering such an ability were few and far between. Fang Yun quickly made his selection, having already set his sights on an SSS level ability during his time at the northern border. Are you certain? Lin Ruoxi asked again. Upon seeing Fang Yun nod, she continued. Since you're heading to the border, I'll have Ziqing provide it for you. All right. The SSS level ability, Killing Intent, allowed its wielder to absorb a trace of killing aura from each target slain. After accumulating a certain amount of killing aura, one could condense a killing heart, which would consume this aura to enhance one's physical attributes. The more killing aura, the greater the amplification. It was an ability capable of infinite growth and was the most sought-after SSS level ability within the military. Engaging in daily battles with monstrous beasts, the Killing Intent was tailor-made for them, and for Fang Yun, eager to grow stronger, it perfectly complemented his need for slaughtering countless beasts. After bidding farewell to Ling Xiaoya, Fang Yun made his way to the familiar northern border. Hello, Director. Meng Ziqing looked at the young man before her with a sense of nostalgia. Well done. You have certainly upheld the honor of our Xia country. Evidently, the affairs concerning Fang Yun and his companions had already permeated the upper echelons of the Xia nation. At this moment, Meng Ziqing presented Fang Yun with the coveted SSS level ability, which took the form of a square stone. You need only to touch it with your mental energy, she instructed. Holding the stone, Fang Yun felt a sense of intrigue and, subsequently, utilized his seldom-used mental energy to make contact with the target. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of words flooded his mind, revealing the cultivation method for the murderous intent. With a crack, the stone in Fang Yun's hand shattered into several pieces, clearly rendered useless. Observing that Fang Yun had acquired the ability, Meng Ziqing offered a brief admonition before taking her leave. As Fang Yun gazed at the fragmented stone, he found it fascinating, reminiscent of the jade slips from novels that recorded divine abilities. Clearly, there was much he remained ignorant of. Chapter 41, Murderous Intent, Mission Watching the Retreating Beasts. Fang Yun absorbed the crimson murderous aura emanating from the fallen creatures, relishing the sensation as it coursed through him. He noted that the perfected murderous intent had cost him a staggering 1.5 billion system points, yet the enhancement was not as formidable as he had anticipated. The increase in proficiency represented a diminishment of the repulsion between the murderous intent and his body, allowing him to accommodate a greater volume of murderous aura. Should the proficiency be too low, the influx of murderous aura could inflict harm upon his physique, with the resultant damage being exceedingly difficult to heal. However, this posed no issue for Fang Yun. Only the enhancement of his murderous aura capacity was of significance. Moreover, there was a rather accommodating aspect of the murderous intent. It allowed for the accumulation of murderous aura from slaying lower-tier beasts, albeit of inferior quality. necessitating a greater quantity to purify it towards the level of high-tier beasts. Compared to system points, this was a rather generous arrangement, as the system offered no rewards for slaying beasts below the 7th tier. At that moment, a voice emanated from his identity token. It was Meng Jiqing seeking Fang Yun. "Director, you have arrived," she remarked upon seeing him. "I have not come for anything momentous. Simply to inquire on behalf of Ruo Shi whether you intend to participate in the upcoming national competition." "The national competition? Has it come around again?" Fang Yun mused, reflecting on how he had merely been at the peak of the 5th tier during the last event, barely managing to survive the onslaught from the 3 major sections. Now, however, he considered himself to be on the brink of mastery. "I shall participate." "Really?" Meng Jiqing expressed surprise. For the young man before her had remained stationed atop the city walls since arriving at the border, always present during the beast assaults. She had assumed that Fang Yun would find such a juvenile competition uninteresting, yet here he was, expressing enthusiasm for it. Meng Jiqing, however, mistakenly believed he was merely seeking to flaunt his prowess. Fang Yun's decision to participate stemmed from the fact that Ling Xiaoya would also be competing. Unlike her previous role as an onlooker, this national competition was poised to showcase Xiaoya's brilliance, compelling Fang Yun to attend. Furthermore, should the circumstances of the last national competition repeat themselves, he was no longer someone to be trifled with. With 5.32 billion system points at his disposal, Fang Yun pondered whether this would suffice for his ascent to the 8th tier. "Brother Fang Yun." Fang Yun opened his arms to embrace the approaching Ling Xiaoya. "Still as clingy as ever, Xiaoya." Where are we now?" "I want to cling to Brother Fang Yun for a lifetime." Very well, very well." The two of them made their way to Professor Lin Ruoshi's office. "Hello, Professor Lin. You have arrived." Lin Ruoshi greeted them with a smile before turning to Fang Yun and asking, "So, will you be the captain this time as well?" "No, let Xiaoya be the captain," Fang Yun replied, glancing at Ling Xiaoya beside him. "That's fine. It doesn't matter who among you two takes on the role, as long as you participate." Lin Ruoshi responded with indifference. "By the way, your team members are already waiting for you, and they are your old friends." After leaving Lin Ruoshi's office, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya headed towards the teaching building. As for who the old friends were, naturally, it was the sophomore quartet, now transformed into the junior quartet. "Captain, good day. Sister-in-law, good day." Fang Yun looked at the four in front of him, who were feigning seriousness, and said exasperatedly, "I am not your captain. She is the captain." He pointed to Ling Xiaoya, who stepped forward with confidence and declared, "I am Ling Xiaoya, the captain of this year's national competition team from Daijing University." The junior quartet immediately saluted her, saying, "Greetings, Captain." Ling Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad, very spirited." "All right, we are old friends. There's no need for this formality." Fang Yun interrupted their antics and inquired, "Is it just the 4 of you? What about the 5th member?" The quartet exchanged glances, and Chun Chung replied, "Professor Lin said only the 6 of us would participate this time, and no additional members are necessary." "All right. It seems Professor Lin is quite confident," Fang Yun mused. "But a national competition? It's merely a small matter." The 6 of them finally found a place to gather and enjoy a meal together after a long separation. Since their last parting, they had not seen each other often and had been diligently honing their skills. The impact of the previous national competition on them had been profound. Had it not been for Fang Yun, they might have remained trapped in that desolate place forever. Their efforts bore fruit, as Chun Chung, Shini, and Qin Yu had all reached the late 4th stage, while Sakura Bai had even attained the pinnacle of the 4th stage. As for Ling Xiaoya, she had already reached the 5th stage upon Fang Yun's return from Sakura country and had mastered several S-class abilities. However, she still publicly claimed to be merely an ice-type ability user, as her survival capabilities as a high-level ability user were still somewhat lacking. After indulging in a satisfying meal, they returned to campus. The junior quartet had already begun taking on tasks to enhance their skills and rarely stayed in school, often handling affairs in Daijing and occasionally venturing outside the capital for missions. Ling Xiaoya continued her daily training, while others found it increasingly difficult to advance to higher stages. However, she seemed to experience no such bottleneck, consistently progressing at an astonishing pace. Fang Yun has returned to a leisurely life, attending various classes where teachers impart diverse knowledge each day. In the afternoons, he participates in practical courses with his classmates, although none dare to spar with him. After all, during the previous national competition, he had already reached the peak of the 5th tier. Now, several months have passed, and who knows what tier he has attained. Perhaps even the 6th? Or possibly higher. The practical courses are designed for self-improvement, not for seeking defeat. Thus, Fang Yun finds amusement in observing his peers practice against one another alongside his instructor. With only 2 months remaining until the national competition, Fang Yun realizes that aside from venturing to the borders, he seems to have little to occupy his time. The knowledge imparted in his courses feels somewhat superfluous, and the practical lessons serve little purpose for him. Ling Xiaoya has also entered a period of seclusion for cultivation, making their encounters rare, while his classmates from the junior trio are preoccupied with their own tasks. Consequently, Fang Yun feels a sense of aimlessness. With a sigh, he fully utilizes the battle achievements to exchange for an SS-level ability and decides to undertake a quest for some diversion, making his way to the mission hall. It has been a while, Junior, he greets the receptionist with a smile. Hello, Senior, she replies cheerfully. Are you here to submit materials this time? Fang Yun recalls the demon beasts he had turned into ice shards. There was not even a remnant left. No, I am here to accept a task. Oh, this seems to be your first task acceptance. Junior, what type of task would you like? Hunting demon beasts, gathering materials, patrols, or protection? Fang Yun gazes at the dazzling array of tasks before him, pondering his choice. Hunting demon beasts? That has become tedious. Gathering materials? While he knows a bit about demon beasts, he is not well versed in rare treasures. Patrols? They lack excitement. He ultimately decides, I shall choose protection. Are there any protection tasks available? Let me check. The receptionist scans the task list and soon exclaims, Aha! How fortunate, Junior. There is indeed a task suitable for you. As Fang Yun receives the task from the receptionist, he reflects on the unpredictability of life. At the airport in the imperial capital, Fang Yun awaits at the arrival area, clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, resembling a bodyguard. Moments later, he spots the person he has been waiting for and approaches her. Once again, Miss Artoria, he greets. The golden-haired young lady removes her sunglasses and gazes at Fang Yun, dressed in a bodyguard's attire, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yet she smiles and replies, It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Fang Yun. Indeed, the task Fang Yun has accepted is to protect Artoria, the princess of the Empire of the Setting Sun, who is set to visit the Summer Kingdom and requires an ability user to safeguard her during her exploration. The higher the ability user's strength, the better. Chapter 42. The temporary bodyguard. It is worth noting that Artoria does not require protection from others, for her formidable strength at the 7th rank is a powerful symbol in any context. The primary focus of this mission is, in fact, to serve as a guide, allowing Artoria to enjoy herself. The reason this task was assigned at the university is that individuals of similar ages tend to interact more easily, and preferably, it should be a girl. Of course, the requirement of being a girl does not strictly necessitate a female. The receptionist found Fang Yun quite charming, and given his commendable prowess, evidenced by the materials he submitted from his slayings of beasts, she readily facilitated his acceptance of this task. Do your best, Junior. Where shall we go now, Mr. Fang Yun? Artoria inquired after they exited the airport, addressing Fang Yun, who was attired in the garb of a bodyguard. Is there anywhere you wish to visit, Miss Artoria? Fang Yun returned the question. Let us go to the Imperial Capital University. By the way, Mr. Fang Yun, please do not stand on ceremony. You may simply call me Artoria. Very well, Artoria. You may call me Fang Yun, he replied. Fang Yun nodded and requested Artoria to wait momentarily as he drove around to pick her up. Curious about where the car came from? Truth be told, Fang Yun himself has lost track of his credits. The university's resources have lost their significance for him. To facilitate his excursions with Ling Xiaoya, he exchanged some credits for a vehicle. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he rested one arm casually on the window while steering with the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. Artoria sat in the back seat, quietly gazing out at the passing scenery, and they maintained a comfortable silence until they arrived at the Imperial Capital University. As they strolled through the campus, Fang Yun introduced Artoria, the golden-haired beauty, to the sights of the university. Their classmates surreptitiously observed them, particularly taken by the radiant Artoria. Wow, that girl is stunning. The moment I laid eyes on her, I envisioned what I would name my child, one remarked, the thought of burying her name already forming in his mind. Why not ask for her contact information? His companion suggested, pulling out his phone to open the front-facing camera, capturing the moment without uttering a word. Brother Fang Yun, who is she? Ling Xiaoya's joy upon seeing Fang Yun quickly morphed into a frown as she noticed Artoria trailing behind him, her emotions clearly written on her face. Noticing Ling Xiaoya's displeasure, Fang Yun affectionately ruffled her hair and explained, "She is Princess Artoria of the Sun Never Sets Empire." At that moment, Artoria, observing Ling Xiaoya's reaction akin to a puffed-up kitten, smiled warmly and said, "Hello, I am Artoria. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I am Ling Xiaoya. It is a pleasure to meet you too," she replied, her demeanor softening. Fang Yun, holding Ling Xiaoya's hand, turned to Artoria and asked, "Would you mind if the three of us explored the Imperial Capital University together?" "Not at all. Miss Ling Xiaoya is quite charming," Artoria responded. As Ling Xiaoya did not sense any danger emanating from Artoria, she lowered her guard and approached her, engaging in conversation. Fang Yun observed the exuberant Ling Xiaoya, who was joyfully guiding Artoria around the Imperial University, and shook his head, trailing behind them. It seemed that Xiaoya had assumed the role of a tour guide, while he would naturally take on the role of bodyguard. The trio strolled through the campus, drawing attention with their striking presence, two stunningly beautiful young ladies, accompanied by a bodyguard clad in sunglasses and a black trench coat, resembling a young heiress accompanied by her escort on an outing. "Delicious. Artoria, you must try this too," Ling Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she savored the tripe from the hot pot. Artoria took a bite, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly dipped a generous plate of tripe into the broth, relishing each bite. While the two young ladies were engrossed in their meal, Fang Yun, having already eaten, watched them with amusement. "How delightful it is to be an extraordinary being," he mused. One could eat endlessly without gaining weight, and whenever the desire arose, one could indulge without restraint. Ling Xiaoya had often reflected on this, and now, with Artoria by her side, she had found a companion who could match her appetite. Even while dining, the two beauties captivated the attention of those nearby, causing others to lose their appetite for their own meals. Just as someone was about to approach them, Fang Yun cast a sidelong glance and subtly released the aura of a higher-level extraordinary being, instantly intimidating those around them. Satisfied with this display, Fang Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, fully immersed in the persona of a bodyguard. Ling Xiaoya and Artoria exchanged glances, sharing a secret smile before returning to their feast. "I just want to eat," they both thought. After satisfying their hunger, the trio wandered through the streets of the imperial city under the night sky. Ling Xiaoya, content, gently patted her flat stomach, already anticipating their next meal. "How wonderful," Artoria remarked, gazing at the vibrant streets alive with lights and bustling with people. As she turned to Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya, she looked up at the night sky and pondered, "In my homeland, few venture out at night. Most remain within the safety of their homes, seeking a sense of security. Although we too have extraordinary beings, a ninth-tier demon emperor resides near our nation. Even when inactive, its mere presence exerts considerable influence, enhancing the strength and numbers of the beast population. Consequently, the area of stability in our Sun Never Sets empire has been significantly reduced, now merely 2/3 the size of that of ordinary extraordinary beings, not to mention your esteemed Xia kingdom." After a brief silence, Artoria continued, "Under such a looming threat, the citizens of my country live in constant trepidation, fearing the day the ninth-tier demon emperor awakens and leads the beasts against the Sun Never Sets empire. Thus, to witness people strolling leisurely at night, as in your Xia kingdom, is a scene we have not experienced in a long, long time." Ling Xiaoya, sensing a twinge of worry, took Artoria's hand gently, casting a concerned glance at her. Artoria smiled gently at Ling Xiaoya, assuring her, "Rest assured, these challenges shall only serve as my motivation. One day, I will ensure that our empire, the empire of the setting sun, flourishes just as Summer Country does. I wish for the people to live without worry, to wear smiles upon their faces, and for the beasts to fear to even set foot within our borders. I will make the Ninth Order Beast Emperor spill blood upon the blue star." Ling Xiaoya gazed at the radiant Artoria, her eyes sparkling like stars. Fang Yun looked at Artoria and said with a smile, "I believe you will achieve your goals." "Thank you," Artoria replied with a warm smile directed at Fang Yun. "I appreciate both of you for guiding me through the imperial capital. Your efforts are truly commendable." She nodded at them and continued, "In the days to come, I will trouble you both to show me around Summer Country as well. Fear not, Xiaoya the guide will ensure you have an unforgettable journey," Ling Xiaoya declared, thumping her chest proudly. Fang Yun nodded in agreement, expressing that being a bodyguard felt quite satisfactory, though he lamented the absence of any troublemakers to confront, which left him wanting for excitement. As Altria entered the car driven by Mary, she waved gently at the two, who reciprocated the gesture with smiles as she made her way towards the hotel they had booked. Hand in hand, the two strolled leisurely down the street, with Fang Yun reflecting on Altria's words. Not every nation is as splendid as Summer Country. This is largely due to the presence of the esteemed Summer Kong. It is truly unfathomable to consider what might become of Summer Country without him. Chapter 43. The Auditing Student Classmates. Today we shall welcome an auditing student into our midst. Let us applaud her. Though the students were unaware of the identity of the auditing student or the reason for her presence, they clapped nonetheless. Suddenly, the applause ceased, and everyone stared in astonishment at the figure who entered. Hello everyone, my name is Altria, the golden-haired girl greeted with a smile directed at her classmates. While it was understandable that Altria could become an auditing student, the reason for her presence in the enhancement department was perplexing. Fang Yun regarded Altria at the podium, unsure whether to express his thoughts aloud. Her abilities seemed completely unrelated to the enhancement department. Altria, evidently noticing Fang Yun, walked straight towards him after the teacher invited her to take a seat. Amidst the envious and disappointed gazes of her peers, she settled in the seat behind Fang Yun. The crowd cast envious glances toward Fang Yun, their thoughts simmering with resentment. How infuriating. Not only is he powerful, but he also boasts a stunning girlfriend. Now, even the new auditing student appears to have a close rapport with him. What a wretched scenario. Where did this protagonist come from? Leaning back against the desk, Fang Yun quietly inquired of Altria, how did you become an auditing student? And why not join Xiaoya's class? Why come to mine? Altria leaned forward, responding in a hushed tone, I noticed you all studying at the Imperial University, so I wanted to give it a try as well. I originally intended to join Xiaoya's class, but I was turned away, leaving me with no choice but to come to yours. Well, it seems that those in higher authority are wary of Altria approaching Ling Xiaoya for some special purpose. Thus they entrusted her care to me. Is this not akin to burying one's head in the sand? Who does not know that Xiaoya is particularly attached to me? Fang Yun found it difficult to comprehend the reasoning of those above, so she decided to let it be. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. After this little interlude with Altria, the lessons resumed. During the break, Fang Yun observed her classmates, who appeared eager yet hesitant to approach Altria, and she found amusement in their predicament. Ultimately, it was Ling Xiaoya who shattered the awkward atmosphere by running over. Yaya, why aren't you coming to my side? Ling Xiaoya inquired, wrapping her arm around Altria. I would love to, but I just can't, Altria replied, somewhat puzzled. That's all right. We're still very close. Where shall we go to play today? Watching Ling Xiaoya and Altria leave hand in hand, Fang Yun rested her head on her desk. Xiaoya, you've changed. You used to seek me out during breaks, but now you've forgotten your old love for a new one? Fang Yun's mind wandered aimlessly. She relished this feeling at school, as it made her feel like an ordinary student. In the days that followed, the duo that had once been inseparable morphed into a trio. During class, Altria attentively listened to the teacher, finding the experience of learning alongside others quite novel, despite its uncertain utility for her. During breaks, Ling Xiaoya would invariably rush over to share laughter and play with her, and Altria gradually grew fond of this new lifestyle. Before long, the time for the national competition's selection arrived. Can Altria participate as well? Fang Yun asked in surprise, looking at Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi had summoned Fang Yun to discuss the national competition. Originally, there were only 6 team members. However, Lin Ruoshi stated that Altria could represent the Imperial Capital University in this national contest. One can only imagine Fang Yun's astonishment. Not only was Altria not a student of the Imperial Capital, but she was also not even a citizen of Xia Country. How could she compete? Other universities would likely reject such a request, but given that you are participating and the higher-ups are aware of your performance in Sakura Country, adding Altria would not alter much. Moreover, relations between Xia Country and the Sun Never Sets Empire are currently amicable, and the authorities intend to extend a gesture of goodwill. All right, Fang Yun responded with indifference. After all, she did not consider Altria a formidable asset. With herself, or perhaps even without her, just having Ling Xiaoya was sufficient. She and Altria could play a supporting role, much like Xiaoya in the previous competition. After leaving Lin Ruoshi's office, she conveyed the news to both Ling Xiaoya and Altria. Hooray! It's wonderful that Yaya can participate. Just wait and see the splendid performance I will deliver at this national competition, Ling Xiaoya declared, puffing out her chest with pride. National competition? Altria asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Ling Xiaoya then proceeded to explain the event to her. Upon hearing it, Altria's eyes brightened, as it sounded quite intriguing. As the princess before them expressed her interest in the national competition, one could only hope that other universities could withstand the prowess of the 7th tier Artoria. The trio from the junior year, although initially taken aback by this news, quickly accepted it, for it was expected that they would merely be bystanders in this competition. The 7 gathered for a meal, and after getting acquainted, the 4 hastened to complete their tasks. What a toil it is, Fang Yun sighed. It was no wonder that the senior students of the 3rd and 4th years were seldom seen around campus. Witnessing the hardships faced by their junior counterparts made it all the more apparent what life must be like for those in the upper years. Despite the friendly demeanor of the authorities towards Artoria, her participation in the task system of the Imperial Capital University was out of the question. Thus, the trio spent their time exploring the city, allowing Fang Yun the perfect opportunity to both enjoy himself and fulfill his assignments, a true win-win situation. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the national competition was approaching. Over the past 2 months, the bond between Ling Xiaoya and Artoria had blossomed remarkably. Together with Fang Yun, they visited the Ling family, shared a meal with Ling Zhan and his wife, and later spent a night together at Ling Xiaoya's residence. Ling Zhan couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it was that his daughter had found a friend beyond Fang Yun. Both he and Lu Yu were quite welcoming towards Artoria, recognizing the strong friendship she shared with Xiaoya, and they were genuinely pleased to see their daughter forging new connections. Outside the high-speed train station in the imperial capital, Fang Yun and the trio from the junior year awaited Ling Xiaoya and Artoria. Brother Fang Yun, Ling Xiaoya and Artoria approached side by side, their presence turning heads as they walked together. Clad in the same white and red school uniforms, they exuded distinct vibes. Ling Xiaoya appeared as the lively neighborly sister, while Artoria, embodying the essence of an aristocratic maiden, maintained an air of elegance that even the simplest attire could not obscure. After embracing Ling Xiaoya, Fang Yun smiled and remarked, "Everyone has arrived. Captain, please give the orders." Clearing her throat, Ling Xiaoya assumed a serious demeanor and commanded, "Imperial Capital University representative team, let us depart." With that, she led the way towards the train. Fang Yun and Artoria exchanged knowing glances and followed her with smiles. While the junior trio trailed behind them, they boarded the familiar train, setting off towards the newly established venue for the national competition in the Magic City. Due to the previous year's disruption caused by the assault of the 3 major heretics, the finals had not taken place, and once again, the Imperial Capital University and the Magic City University found themselves at odds. However, this time, the formidable Long Outyin did not make an appearance, placing the Magic City University at a disadvantage in their confrontations. Fang Yun pondered the unresolved finals of the last season, wondering if the young master of the Long family would participate this time, recalling that he had been a junior during the previous competition. "No way, sister. I still intend to compete," Long Outyin lamented, gazing at his elder sister with a face full of despair. As the esteemed heir of the Long family, Long Outyin was well aware of the events unfolding in Sakura country, and he knew that Fang Yun had already ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier ability user, while he himself had barely managed to break through to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Although he had made strides to catch up to Gu Qingfeng, he was still leagues away from the likes of Fang Yun. Long Outyin recalled the bold remarks he had made during the last national competition, secretly hoping that Fang Yun had forgotten all about him. Surely, that would be the case, wouldn't he? With such hopes in his heart, Long Outyin awaited the arrival of the national competition a month hence. Chapter 44. The resurgence of the national competition. On the train, the familiar faces surrounded him once more. Though the once familiar Xianbing had been replaced by Artoria, the gazes of those around occasionally flitted towards Fang Yun and his companions, 3 stunningly beautiful women, each exuding their unique charm. One could only dream of marrying even one of them, enjoying a life of luxury in a villa and driving a lavish car. The group had long since grown immune to such stares. Artoria and Ling Xiaoya gazed out at the scenery, occasionally whispering secrets to one another, while Lin Ruoshi and Fang Yun sat quietly, resting their eyes. Suddenly, Fang Yun sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Opening his eyes, he beheld a man clad in ancient robes, his long hair cascading behind him. Fang Yun was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Yet the hostility in his gaze was unmistakable. After exchanging a brief glance with Fang Yun, the man turned away, as if the previous moment had been nothing more than an illusion. Confounded, Fang Yun pondered the situation. Who was this person? Soon, he dismissed the incident from his mind, trusting that time would provide answers. Upon disembarking from the train, the familiar guide escorted Fang Yun and his companions to their hotel before departing. Arriving in the vibrant metropolis, it was only fitting to explore and soak in the sights of the city. Although Fang Yun had visited previously, it was Artoria's first time in the bustling metropolis, prompting Ling Xiaoya to eagerly pull Fang Yun and Artoria towards the lively streets. The trio found themselves in a commercial district, where Ling Xiaoya and Artoria led the way, indulging in various delicacies, while Fang Yun trailed behind, sampling the snacks that Ling Xiaoya had nibbled on before losing interest. Artoria, on the other hand, devoured everything she could get her hands on, unbothered by the prospect of weight gain, relishing the freedom of an ability user. As dusk fell swiftly, typical of winter nights, the three sought a restaurant after a day of exploration, dining while watching the bustling crowd outside. What do you think of the metropolis, Yaya? Is it enjoyable? Ling Xiaoya inquired of Artoria, who was seated across from her. Quite splendid and bustling with life. The people seem content, and the scenery is delightful, Artoria replied, wiping her mouth with satisfaction. Humph, today is merely the beginning. Xiaoya will be your guide to explore the metropolis thoroughly, she declared. Very well, Artoria responded. When girls gathered, endless topics flowed, and Fang Yun settled into his usual role as a listener, occasionally joining the conversation when it turned to him. After their fill, the nightlife was just about to commence. After dinner, it was only 8 o'clock, and resting at such an hour was evidently premature. With 2 days remaining until the national competition, Ling Xiaoya decided to indulge in the vibrant nightlife of the magical metropolis alongside Artoria. The presence of certain demonic beasts had significantly diminished the venues for nocturnal revelry compared to the time before the Great Calamity, yet for Artoria, everything felt refreshingly novel. Ling Xiaoya led Artoria to an arcade, a remnant of the bygone era, known for its popularity among the people of yore. Despite the changes, many still flocked to these electronic amusements. As they engaged in fierce competition, a crowd gathered, drawn not only by the allure of two stunning young women, but also by their impressive gaming prowess. Their dazzling combos flowed seamlessly, captivating the onlookers. The enhancement of an Esper's abilities was multifaceted, rendering games exceedingly effortless for them. Despite it being their first experience with video games, Ling Xiaoya and Artoria performed with the skill of seasoned players. Artoria, possessing a higher tier, seized upon Ling Xiaoya's fleeting mistake and executed a flawless combination, securing victory. Though Ling Xiaoya faced defeat, her spirits remained high as they continued to explore various activities, laughing and chatting merrily. Whenever Ling Xiaoya spotted something enjoyable, she eagerly encouraged Artoria to join her in trying it out. Indeed, the sight of the two young beauties on the dance machine was a spectacle to behold. Their superior physical conditioning as espers allowed them to effortlessly keep pace with the rhythm. Fang Yun, watching their performance, mused that they could easily debut as idol stars. How about it, Yaya? Are you having fun? Ling Xiaoya inquired. Very much so, Artoria replied. In their hotel room, freshly bathed, the two lay on the bed, conversing casually. By the way, Yaya, how did you come to know brother Fang Yun? Ling Xiaoya turned to Artoria, curious. Fang Yun. Initially, we merely exchanged greetings with the team from Xia country, introducing ourselves briefly. Later, during a confrontation with the demonic beasts, his remarkable performance caught my attention, prompting me to connect with such a prodigy, Artoria reflected, gazing at the ceiling. And what do you think of brother Fang Yun? Ling Xiaoya pressed. A genius? At just 19, he has already achieved the 7th tier of Esper abilities, showcasing immense strength and capability. Brother Fang Yun is indeed impressive, Ling Xiaoya declared with pride. Artoria, amused by Ling Xiaoya's enthusiasm, chuckled softly. And you? How did you meet Fang Yun? I've known brother Fang Yun since childhood. He was quite the mischievous one, always snatching my toys, which would inevitably lead me to tears. Whenever I cried, he would rush over to comfort me and return the toys, earning me the nickname Little Crybaby among the other children. Back then, I found him utterly insufferable. During my school days, tears were my constant companions as I faced relentless bullying. Yet, my dear brother Fang Yun would always rush to my side, defending me fiercely. Over time, others began to steer clear of both me and my brother. It was during these trials that I started to perceive Fang Yun in a new light. His presence alone brought me joy. Just knowing that he was there to protect me made my tears cease. Unbeknownst to us, many years slipped by, and now, I, Xiaoya, find myself unable to imagine life without my brother. Listening to the heartfelt musings of the young girl beside her, Artoria remained silent. For a girl raised within the confines of royalty, Xiaoya's experiences were foreign to her. Her own childhood was consumed by endless training, dedicated to her family, her people, and her nation. Even her mother, a powerful anomaly, was seldom present, and the concept of love felt entirely alien to Artoria. Soon, the whispers between the two girls faded into silence as they succumbed to sleep. The following morning, brimming with energy, Xiaoya aroused Artoria and Fang Yun, leading them on the continuation of their adventure in the magical city. As time swiftly passed, these 3 days brought immense joy to Artoria. Unlike the imperial capital, which, while splendid, offered a different kind of grandeur, the magical city was far more delightful for exploration, showcasing a myriad of breathtaking landscapes. Even Artoria, who had previously gazed upon the imperial capital, found the diverse scenery of the magical city refreshing. Over these days, Xiaoya introduced Artoria to an array of culinary delights, both delectable and unpalatable, that broadened her horizons. Today marked the commencement of the national tournament, and the 7 participants, clad in the uniforms of the Imperial University, gathered early at the hotel before heading to the familiar venue of the competition. The national tournament awaited our arrival. Chapter 45, Round 1. Welcome, everyone, to the national tournament. I am your commentator, Xiao Xiao, and I am your co-commentator, Ulfzi. As we delve into this tournament, we must reflect on the previous one, which was regrettably interrupted by the attack of a cult, preventing the thrilling final showdown between the Imperial University and the Magical City University from taking place. This remark prompted murmurs of discontent among the audience, who felt that had the organizers not manipulated the schedule, the match would have been completed long ago. Nevertheless, this very circumstance heightened the anticipation for the upcoming clash between the Imperial and Magical City Universities, promising an even more exhilarating encounter. As the opening performance concluded, the host, Xiao Xiao, announced, "Next, let us welcome the Magical City University." Magical City. Magical City. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Long Outyin led his 6 teammates from their resting area toward the arena. With his head held high, he exuded an air of disdain towards all. Captain Long is a familiar face. Do you have any words for the Imperial University this time? Xiao Xiao inquired, microphone extended toward him. I will make them realize that losing to me is an honor they will carry for life. His words ignited a fervent cheer from the audience. Excellent. It appears our Captain Long exudes unwavering confidence, as always. Let's hear what the esteemed Capital University has to say. Please welcome Capital University. The audience erupts in waves of cheers, and the camera shifts to the lounge of Capital University. Ling Xiaoya, clad in a white uniform with red trim, steps forward, followed closely by Fang Yun and Artoria, with the junior trio bringing up the rear. The 7 of them stride towards the arena, and the audience's initial excitement gives way to confusion. Who is that blonde girl? She doesn't seem to be from Xia country. Does Capital University even have such a member? The host, Luzi, evidently aware that the university has sent a representative from the Sun Never Sets Empire, dismisses it as irrelevant. Whoever she is now a member of the competing team from Capital University. Captain Ling, do you have anything to say in response to the words of Captain Long from Magic City University? Luzi inquires, extending the microphone towards Ling Xiaoya. The weak should humbly bow beneath the feet of the strong. Magic City University was incapable before, is incapable now, and will remain so in the future. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoya's audacious declaration, the audience, both present and behind the screen, erupts in fervent cheers. Capital. Invincible. Capital. Invincible. Host Luzi beams with delight, proclaiming, "It seems our Captain Ling possesses great confidence in her team. Now, let us anticipate which team will shine the brightest in this national competition." In the lounge of Capital University, Artoria gazes at Ling Xiaoya and expresses the sentiments she had long been holding back. Xiaoya, I didn't expect you to possess such a commanding presence. Humph. Xiaoya can do everything. Ling Xiaoya retorts playfully. That dragon young master is simply insufferable. Yaya, you must help me teach him a lesson. With her hands on her hips, she punctuates her statement by dramatically swinging her fist. Oh, what is the matter with that dragon young master? Artoria asks, puzzled. Ling Xiaoya leans in and whispers into Artoria's ear about the previous national competition and the dragon young master's proposal for a union. After hearing this, Artoria's expression turns serious. Rest assured, Xiaoya, if I encounter him, I will certainly give him a good thrashing. Thank you, Yaya. Fang Yun and the junior trio silently observed the exchange, their hearts mourning for Long Out Yin. Soon, each team has made its appearance, and the first match is about to commence. Which two teams will compete in the opening match of this national competition? Let us direct our gaze to the big screen. The host cheerfully announces, turning to face the large display. Please welcome Tianyu University and Magic City University. The crowd chants, Magic City, Magic City, as both teams make their way to the waiting area. Captain, who should we send up? Qian Jun inquires of Long Out Yin. Just decide amongst yourselves. After all, it's merely an ordinary university, Long Out Yin replies, seemingly disinterested. Soon, a contestant was selected to step onto the arena. The representatives of Magic City University and Tianyu University stood on either side of the stage, one appearing nonchalant and the other visibly tense. The match commenced. As the electronic announcement concluded, the contestant from Magic City University charged directly at his opponent, executing a swift and decisive kick that sent his rival sprawling. The match concluded. The disparity between the two was overwhelming. A fifth-tier contestant against a third-tier one stood no chance. Subsequently, a single contestant from Magic City University swept through the entire team of Tianyu University, leading to an immediate concession from the opposing side in the team competition. With such a formidable individual, the outcome was all but certain if 5 were to take the stage. Magic City University emerged victorious. Long Out Yin returned to the lounge with his team, as if merely going through the motions. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "Let us welcome Zitting University to battle against Capital University." Capital, invincible. Capital, invincible. Ling Xiaoya led her team towards the waiting area, casting a glance at the contestants from Zitting University across the way. "Dabai, you're up for the first match." "All right," Ingbai nodded, adding, "And please don't call me Dabai." "Very well, Dabai," Ling Xiaoya responded, patting Ingbai on the shoulder. "Dabai?" Artoria tilted her head in confusion. Ling Xiaoya leaned in to whisper something to Artoria, who then appeared enlightened and turned to Ingbai, nodding seriously. Embarrassed, Ingbai turned away and made her way to the arena, ignoring her teasing captain. As Ingbai made her entrance, the audience erupted in cheers. "Catgirl, invincible! Catgirl, invincible!" Ingbai listened impassively to the chants, accustomed to such small displays. In contrast to Ingbai's calm demeanor, the contestants from Zitting University wore expressions of despair. Their luck had truly run dry, facing Capital University in the first round. It seemed destined for an early exit. The match began. Ingbai immediately transformed into her cat demon form. Compared to the previous year, she now reached the peak of the 4th tier, and her speed intensified after her transformation, creating a black streak across the arena as her opponent was sent flying out. The match concluded. Ingbai completed a flawless series of 5, with even the 4th-tier captain from the opposing team posing little challenge to her. Last year, Ingbai may have been merely an observer. This year, she was ready to showcase her prowess. Capital University emerged victorious. The 3rd-year quartet descended from the arena as the referee announced the results. In the team battle, the 3rd-year quartet dispatched their opponents with the ease of autumn leaves falling in a breeze, their overwhelming strength and impeccable coordination far surpassing that of their rivals. As Captain Ling Xiaoya, like last year's Fang Yun, had no opportunity to intervene, the gap between the top 3 universities and the others was stark. After the matches, everyone returned to the lounge to watch the competitions of other teams. The first round of the competition was largely unremarkable, characterized by one-sided battles. However, Artoria was captivated, as she had never witnessed such spectacles before. The empire on which the sun never sets had never hosted such contests. Before long, the first day of the competition concluded. Like the previous edition, the first round spanned 3 days, and Fang Yun and his companions completed their matches on the first day, allowing them the freedom to explore for the next 2 days. Since Artoria had never experienced such a competition, Ling Xiaoya accompanied her to watch the events, while Fang Yun mostly stayed with the 2 women, even bringing them meals, which led Ling Xiaoya to cling to him, reluctant to let go. In this delightful atmosphere, the 2 days swiftly passed. The second round of the national competition was about to commence. Chapter 46, The Stunning Ling Xiaoya. After the initial selection, the remaining competitors exhibited significantly heightened prowess, yet Ling Xiaoya was not required to participate. Though Chen Cheng, at the late stage of the 4th tier, could not match Sakurabai's remarkable ability to defeat 5 opponents single-handedly, he still managed to overcome 4, ultimately falling to the opposing team's captain. In the end, Shun Yi secured victory, propelling the Imperial Capital University to advancement. This time, Suwon University also demonstrated formidable strength, with all participants being above the 5th tier, reminding everyone that the names of the 3 top-tier academies were not to be taken lightly. Consequently, the disparity in the competition became markedly pronounced. Ordinary universities peaked at the late 4th tier, while the 3 prestigious institutions, aside from the Imperial Capital University, had no participants below the 5th tier. The strong remained strong. And unless a complete overhaul occurred, ordinary universities would forever lag behind the 3 top academies. Artoria witnessed the prowess of the younger generation in the Summer Kingdom. In the empire where the sun never sets, graduating from university and ascending to the 5th tier is considered a talent, yet in the Summer Kingdom, the proportion of graduates achieving this feat is remarkably high. Moreover, the 3 top academies had no participants below the 5th tier, which elucidated for Artoria the federal perspective of animosity towards the Summer Kingdom. Previously, the federal strength reigned supreme, but that status was now uncertain. As expected, all 3 top academies advanced, and the 16 participating teams were subsequently divided into 2 groups for an internal round-robin tournament. Ling Xiaoya and her companions watched as the images on the large screen settled, revealing Imperial Capital University in Group B. Once again, Suwon University found themselves in Group B, and the long-awaited clash among the 3 top academies was about to begin. In the dining hall, Ling Xiaoya and her companions gathered for a meal. As the group matches were set for tomorrow, "Cheers!" they exclaimed, raising their drinks and downing them in unison. This year, Suwon University displayed their true capabilities, with all 7 competitors being above the 5th tier, as Chinyu remarked. Indeed, after 2 consecutive competitions where our participants matched the strength of those from Magic City University, they must step up their game, otherwise, others might doubt their prowess, Shinny added, while enjoying his meal. This national competition might witness some minor upheavals, Lin Ruashi interjected, taking a sip from her drink. Oh, the others turned their attention towards Lin Ruashi. However, it is not a matter of great significance. It primarily stems from the participation of Artoria and certain events related to Fang Yun that have sparked a minor uproar. Both Fang Yun and Artoria find themselves perplexed, questioning whether the Riddler has truly departed from the Summer Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lin Ruashi seems to revel in the suspense, cheerfully proclaiming that they will soon discover the truth. Oh, do tell, teacher. Ling Xiaoya interjects, playfully shaking Lin Ruashi's arm. Lin Ruashi leisurely reassures them, stating that this visit is indeed directed towards Fang Yun and Artoria. How can I possibly feel at ease? Fang Yun internally muses. Yet, given Lin's assertion, it appears the visitor possesses a formidable strength of the 7th tier. After all, there is no concealment regarding his and Artoria's 7th tier status. If they are indeed targeting him and Artoria, anything less than 7th tier would be a disgrace. Artoria remains quietly seated, her demeanor serene. Whatever may come, she is prepared to face it. Regrettably, Lin Ruashi ultimately refrains from disclosing the exact nature of the matter, leaving Ling Xiaoya and her companions feeling restless, as if they will not sleep well that night. Welcome everyone to this year's national competition. Next, we will proceed with the round-robin matches of Group B. Both the Imperial Capital University and Suwon University are in Group B, and the clash between these 2 prestigious institutions is highly anticipated. Which teams will deliver an exhilarating match for us in the opening round? Let us turn our gaze to the big screen. As the screen freezes, the audience gasps in astonishment. Imperial Capital University versus Suwon University. The first match is indeed a heavyweight showdown. Suwon University suffered defeat to Imperial Capital University in the previous national competition, yet this year they have assembled a remarkably strong team. Will Suwon University manage to redeem themselves in this competition? Let us witness the forthcoming match. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Ling Xiaoya and her companions make their way to the waiting area. Fang Yun observes the competitors from Suwon University in the opposite waiting zone, noting that the previous captain, Shi Yuqing, is also among them. I shall be the first to take the stage, Ling Xiaoya declares to the group. The 3rd and 4th year students express no objections, recognizing that their 4th tier abilities would be of little use. The strength of competitors in recent national competitions has significantly escalated, with only 5th tier abilities proving effective in the battles among the top 3 universities. Before long, the contestants stand on the arena, gazing at one another from a distance. Imperial Capital University's Ling Xiaoya versus Suwon University's Luo Ying. Let the match begin. With a wave of her hand, Ling Xiaoya conjures a flurry of snowflakes, initiating an S-class ability, Blizzard. In response to Ling Xiaoya's powerful opening move, Luo Ying, armed with a spear and enveloped in a brown aura, charges towards her. Observing Luo Ying's approach, Ling Xiaoya remains composed, intensifying her output of supernatural energy. However, Luo Ying suddenly senses something amiss. Her speed diminishes, and her body grows increasingly heavy. What is happening? Luo Ying remained in a sprinting posture, encased in a frigid prison upon the arena. The S-rank ability, Pseudo-Absolute Zero, could only be unleashed through the amplification of a snowstorm, surpassing the typical S-rank abilities, yet falling short of the SS-rank techniques. Victory belonged to the Imperial Capital University. Upon returning to the waiting area, Luo Ying was still in a daze, questioning what had transpired. How did I lose? Observing the confusion and disappointment in Luo Ying's eyes, Captain Yi Yingxue offered solace, assuring her that she had performed admirably. It's all right, Xiao Ying, you've done remarkably well. Luo Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, acutely aware that her bewildering defeat would significantly impact the team. It's nothing to worry about. That little guy opposite is quite formidable, Redley reassured, enveloping Luo Ying in a tight embrace that nearly took her breath away. You go now, Hong Li, Yingxue instructed. Understood, Captain. Redley released Luo Ying and, with a serious demeanor, advanced towards the arena, determined to confront the one who had bested Luo Ying. The referee did not grant Ling Xiaoya any respite, deeming it a trial for the competitors. Achieving victory against multiple opponents was no simple feat. The contest commenced. Ling Xiaoya summoned a blizzard, while Redley unleashed her own abilities. A fierce inferno erupted upon the stage, manifesting as the S-rank ability, Raging Flames. The collision of snowflakes and flames enveloped the arena in a delicate veil of vapor. Noticing the blizzard's diminishing efficacy, Ling Xiaoya swiftly conjured ice spears, suspending them behind her. Utilizing the A-rank ability, Ice Spear. With a mere gesture, she sent the ice spears hurtling toward Redley. Unyielding, Redley countered with her own A-rank ability, Rain of Fire, as crimson flames swirled around her, igniting the sky with scattered sparks. The clash of ice and fire provided a visual spectacle where they collided. Wisps of white mist formed, evaporating or crystallizing as the two combatants matched each other blow for blow. This marked the first time Ling Xiaoya engaged in such an intense battle. Previously, her opponents were either high-ranking ability users or mere playmates in mock duels, or she had ventured into wild territories to hunt beasts. Never had she experienced such a balanced confrontation. However, she decided it was time to escalate. S-rank ability, Ice Heaven Ring. S-rank ability, Wrath of the Frost Dragon. An icy blue light radiated from Ling Xiaoya, her presence surging with newfound vigor. Not good. Redley sensed impending danger and activated her A-rank ability, Fire Dance. Surrounding herself with a halo of crimson flames, she was dismayed as the flames shattered, and a series of icy blue rings enveloped her form. Subsequently, a colossal torrent of icy blue energy surged toward her. The audience was left in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on Ling Xiaoya, or rather, what lay behind her. A massive icy blue dragon head emerged from the air, adorned with spiraling horns, its gaping maw seemingly capable of devouring the very sky itself. The immense icy torrent was expelled from the dragon's mouth, hurtling toward Redley. The match concluded. Chapter 47. Instant kill. Everyone reflected on the previous scene, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Hong Li, spared by Ling Xiaoya's restraint, escaped serious injury thanks to the referee's intervention. She merely shivered from the icy enchantment enveloping her and suffered psychological distress. The referee, astonished, glanced at Ling Xiaoya, then at his own palm, now covered in a thin layer of ice. As a 7th-tier ability user, he found it absurd that the techniques of a 5th-tier user could impact him so significantly. Ling Xiaoya's hair, previously floating in the air, fell gracefully as the icy blue hue in her pupils gradually faded. With a slight lift of her head, she gazed at the distant Hong Li, a smile gracing her lips. Upon returning to the waiting area, the expressions of those around Hong Li turned grave. It was not merely the continuous array of abilities exhibited by Ling Xiaoya that was alarming, but the fact that despite employing numerous S-tier techniques, she appeared to have suffered little fatigue. It is well known that the consumption of S-tier abilities far exceeds that of A-tier ones. Even an ordinary 5th-tier user would be remarkable to unleash 3 S-tier techniques. Yet Ling Xiaoya had already deployed 5 S-tier attacks. Not to mention the pseudo-absolute zero from the first match and the Frost Dragon's Fury just moments ago. Could it be that this young girl possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of power? Yi Yingshue's gaze fell upon the only other 6th-tier user besides herself, Shi Yuqing, who nodded slightly and made her way to the arena. Ling Xiaoya regarded Shi Yuqing with a serious demeanor. It seemed this was where her journey would culminate. The match commenced. Blizzard. Frozen Tomb. Ling Xiaoya unleashed a tempest of snow, directing the frozen tomb towards herself, aware that Shi Yuqing was a rare light-type ability user. Radiant Earth. Shi Yuqing activated her S-tier technique, conjuring a miniature sun in the arena's sky, emanating boundless light and astonishing heat that dispelled Ling Xiaoya's blizzard. Sunlight bathed the tomb, causing it to melt slightly. Ling Xiaoya proactively detonated the frozen tomb, donning icy armor and wielding a spear forged from extreme cold as she charged towards Shi Yuqing. Unfortunately, the light-type user was equally swift, and being a 6th-tier ability user, she held an advantage over Ling Xiaoya. Before long, Ling Xiaoya found herself on the defensive, unable to match her opponent's speed and enduring blows. While her occasional ice spears were effortlessly evaded, it was over. The miniature sun above the arena contracted, then unleashed a blinding beam of incandescent light, hurtling towards Ling Xiaoya at once. S-tier technique, pseudo-celestial eye. The match concluded. The outcome was inevitable, despite exhausting all her efforts. Ling Xiaoya succumbed to Shi Yuqing's prowess. In the waiting area of the Imperial Capital University, Ling Xiaoya buried her face in Fang Yun's embrace, who held her quietly. After a brief moment, Ling Xiaoya disentangled herself and turned to Artoria, saying, "Yaya, it's your turn now. Give her a good thrashing." Artoria nodded subtly and strode toward the arena, sparing not a moment to lament for Ling Xiaoya. Next to enter was the 7th-tier Artoria. Shi Yuqing gazed at the golden-haired maiden before her, her face adorned with a perplexed expression. "Am I truly facing a level 7? She questioned incredulously. Moreover, when did a level 7 emerge in the national competition? Prior to the Great Calamity, not a single renowned foreigner would be widely recognized, let alone in the chaotic aftermath when information exchange was far from convenient. As Shi Yuqing glimpsed Altria within the Imperial City team, her curiosity piqued. Who was this golden-haired girl? It was only when Altria exuded her formidable presence that Shi Yuqing realized the girl before her was indeed a level 7 ability user. The competition commenced. The match would not be halted merely because a level 6 faced a level 7. Shi Yuqing swiftly distanced herself, sprouting a pair of wings from her back, which soon shattered, unleashing a barrage of beams toward Altria. Yet, Altria regarded the impending assault with indifference, standing still and observing Shi Yuqing from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The beams collided with an invisible barrier surrounding Altria, inflicting no harm upon her whatsoever. The spectators transitioned from confusion to astonishment. What is this? How can she endure such attacks without a scratch? At that moment, Shi Yuqing too was taken aback. Hold on. Sister, my S-rank ability strikes you, and you don't even wrinkle your clothes? What am I even doing here? Altria paid no heed to Shi Yuqing's bewildered expression. After manifesting the sword of victory, she casually waved it in Shi Yuqing's direction before sheathing the weapon. There was no observable disturbance, yet the referee, appearing grave, positioned himself before Shi Yuqing, arms crossed in front of him. A faint sound of a slice resonated from the referee's outstretched hands, revealing to the onlookers that Altria had indeed launched an attack, leaving Shi Yuqing drenched in cold sweat. Though that slash seemed like a mere gesture from the girl, the referee's serious demeanor and slightly trembling hands indicated that the power of the young maiden exceeded Shi Yuqing's wildest imaginings. The match concluded. Knight Yingxue had foreseen the outcome the moment Altria took her stance on the arena, yet she was surprised to discover that she had underestimated her opponent's prowess. A golden-haired girl of an age capable of participating in a national tournament. Could she be the princess of the empire on which the sun never sets? But why would the princess represent the Imperial City University? What were the higher-ups contemplating? They might as well award the championship to the Imperial City University outright. While internally lamenting, Knight Yingxue signaled to the referee, "We concede." Indeed, Knight Yingxue had no intention of continuing the fight. Observing her opponent's demeanor, it felt as though battling them would be akin to swatting an insect. Persisting would only lead to disgrace. It was wiser to focus on dealing with the Magic City University while allowing the Imperial City University to claim victory. The concession from Swan University was, in the eyes of many, a judicious choice. With their withdrawal, Altria exited the arena, making her way to the waiting area. Ling Xiaoya embraced Altria warmly as she approached, exclaiming with delight, "Yaya, you were incredible. With just a wave of your hand, you defeated them, leaving them too intimidated to continue." Altria smiled at Ling Xiaoya, saying, "Xiaoya, you are quite formidable as well, defeating 2 opponents single-handedly. You could even contend with a 6th-tier ability user." With playful laughter, the group made their way to the lounge of the Imperial Capital University, while the audience expressed their satisfaction with the event. They had not only witnessed an exhilarating clash of ice and fire, but also the effortless annihilation of an opponent by a remarkably powerful mysterious girl, which piqued their curiosity about the golden-haired maiden. Initially, they perceived her merely as an arbitrary contestant from the Imperial Capital University, intrigued solely by her apparent non-Chinese ethnicity. However, Altria's extraordinary prowess heightened their intrigue to an unprecedented level. Soon, information regarding Altria was uncovered. Altria, the princess of the Empire of the Setting Sun, was merely 22 years old and already a 7th-tier ability user, the foremost individual among the younger generation of her empire. As her identity was revealed, astonishment swept through the crowd. Why would the princess of the Empire of the Setting Sun represent Imperial Capital University in the national competition? And this 7th-tier strength seemed beyond the norm. The spectators felt pity for Swan University, which had painstakingly assembled an elite team to redeem their honor, only to collide with the princess of the Empire of the Setting Sun. Who could they turn to for justification? As the duel between Imperial Capital University and Swan University concluded, the competition continued. Swan University unleashed their frustration from defeat upon other universities, with their 3 5th-tier participants dominating the field, leaving their rivals in utter despair. After 2 days of fierce competition, the group stage finally reached its conclusion, revealing the top 10 contenders: Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, Swan University, Sanshan University, Shanghai University, Qingting University, Huabei University, Haitian University, Huanglong University, and Xianyang University. In 3 days, the final top 10 ranking battles would commence, determining who would emerge victorious. Chapter 48. The disadvantaged Magic City University. Fang Yun and his companions arrived early at the venue. Today marked the 2nd day of the top 10 ranking matches. The previous day's matches in the losers bracket had concluded, with the victors being the renowned private institution, Shuangxing University. The organizers of the national competition maintained their usual format, ensuring that the 3 leading universities had avoided each other in the initial rounds, preserving the suspense for the final day. Greetings, dear audience. Welcome to this year's national competition. I am your host, Xiao Xiao. And I am your co-host, Lufzi. Lufzi, today marks the final day of this national competition. Which team do you believe has the best chance of clinching the championship? I believe Imperial Capital University holds the highest odds, as they have consistently been champions, and their strength is evident. I think Magic City University also has a fair chance, but there are mysterious surprises in store for this year's national competition. Oh, surprises? Indeed. As for what these surprises entail, let us await and see. The audience on site and the participating teams were utterly bewildered, with only the members of the Imperial Capital University recalling Lin Ruoshi's words. It seemed this was the small commotion Professor Lin had mentioned. Was it a surprise? I hope it does not disappoint, Fang Yun thought silently while observing the 2 hosts on stage. Ling Xiaoya and her companions also recognized this as the small commotion Lin Ruoshi had described. Yet Ling Xiaoya held unwavering confidence in her brother Fang Yun, having never encountered anyone in the younger generation stronger than him, nor had she even heard of such a person. In the lounge of Magic City University, Long Outyan's expression was grim, his eyes subtly betraying his anger. Long Xiao and his companion Xianjun shared a similarly displeased countenance as they regarded Long Outyan. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Long Outyan remarked, "It's nothing. This time, it does not concern us." He then cast a glance towards the direction of the Imperial Capital University lounge, silently hoping that the news he received was indeed true, for otherwise, today's challenge would be exceedingly arduous for you, Fang Yun. Despite the audience's confusion regarding the nature of the so-called surprise, the competition continued unabated. Finally, as the event progressed, a heavyweight showdown was upon them. Suwon University versus Magic City University. One was Suwon University, which had regrouped after a previous defeat, and the other was Magic City University, the team that had bested Suwon University in the last round and was poised to dethrone Imperial Capital University. The rivalry between the two institutions had been relentless, and it was soon to be revealed whether Suwon University would redeem its honor or if Magic City University would surge ahead. In the earlier clash with Imperial Capital University, Suwon University had already unveiled much of its strength, with only their captain Ying Xue remaining untested, while the other four had engaged in battle to varying degrees. In stark contrast, Magic City University had only one player who had participated in the competition, leaving the prowess of the other four shrouded in mystery. Even before the match commenced, Suwon University found itself at an intangible disadvantage. The sole participant from Magic City University, a 5th-level ability user, made his way to the arena, while Suwon University sent forth Luo Ying. The two stood at opposite ends of the stage, silently observing one another. As the chilling electronic announcement concluded, both sprang forward simultaneously. Luo Ying wielded a spear, her form entwined with brown energy, her momentum ascending as she charged. The contestant from Magic City University, similarly enveloped in brown energy, surged towards Luo Ying with a colossal sword in hand. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact as Luo Ying's spear collided with the giant sword that had been positioned to block. Despite the seeming power disparity between Luo Ying's spear and the massive sword, both forces met equally, revealing that within Luo Ying's petite frame resided a formidable energy. Following the initial strike, Luo Ying relentlessly launched a series of attacks, brandishing her spear with vigor. Meanwhile, the competitor from Magic City University adeptly wielded his giant sword, skillfully deflecting Luo Ying's onslaught with a steadfast defense. Luo Ying stepped back deliberately, her entire being channeling her brown anomalous energy into the spear she wielded. The weapon transformed into a manifestation of this energy, exuding a palpable aura of danger. Observing this, the contestant from Magic City University similarly concentrated their anomalous power into the colossal sword in their hands, leading to a tense standoff. In an instant, Luo Ying became a streak of brown light, hurtling towards her opponent with the spear in tow. The Magic City contestant responded by drawing a cross with their massive sword, ready to meet the oncoming meteor. The clash erupted with a thunderous roar, magnified many times over compared to their previous encounter, followed by a blinding brilliance bursting forth from the point of impact. A figure was sent flying from the radiance, landing outside the arena. The match concluded. Standing on the platform, Luo Ying appeared pale, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the spear. Despite the immense expenditure of energy, the outcome was gratifying. The Magic City contestant cast a resentful glance at Luo Ying before bowing their head and retreating to the waiting area. No one from Magic City University voiced any complaints. After all, defeat is defeat, and they could reclaim victory in the next match. "I'll go next," announced Xiao Chun from Magic City University to Long Outyin. Nodding in agreement, Long Outyin watched as Xiao Chun departed the waiting area towards the arena. Luo Ying observed Xiao Chun's approach, acutely aware that she could not hope to best him again, so she resolved to deplete his energy as much as possible. The match commenced. Unlike her previous bout, Luo Ying did not charge at her opponent. Instead, she held her spear poised, anticipating an attack. Xiao Chun, understanding her strategy, opted for a swift resolution. In an instant, Xiao Chun's figure morphed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Not good. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Ying swung her spear backward, yet felt no impact. The match concluded. Xiao Chun held a dagger at Luo Ying's throat. S-class anomalous technique, shadow kill. In the lounge of Suwon University, the team expressed their satisfaction with Luo Ying's performance, having not only defeated an opponent, but also forced the second contestant to expend a considerable amount of energy with an S-class technique, which greatly benefited their team. "Xiao Ying, it's your turn," said the remaining 5th-tier anomalous user, Xing Ying. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Ying approached the arena. Xiao Chun regarded the petite girl, standing at just 1.55 meters, with a serious expression. This young woman had only made a single move in her previous match, causing her opponent to inexplicably lose. Xiao Chun recognized her ability as a specialized shadow-type anomalous power. This could be troublesome, he thought, feeling a pang of anxiety. As the match began, both contestants seemed to vanish simultaneously from the arena. However, while Xiao Chun transformed into a shadow, Xing melded seamlessly into her own silhouette. A faint sound pierced the air, and Xiao Chen's figure re-emerged on the platform. Xiao Chun, gripping a dagger, remained vigilant, his expression grave as he focused intently on the shadow before him. Moments ago, a flash of blade light had emerged from his own shadow. Had he not reacted swiftly, the match would have concluded prematurely. The atmosphere grew tense as the spectators watched Xiao Chen fixated on his shadow, perplexed by the situation. Would the match continue? Suddenly, a flurry of daggers surged forth from the depths of his shadow, aimed directly at him. With deft precision, Xiao Chun deflected the incoming blades, rendering them ineffective against him. In an instant, he grasped his opponent's intent. Indeed, an overwhelming tide of dark energy began to envelop him, attempting to transform into a shadow himself. He was swiftly countered and sent sprawling. The match was over. Numerous minute wounds, nearly imperceptible, dotted Xiao Chen's body as he cast a wry smile at the re-emerging figure of Xing Ying on the arena, acknowledging the formidable prowess displayed. Xing Ying merely nodded slightly, a gesture of recognition towards the individual before him. Thus, the revitalized Suang University gained a significant advantage. Chapter 49, Qianjun, from Moda University, delivers a victory statement confronted by the lead held by Suang University. Qianjun addressed Long Outyin. Allow me to take the stage. Upon receiving Long Outyin's assent, Qianjun ascended the arena, his aura as a sixth-tier ability user unmistakably commanding, for not just anyone could serve as a subordinate to the heir of the Long family. The match commenced. A resounding roar echoed as Qianjun underwent a remarkable transformation. Scales reminiscent of a dragon sprouted from his body. His fingers and toes morphed into claws, while two horns emerged from his forehead. A pair of crimson wings unfurled from his back, and a long red tail trailed behind him. One side of his face adorned with dragon scales, his golden slit-like eyes fixated on Xing Ying. This was the manifestation of his enhanced beastification ability, half-dragon transformation. The audience gasped in astonishment at the metamorphosis of Qianjun on the stage. Wait, my friend, you had this hidden talent all along? They murmured. Xing Ying, too, was taken aback by Qianjun's transformation, momentarily stunned until Qianjun vanished from sight, prompting her to swiftly submerge into the shadows below. In the next instant, a red dragon claw struck where Xing Ying had previously stood. Had she hesitated for a moment longer, the consequences would have been dire. Qianjun surveyed his surroundings before directing his gaze toward his own shadow, fully aware that Xing Ying was currently concealed within it. He opened his mouth wide, a sphere of crimson light coalescing within, and unleashed a massive red beam towards his shadow. Unfortunately, it proved futile, as if Xing Ying were absent from the tangible world. This is troublesome, Qianjun mused, finding himself at an impasse. His attacks failed to reach the elusive opponent, unless she revealed a weakness. Thus, the standoff persisted. The audience, initially captivated, now shifted to a state of ennui as the red half-dragon merely stood still, staring at his shadow, while Xing Ying hesitated to make a move. How long would this stalemate endure? Enough of this. It's time to conclude, Qianjun decided, growing impatient. If you won't come out, I shall force you. Suddenly, the entire arena transformed into a sea of crimson, intermittently illuminated by flames resembling red lotuses, causing the very fabric of space to subtly warp. The S-class ability, Pseudo-Red Lotus Purgatory, manifested as the shadow beneath Qianjun began to distort. In an instant, Xing Ying, wielding a dagger, morphed into a streak of black light. Lunging towards Qianjun, with a resounding clash, Qianjun's right hand, resembling a dragon's claw, seized the dagger, while his left claw gently pressed against Xing Ying's forehead. The match concluded amidst the uproarious cheers from the audience, the scene on the arena akin to a captivating tableau of beauty and beast, replete with vivid imagery. Releasing the dagger, Qianjun retreated, reverting to his semi-dragon form. Xing Ying, head bowed in disappointment, trudged towards the waiting area of Suang University. Ying Shui tenderly patted Xing Ying's head, offering soft words of comfort, her gaze lingering on Qianjun with a tinge of worry. How are we to contend with him? Captain, let me take this one, Shi Yuqing proposed, glancing at Ying Shui. I shall handle it. Ying Shui replied with a shake of her head, acknowledging the undeniable gap in strength that Suang University faced. She advanced towards the arena, under the watchful eyes of her peers, knowing this was their final card to play. Qianjun's demeanor grew serious as he observed Ying Shui's approach. Her position as captain spoke volumes of her prowess. As the match commenced, Qianjun instantly transitioned into his semi-dragon form. Despite prior encounters, the audience remained captivated by his formidable presence. If only I possessed such an ability, they mused. Yi Yingshue's eyes shimmered with an icy blue radiance, transforming the arena into an extreme frostbound domain. S-class ability, pseudo-eternal frozen realm. As the icy landscape took shape, formidable beasts composed of frost emerged from the void behind Yi Yingxue, fixating their gaze upon Qianjun. In response, Qianjun unleashed his S-class ability once more. The pseudo-red lotus purgatory. A hint of crimson emerged amidst the icy blue expanse, yet it was subtly subdued by the overwhelming blue luminescence. Qianjun sensed that his ability had not manifested as he had anticipated, reflecting, "Indeed, she is the captain of Suang University." Yi Yingshui remained silent, slightly lifting her gaze as the frostbound beasts behind her surged forward, transformed into streaks of icy blue light, charging at Qianjun undeterred by the onslaught. Qianjun leapt forward, his dragon claws thrashing as he clashed with the beasts. One by one, they crumbled beneath his grasp, while the surrounding pseudo-red lotus purgatory scorched them. Yet, in a blink, the injured beasts reformed as if undamaged, momentarily ensnaring Qianjun in their numbers. Meanwhile, Yi Yingshui was not idle. A massive ice-blue magic array materialized above, drawing the elemental ice from the surroundings. An aura that stirred the heart emanated from the array. Qianjun, keenly aware of the formation in the sky, recognized that extricating himself from the beasts would not be an easy task. "Damn it, get away from me!" he roared, unleashing the full extent of his abilities. A torrent of flames erupted from the earth, soaring skyward, incinerating the surrounding beasts in an instant. As Qianjun raised his gaze towards the magical formation, the aura emanating from it sent shivers through his very dragon scales. Just as he was poised to charge at Yi Yingshui, she had already preemptively encased herself in a formidable layer of ice, impervious to immediate assault. With a fierce determination etched on his face, Qianjun channeled his extraordinary abilities into his mouth, conjuring a swelling orb of crimson light. Aimed squarely at the cerulean ice formation overhead, the two adversaries siphoned the elemental energies from their surroundings, transforming the entire arena into a dazzling spectacle of red and blue. Suddenly, the ice-blue formation vanished into the void, revealing a colossal dragon head, reminiscent of the frost dragon summoned by Ling Xiaoye, now magnified several times. Its cavernous maw exhaled a chilling breath that sent tremors through the hearts of onlookers. A tremendous torrent of ice-blue energy surged towards Qianjun. S-class extraordinary ability, Wrath of the Frost Dragon. With a defiant roar, Qianjun unleashed a towering column of red energy to counter the oncoming icy deluge, momentarily holding his ground. Yet, as time progressed, the ice-blue torrent inexorably advanced upon him. Despite his relentless effort to extract every ounce of his extraordinary power to sustain the red column, it ultimately faltered. The icy waves swiftly engulfed the crimson pillar, striking Qianjun with overwhelming force. The gigantic dragon had ceased its breath, casting a thick layer of ice over the arena, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Even with the protective barrier in place, were a low-tier extraordinary user to face this breath directly, they might well succumb to the frigid onslaught. Amidst the elevated platform encased in ice, Qianjun remained embedded, partially transformed, maintaining a defensive stance with his arms crossed before him. The match concluded. As the referee announced the end, the thick ice shattered into countless shards, dissipating into the air, liberating Qianjun from his icy prison. Gazing at the pallid visage of Yi Yingshui across the way, he reverted to his human form, acknowledging her prowess. "You were quite formidable," he remarked before descending from the platform. Yi Yingshui had exhausted all her extraordinary abilities in her final move, the Wrath of the Frost Dragon. Had Qianjun not withstood it, the defeat would have been hers. In the competition arena of Moda University, Qianjun lowered his head to Long Outyin. "I'm sorry. Long Shao, I failed." "Well, it was a mediocre performance. That woman possesses commendable strength, but you must enhance your training. If you falter again, you might find yourself sleeping in a pigsty," Long Outyin replied, a shiver running through Qianjun as he envisioned such a fate. "Rest assured, Long Shao, there shall not be a next time." Long Outyin refrained from further comment, stretching as he made his way to the platform. With his subordinate's defeat, it was only fitting for him, as the leader, to reclaim honor. Alas, This ambition was thwarted. Suhang University conceded defeat. Observing the despondent expressions of her fellow sisters, Yi Yingxue gently reassured them. Losing this time is inconsequential. We shall triumph next time. Life stretches far ahead of us. Luo Ying, invigorated, declared, indeed. Next time we shall triumph over them. Sisters, let us rally. As the competition at Suan University drew to a close, the remaining heavyweight clash was between the Imperial Capital University and the Magical Capital University. One was a perennial champion, boasting the 7th-tier ability user, the Princess of the Sun Never Sets Empire. The other was endowed with a 6th-tier half-dragon ability user, and the prowess of their team leader, Long Aotian, remained shrouded in mystery. Who shall emerge as the ultimate champion? Chapter 50, Magical Capital versus Imperial Capital now. Let us welcome the teams from the Magical Capital University and the Imperial Capital University. Under the spirited voice of the host, the audience erupted into cheers. Finally witnessing this long-awaited moment after 2 years, the two teams approached their respective waiting areas. Ling Xiaoyu wore a smile, while Long Aotian exuded pride. As various supportive chants filled the air, the long-anticipated duel was about to commence. Ling Xiaoyu was the first from the Imperial Capital University to ascend the arena. Captain, what is our strategy? Qianjun inquired softly of Long Aotian. Just go with the flow, Long Aotian replied nonchalantly. How should I know how to fight? If others are unaware, do you think I am? The strongest on the opposite side isn't the 7th-tier princess, but the seemingly inconspicuous Fang Yun. The intelligence from Sakura country is indeed accurate. They have 2 7th-tier users, while we possess only 2 6th-tier and 1 peak 6th-tier. I hope we don't embarrass ourselves too much. Ling Xiaoyu gazed at the opposing contestant from Magical Capital University, who wielded a colossal sword, brimming with power. Begin. In an instant, winter enveloped the arena, a tempest of snow swirling around. The contestant from Magical Capital University was no stranger to such an attack. With a swift motion, he unleashed a cross-shaped blade of light towards Ling Xiaoyu, following it up with a fierce charge. Suddenly, a massive ice mountain erupted from the ground, obstructing the path of the blade. With a resounding crash, the blade struck the ice, leaving 2 deep fissures. S-rank ability technique, Extreme Cold Abyss. Failing to achieve his goal, the contestant from Magical Capital University shattered the ice mountain and surged towards Ling Xiaoyu. He aimed a powerful strike at her, but with a sharp crack, Ling Xiaoyu transformed into a flurry of ice shards, reappearing at a distance, accompanied by a magnificent ice phoenix soaring behind her. S-rank ability technique, Ice Mirror Leap. S-rank ability technique, Ice Wind Spread Wings. The ice phoenix unfurled its wings, trailing a stream of blue light as it charged towards the contestant from Magical Capital University. Standing firm, he wielded his sword, unleashing a flurry of blade lights in response. S-rank ability technique, Silent Continuous Slash. As the ice phoenix drew near, the contestant exerted every ounce of his strength, ultimately shattering the approaching phoenix just before contact. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he plunged the blade into the ground, breathing heavily as he looked up at his opponent. A massive dragon's head opened its mouth wide, with blue energy gathering within, directly aimed at him. The contestant from Magical Capital University opened his mouth, only to be engulfed by the torrent of blue energy. S-rank ability technique, Wrath of the Frost Dragon. The match concluded. The contestant from Magic City University, rescued by the referee, stepped down from the arena. Glancing back, he beheld a young girl on stage, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed at a youthful boy who reciprocated her smile with warmth. You're up next, Long Aotian said to Xiao Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Chen approached the arena. The cold, electronic voice silently initiated a countdown, and as it concluded, Xiao Chen transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the stage. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoya stepped forward, her foot descending upon the ground, and in an instant, the arena morphed into a mirror of ice, reflecting everything upon it. A dark silhouette rapidly advanced towards Ling Xiaoya in the mirror's reflection. With a subtle flicker, her form shifted, and suddenly, more than a dozen replicas of Ling Xiaoya appeared around the arena. The shadow hesitated momentarily at this sight before morphing into numerous Xiao Chens, each wielding a dagger aimed at Ling Xiaoya. Crack! One after another, the replicas of Ling Xiaoya shattered into icy fragments, disappearing from the arena. Where are they? Xiao Chen questioned, his expression growing serious as he surveyed the now empty stage. Abruptly, He turned to the high sky behind him, where the void fractured, and several ice mirrors cascaded to the ground. Ling Xiaoya stood atop a frosty phoenix, casting a barely audible sigh towards Xiao Chun below. An invisible wave swept across the arena, freezing Xiao Chun in place, his gaze directed upward. S-class ability, the sigh of the snow goddess. As the referee declared the match concluded, the solid ice enveloping Xiao Chun melted into a pool of water, vanishing from the arena. Released from his icy prison, Xiao Chun managed a wry smile, acknowledging Ling Xiaoya's prowess with admiration. Impressive. Ling Xiaoya nodded slightly before descending from the stage. With her mission accomplished, the next phase was entrusted to Yaya and brother Fang Yun. Brother Fang Yun. Fang Yun caught the rushing Ling Xiaoya and praised her. Remarkable, Xiaoya. Of course. I have been diligently training. Ling Xiaoya responded, lifting her chin proudly. Fang Yun ruffled her hair and turned to Artoria. Shall you go first? Artoria nodded and approached the arena. Wang Bing, a 6th-tier ability user from Magic City University, grimaced as he observed Artoria advancing towards the stage. Am I really facing a 7th tier? The match commenced. Match concluded. The audience, still processing the rapid turn of events, was left bewildered. On stage, Wang Bing felt the sword at his throat, paralyzed with fear. Artoria, her demeanor calm, held her sword aloft. Upon hearing the match's conclusion, she sheathed her weapon and returned to her original position, awaiting the next contestant. Qian Jun, his face etched with concern, immediately half-dragon transformed as the match began, crossing his arms defensively. A resounding crash echoed as half-dragon Qian Jun was sent flying, a grievous wound appearing on his arms. Blood gushing forth. Before Qian Jun could react, he was struck by a beam of sword light across his chest, propelling him out of the arena. Match concluded. The audience gazed upon the spectacle before them, feeling as though they had yet to awaken from slumber. Had the once mighty Qian Jun truly been vanquished with such ease? And without the slightest chance to retaliate? Was this the true power of a 7th-tier ability user? Could Long Outyin, the captain of Magic City University, possibly defeat her? Following his partial dragon transformation, Qian Jun's self-healing abilities had significantly enhanced. 2 ghastly wounds were rapidly mending, and the blood that had flowed freely was staunched. With a bitter smile, Qian Jun approached the arena designated for Magic City University. Captain Long Outyin observed the figure of Artoria on the stage. He had witnessed her earlier performance and understood that defeating her was an impossibility. The disparity between a peak 6th tier and a 7th tier might appear minimal. Yet one was a mid-tier ability user while the other was high-tier. The difference was akin to an ordinary boxer facing a Tyron, not a Tyson. Moreover, Artoria was not just any 7th tier, she was among the elite. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Long Outyin found himself momentarily lost in thought. His participation in the past 2 national competitions had not been smooth. The first was marred by the interference of the 3 major heretical factions, and the second had introduced a 7th-tier ability user, one who might very well intervene. The Long family was no longer what it once was. Sister, when might the turning point for our family arrive? Shaking off his thoughts, Long Outyin stepped onto the stage under the eager gaze of the audience. Even in defeat, he intended to do so with dignity. Chapter 51. Victory. Minor turmoil. Artoria regarded Long Outyin across the arena, recalling the words of Xiaoya, resolved to deliver a thorough thrashing. Long Outyin suddenly felt a chill. Who dared to conspire against him? The match commenced. Roar. His cry echoed, reminiscent of Qian Jun, yet deeper and more commanding. Long Outyin's form remained largely unchanged. He retained his physique, but his entire body was now adorned with golden scales. A pair of golden wings unfurled magnificently, and a golden tail trailed behind him, his visage obscured by scales, golden eyes fixed intently on Artoria, the corners of his mouth curling to reveal sharp fangs. As if he were forged from gold itself. This was the empowered beast transformation, partial dragon transformation. The audience erupted into an even greater frenzy at the sight of yet another dragonkin, their cheers resounding. Regardless of strength, there was no denying the allure of his appearance. As Artoria sensed Long Outyin's transformed might, her eyes narrowed slightly, tightening her grip on the sword before she struck at him. When Long Outyin met the incoming blade with one hand, the clash produced a piercing sound. A droplet of golden blood fell from his claw, yet in the next instant, the wound had fully healed. The ground beneath him shattered as he became a golden meteor racing toward Artoria. Observing her opponent, Artoria remained calm, deftly wielding her sword. Wounds appeared on Long Outyan's body, only to heal at an astonishing pace, creating a sense that they were evenly matched. Regrettably, in the next moment, Long Outyan was sent flying by a single sword strike. He unfurled his golden dragon wings, dissipating the force of the blow before hovering in midair and casting a glance at Artoria. The sword in Artoria's grasp was entwined with strands of golden light, significantly enhancing its power, a level of might that even Long Outyan's transformed physique struggled to withstand. The ensuing scene resembled swatting a fly, as Artoria wielded her sword, unleashing a flurry of golden sword lights towards Long Outyan. For a time, he found himself in a rather precarious position, dodging the oncoming sword lights, only to swat them away with his claws when evasion was no longer an option, continually being pushed towards the edge of the arena. Finally, just as Long Outyan was on the verge of being knocked out of the ring, Artoria ceased her assault. That was a close call. Long Outyan cast a glance towards the arena's edge, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had nearly lost, but why had she stopped? Before he could dwell on his confusion, Artoria, holding her sword with both hands, abruptly vanished from her position. Long Outyan barely had time to react before she reappeared behind him, landing a decisive blow that sent him hurtling towards the center of the arena. He crashed heavily onto the ground, fracturing it with his impact. Coughing, Long Outyan struggled to rise, his back gaping from the wound, golden blood pooling around him. As he watched Artoria approach with deliberate steps, an unsettling realization washed over him. Given her close relationship with Ling Xiaoya and his own significant offense towards her, it would indeed be strange if this battle were to end so easily. Long Outyan slightly bent forward. His back wound had nearly healed, the blood no longer flowing. After a brief pause, he crushed the earth beneath him and charged at Artoria. In response, she too vanished from her spot, racing towards him. The clash of sword against claw erupted with a cacophony of sound, occasionally sending droplets of golden blood into the air, while Long Outyan found himself unable to land a hit on Artoria. She was formidable, not merely in her 7th-tier prowess, but in the flawless execution of her swordsmanship. His attacks could not breach her defenses, let alone strike her. Long Outyan struggled against her relentless onslaught, caught in an absolute disadvantage. With a roar, a golden beam of light enveloped Long Outyan, repelling Artoria. Within the radiance, his form swelled slightly, his dragon scales taking on a blood-red hue, his eyes glowing crimson, exuding a more ferocious demeanor. His aura surged once more, surpassing the typical might of a peak 6th-tier combatant, though still falling short of the 7th tier. Dragon Clan's ultimate technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. Observing Long Outyan, now radiating a red glow, Artoria remarked, "You are indeed formidable, but still far from sufficient." With that, she raised her sword high, the vow of victory, as golden light continued to swirl around it, her gaze calm and unwavering as she fixed her eyes upon Long Outyan. Witnessing this scene, his blood-red eyes cleared momentarily. "No, sister. With a mere flick of a 6th-tiered spell, you unleash your might. How am I to withstand this? I concede." Long Outyan, having relinquished his half-dragon form, helplessly raised his hands towards the judge. There was no alternative. If I did not concede, that sword would come crashing down, and I would be dispatched on the spot. The match concluded. The judge, glancing at the Excalibur raised high by Artoria, felt a twinge of trepidation. "Not just you. I could hardly endure it either." The sword in Artoria's hand vanished in a cascade of golden light, her demeanor remaining regal, as if the fierce battle had not been of her making. "Hooray! We won!" Ling Xiaoya cheered exuberantly from the stands, her sister friend truly remarkable. It seemed that the collective might of all competitors present would not suffice to match her prowess, save for her own brother, Fang Yun. "What a spectacular match!" the host exclaimed with a smile, his voice brimming with excitement. Truly, it was worth the 2-year wait, an extraordinary display indeed. The participants from Magic City University in this session could have claimed victory in any previous edition, but alas, this year's Imperial Capital University surpassed them. Of course, it was not just Magic City University. Suwang University also emerged as a formidable contender for the championship, a twist of fate, indeed. Indeed, what a pity. Both Magic City University and Suwang University possess tremendous strength, but Imperial Capital University defies all conventions. Let us extend our congratulations to Imperial Capital University for their triumphant victory. Imperial Capital, invincible. Imperial Capital, invincible. The audience erupted in fervor, reaffirming that Imperial Capital University remains steadfast in its legacy, with the championship ever within its grasp. Wait, a victory in this match? ISNT at the championship? Some spectators voiced their confusion. At that moment, the host's words resonated. Do you recall the mysterious surprise mentioned before the match? The audience gradually quieted. A mysterious surprise? What could that possibly entail? Now let us unveil this mystery. The host continued, please welcome Twin Star University. The crowd was bewildered. Twin Star University? What was that? It was only through the explanations of those nearby that they learned it represented the victors from the loser's bracket. You've entered the loser's bracket. What significance does a victory hold? Can you ascend to the heavens? As the spotlight illuminated the Twin Star University lounge, several robed individuals approached the arena. Soon, the audience sensed something amiss. Were there participants from Twin Star University among them? Amidst a mixture of bewilderment and curious anticipation, a group comprising 4 men and 1 woman stood upon the stage. Their presence was remarkably unique, seemingly ordinary. Yet an unmistakable aura of peril emanated from them upon closer observation. At this juncture, the host approached the group and proclaimed, "Dear audience, this is the mysterious surprise specially prepared by the organizers for this national competition. Let them reveal why they have graced us with their presence at the national event." With that, the host handed the microphone to the leader of the group. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Wudi, and I trust you have already surmised my intentions. Indeed, I am here to challenge the top 10 teams." Yi Wudi announced, microphone in hand. The audience, sensing the impending excitement, became animated. Observing this scene, Yi Wudi wore a satisfied expression and then turned with his 4 companions towards the lounge of the Imperial Capital University. The group displayed varying degrees of disdain and mockery, clearly dismissing the prestige of the university. Fang Yun and his companions had anticipated the minor commotion that Lin Ruoshi had mentioned upon the entrance of Yi Wudi and his team. However, as Fang Yun assessed the individuals on stage, he mused, "Is this it? Truly just a minor commotion." Chapter 52, The 5 Great Families? Captain Yi appears exceedingly confident. The competition for the championship is fierce, while the team led by Captain Yi of the Twin Stars University falls short of the title. Or will the Imperial Capital University sweep aside all obstacles to ascend to the pinnacle of victory? Let us await tomorrow's showdown with bated breath. The audience's reactions varied widely. Some were eager, while others found the situation tedious, wishing for an early crowning of the champion. Nonetheless, the event continued, and the spectacle of tomorrow remained to be savored. As Fang Yun and his group made their way back to the hotel, they encountered Yi Wudi and his companions. Having long admired the renown of the Imperial Capital University, it appeared to Fang Yun that it was not quite as formidable as rumored. Yi Wudi, observing Fang Yun's group, was the first to strike. Those primitive beings emerging from the corners not only lacked intelligence, but also possessed poor vision. Ling Xiaoya took the initiative. Yi Wudi squinted at Ling Xiaoya and inquired slowly, "And who might you be?" With a dismissive glance, Ling Xiaoya retorted, "If you were to look through the family tree, you would find me on the very first page." You, Zhao Xiong, standing behind Yi Wudi, could no longer contain himself. Witnessing such arrogance from someone he had previously underestimated, he prepared to teach them a lesson. "Stand down," Yi Wudi said coolly. "This young lady has quite the audacity for one so young. She ought to be wary of inviting trouble. I know not if she will bring misfortune upon herself, but I am certain that your incessant boasting will lead to your downfall." Fang Yun remarked nonchalantly while responding to a message from Lin Ruoshi. At this point, the 4 individuals behind Yi Wudi could no longer restrain their indignation at such hubris. "Fang Yun?" Yi Wudi halted the 4, inquiring. "Speak your mind quickly." "Very well. I hope your arrogance remains unchecked tomorrow," Yi Wudi replied, suppressing his fury, and then turned his gaze toward Artoria, the princess of the empire on which the sun never sets. "Do you believe your empire can bear the consequences of meddling in the affairs of Xia?" Without waiting for a response, he departed with the Twin Stars University team, fearing that he might lose his composure if he lingered any longer. Ling Xiaoya, watching Yi Wudi and his companions leave, remarked in astonishment, "Are they like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? How can they endure this?" After receiving Fang Yun's suggestion, Ling Xiaoya intended to provoke them further, testing their mettle. Yet she was surprised to find them so composed. They had no choice but to endure. Fang Yun and his companions turned to see Long Outyin approaching with his lackey. "Qian Jun, what brings you here?" Ling Xiaoya raised her delicate brows, her expression one of displeasure as she inquired. I apologize. I didn't mean what I said earlier. Long Outyin responded, his face etched with remorse. Ling Xiaoya looked perplexed. What do you mean? Do you know them? Fang Yun directed the question at Long Outyin. From his earlier conversation with Ling Zhan, Fang Yun understood that the Long family was not as simple as it seemed. They belonged to a hidden aristocracy. A hidden aristocracy? The group looked on in confusion, pondering the origins of this revelation. Indeed, Long Outyin elucidated, over 300 years ago, when demonic beasts descended, the Great Xia gradually forged 6 prominent families after the initial upheaval. At that time, these 6 families commanded the entire Xia nation. Their words were law. Until a little over a century ago when the venerable Xia Kong ascended to the 9th tier, becoming humanity's first 9th tier ability user. Following this, conflicts arose between the prominent families and Xia Kong, leading to their seclusion, which persisted until a century ago when 2 families produced 9th tier breakthroughs, becoming extraordinary ability users. After that, the prominent families re-emerged, and you can surmise the ensuing events. Indeed, it was easy to conjecture, having never heard of the so-called 6 prominent families. It was apparent that the 2 extraordinary ability users must have faced a harsh reckoning, prompting their continued reclusiveness. But what of the 2 super first-rate families? What is the situation there? Fang Yun asked, somewhat bewildered. The existence of extraordinary ability users cannot remain concealed, hence the 2 families are referred to as super first-rate families, though no one has ever encountered members of these families. Now I understand, Fang Yun realized, noting that there had been no mention of any interactions with the 2 super first-rate families. So why have they resurfaced now? In response to Fang Yun's inquiry, Long Outyin hesitated before answering. To be honest, my knowledge is limited. There are rumors that Xia Kong may be nearing his end. What? Xia Kong is nearing his end? The group was taken aback. Each understood the significance of Xia Kong to the Great Xia. Should anything happen to him, the entire nation would be thrown into chaos. Fang Yun's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Long Outyin, demanding, is this information credible? Long Outyin shook his head, replying, no one knows for certain. The members of these families are here to probe the validity of this rumor, intending to leverage your notoriety to restore their family's prestige and test Xia Kong's response. Well, it appears that excessive fame may not be advantageous. There will always be those eager to undermine you, Fang Yun observed. By the way, your Long family is also one of the 6 prominent families, correct? Impressive, Fang. However, Long Outyin replied with a wry smile. Over 20 years ago, certain events transpired, leading our Long family to sever ties with them. Perhaps, rather than Xia Kong, it is us they are more inclined to target. Ling Xiaoya gazed at Long Outyin, filled with bewilderment, questioning whether this was truly the Long Outyin she knew. What has happened to your pride? Where is the renown of the Long family's young master? Long Outyin also noticed Ling Xiaoya's gaze, but offered no further explanation. Leaving with Qianjun, Fang Yun was reminded of the time spent with Lung Hongyan in Sakura country, where Senior Su mentioned that the Lung family was a semi-hidden clan. What could that entail? Unfortunately, Long Outyin had already departed. Brother Fang Yun, do you think what he said is true? Ling Xiaoya's inquiry interrupted Fang Yun's thoughts. Clearly, she still harbored doubts about Long Outyin, as his reputation in her eyes was severely tarnished. It should be true. I inquired with Professor Lin, and his account aligns closely with Long Outyin's. Ling Xiaoya gazed at Fang Yun with concern. After all, they could not withstand the 2 extraordinary individuals alone. Rest assured, Elder Xiankong has yet to encounter any misfortune. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. Fang Yun comforted the visibly anxious Ling Xiaoya, contemplating. In a few years, when I become an extraordinary being, they will certainly think twice before acting against me. After Yi Wudi and his companions departed, Zhao Xiong exclaimed in anger, Brother Yi, why did you hold us back? They spoke so excessively. If we don't retaliate, they'll look down on us. The others echoed his indignation. Yi Wudi's eyes flickered with anger, but after calming himself, he responded, do not forget our objective. If we engage them now, the meticulously prepared stage for tomorrow will be wasted, and even if we teach them a lesson, Lin Ruashi will not spare us. Only under the watchful eyes of the public will they refrain from their petty actions. Lin Ruashi? If only your brother were here. She wouldn't matter at all, Zhang Xian interjected, prompting a fierce glare from Yi Wudi. If you disturb my brother over such trifles, no one will be able to save you. Yes, Zhang Xian quickly apologized, realizing his error. Do not worry. There will be ample opportunities to teach them a lesson tomorrow. Fang Yun. He is likely just another creation from the Imperial Capital University. Last time, Gu Qingfeng boasted so grandly, yet the outcome was rather inconsequential. Yi Wudi scoffed. Indeed, Gu Qingfeng is hardly noteworthy among us. It's only these mundane individuals who make such a fuss. The group ceased their discussion and walked into the distance. As for who would ultimately triumph tomorrow, time would reveal all. Chapter 53. The Last Hope, Imperial Capital University. Dear audience, today marks the challenge initiated by the Shuangxing University representative team against the top 10 teams. Let us extend a warm welcome to the Shuangxing representatives. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause as Yi Wudi and his companions reached the waiting area. The team from Xianyang University, currently ranked 10th, approached as announced by the host. Captain, who are they? They weren't among us during the group battles. A member of Xianyang University queried. I have no idea, the captain replied, shaking his head. Even after a day had passed, there was still no news of Yi Wudi and his group, as if they had simply materialized out of thin air, leaving the captain of Xianyang University with an unsettling premonition. The atmosphere around Yi Wudi and his companions was notably relaxed, reminiscent of a leisurely outing. Allow me, said Xiaoyang, addressing Yi Wudi. Yi Wudi nodded, and Xiaoyang strode towards the arena. The contestants from Xianyang University gazed at Xiaoyang with a sense of despair, acutely aware of the unmasked aura emanating from him. A pinnacle 6th-tier ability user. They realized they were indeed facing a formidable opponent. As the match concluded, a contestant from Xianyang University coughed up blood and was propelled off the stage, leaving the remaining members of his team glaring at Xiaoyang atop the platform, as if poised to charge at him in the next moment. Their reaction was understandable. Xiaoyang's assault had been excessively fierce, leaving the contestant with a sunken chest and rendered unconscious. The captain of Xianyang University, displaying a clearer head, restrained his teammates and addressed the referee, stating, "We concede." Xiaoyang cast a disdainful glance at the members of Xianyang University before descending from the arena. Medical personnel promptly arrived at the waiting area for Xianyang University, lifting the severely injured contestant for treatment. The expressions on the faces of the other teams darkened at this scene. Although they believed their strength marginally exceeded that of Xianyang University, it was not by much. If the contestants from Duoxing University could so easily overcome Xianyang University, then dealing with their own teams would likely not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, the brutality displayed by Duoxing University was perplexing. Was it truly necessary to strike so harshly in what was merely a contest? Faced with the overwhelming might of Xiaoyang, a pinnacle 6th-tier ability user from Duoxing University, the remaining universities reluctantly opted to forfeit. The disparity in strength was simply too great. These were not the opponents one would expect in a national competition. Previously, battles had involved 4th and 5th-tier contestants, yet now they were encountering 6th and 7th-tier ability users. Only the teams from the 3 premier institutions refused to concede. Zhuang University, currently in 3rd place, chose to resist the onslaught from Duoxing University. Xiaoyang regarded Yi Yingxue before him and jested, "Beautiful lady, you might as well concede like those earlier inept adversaries. Otherwise, my strikes may become indiscriminate, and it would be unfortunate if you were injured." Yi Yingxue, however, paid him no heed, fully concentrating on the forthcoming battle. Finding no amusement in the exchange, Xiaoyang's expression darkened, and he fell silent. The match commenced. As the battle unfolded, Yi Yingxue immediately unleashed her ability, Eternal Frozen Realm, transforming the arena into a scene reminiscent of the frigid Arctic. "Is this all you've got?" Xiaoyang scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips as he activated his own ability. The arena that had resembled a frozen wasteland swiftly morphed into a hellscape of molten lava, with the ice constructs of the extreme cold dissolving instantaneously, evaporating into steam upon the stage. S-rank ability technique, pseudo-interdimensional hell. Yi Yingxue sensed the ice elements in the atmosphere abruptly fall silent, realizing she would need to expend significantly more energy than usual to manifest her abilities. Xiaoyang arrived at his home ground, his expression brimming with arrogance. "What now, my lady? Are you still unwilling to concede?" Knight Yingxue transformed the frost into icy spears, aiming them at Xiaoyang to convey her defiance. "Very well." Xiaoyang's demeanor darkened, enveloped by a crimson aura of extraordinary power, while the arena transformed into a chaotic hell of red molten lava. The roar of a fire dragon echoed, The extraordinary power Xiao Yang conjured erupted into a crimson pillar of flame, surging toward Knight Ingxue amidst a resounding roar from the void. Frozen tomb. Knight Ingxue found herself ensconced within a tomb of ice, only to be subsequently encircled by the crimson pillar. With a crack, the tomb melted and shattered under the onslaught of the fiery surge, engulfing Knight Ingxue in flames. The match concluded. The referee intervened just in time to save Knight Ingxue from being scorched by the flames. TCH. Observing that Knight Ingxue had suffered no serious injuries, merely exhausted, Xiao Yang muttered in dissatisfaction, "Mind your own business." The referee cast a glance at Xiao Yang, but remained silent. Knight Ingxue, aware of the disparity in strength, spoke despondently to the referee, "We concede." She then departed the waiting area alongside her teammates from Swan University. The audience was left in disbelief. Could it be that Dual Star University might actually claim victory? A few began to harbor a flicker of hope. Now, only Moda University and Daida University remained. And facing the formidable momentum of Dual Star University, Long Outyin resolved to take matters into his own hands. It was not merely a matter of old grievances. Moda University had little to offer except for himself, for Long Outyin understood that even their weakest opponent was at the peak of the 6th tier. The hidden aristocratic families were not mere tales. Without strength, how could one muster the courage to confront the esteemed Elder Xia? Once again, it was Xiao Yang leading the charge. With a mocking expression, he addressed Long Outyin. "Oh, isn't this young Master Long? What? Are you here to obstruct our path? Have you forgotten the misfortunes your family once faced?" Long Outyin maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of the words that would be uttered once he stepped forward. He was well prepared. The vendetta against the Long family would begin with Xiao Yang. The match commenced. Transformation of the Divine Dragon. Long Outyin immediately unleashed the Long family's ultimate technique, his golden figure surrounded by a faint crimson glow. Xiao Yang's expression grew serious. Despite his disdain for the Long family, their strength was undeniable. Descend, God of Flames. An immense crimson figure materialized behind Xiao Yang, faceless and draped in a flowing red robe. Even as a mere apparition, the spectators felt an overwhelming sense of life as pressure, akin to low-tier extraordinary beings facing those of a higher tier. It was a palpable difference in the hierarchy of existence. Shortly thereafter, the crimson figure merged with Xiao Yang, his upper garments turning to ash as mysterious red patterns began to snake across his body, reaching his face. Xiao Yang's aura soared to unprecedented heights, rivaling that of Long Outyin after his transformation. Two figures emerged, one exuding a touch of madness, the other shrouded in mystery and nobility. Immediately, the two figures vanished from the arena, only to be followed by a resounding boom that resonated throughout, causing countless fissures to extend outward from the center of the platform. The audience was rendered speechless, bewildered by the spectacle before them. What was this phenomenon? How did their abilities seem so distinct from their own? Were they truly residing on the same Azure planet? The two combatants paused momentarily, and then a cacophony of strikes ensued as their fists and feet collided, each blow infused with the essence of their extraordinary powers, rivaling the release of an S-rank ability with every exchange. The arena itself began to buckle under the strain of their ferocity. At that moment, an 8th-tier ability user approached the outer edge of the platform and unleashed an extraordinary technique, SS-rank ability, Boundless Void. In an instant, both fighters and the arena were enveloped by this limitless expanse, granting them the sensation of boundless space, liberating them from the confines of the diminutive stage. To the spectators, the combatants appeared to shrink significantly, while the once trembling venue steadied itself. Everyone watched in astonishment as it dawned on them that this was the first instance where a high-tier ability user was required to create a bespoke arena for the contestants. They began to realize that the disparity between ability users was even greater than that between ordinary individuals and ability users. Once freed from the constraints of moderation, the two could finally unleash their full might. With a roar, Long Outyin unleashed a golden beam toward Xiao Yang, who gathered a crimson orb in his hand and retaliated with a punch. The collision produced a blinding flash of white light. After this exchange, both fighters halted, panting slightly. Such an intense confrontation was no trivial matter for them. For someone like you, reaching this level of combat should be a source of pride, Xiao Yang remarked nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. Huh. Long Outyin chuckled, uninterested in further discourse with one so self-important. But if this is all you can muster, you might as well concede. Anyone can boast, Long Outyin scoffed. Excellent. I hope you maintain your bravado in the face of what is to come. Divine fury. A moment of silence enveloped the realm, followed by the fading of the crimson patterns adorning Xiao Yang's body. The vast expanse once again revealed an immense red figure. Faceless, yet radiating palpable anger. The figure lowered its gaze upon the lower-tier beings that dared to provoke it, then unleashed a fist toward Long Outyin, engulfed in blazing red flames, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens. Feeling the overwhelming pressure descending upon him, Long Outyin erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha. Is this all you've got? Dragon shatters heaven. A golden dragon silhouette surged from the earth, soaring towards the infinite red apparition above. Boom. The dragon and the red figure's fist collided, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. The red figure's fist and shoulder shattered, and in the aftermath, the figure was pierced by the dragon, disintegrating into fragments that vanished into the cosmos. Puff! Xiao Yang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire being struck by an invisible blow. Impossible. How could you be this strong? Xiao Yang gazed at Long Outyin in disbelief. How could he possibly lose? How could he be defeated by someone from the mundane world? Long Outyin couldn't be bothered to spare a glance at Xiao Yang. This was merely the beginning. Match concluded. Long Outyin yearned to eliminate them all right then, but regrettably, he was still too weak to proceed further. Fang Yun, please do not disappoint me. Chapter 54. The arrogant Fang Yun. After eliminating Xiao Yang, Long Outyin conceded, leaving only the Imperial Capital University as the sole opponent for the Twin Stars University. It was an exhilarating match, yet regrettably, the student from Magic City University chose to concede after defeating his opponent. Thus, the only hurdle remaining for Twin Stars University was the formidable Imperial Capital University. Would the Imperial Capital University triumph over the audacious challengers? Or would Twin Stars University bring an end to their dominance? Let us welcome the Imperial Capital University to the stage. Ling Xiaoya led her team towards the arena, met with thunderous applause from the audience. Everyone eagerly awaited the impending final showdown. Ling Xiaoya glanced at Artoria, feeling conflicted. Yi Wudi's words echoed in her mind. Since Yi Wudi was their captain, it implied that the Yi family was one of the two super elite families. Moreover, within the entire empire of the Rising Sun, there existed only one superlative ability user. If the Yi family engaged in any underhanded dealings, the empire would face significant repercussions. It's fine, Artoria reassured Ling Xiaoya, shaking her head. Even if the superlative ability user from the Yi family were to provoke an empire, we, the empire of the Rising Sun, would not fear him. With that, she stepped forward, preparing to ascend the stage. I'll take this one, Fang Yun declared. After playing a supporting role throughout the match, he wished to stretch his limbs in the final contest. Otherwise, when you all go up to receive your accolades, the audience might wonder who this slacker is. And that would be quite embarrassing. Artoria chuckled at Fang Yun's remark and ceased her insistence, nodding in agreement. All right. As Fang Yun warmed up, he recalled Lin Ruashi's advice. Be assertive, show some arrogance, and crush them. Rest assured, someone will help you withstand their pressure. Be arrogant? Me. A person of such modest demeanor, suddenly being asked to act boastful is quite the challenge, he pondered. Lung Shuang, observing Fang Yun from across the arena, smirked. So, you are Fang Yun? The rumors about you are quite extraordinary. Let me see if you truly possess the legendary strength. Feeling the vitality of her sixth-tier presence, Fang Yun was momentarily perplexed. Was this woman in her right mind? He had not concealed his aura at all. Who is Lung Hongyan to you? Fang Yun inquired. What is your connection with that wretched woman? Lung Shuang's expression darkened, as if recalling something unpleasant. Not a friend. Then that's good, Fang Yun remarked with satisfaction. Awaiting the commencement of the match. Hey, I'm asking you a question. As Lung Shuang's words remained unuttered, the sound signaling the commencement of the match resonated, followed by a command that pierced the air, kneel. Thud. Lung Shuang found herself prostrated on the ground, her entire being seemingly burdened by the weight of the universe. Immobilized and trembling as her arms strained against the earth. What had transpired? Kneeling on the ground, Lung Shuang was yet to comprehend the nature of the situation. Meanwhile, the audience appeared to be muted, their incredulous gazes fixed upon the scene unfolding on the stage. Fang Yun sat expressionless upon a throne of ice that had formed unbeknownst to anyone, resting his chin on one hand, reclining casually as he observed Lung Shuang below, suspended in midair. It was at this moment that the audience began to register the bizarre occurrence. What on earth is happening? How did the competitor from the Imperial Capital University cause the contestant from Starry Sky University to kneel with just a single utterance? Is this some form of performance art? Or the manifestation of a unique ability? What kind of ability requires kneeling to activate? It was evident that this was instigated by the competitor from the Imperial Capital University. Below the stage, Yi Wudi and the others abruptly rose, glaring furiously at Fang Yun. Fang Yun, how dare you? Do you know who you are opposing? Zhao Xiong shouted at Fang Yun. Yi Wudi was equally incensed, as it was clear that Fang Yun's actions had crossed a line. This was not merely an affront to Lung Shuang, but an insult to the 5 prominent hidden families. Fang Yun, you have won this match. Release Lung Shuang. Yi Wudi implored. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun turned his gaze towards Yi Wudi and the others, then addressed the kneeling Lung Shuang. Your captain claims you have lost. So, what will it be? Will you concede? At that moment, Lung Shuang longed to voice her defeat, yet the overwhelming pressure rendered her speechless. You see, I have asked her, and she herself does not concede, Fang Yun remarked with an air of resignation. Yi Wudi's expression contorted in anger as he turned to the referee. Are you not going to announce the result of the match? The referee, caught off guard by the unfolding drama, cleared his throat and declared, the match is over. Imperial Capital University is victorious, before glancing at Fang Yun, suggesting he should release Lung Shuang. Fang Yun, seemingly indifferent, replied, very well. Subsequently, a burst of ice erupted before Lung Shuang, propelling her off the stage. Yi Wudi's face was a mask of fury as he looked towards the referee. The referee, feeling the weight of the situation, was at a loss, as the rules did not address such circumstances. He then turned to Fang Yun and said, let this be a lesson for the future. Upon receiving a nod from Fang Yun, he finally turned his gaze back to Yi Wudi with a sense of satisfaction. Is that all? Just one sentence to conclude this? No punishment? Although Yi Wudi yearned to voice his grievances, he held back, allowing the exhausted Xiao Yang to take the unconscious Lung Shuang for treatment. He then addressed Fang Yun. Very well. I hope you can withstand our wrath in the future. At the Imperial Capital University's competition zone, Xiao Yu wiped her mouth, nearly drooling at the unfolding drama. Sakura Bai gazed at Fang Yun, who was staring dreamily at her, and sighed in exasperation. Ling Xiaoya, with a slight smile, noticed nothing amiss and, disregarding Sakura Bai's teasing, excitedly exclaimed to both Sakura Bai and Artoria, Look, brother Fang Yun is so handsome. I've never encountered such a dashing brother Fang Yun before. The two exchanged a glance, both resignedly regarding Ling Xiaoya, responding in unison, Yes. Your brother Fang Yun is indeed the most handsome. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of the senior trio silently reflected on whether they had offended Fang Yun, recalling that during their first encounter, Fang Yun had not buried them, which they deemed a stroke of luck. Yi Wudi, his expression dark, addressed Zhao Xiong. We must make him grovel before us like a dog, do you understand? Zhao Xiong, equally grim-faced, replied, I will make him kneel and beg for our forgiveness. With that, he strode toward the arena. Fang Yun observed Zhao Xiong's unabashed 7th-tier aura, a flicker of interest igniting within him. Finally, an opponent of some intrigue had arrived. The somber Zhao Xiong and the nonchalant Fang Yun faced each other, awaiting the commencement of the match. The match began. The thunder god descends. A bolt of blue lightning struck Zhao Xiong, and behind him, a boundless silhouette emerged, reminiscent of Xiao Yang, yet distinct in color and robe style. With a similarly featureless face, the arena was filled with the acrid scent of electricity piercing the air, as blue patterns adorned Zhao Xiong's body, interspersed with golden ones. Compared to the peak 6th-tier Xiao Yang, Zhao Xiong's aura as a 7th-tier warrior was immensely more formidable, causing the audience to feel a slight difficulty in breathing, even through the barrier. The previously appeared 8th-tier ability user referee reemerged, casting a protective technique over the arena, allowing the spectators to breathe easier. Sensing the boundless power within him, Zhao Xiong sneered at Fang Yun, I will make you kneel at my feet like a dog, begging for mercy. Chapter 55. Forbidden techniques. In response to Zhao Xiong's boast, Fang Yun merely uttered 2 words, kneel down. The words floated lightly from his lips. Yet Zhao Xiong felt an immense pressure descending from the heavens, causing the arena beneath him to crack, his feet sinking into the earth. Oh! Fang Yun observed Zhao Xiong's drastically changed expression, finding it somewhat amusing that he could still maintain his stance. He then began to slowly approach Zhao Xiong. With each step he took, Zhao Xiong felt his body grow heavier, as if the wrath of the world urged him to kneel at Fang Yun's feet. Damn it! Damn it all! Zhao Xiong summoned all his strength, the golden patterns on his body glowing brightly, and his aura surged once more. Alas, it proved futile. At last, with a resounding thud, Zhao Xiong collapsed onto the arena floor like cold frost. As Fang Yun approached him, he raised his foot and placed it upon Zhao Xiong's head, questioning with an air of disbelief. You called out so loudly before the match. I presumed you possessed some strength. Is this truly all you can muster? Zhao Xiong emitted a furious roar. Yet the foot upon his head felt as weighty as the entire cosmos, rendering him incapable of lifting even a fraction of it despite exerting all his might. Below, Yi Wudi's expression shifted dramatically. While the previous encounter could be attributed to one being at the 7th tier and the other at the 6th, witnessing Zhao Xiong, a 7th-tier practitioner utilizing his family's ultimate technique, face such a downfall was inconceivable for Yi Wudi. He understood just how formidable Zhao Xiong became after unleashing his family's secret art. Even he found it challenging to contend with him, which only magnified Fang Yun's terrifying prowess. Faced with such an opponent, could he truly emerge victorious? For the first time, self-doubt crept into Yi Wudi's mind. As Yi Wudi grappled with his thoughts, the entire arena shimmered with dazzling golden lightning. Oh, are you angry? Fang Yun sensed Zhao Xiong gradually breaking free from his suppression and stepped back, subsequently conjuring the throne of blazing flames, taking his seat upon it. Fang Yun, Fang Yun, Fang Yun. Zhao Xiong radiated blinding golden lightning, with arcs of golden thunder entwining around him, transforming the originally blue patterns into gold and crimson. Zhao Xiong. The expressions of Yi Wudi and the others drastically altered. The Zhao Xiong before them had unleashed a forbidden technique, one typically reserved for life or death situations, akin to the frenzied state of a feral beast, significantly augmenting his strength, but at a dire cost. In terms of consequences, it could lead from severe injury to a drop in rank. Should he descend a tier due to the forbidden technique, recovering would be far more arduous than advancing initially, if not nearly impossible. Such severe after-effects were only invoked in desperate scenarios, yet Zhao Xiong had lost all rationality, consumed by a singular desire to obliterate Fang Yun. How intriguing, mused Fang Yun as he conjured a blazing phoenix that danced around his throne, signaling it to charge toward Zhao Xiong. SS-class psychic technique, Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens. Golden lightning coiled around Zhao Xiong's fists, and as he struck, a bolt of golden thunder collided with the blazing phoenix. Boom! The arena erupted in a conflagration of gold and crimson, as flames and lightning entwined and clashed. Zhao Xiong, in the midst of this assault, roared at Fang Yun. You forced me to employ my forbidden technique. I shall claim your life as recompense. It's unfortunate that our encounter is on the arena. Fang Yun replied with a hint of regret, as more blazing phoenixes coalesced in the air, each one as formidable as the first. This was the confidence born from boundless energy. Gazing at the multitude of phoenixes, Zhao Xiong's expression distorted slightly as he unnaturally declared, "What use are these flashy displays? I refuse to believe their power rivals that of the previous one." With that, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging toward Fang Yun. Go! Fang Yun softly uttered as fiery phoenixes surged towards the golden thunder, resembling a crimson rain descending from the heavens. Impossible, Zhao Xiong murmured in disbelief. Sensing the overwhelming force of the assault, he realized that each phoenix was as formidable as the first, and he deduced that the initial phoenix was an SS-class ability, executed with remarkable proficiency, rendering the scene before him somewhat dreamlike. With such a multitude of SS-class abilities, it was inconceivable for Fang Yun to unleash them all. It must be an illusion. Ha! Fang Yun, I see through your ruse. You're actually a psychic ability user. This is all a fabrication. No one could possibly be this powerful. Zhao Xiong laughed maniacally. Below the stage, Yi Wudi and others expressed their confusion. The SS-class ability, Boundless Void, dulled their senses, leaving them unaware of Zhao Xiong's experience. However, Zhao Xiong's words reached them. Brother Yi, what does Zhao mean? Is Fang Yun a psychic ability user? Yi Wudi questioned, puzzled. That can't be true. The intel states Fang Yun is a reinforcement-type ability user. I'll have to ask Zhao when he comes out. Fang Yun, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. What are you even imagining, brother? Psychic abilities? At least base your claims on some evidence. As one fiery phoenix vanished, another materialized, an endless stream of phoenixes shattering Zhao Xiong's confidence. Ultimately, after instinctively throwing a punch, Zhao Xiong realized the thunder had dissipated. His abilities fully depleted. Staring at the seemingly unending phoenixes, he muttered, "Impossible. This isn't real. It's all an illusion." Soon, he was engulfed by the infinite phoenixes. The match is concluded. The 8th tier ability user referee gazed intently at Fang Yun, who sat on the throne, his expression serene. Being a user of the boundless void allowed him to comprehend the true nature of the event. Those countless SS-class abilities were beyond human capacity. No one could wield such an abundance of abilities. The referee exerted all his effort to mask his expression. A storm was brewing, he thought silently. On the arena, Zhao Xiong had succumbed to unconsciousness, the markings on his body fading, his aura significantly diminished, teetering on the brink of dropping from the 7th tier. Zhao Xiong. Yi Wudi materialized beside him, sensing Zhao Xiong's feeble state, his gaze fixated on Fang Yun seated upon the throne. "Very well, crossing us will be your gravest mistake." With that, he swiftly removed Zhao Xiong from the arena. His condition was dire, beyond the capabilities of ordinary medical personnel, necessitating immediate transport to his family for assistance from their skilled practitioners. Fang Yun, however, paid little heed to Yi Wudi's words, dismissing them as mere bravado. If threats could intimidate him, there would be no need for competition. It would merely devolve into a contest of who could utter the fiercest threats. Due to Yi Wudi's departure, the organizers suspended the event, postponing the competition until the afternoon. The audience expressed their dissatisfaction. However, the organizers promised full refunds for today's tickets, along with ongoing performances of song and dance until the competition resumed, and they also provided complimentary lunch for the attendees. This assurance pacified the audience. Fang Yun returned to the waiting area. Glancing at the curious gazes directed towards him, he inquired, "What is the matter? Do I appear peculiar in some way?" Brother Fang Yun is simply too handsome. Ling Xiaoya could no longer contain herself and leaped into Fang Yun's embrace. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. Artoria nodded in agreement, praising Fang Yun. "You all are making me feel somewhat embarrassed," he remarked. Brother Fang Yun is exceptionally handsome, especially when seated upon the throne, casually commanding others to kneel. "I've decided, I shall aspire to be like that." Observing Ling Xiaoya mimicking him, Fang Yun felt as though he might just implode from embarrassment. While it felt inconsequential on stage, reflecting on it now was overwhelmingly cringeworthy. The group erupted in laughter at Fang Yun's slightly flushed face before departing the venue. After such a lengthy competition, it was only fitting to enjoy a hearty meal. Chapter 56. The Heart of Vengeance. What is happening? Who did this? Zhao Ying, the father of Zhao Xiong, glared furiously at his son's dismal state. "It was Fang Yun," Yi Wudi interjected, embellishing the tale. "Damn it. Go. Bring Fang Yun to me." "Yes," came a voice from the hall as Zhao Hai, an 8th tier ability user, lowered his head, preparing to exit. "Enough. Do you think the likes of Xia Kong and his associates are merely idle?" A youthful figure with silver hair, clad in a blue robe, entered the hall. "Ancestor." The individuals in the hall bowed their heads, greeting the newcomer. "Respected one," Yi Wudi also bowed in deference. The figure glanced at Yi Wudi before turning his attention to Zhao Xiong, who lay on the ground. "Have you utilized your forbidden techniques? Did you win?" Although the shadow did not directly address Yi Wudi, he understood the inquiry was directed at him. "No, it was a devastating defeat." A palpable silence enveloped the hall before a voice finally broke through. "Is that so?" "A crushing defeat." The shadow's tone seemed distant, as if recalling something, before continuing. "Zhao Xiong, I shall intervene to heal you. As for the perpetrator, once the truth is confirmed, it will be our choice whether to crush or mold him as we wish." "Yes, ancestor." The figure and Zhao Xiong simultaneously vanished from the hall, and Zhao Ying signaled for Zhao Hai to return, temporarily sparing the young man named Fang. "Master Zhao, I shall take my leave," Yi Wudi stated. "I sincerely thank you. Young Master Yi. Without your assistance, my son would have faced dire consequences," Zhao Ying expressed warmly. "It was my duty. After all, Zhao and I are allies. How could I remain indifferent?" After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Wudi turned to leave the Zhao family. Alas, the Yi family is destined to rise. Even a single Yi Wudi is already astonishing, not to mention his elder brother. In contrast, our Zhao family, also a top-tier clan, has failed to produce anyone capable of taking the lead in recent years. Zhao Ying felt a sense of worry, At this rate, the Yi family might soon surpass the four great families. Young master, the master is currently in seclusion and may be unreachable. A guard at Yi Wudi's elder brother's residence stated, somewhat awkwardly. Is that so? Since my brother is in seclusion, I shall not disturb him, Yi Wudi replied, sensing that his visit was ill-timed. After witnessing Fang Yun's extraordinary prowess, he felt that even if he were to step into the ring, he would likely suffer more defeats than victories. He had initially intended to seek his brother's counsel, but alas, his brother was unavailable. Departing the Yi family with a heavy heart, Yi Wudi pondered why the narrative seemed to be that the heirs of the five great families should dominate the so-called worldly geniuses. Yet here he was, feeling as though he might be cast back after the very first battle. At the national competition venue, the host addressed the audience, apologizing once more for the interruption earlier that day. Now, let us continue with the thrilling matches. Please welcome the teams from Shuangxing University and the Capital University. The well-fed audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. A mere break for lunch was hardly an issue for them. Fang Yun remained poised on the arena, awaiting his next challenger. In the Shuangxing University competition zone, aside from Zhao Xiong, the other four were present, though Leng Shuang gazed at Fang Yun with trepidation, her body trembling slightly. Who will take the stage? In response to Yi Wudi's inquiry, Xiao Yang and Zhang Xin exchanged glances, their expressions grim as they hesitated to speak. Both were merely at the pinnacle of the sixth tier. Stepping into the arena would likely result in them kneeling as Leng Shuang did, a scenario that would bring them great humiliation. Yi Wudi regarded the two with a mix of understanding and frustration. With no other choice, he stepped towards the arena. Fang Yun resumed his audacious demeanor, barely sparing a glance at Yi Wudi as he ascended the stage. The referee, an 8th-tier ability user, had taken his place. Once both competitors were ready, an expansive field enveloped the arena, followed by the electronic announcement signaling the commencement of the match. The Master of the Void descended. A silver radiance swept across the entire arena, and a silver-white figure appeared behind Yi Wudi. This figure, while not as colossal as before, seemed to measure 7 or 8 meters in height, yet it emanated a more potent aura. Unlike earlier, this figure did not merge with Yi Wudi's form. Instead, silver-white patterns adorned his body as he levitated towards the figure's chest. An intangible wave emanated, and the figure gradually solidified, releasing a stronger silver luminescence that enveloped the entire arena. Fang Yun found this new phenomenon intriguing and casually summoned a blazing phoenix to strike the silver-white figure. The fiery phoenix erupted before the figure, yet it exhibited no discernible effect, as if Fang Yun's attack were utterly ineffective. Indeed, it seemed utterly ineffective. Fang Yun gradually became intrigued. The blazing phoenix had not even grazed the silver figure, and the explosive force appeared to have been redirected to another realm by the silvery radiance, creating an insurmountable distance between him and the silver silhouette. The faceless entity lifted its head, its featureless visage directed towards Fang Yun, then subtly raised a hand. In an instant, Fang Yun felt the surrounding space solidify, entrapping him within a frozen expanse. Subsequently, a silver blade of light hurtled towards him, shattering the space in its wake and leaving a trail of darkness. Reinforcement. Fang Yun invoked enhancement. The quintuple boost allowed him to move with ease, causing the solidified space around him to fracture. He raised his palm towards the silver blade. Absolute zero. The silvery blade was encased in a mass of ice, and as Fang Yun extended his hand to seize the frost, he sensed something within. He promptly crushed the ice, resulting in the obliteration of the blade within. Yi Wudi was taken aback by this display. What is this? Even my dimensional slash can be frozen? Can ice abilities be wielded in such a manner? No, he is supposed to possess enhancement abilities. How can he utilize ice powers? When he battled Zhao Xiong, he employed fire abilities. What is happening? It was then that Yi Wudi recognized the absurdity of Fang Yun's capabilities. How could one individual manifest such diverse powers? Reflecting on his recent experiences, Fang Yun extended his palm once more, gradually condensing a silver blade. He then swung his hand towards Yi Wudi, sending a silver-white blade flying in his direction. Impossible. Yi Wudi's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. This is my dimensional slash. How could he possibly wield it? Where did he acquire spatial abilities? However, this imitation of the dimensional slash was merely a semblance of the original, its potency far inferior, incapable of even rending space. Fang Yun remained indifferent, viewing it merely as a diversion. As for multi-attribute abilities, He was not like Xiaoya, merely a fifth-tier ability user. As a seventh-tier adept, he was more than capable of self-preservation. Yi Wuti also discerned that Fang Yun's dimensional slash was significantly weaker, yet it defied reality. His expression twisted into a grimace as he roared at Fang Yun. Though I am unaware of your circumstances, you cannot continue to exist in this world. You must perish. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Yi Wuti's heart darkened with murderous intent. He realized that allowing Fang Yun to grow would spell disaster for the 5 great families. Especially since Fang Yun was aligned with Master Xiaokong, making his elimination all the more imperative. With that, Yi Wuti unleashed a barrage of abilities, sealing, amplifying, attacking. Countless streams of light surged towards Fang Yun. Unfazed, Fang Yun gathered a series of blazing phoenixes to collide with the incoming streams. The arena shattered amidst their fierce exchange, both standing amidst the void as various abilities rained down upon one another. Fang Yun grew increasingly impatient. How long would this battle endure? It appeared that Yi Wuti's abilities would not be exhausted anytime soon, though ultimately, it would be Yi Wuti who would succumb to attrition. Such a victory would hardly be satisfying. Thus, he resolved to bring this encounter to a swift conclusion. As Fang Yun moved, he vanished from sight, and Yi Wuti observed his actions, though he paid them little heed. Seeking to engage me in close combat. What a foolish choice. Do you truly believe you can approach my divine presence? Just as Yi Wuti prepared to mock Fang Yun, a tremendous force surged forth, sending his silvery figure hurtling through the air. Impossible. Yi Wuti had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. How could he possibly inflict harm upon himself? Turning his gaze towards Fang Yun, he beheld the latter enveloped in a radiant silver glow, a manifestation of space-based abilities. What type of ability user are you? Yi Wuti demanded. Fang Yun, however, paid no mind to such a nonsensical inquiry. In an instant, the silver light flickered, and he materialized before Yi Wuti, his fist wreathed in silver energy. With a powerful strike, Yi Wuti, along with his silvery form, was once again sent flying. Stabilizing himself, Yi Wuti seethed with rage. You have compelled my hand. With that, the silver figure merged into Yi Wuti's being, significantly amplifying his aura. A silvery brilliance coalesced before Yi Wuti, ultimately transforming into a long sword of ethereal silver. Grasping the sword, Yi Wuti appeared behind Fang Yun, proclaiming, "Perish," just as a silver spear intercepted the sword's assault. The two engaged in a frenzied clash, streaks of silver light illuminating the void as the sword and spear collided. Sangyun Laishu. The spear pierced through Yi Wuti, who retaliated with a blade strike against Fang Yun. They each recoiled, and while Fang Yun's wounds healed in the blink of an eye, Yi Wuti's injuries were far more severe, silver blood seeping from his abdomen, rendering him increasingly grotesque. It is time to end this. Truly, as the heir of one of the 5 great families, you possess some degree of strength, yet it remains insufficient. SSS great ability, murderous intent. In an instant, the boundless space transformed into a crimson expanse, an endless stream of red light converging into Fang Yun's form. His originally short hair grew wildly until it reached his waist, shifting from black to blood red, his merciless crimson eyes fixated on Yi Wuti. The silver spear in his hand was now stained crimson, ultimately morphing into a blood-red spear. At that moment, Yi Wuti realized he was paralyzed, ensnared by the gaze of that blood-red figure, the impending threat of death enveloping him entirely. I will die. I will die. I will die. Alarms blared within Yi Wuti's being, yet he remained immobile, unable to utter a sound. Fang Yun raised the spear, aiming it at Yi Wuti, when suddenly the voice of the referee rang out. The match is over. Chapter 57, Champion. Fang Yun's long hair reverted to its black short style, and the spear in his hand disintegrated into ethereal motes, scattering into the void. Panting heavily, Yi Wuti found the sensation of being cloaked in death lingering deeply in his mind, an inescapable memory. Thanks to the referee's timely declaration of the match's conclusion, he realized he might have truly perished upon the arena. After experiencing a moment of dread, Yi Wuti's eyes revealed a hint of resentment, deeply concealed from Fang Yun. Following the announcement of the results by the judge, the audience erupted into a frenzy, applauding and chanting. Imperial capital. Invincible. Imperial capital. Invincible. Fang Yun, basking in the glow of victory, allowed a smile to grace his lips as the cheers resonated around him. Indeed, the taste of triumph was intoxicating. In contrast to the exuberant Fang Yun, Yi Wudi appeared somewhat disheveled, departing the venue with a few companions. Brother Fang Yun. Upon leaving the arena and reaching the waiting area of Imperial Capital University, Fang Yun embraced Ling Xiaoya and remarked with a grin, "I have lived up to expectations, surely. No one considers me a slacker anymore." In response to Fang Yun's playful banter, his companions erupted in laughter, declaring, "Now others will only think of us as the slackers." Having concluded their competition, the group exited the venue, with the awards ceremony scheduled for later that evening, leaving them with some time to spare. "What should we do now, Brother Yi?" Xiao Yang inquired, his expression troubled. "What should we do? How would I know?" Yi Wudi, equally vexed, had initially intended to seize this opportunity to announce the prominence of the 5 great families and subtly probe the situation concerning Elder Xiaokong. Now, not only could they not proclaim the might of the 5 families, but they also dared not reveal their association, lest they face the embarrassment of being associated with the family that had been single-handedly defeated by Fang Yun. To encounter such a scenario would be more painful than death, as the reputation of the 5 families was being trampled into the dirt. Perhaps, however, this was not entirely detrimental. Fang Yun was an individual aligned with Elder Xia, and his brazen demeanor on the arena starkly contrasted with his usual self, suggesting he had received instructions to act thus. This might indicate that Elder Xia was indeed faltering and merely putting on a show of strength. Why not suggest that Elder Xia looks down upon us and deliberately undermines us? Such inquiries rarely yield definitive answers, as both sides possess some validity. However, upon deeper contemplation, one might conclude that articulating these thoughts would yield no different outcome than remaining silent. Let us return. It is best to allow the clan leaders to deliberate on our next steps, Yi Wudi decisively stated. The group, their spirits dampened, knew that they would undoubtedly face reprimands upon their return, yet they had no other recourse. Yi Wudi led his companions back to the hidden abode of the 5 great families. In stark contrast, Fang Yun and his companions were filled with joy, finding a place to indulge in a hearty feast, with even Lin Ruoshi joining them. "I know what you wish to ask, but I am not entirely certain myself," Lin Ruoshi remarked, observing Fang Yun's hesitance. Ling Xiaoya and the others turned their attention to Lin Ruoshi, who offered a resigned smile, and continued, "I truly do not know. I have not been informed of any issues concerning Elder Xia, and from my perspective, there have been no changes in the imperial capital. Is this entrapment enforcement?" Shen Yi questioned, somewhat uncertain. "I do not know," came the reply. The gathering was rife with a sense of helplessness. Their understanding was still too rudimentary, and the circumstances surrounding the esteemed figure were far too sophisticated for their current grasp. They cast the matter aside and began to celebrate their victory. "To commemorate our triumph in this national competition, let us raise a toast," Lin Ruoshi proclaimed, lifting her glass. "Cheers." Having indulged in a hearty feast, the group returned to their hotel, eagerly anticipating the evening's awards ceremony. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's national competition. After more than half a month of fierce competition, we finally have our champion. Let us welcome the top 10 teams, along with the champions from Daida University. Daida. Originally ranked 10th, Xianyang University was ousted from the top 10 by Twin Star University, leaving them to depart with a sense of regret. Daida University led the procession, basking in the audience's fervent gaze, while Yi Wudi and his companions followed, their expressions somber, likely the result of a stern reprimand from their families. Long Outyin from Modi University maintained his usual haughty demeanor, exuding pride despite securing only 3rd place. Suang University, for the first time, found themselves outside the top 3, leaving the emotions of the young ladies somewhat subdued. The awards ceremony unfolded with each team being honored in succession, beginning with the 10th place. Contestants from Huanglong University appeared visibly excited on stage. After all, achieving a commendable rank under the spotlight was a moment of joy for these 20-somethings. Next up, Suang University. "Let us go, sisters," Yang Shui urged as she, along with Shi Yuqing and others, ascended the stage, flashing radiant smiles for the cameras. "This time, we at Suang University fell short, but we shall reclaim our glory in the next competition." With an air of indifference, Long Outyin strode onto the stage, lifting the 3rd-place trophy before the camera, while the other members of Modi University displayed faint smiles in response. Outside the venue, 5 figures clad in colorful robes approached, curiously unnoticed by those around them, despite their striking presence. "What brings you 5 clan leaders here?" A voice inquired, prompting the five figures to halt and turn toward the source of the sound. Xia, you haven't changed a bit, came the reply with a chuckle as Xia Jie emerged from the main entrance of the venue, standing before the five figures and regarding the speaker, Yi clan leader. You two remain unchanged. With a direct gaze, Xia Jie queried the group, what brings you all here together? Have you forgotten the agreement you made? The Yi clan leader responded, Xia, we merely came to witness the prodigy who has defeated our 5 great clans. It is essential for the younger generation to understand that there are always greater talents beyond their own. Xia Jie regarded them thoughtfully for a moment before replying. You may return now. As for his identity, you will come to know in due time. Having spoken, Xia Jie paid no further attention to the 5 individuals and strode directly into the venue. After his departure, the 5 exchanged glances, and one of them ventured, did you discern anything? It's a 50-50 chance, I suppose. The speaker rolled his eyes, retorting, that has quite the insight. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking next time. The head of the Yi family pondered for a moment before stating, let us return. Our 5 great families have waited for many years. There is no need to rush, as there are others who may be more anxious than us. The others nodded in agreement and vanished outside the venue. Xia Jie's silhouette appeared above the venue, observing the departing 5 before he too faded from sight. Next, let us welcome this year's champions, the Imperial Capital University. Ling Xiaoya led Fang Yun and the others towards the stage, where countless flashes illuminated them, capturing every fleeting moment. As they ascended, Luzi looked at Ling Xiaoya and inquired, congratulations, Captain Ling, on securing the championship in this national competition. Do you have any words for us? Ling Xiaoya took the microphone from Luzi, solemnly declaring, first and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my mentor. It is her guidance that has enabled me to attain my current prowess. Furthermore, I wish to thank. Official platitudes poured forth from Ling Xiaoya, leaving not only Fang Yun and the others speechless, but also the audience and Luzi, who promptly interrupted to transition to the next segment. Now, let our champions lift their trophy. The group gathered around the trophy that signified their victory, and together, the 7 of them hoisted it aloft. Click. The scene froze in that moment, with Ling Xiaoya beaming brightly, gazing at Fang Yun, who returned her smile. Artoria looked at the trophy they held, her smile radiant, while the trio from the 3rd year could hardly contain their joy. After 2 long years, they finally grasped their well-deserved championship trophy. Chapter 58. Ominous signs of catastrophe in the Cherry Blossom Nation. A rift in the dimensions opened. A languid woman emerged from the rift, casting a dismissive glance at the probing measures left by an 8th-tier peak esper, then indulging in the essence of Blue Star, murmuring, it's no different, really. I can't fathom why they would target such an inconspicuous low-tier planet. Regardless, it's not my concern. I am merely here to nudge them along. With that, an invisible wave emanated from her, instantly sweeping across Blue Star. Task accomplished. The woman surveyed the boundless expanse of land before her, along with the faint outline of distant border walls, before retreating back into the dimensional rift. However, the arrival of the woman heralded monumental changes for Blue Star. Over 100 kilometers from the rift, on the Great Wall of the Cherry Blossom Nation, an 8th-tier peak esper gazed towards the rift, harboring an unsettling premonition. Suddenly, a commotion arose from behind. What is happening? Before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted, followed by maniacal laughter. The beast god is about to descend. Prepare to perish in agony, humans. In an instant, the sounds of the beast god sect echoed throughout the entire border wall, and the once steadfast guardians of the Great Wall of China, empowered warriors, succumbed to madness, wreaking havoc while cackling wildly. Cursed be this fate. Just as the peak-level 8th-tier warrior made a move, he was struck by an unforeseen attack, sent tumbling from the walls and crashing heavily to the ground. When did this happen? The leader of the beast god sect loomed above him, flanked by several other 8th-tier warriors. You dare to assault the border wall? Do you not fear being left behind? The peak-level 8th-tier warrior could scarcely believe it. The defensive strength of the border wall was not something the beast god sect could contend with. Left behind? It appears you are oblivious to the situation. The leader of the beast god sect chuckled as if he had heard a delightful jest, surveying the surroundings before addressing the fallen warrior. Today is not the day for the beast god sect to remain. Today marks the day your border wall becomes a ruin. Let the Great One take action. The leader and several 8th-tier acolytes bowed their heads reverently towards the horizon. A Great One? What Great One? The peak-level 8th-tier warrior beheld the final scene of his life. Suddenly, a pair of celestial eyes descended from the heavens, gazing down upon the border wall. Time seemed to freeze, as all within the great wall stood motionless, gradually turning to ash before the celestial eyes withdrew. The entire structure, once a formidable fortress, disintegrated into the wind, leaving only the members of the beast god sect behind. The colossal wall, stretching for dozens of kilometers and standing 50 meters high, along with all who inhabited it, vanished without a trace. The leader of the beast god sect observed the peak-level 8th-tier warrior dissolve before him, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Even the frenzied members of the beast god sect felt a chill, akin to standing unclothed in the depths of winter. "Leader, what shall we do next?" inquired the 8th-tier deputy sect master. "No need. What follows is beyond our involvement. We shall observe the unfolding events," the leader replied. With that, the members of the beast god sect silently departed. Shortly thereafter, countless beasts surged forth from the rift in the fabric of reality, advancing towards the last bastion of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Atop the Tian Shan Mountains in the imperial capital, a figure had already appeared before the woman emerged from the dimensional rift. Xia Kong watched the invisible waves sweep across the sky, choosing not to intervene. It was futile. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. The Xia Kingdom was no longer the same as before, even if it faced calamity again. It would stand resilient amid the tide of beasts. Even if a 9th-tier demon emperor were to invade, those two would not remain idle, for their existence hinged upon their actions. As Xia Kong pondered, his gaze shifted towards the direction of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, where the celestial eyes had manifested. Could it be that one cannot resist the urge so swiftly? The first to emerge may indeed meet a grim fate. With a flicker, the figure vanished from the mountaintop. Meanwhile, far away in the demon city, Fang Yun and the others remained oblivious to any peculiarities. In truth, few souls on the entire blue planet could sense anything amiss. Lin Ruoshi glanced at her phone, which had just received a message, and her expression shifted dramatically. "What is it?" The gaze of the group turned towards Lin Ruoshi, who gravely addressed them. "A great calamity is upon us." "A great calamity? What sort of calamity?" Confusion swept through the crowd, but suddenly, Mary appeared before them. Her demeanor serious as she spoke to Artoria. "Your Highness, the Queen demands our immediate return. We cannot afford to delay for even a moment." The group, taken aback by Mary's sudden arrival and her urgent proclamation, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Artoria understood that Mary would not intrude unless it were truly urgent. She spoke to the others. "I have thoroughly enjoyed my journey to the Summer Kingdom. When you have the opportunity to visit our empire on which the sun never sets, I shall ensure you experience its wonders. For now, I must take my leave." With a slight smile, she departed alongside Mary. Fang Yun turned to Lin Ruoshi, inquiring, "Professor Lin, what exactly has transpired?" Lin Ruoshi, looking at them with a somber expression, slowly revealed, "All the 9th-tier demon emperors of the blue planet have awakened." 9th-tier demon emperors have awakened. The tranquility that had graced the blue planet stemmed from the inexplicable slumber of the 9th-tier demon emperors. While the 8th-tier beasts could not breach the defenses of the superpowered individuals, this equilibrium had fostered a sense of stability and harmony. However, should the 9th-tier demon emperors take action, that harmony would shatter in an instant. Not only would the presence of the demon emperors bolster the morale of the beasts, but their numbers also considerably outnumbered those of the human superpowered beings. A transformation was imminent. The earlier jubilation of winning the championship dissipated, as the gravity of the situation loomed over the entire blue planet. On the northern border, Meng Jiqing stood atop the city walls, addressing her subordinate. "What is the status of the Frost Wolf Emperor?" The Frost Wolf Emperor remains inactive for now. However, the surrounding environment has grown increasingly vibrant, indicating that it has indeed awakened, her subordinate reported after reviewing the information relayed from the outpost. "It appears the situation has not escalated to a critical level, as the various demon emperors remain stationary, refraining from further actions. Yet, mere awakening poses significant challenges. The demon emperor emanates an aura akin to that of high-level human superpowered beings. However, this special domain does not greatly enhance the emperor's power. Conversely, for other beasts, the unique domain of the demon emperor can significantly amplify their abilities. While the demon emperor slumbers, the influence of this domain is limited, but upon awakening, the range of its domain expands rapidly, rivaling that of a superpowered individual. Meng Jiqing surveyed the restless beasts in the distance, her heart heavy with apprehension for the days to come. Minister, someone is looking for you. A member of the special operations team has arrived with 2 individuals seeking Meng Jiqing. Huh. Meng Jiqing turned around, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Cici, what brings you here? She approached Lin Ruoxi and Fang Yun, pleasantly surprised by the visit of her long-lost friend. Given the magnitude of the situation, I had to come and see, and I brought him along as well, Lin Ruoxi replied, gesturing to Fang Yun, who also greeted Meng Jiqing. Meng Jiqing regarded Fang Yun with a complex expression, unable to forget the fright he had instilled in her. How is the situation? Lin Ruoxi inquired. Not too dire. The Frostwolf monarch has merely awakened and has not taken any action, Meng Jiqing responded nonchalantly. However, Lin Ruoxi was aware that matters were not as simple as Meng Jiqing portrayed. Nonetheless, she had her own obligations and could not linger on the northern border. Rest assured. Cici, I am here, everything will be fine. Lin Ruoxi nodded slightly, feeling a measure of confidence in her friend's abilities. The two continued to converse and laugh as they departed the city walls, leaving Fang Yun and Meng Jiqing's assistant exchanging glances. Hello, I am Su Yingying. Assistant to Minister Meng, Su Yingying smiled at Fang Yun. Greetings, I am Fang Yun, a student from the Imperial Capital University. Fang Yun politely introduced himself. I know you. I watched the national competition. You look quite different in person compared to on television, Su Yingying remarked with some surprise. Ahem. I tend to be quite shy in everyday life, Fang Yun admitted. Su Yingying chuckled softly and said, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Goodbye. Goodbye, Fang Yun replied as Su Yingying departed, clutching her work tablet, while he turned his gaze towards the distant territory of the magical beasts. The familiar cycle of hunting was about to commence once again. Chapter 59, A Return to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in the Distance. An endless tide of magical beasts surged towards the northern border as Fang Yun and the members of the Special Operations Team stood atop the city walls, with the border guards poised below. It's certainly different this time, Fang Yun observed. Unlike previous beast tides, the current wave of magical beasts exuded a significantly stronger aura, and an unsettling energy wafted through the air, affecting the abilities of the Esper warriors. At last, the two forces clashed, and a torrent of blood surged forth. The cacophony of supernatural abilities and the roars of magical beasts resonating without pause. 8th-tier magical beasts battled 8th-tier espers high in the sky, while most of the 7th-tier combat unfolded aloft. Some 7th-tier magical beasts sought to exploit the chaos, mingling with their brethren to dismantle the defensive formations of the guards. Fang Yun navigated the ground, enveloped within his domain, as 7th-tier magical beasts transformed into system points, occasionally aiding teammates in peril. Something feels amiss. The peak 8th-tier magical beast fought its adversary while casting an eye upon the battlefield below, perplexed by the disparity between the outcome and its expectations. It soon sensed the life force of the 7th-tier beasts dissipating at an alarming rate. What could this be? The 8th-tier peak demon beast repelled its opponent with a single strike. Upon scrutinizing the situation, it soon discovered Fang Yun mercilessly harvesting the lives of the demon beasts. With a furious roar, it unleashed a burst of white flames towards him. Was there leisure to concern oneself with others? Its adversary, an 8th-tier peak psychic, summoned a flash of lightning that pierced through the white flames. With a resounding roar from the demon beast, the tide of demon beasts began to gradually retreat, disappearing into the distance shortly thereafter. Fang Yun retracted the blood-red aura of murderous intent and gazed towards the retreating horde. The sensation of being locked onto by an 8th-tier peak demon beast lingered in his mind, even though its attack had been timely intercepted in a larger future conflict. Such a sudden assault would indeed be quite harrowing. As the 8th-tier peak psychic departed, he cast a glance at Fang Yun, evaluating what made the young fellow, targeted by the 8th-tier peak demon beast, so remarkable. After a brief inspection, he left with the others. The 7th-tier psychics possessed some strength, but not much. Fang Yun felt a twinge of sentimentality. The 7th tier was somewhat lacking in power. Thus, it was time to showcase his innate talent. System, allocate points. Ding. System value, 150 million. 7th tier, 8th tier peak. Observing the unchanged system value, Fang Yun sighed. It seems I cannot exhaust it at all. On his way back to the dormitory, he perused the list in the War Merit Treasury. His achievements were sufficient to exchange for an SSS level psychic ability or over 10 SS level psychic abilities. Now, Fang Yun faced two options: to exchange for an SSS-level ability to enhance his ultimate skill, or to acquire multiple SS-level abilities to diversify his techniques. Possessing only I in this realm, the more abilities he had, the greater his advantage would be, allowing him to confront various situations with poise. Having made his decision, he proceeded with the exchange. The speed at which the abilities arrived was quite swift. Shortly after placing the order, someone delivered the required psychic techniques to Fang Yun. Holding over 10 SS-level abilities in his hands, he couldn't help but smile wryly at the strange gaze of the young man who had delivered them, and began his studies. Spending 365 billion system points, Fang Yun mastered all 13 SS-level abilities to perfection. These abilities encompassed most elements, including one from the spatial category. Regrettably, there was no temporal ability. It seemed that none had ever been awakened in the entire Xian nation. And perhaps no one in the Blue Star had even heard of such a phenomenon. This left many pondering. Did temporal abilities truly exist? Time flew by, and soon it was once again the time for the new year. Last year, he had watched fireworks with Xiao Yu at the Ling family residence. Alas, this year, he could only spend it at the border. Ling Xiao Yu, having finished a day of training, gazed up at the moon. Last year at this time, she had enjoyed the fireworks with her brother Fang Yun, but now the vast villa was occupied by only herself and her mother. Ling Zhan had been preoccupied with matters concerning the 9th-tier demon emperor and had no time to return, even for the new year. While Fang Yun remained stationed at the border, Ling Xiaoye was momentarily lost in thought before retreating back to her room to continue her seclusion. Lu Yu, witnessing this, sighed softly, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of the world. For the past month, Fang Yun had been consumed by worries. Ever since the last assault by the monstrous beasts, a peak 8th-tier beast had fixated on him. No matter what action he took, it would strike. Even when he returned to the main force, it would retreat into the horde of beasts, no longer targeting 8th-tier ability users, but singularly fixating on him, drastically diminishing his system's yield. At this rate, when would he be able to advance to a transcendent ability user? After yet another fierce repulsion of the beast tide, the soldiers at the border bore visible fatigue. The past month had proven far more arduous than the preceding 6 months, with casualties far exceeding earlier losses, and the duration of this conflict remained uncertain. Meng Jiqing was also aware of Fang Yun's predicament and had received urgent news that prompted her to summon him. Before delivering the message, Meng Jiqing was once again taken aback by Fang Yun's progress. Peak 7th tier? How had he ascended to such heights in merely a month? She recalled that when he arrived here a month ago, he was still at 7th tier. To leap 2 realms in such a short span was remarkable. Realizing that individuals vary greatly in their abilities, she contained her astonishment and addressed Fang Yun. A large beast tide is advancing towards the final border of Sakura Nation. They are currently seeking international assistance, and our Summer Nation will be dispatching troops to support. Do you wish to join? Fang Yun, perplexed, recalled that there had been a border at the rift in the realms. Had the beasts circumvented that boundary? He voiced his concerns. Meng Jiqing's expression darkened as she responded, "That border has vanished. The 9th-tier beast emperor has intervened, with the shadow of the beast god sect involved as well." The 9th-tier beast emperor had made a move? Wasn't he it said that the beast emperors were merely awakening without taking action? When had this transpired? On the very day the national competition concluded, she replied. Fang Yun fell silent, realizing that more than a month had passed since he had witnessed the completion of the Great Wall, a process in which he had participated. It was astonishing how quickly it had been erased. Since the 9th-tier beast emperor had eliminated one line of defense, it was likely that further actions would follow to dismantle another. Perceiving Fang Yun's concerns, Meng Jiqing reassured him, "Rest assured, that 9th-tier beast emperor will not strike again." Although the reasons are unclear, this is what Master Xiaokong has stated. With the threat of the 9th-tier beast emperor alleviated, it was time to venture to Sakura Nation. Remaining at the border yielded little reward, and without eliminating that peak 8th-tier beast, the border would remain unstable. In the following days, Fang Yun awaited the assembly of troops destined for Sakura Nation. This contingent primarily consisted of high-tier ability users, with those below 7th tier exempt from participation. The situation in Summer Nation was tense, had it not been for the dwindling number of nations in Blue Star over the past centuries. Few would likely respond to Sakura Nation's plea for aid. However, every bit of assistance could bolster their strength against the monstrous beasts, increasing their chances of success. Fang Yun approached the airport, where several familiar figures awaited. "Long time no see," Fang Jr. greeted Gu Qingfeng, a broad smile illuminating his face. Senior Gu. Fang Yun responded politely, then turned to the elegant figure beside him. Miss Lung. Lung Hongyan nodded slightly at Fang Yun, prompting him to reflect inwardly. Miss Lung remains as aloof as ever. Little did he know, Lung Hongyan's demeanor stemmed from social anxiety, even within the Lung family. She spoke little, earning her the admiration of her relatives. Indeed, she was worthy of being the heir of the Lung family. Yet this also resulted in a poor perception of her among her peers, exacerbating her social phobia, a vicious cycle. Good to see you again, Brother Fang, spoke Long Outyin, who stood nearby. What brings you here? Fang Yun inquired, puzzled by Long Outyin's presence. Why was he not at the Long family estate, but rather mingling in Sakura country? In the face of calamity, no one can remain unscathed. I naturally wish to contribute, Long Outyin replied with an air of conviction. Though Fang Yun had already suspected this from their previous conversations, witnessing Long Outyin's unguarded demeanor still surprised him. What is this about? Long Outyin sighed with a wry smile. My previous actions were dictated by family obligations, but with the impending disaster, my family seems less inclined to engage in trivial matters. This, in turn, has granted me much more freedom. Despite not fully comprehending the situation, Fang Yun respected his sentiments. He then turned his attention to the last individual present. There stood Ying Xue, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she observed the ongoing conversation. Meeting Fang Yun's gaze, she remarked, Captain Fang is truly impressive. Captain Yi as well. In just over a month, you have ascended to the 7th tier. Such speed is truly enviable, Fang Yun responded. Ying Xue merely smiled in silence. Thinking to herself, you, at the peak of the 7th tier, should remain quiet. As they conversed, the group boarded the plane to Sakura country, preparing for their journey. Chapter 60. The beast-tied Fang Yun and his companions walked the streets of Sakura country. Although only a few months had passed since their last visit, the atmosphere of the entire nation felt drastically altered, as if shrouded in a pervasive sense of despair, despite the fact that most citizens were unaware of the underlying causes. Is this the change brought about by the 9th-tier Demon Emperor? Gu Qingfeng inquired, observing the gloomy expressions of the Sakura populace. Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. The presence of Elder Xia Kong enveloped Xia country, dulling any sense of foreign influences, and none among them had encountered the 9th-tier Demon Emperor, leaving them to speculate in uncertainty. After settling into their hotel, the group retired early, eschewing their previous habit of exploring the streets. Perhaps influenced by the somber mood of the locals, they simply wished to rest well before embarking towards the border of Sakura country the following day. Fang Yun gazed at the messages on his phone regarding the Cherry Blossom Nation. The monstrous beasts had breached its borders and launched multiple offensives. The nation had exhausted its resources and was compelled to seek international assistance. However, the current situation remained dire. The number and quality of the beasts had significantly escalated, and the casualties among the defenders were alarmingly high. Consequently, the Cherry Blossom Nation had initiated missions for its domestic superhumans, offering substantial rewards for their valor. Notably, individuals, regardless of their citizenship, could earn merit and redeem rewards from the merit treasury. With the lure of substantial remuneration, the Cherry Blossom Nation managed to endure. The circumstances were grim indeed. Not only was the Cherry Blossom Nation in peril, but countries worldwide were also grappling with assaults from these creatures. Nations endowed with extraordinary superhumans fared slightly better. Those lacking such abilities, however, found themselves in situations akin to that of the Cherry Blossom Nation, pleading for international aid. Their survival hinged on the limited support from other nations and the selfless bravery of their own superhumans, as each country prioritized its own welfare before extending aid to others. Nonetheless, the prospect of earning merit brought a modicum of joy to Fang Yun, as one beast could yield 2 rewards, a win-win situation. He hoped that this journey to the Cherry Blossom Nation would not end in disappointment. The following day, Fang Yun and his companions arrived early at the borders of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The sight of the seemingly endless border wall astounded Long Outyin and Ying Xue, who were witnessing it for the first time. The monumental achievements wrought by a nation's collective effort were truly remarkable. Upon reaching the border, they were thrust directly into the ongoing battle without a moment's respite. The prowess of Long Outyin and Ying Xue, both of whom had attained the 7th tier, had undergone a transformative evolution since the national competition. Ying Xue's domain unfolded, enveloping the surrounding area in a vast expanse of white, reminiscent of the frigid Arctic tundra. In contrast, Long Out-Yin's domain resembled a nexus, continuously drawing in supernatural energy from the environment and infusing it into his being, significantly enhancing his physical attributes, the potency of his abilities, and his endurance. This amplification rendered Long Out-Yin's semi-draconic transformation immensely destructive, while Yi Yingxue functioned akin to a formidable artillery mage. With her powers and range vastly improved, as well as her sustained capabilities, the presence of high-tier superhumans endowed with domains offered a stark contrast in endurance compared to their 6th-tier counterparts. With the involvement of Fang Yun and his companions, the monstrous beasts faced devastating blows, allowing their allied superhumans a much-needed respite. Observing his companions effortlessly navigate the chaos, Fang Yun vanished from sight, weaving through the tumultuous battlefield. An ally engaged in combat with a 7th-tier beast suddenly witnessed the creature falter before crashing to the ground, lifeless. As confusion washed over him, the elusive Fang Yun had already begun to seek his next target. With the SS-level abilities of Shadow Walk and Silent Step, he transformed into a specter on the battlefield, undetected, while the 7th-tier beasts plummeted to the earth, leaving the onlookers in bewilderment. This is the lesson learned by Fang Yun at the northern border. Displaying excessive exuberance can draw unwarranted attention. By utilizing teammates for cover, the likelihood of detection is significantly diminished. Although the gains may not be substantial, the advantage lies in safety. By the time the demonic beasts sensed that something was amiss, it was already somewhat too late. Fang Yun single-handedly cleared a small section of the battlefield, allowing the liberated 7th-tier ability users to engage in a merciless slaughter of lower-tier demonic beasts. With a thunderous roar from a peak 8th-tier beast, the demonic creatures began their retreat. Once again, the Sakura Kingdom's defenders managed to repel the assault, their faces reflecting a semblance of numbness. They quickly seized the opportunity to rest, hoping to recuperate before the next wave of demonic beasts struck. Observing a surge of 2.5 billion system points, Fang Yun mused that sometimes the manner of expenditure can be a vexation in itself. He then returned to the resting area alongside Long Hongyan and others. Fang Yun perused the war merit treasury of the Sakura Kingdom, finding it considerably less bountiful compared to that of the Xia Kingdom. Even the SSS tier ability techniques were limited to merely 2. SSS tier technique Night Parade of 100 demons at 150 million war merits, and SSS tier technique Thunder of Susanoo at 200 million war merits. The remainder consisted of several SS tier techniques. A total of 350 million war merits seemed daunting. It appeared he would need to grind for a while longer. Even with Fang Yun's remarkable harvesting speed, amassing 350 million war merits would require a significant amount of time. However, the Sakura Kingdom had no shortage of war merits in the forthcoming period, as the demonic beasts were inexhaustible. For the next stretch of time, the demonic beasts would launch assaults every few hours, though their scale remained modest. The main force of the beasts lingered at a distance from the border, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, the Sakura Kingdom accelerated the construction of various war machines, mobilizing the entire nation as resources converged toward the frontier. As long as the border remained intact, hope still resided within the Sakura Kingdom. With another commotion, Fang Yun and his companions ascended the city walls, observing the approaching demonic beasts. Gu Qingfeng weakly remarked, "Here they come again. Will this ever end? Can't both sides just clash for a decisive battle? This drawn-out back and forth is unbearable. That's only because you can't endure it." Night Yingxue teased, "Look at Fang Yun. He's full of vigor every day. He's just a monster. Who can compare with him?" Gu Qingfeng replied, casting a glance at Fang Yun. Not just Gu Qingfeng, but Long Hongyan and the others shared this sentiment. Throughout this period, Fang Yun had been a constant presence in every battle, always brimming with energy, never showing signs of fatigue, while they occasionally took moments to rest and regain their abilities. Initially, they found it peculiar, but over time, they grew accustomed to it, realizing that humans could not compete with monsters. Faced with their curious gazes, Fang Yun smiled without uttering a word. Possessing such extraordinary power, being extraordinary was to be expected. Thus, the cycle continued for 3 months, and it had been over 4 months since Fang Yun and his companions arrived in the Sakura Kingdom when they received a message from the Xia Kingdom. "Are we heading back?" Night Yingxue inquired of the group. "However, there is little we can do." The demon beasts remained motionless, oblivious to the situation. We cannot afford to linger here indefinitely. Unless the demon beasts launch a full-scale assault, it may be wiser to return to the Summer Kingdom. Gu Qingfeng, with a sense of helplessness, shrugged his shoulders and spoke. The others shared his sense of resignation. Over the past 4 months, despite engaging in countless battles, none have been particularly large in scale. With the support of the Cherry Blossom Nation, they managed to hold their ground. Though various nations were now planning to withdraw some of their reinforcements, Fang Yun and his companions had also received news of the evacuation from the Summer Kingdom. Well then, let us prepare to leave. Suddenly, a heavy alarm blared, and everyone turned sharply towards Gu Qingfeng. You were right. The demon beasts are launching a full-scale attack. Chapter 61. Stalemate. The boundless demon beasts commenced their assault on the equally vast border wall. The entire border of the Cherry Blossom Nation transformed into over 100 battlefields, with more than 30 of them led by peak 8th-tier demon beasts. Each remaining battlefield housed over 100 8th-tier demon beasts, culminating in an invasion force of more than 10,000 8th-tier demon beasts, a figure that filled the Cherry Blossom Nation with despair. How can there be so many? Did all the 8th-tier demon beasts from the Cherry Blossom Nation come here? The highest commander of the Cherry Blossom Nation's border gazed incredulously at the incoming reports. It is worth noting that the entire nation had merely over 5,000 8th-tier experts, with only about 3,000 stationed at the border. Facing 10,000 with a mere 3,000 meant that, on average, each ability wielder would have to contend with 3 demon beasts of the same tier. Augmented in power within the Demon Emperor's unique domain. Were the demon beasts truly intent on annihilating our Cherry Blossom Nation? Although Fang Yun and the others were unaware of the specific intelligence regarding the demon beasts, the sight of the low-tier demon beasts surging like a tide outside the wall, along with the dense clouds of high-tier demon beasts in the air, was utterly outrageous. This was merely one battlefield. Even with Fang Yun's SS-level rapid regeneration, he dared not reveal himself. To do so would result in instant obliteration, leaving no chance for regeneration. At that moment, the great wall beneath their feet trembled, followed by a towering light barrier that rose from the wall, sealing the boundless demon beasts outside. This was the true visage of the border wall, an extraordinary war-grade defensive apparatus. The heavenly rampart. It had been diminished due to excessive consumption, hence its previous appearance. In its prime, the border wall could withstand the assaults of peak 8th-tier demon beasts. As long as the wall stood firm, the demon beasts could not advance a single step. Furthermore, the ability wielders atop the wall could launch their attacks through the light barrier, targeting the demon beasts outside. Not only that, but massive artillery pieces began to emerge along the wall, with groups of ability wielders charging the artillery. The gleaming muzzles of the cannons heralded their formidable power. Both sides unleashed their fury. Countless demon beasts' attacks struck the light barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface, while various human ability techniques rained down upon the demon beasts. The artillery incessantly bombarded the demon horde, resulting in numerous demon beasts perishing in the human counteroffensive. Yet the overwhelming numbers of the demon beasts showed no signs of diminishing. Fang Yun and his companions unleashed their extraordinary abilities upon the monstrous beasts from atop the city walls. Yi Yingxue and Lung Hongyan transformed into human artillery platforms, hurling their powers at the beasts with reckless abandon under the amplification of their domain. Long Outyin conjured golden orbs of energy, bombarding the horde of monsters, each impact resulting in violent explosions, occasionally manifesting the colossal shadow of a dragon's claw. However, it was only upon witnessing Fang Yun that they truly comprehended the essence of overwhelming firepower. Within Fang Yun's domain, countless blazing phoenixes surged towards the beastly horde, their numbers so vast that they could scarcely maintain their forms, appearing instead as radiant streaks of red light. Interspersed among these fiery trails were flashes of other hues, as some of the beasts exhibited formidable resistance to fire. When a single phoenix strike failed to vanquish a foe, Fang Yun simply employed another, for his arsenal of abilities was virtually limitless. Although the human side seemed unhindered, free to unleash their relentless assault, the beasts were far from foolish. Most of their attacks were intercepted by high-tier monsters. 2 8th-tier beasts focused intently on Fang Yun. One, a heavily armored earth dragon with exceptional defensive capabilities, and the other, a forest elk with formidable healing prowess. One adept at withstanding Fang Yun's fiery onslaught, the other providing sustenance to their meat shield. Even Fang Yun's seemingly boundless firepower struggled against their synergy. This predicament vexed Fang Yun immensely, for these two relentless nuisances clung to him, thwarting his attempts to reap system points. After imparting a few words of caution to his companions, Fang Yun's figure vanished, departing from that battlefield to venture into others. Now, it was the turn of the two beasts to be exasperated. Neither were particularly swift and could not pursue Fang Yun as he darted across the battlefield. They could only unleash futile roars of frustration before seeking misfortune with others. Meanwhile, Fang Yun remained cautious, bombarding a battlefield for a time before vanishing again, reappearing elsewhere to continue his relentless assault. This infuriated the beasts, yet they found themselves powerless against him. Fang Yun's speed was not his only asset. His ability to conceal his presence and aura was unparalleled, with an array of SS-level abilities encompassing a multitude of facets. He gradually evolved into a versatile entity among the ability wielders. As Fang Yun flitted about the battlements, the monstrous side grew despondent. They endeavored to block his attacks where possible, but if they failed, they resigned themselves to the losses. Low-tier beasts fell easily beneath Fang Yun's might, and any fatalities among them contributed to the notion that their race lacked reproductive vitality. Conversely, high-tier beasts were met with numerous high-tier adversaries, thus resulting in a significant number of low-tier casualties while the high-tier beasts endured relatively minor losses. As Fang Yun navigated the battlefield, he found himself troubled by the current situation. At the pinnacle of the 7th tier, his full firepower was sufficient to vanquish ordinary 8th-tier monsters. In a one-on-one encounter in the wild, he could easily slay as many common 8th-tier beasts as appeared before him. However, the monsters had clustered together, and his attacks were dissipated before they could reach their targets, proving utterly ineffective. Moreover, his domain failed to extend outward. The life force emanating from the 8th-tier beasts was overwhelmingly potent, with over 100 8th-tier beasts exuding their life energy in unison. Even a peak 8th-tier Esper's domain could not penetrate through. Never mind, I shall take my time. Time is on my side, Fang Yun thought, focusing his firepower on the fewer 7th-tier beasts that were huddled together. I can't go on any longer, Gu Qingfeng said, his pallid face betraying his exhaustion as he addressed Fang Yun, feeling utterly drained. Fang Yun glanced at the others, noting their similarly grim expressions. They had exhausted every ounce of their abilities, yet they were all forced to cease, with not a drop left. It wasn't just them. Most Espers were on the brink of depleting their powers. Even the artillery's output had significantly waned, and the number of assaults on the barrier by the beasts was increasing. The monsters were not merely intercepting the Esper's attacks. The Espers were also countering the beast's strikes to alleviate the pressure on the barrier. It must be noted that the barrier was not invincible, it had its limits. In response, the human side had devised a strategy, holding back until now. The Esper battalions resting in the rear ascended the city walls to replace those who had exhausted their powers, continuing to unleash their firepower upon the beasts. Long Hongyan and her companions also took a respite, while Fang Yun persisted in traversing the battlefield, for the notion of rest was absent from his vocabulary. The decline in firepower meant a further reduction in Fang Yun's gains. The beasts had more personnel to choose from, deciding whether to assault the barrier or protect their kin. Additionally, more monsters were continuously rushing to the battlefield, intensifying the pressure at the border. Will we prevail? The highest-ranking official at the border of Sakura Nation murmured wearily while fending off attacks from the peak 8th-tier beasts. Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer to this question. They simply continued to do what they were meant to do. You should take a break. Another peak 8th-tier Esper ascended the wall, taking over the highest official S position. He observed the opposing side, which had also replaced their 8th-tier beast with another of the same rank, and his expression was equally grim. As the human force's firepower diminished, the beast's attacks also became less frequent. It was not only the humans who required rest, the beasts needed it as well. The only difference was that the lower-tier beasts continued to attack the barrier tirelessly, as their powers often did not deplete before they fell. Thus, the entire battlefield descended into a prolonged stalemate. Chapter 62. Something is amiss. Time passed swiftly, and this marked the 2nd year of Fang Yun's stay at the border of Sakura Nation. The great battle has endured for over a year, and the number of supernatural beings in the land of cherry blossoms has dwindled to a mere fraction. For the past year, they have managed to hold on only due to the continuous influx of reinforcements from various nations. However, several months ago, the formidable defensive mechanism known as the Heavenly Wall was shattered, leading to the tragic demise of the majority of supernatural beings in that fierce conflict. Even Fang Yun was compelled to ascend to the 8th tier, thereby ensuring the safety of Lang Hongyan and a few others. As Fang Yun had foreseen, after his elevation to the 8th tier, he could no longer acquire system value by slaying beasts of lower tiers. This unfortunate turn of events dramatically diminished his gains, forcing him to resort to stealthily eliminating 8th tier beasts on the battlefield to recoup his losses. Yet, the number of 8th tier beasts paled in comparison to their 7th tier counterparts. Throughout the entire border battlefield of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, including the reinforcements of beasts, there were just over 20,000 8th tier beasts, averaging around 200 per battlefield. Slaying them all would yield a mere 100 billion in system value. Moreover, since Fang Yun's ascension to the 8th tier, after decimating a significant number of 8th tier beasts, these creatures now banded together in fear whenever they spotted him. They refrained from attacking the city, waiting for him to depart before launching their siege, which greatly vexed Fang Yun. A brilliant bolt of golden lightning pierced through an 8th tier beast that had strayed from its main force. Observing the remaining 8th tier beasts retreating in frenzy, Fang Yun sighed, then departed from the battlefield in search of other opportunities. SSS-level supernatural skill, Thunder of Susanoo. Fang Yun examined his current status panel, which could only be described as magnificent. Name: Fang Yun tier. 8th supernatural ability. Enhancement 80 supernatural skills. Killing intent. SSS level, perfected. Night parade of 100 demons. SSS level, perfected. Thunder of Susanoo. SSS level, perfected. Super regeneration. SSS level, perfected. Absolute zero. SS level, perfected. Special. Infinite energy, supernatural ability, mental strength, physical stamina. And all source abilities are limitless. Domain. I alone in this realm. The domain envelopes the area, with oneself as the absolute sovereign. System value, 35.085 billion. This is the fruit of Fang Yun's efforts over the past 2 years. He had long exchanged for the 2 SSS-level supernatural skills from the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Not only that, he had also acquired numerous SS-level supernatural skills. At this juncture, Fang Yun found himself disinterested in SS-level skills, save for those with special applications. Although maxing out SS-level skills was merely a minor objective for him, even minor objectives still required a significant amount of system value. Fang Yun continued to traverse the battlefield he knew all too well, occasionally bursting through the reformed light barrier, plunging into the throngs of beasts, watching them scatter like frightened birds and beasts, before re-entering the light barrier to head to the next battlefield. Gu Qingfeng observed with a sense of nostalgia as Fang Yun, the formidable powerhouse, arrived at the battlefield where several of them were stationed. When he first arrived, they stood on equal footing. Although he was at the 7th tier and Fang Yun at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, the disparity was not insurmountable. However, since Fang Yun ascended to the 8th tier a few months ago, he had left them far behind. Despite their diligent efforts to keep pace with Fang Yun, Gu Qingfeng, Long Outyin, and Ying Xue had all reached the late stages of the 7th tier, while Lang Hongyan had also attained the peak of the 7th tier. Yet, the gap to the 8th tier remained daunting, leaving these once prominent talents feeling somewhat disheartened. Senior Gu, Fang Yun said, approaching Gu Qingfeng while unleashing his extraordinary abilities upon their foes. You are now an 8th tier ability user. This title of senior is indeed a weighty one for me to bear. Gu Qingfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even if I were a 9th tier ability user, you would still be my junior. Ha ha ha. Fang, I merely jest. In the future, I shall proudly declare your name when I venture out, and let us see who dares to bully me. Using my name will surely earn you a few more beatings. Fang Yun laughed heartily. Shortly thereafter, Lang Hongyan and the others arrived on the battlefield. Over the past year, they had oscillated between the battlefield and their dormitory, occasionally honing their skills with the abilities exchanged from the treasury of Sakura country, thus leading a life of relative routine. Witnessing the current state of Fang Yun, they too felt a tinge of nostalgia, as the passage of a little over a year had transformed the scene dramatically. However, they soon set aside their reminiscences and re-engaged with the conflict. Fang Yun surveyed the battlefield, perplexed by the sheer number of monstrous beasts. Why were there so many? Did Sakura country harbor such a multitude of these creatures? Were it not for the lower-tier beasts being obliterated in the fierce clashes, and the higher-tier beasts being collected by formidable ability users, the corpses of the fallen beasts could nearly blanket the entirety of Sakura country. How could there be so many? Dismissing his doubts, Fang Yun deployed an ability specifically designed for large-scale combat, the SSS-grade ability Night Parade of 100 Demons. Instantly, the battlefield was shrouded in darkness, and countless eyes emerged from the obscurity, revealing a host of diverse phantoms. Each phantom possessed unique abilities. Some wielded long blades that cleaved the beasts in twain, while others hovered in midair, enveloping their surroundings in unending ice and snow. The attacks from the beasts proved utterly ineffective against them, as they passed harmlessly through the phantoms' forms. As long as the user's ability was sufficiently potent, these specters could continue to fight indefinitely, something Fang Yun had in abundance. The battlefield became a stage for Fang Yun's prowess. As his singular ability swept across the terrain, leaving 8th-tier beasts wary of provoking him, while the lower-tier beasts were decimated, retreating in fear. The battlefield emptied, with the lower-tier monsters circumventing the area in search of other skirmishes. The human ability users, accustomed to such displays, seized the opportunity to rest, knowing full well that such a fierce warrior would not linger in one place for long. Fang Yun directed the specters to transport the carcasses of the monstrous beasts back to the Great Wall, for these were invaluable resources. Though they held no use for Fang Yun himself, with careful processing, they could bolster the resolve of the soldiers stationed at the Great Wall. After a considerable time, having cleared the battlefield, Fang Yun offered a smile to Lung Hongyan and the others before proceeding to another front. Despite not being the first time witnessing such a scene, Gu Qingfeng found it difficult to remain composed. The first time he beheld Fang Yun's devastating prowess, even amidst imminent peril, he stood transfixed, captivated by Fang Yun's display. Lung Hongyan and the others were equally affected, and it was thanks to Fang Yun's formidable performance that the walls of the Heavenly Kingdom could be restored against the onslaught of the monstrous beasts, allowing the border guards to survive. Following that battle, the highest-ranking official of the Sakura Nation personally met with Fang Yun and fulfilled all his demands, including 2 SSS-class abilities. Now, Fang Yun had become one of humanity's premier forces, capable of standing alone at the 9th tier. Something felt amiss. The highest official of the Sakura Nation furrowed his brow as he gazed at the seemingly endless horde of monstrous beasts. He had sensed for quite some time that the numbers were profoundly irregular, even with male beasts engaging in battle at the front. The female beasts were frantically producing more behind them, and the numbers simply could not be sustained unless there was a continuous supply from another source. Another source? The highest official of the Sakura Nation suddenly realized the troubling implication. Was it possible that these monstrous beasts were emerging from the rifts in the plains, which the Sakura Nation had in abundance compared to other lands? Summon the peak 8th tier ability users to assemble here. I have an urgent matter to discuss with them. He instructed his aide. Understood. Fang Yun watched as the Sakura Nation's general led him to the highest official's conference room. Upon entering, he noticed several individuals already present, all of whom greeted him amicably. Among them was an 8th tier peak ability user from the Summer Nation. The room was filled with these elite beings, raising the question of what grave matter warranted such a gathering. Chapter 63. Shadow of Death. I summoned you here because, based on our speculations, the rifts in the plains may have undergone changes unknown to us. With a solemn expression, the highest official, Watanabe, activated a holographic projection of a sand table, continuing. Observe the alarming increase in the number of low-tier monstrous beasts. Our calculations indicate that their numbers have far exceeded the capacity that the entire Sakura Nation can accommodate, suggesting that these beasts are emerging from elsewhere. At this declaration, the atmosphere grew tense, as the gravity of the situation dawned upon all present, with implications that could threaten the very existence of the Sakura Nation. Is this information verified? Inquired one of the peak 8th tier ability users. Watanabe shook his head and stated, This is precisely why I summoned you all here. I aspire to form a team composed of elite warriors to investigate the anomalies at the dimensional rift. Following his words, silence enveloped the gathering as each individual contemplated the potential risks and rewards. After all, the dimensional rift was not a place one could simply venture into, especially considering the possibility of unforeseen changes that could render a return impossible. I shall go, declared the pinnacle-level ability user from Xia country, eliciting astonishment from the assembly, who soon came to understand and accept the situation. I shall join as well, remarked Fang Yun, who recognized the implications of the Xia country's decision. If the Sakura Nation were to fall into chaos without any warning, could the nearest major power, Xia country, remain unscathed? The challenge of traversing a Sakura nation dominated by monstrous beasts would be formidable indeed. This opportunity presented a valuable chance to ascertain the situation, making participation in the expedition essential. "Count me in," said the pinnacle-level ability user from Bear Country. The Royal Knight commander of the Sun Never Sets Empire also voiced his agreement with the mission. Subsequently, all eyes turned to the pinnacle-level ability user from the Federation. "What are you staring at?" "I'm going too," he responded, somewhat brusquely. "Thank you all for your contributions to our Sakura nation. The specifics of the rewards will be coordinated by the Minister of Finance. I wish you all a triumphant return." Watanabe and the ability users from Sakura Nation solemnly bowed to Fang Yun and the others. "Why so serious? It might just be a leisurely trip." The pinnacle-level ability user from Bear Country laughed heartily. Laughter spread among the group, yet unease lingered in their hearts, for the unknown often harbors the greatest danger. "With my presence, Xia Country will be just fine. No need for you to make a fuss," said Wang Tianyu, the pinnacle-level ability user from Xia Country, addressing Fang Yun, who walked beside him. "Rest assured, Minister Wang, I can take care of myself. If this mission fails, it will pose a significant problem for Xia Country, and the situation will be far more dire than it is now. You, a prodigy like yourself, why venture into such perilous territories abroad when you could remain safely at home? Your talent rivals that of the revered Xia Kong. I cannot fathom why they would allow you to embark on such a journey," Wang Tianyu remarked. Fang Yun merely smiled in response, for he relished the thrill of engaging in the perilous battlefield against the beasts, and Meng Jiqing had indeed aided him significantly. "Make sure to rest well. You'll be by my side during this mission," Wang Tianyu said, giving Fang Yun a reassuring pat on the shoulder before returning to his quarters. Soon, it was time for action. The five of them, seizing the opportunity while the beasts were in retreat, stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the enemy, gathering at the location near Fukushima. When Fang Yun and Wang Tianyu arrived, the commander of the Royal Knights of the Empire, where the sun never sets, was already waiting at the designated gathering point. Upon seeing the two, the commander greeted them before resuming his vigil for the remaining members. Shortly thereafter, the pinnacle 8th-tier extraordinary beings from the Federation and the Bear Nation arrived in succession. The group exchanged no words, silently progressing toward the rift in the dimensional fabric. A palpable silence enveloped them. The closer they drew to the rift, the more they felt an intangible pressure weighing upon their hearts. "Indeed, something is amiss," Wang Tianyu murmured. The group exchanged wary glances but continued their advance toward the rift, exercising heightened caution. As they approached, the number of monstrous beasts began to increase, each creature making its way toward the borders of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The group carefully maneuvered around these beasts, fortunate that they were all pinnacle 8th-tier extraordinary beings, allowing them to remain undetected. Fang Yun, employing his SS-level abilities of stealth and silence, astonished his companions. Even their keenest attention would fail to notice him. The expression of the Federation's pinnacle 8th-tier extraordinary being remained calm, though a flicker of ruthlessness lurked in his eyes. Fang Yun's ascension had been alarmingly swift, so rapid that the Federation could barely keep pace. Meanwhile, another prodigy from the Summer Nation, Ling Xiaoya, had yet to emerge, leaving the Federation helplessly witnessing the growth of these two individuals. However, this presented a promising opportunity, and there was hope to eliminate Fang Yun from the Summer Nation. After a considerable time, the group arrived at the site of the former border wall, obliterated by the 9th-tier Beast King. They had no time to marvel at the desolate remnants. Each individual seemed frozen in place, staring into the distance. Before them stood a vast, unfathomable rift, widening as it descended, until it reached the earth, where the edges of the rift obscured any view of the borders. "What is that?" one inquired, but no one answered, as they all found themselves entranced by the surreal scene. "Let us advance," Wang Tianyu said, regaining his composure, his expression grave. The others suppressed their myriad emotions and continued toward the distant abyss, which had transcended mere rift status to resemble an unfathomable chasm manifesting in the sky. As they drew nearer, the number of monstrous beasts multiplied exponentially, their forms filling the horizon. The sight of the relentless tide of beasts emerging from the endless abyss left the group in silence. It was no wonder that despite having slain countless beasts, their numbers showed no signs of diminishing, an unending cycle of depletion and replenishment. When would this slaughter ever conclude? Additionally, Sporadic appearances of 8th-tier beasts heading toward the borders of the Cherry Blossom Nation were merely a fraction of what Fang Yun and his companions had witnessed. What lay beyond their sight? This could not be a natural occurrence. No dimensional rift in the world had undergone such changes. The expression of the Federation's pinnacle 8th-tier extraordinary being had shifted from merely troubled to one of profound despair. Even the initial intent to use this situation against Fang Yun seemed to have been cast aside, as the immediate concern of survival overshadowed all else, leaving no room for thoughts of others. In the hearts of the crowd, a singular and dreadful thought emerged: the Ninth Order Demon Emperor? As this notion took root, cold sweat began to trickle down the brows of those present. Who could inform me of the current number of Demon Emperors on Blue Star? Even the peak 8 Order ability users from the Bear Nation found no solace, gritting their teeth as they posed the question to their companions, as if seeking reassurance for themselves. Suddenly, an intangible domain enveloped them. "Run!" Wang Tianyu bellowed, his eyes wide with terror. In an instant, the group fled in the direction away from the abyss, employing every last resort at their disposal, cursing themselves for not possessing more feet to hasten their escape. The shadow of death loomed over them all. Fang Yun exerted every ounce of his strength, activating his SSS-level ability, Heart of Slaughter, to its utmost potential. His body seemed to fracture and, with the aid of super regeneration, swiftly healed itself. He utilized every ability at his disposal that could amplify his speed, leaving the others far behind. Only when the shadow of death finally receded did Fang Yun pause, glancing back towards the abyss. For the first time, he felt the overwhelming presence of a Ninth Order Demon Emperor. The sensation of mortality lingered in his mind, shattering the inflated ego he had harbored in recent days. Chapter 64. News and Chaos. Fang Yun waited for quite some time, until Wang Tianyu's figure appeared on the horizon. After a brief pause, he soared towards Fang Yun. "You really have some skills," Wang Tianyu remarked, a mixture of exasperation and admiration in his voice. "Hee," Fang Yun replied with a bashful smile. "Let us head back." The two then made their way to the border of the Sakura Nation, the earlier events weighing heavily on their minds, extinguishing any desire for lighthearted banter. At the border of the Sakura Nation, in the conference room of Watanabe, silence descended as the attendees absorbed Wang Tianyu's earlier remarks, the atmosphere thick with tension. After what felt like an eternity, Watanabe finally spoke, his voice strained. "Is the news true?" He had been crushed by the weight of despair, struggling to accept what he had just heard. Faced with Watanabe's desperate inquiry, the others fell silent. "Phew." Watanabe slumped into his chair, while the remaining members of the Sakura Nation also sank into their seats in despair. An unending army of demon beasts, alongside an unknown number of Ninth Order Demon Emperors lurking in the shadows, heralded the inevitable downfall of the Sakura Nation. The once resilient nation that had withstood great calamities now seemed on the brink of obliteration. The arrival of this grim reality was simply too much for them to bear. "All right, I understand now. Let us disperse." With that, Watanabe rose unsteadily from his seat and made his way toward his private quarters, while the others gradually departed the conference room. Fang Yun and Wang Tianyu walked side by side along the city wall, observing the fleeting remnants left behind by the retreating demon beasts. Indeed, history books are merely chronicles. Only when the scenes depicted within them manifest in reality can one truly grasp the sentiments felt by those who lived through such times. Wang Tianyu sighed deeply. Historical records recount that over the span of 3 centuries marked by catastrophic calamities, more than 100 nations have succumbed to ruin and conquest. When future generations peruse these chronicles, they may merely lament the hardships endured by those who came before, perceiving the nations as mere ink on parchment. Yet, each inscription encapsulates the illustrious saga of its existence. Perhaps, in the annals of history, the land of cherry blossoms will eventually be subsumed into that staggering count. But the two who have lived through this harrowing epic truly grasp the despair that once enveloped the populace. Even they, not hailing from the cherry blossom nation, find the reality unbearably harsh. What of the citizens themselves? Upon receiving the grim tidings relayed by Watanabe, the prime minister of the cherry blossom nation found himself slumped in his chair, a visage of shock that his deputy had never before witnessed. "Prime Minister?" he murmured, his mind adrift. "Summon them all. We must convene an urgent meeting." With that, he reclined against the backrest, awaiting the gathering's commencement. As the deputy exited, he cast a glance back, as though a dark cloud loomed ominously above the prime minister, casting a shadow over his countenance. This is the news from the border. What are your thoughts? The Prime Minister, having gathered his composure, took his place at the head of the conference table, surveying the hushed assembly of high-ranking officials from the Cherry Blossom Nation. This intelligence must be false. How could such an outrageous event transpire? And an uncountable number of Ninth-Order Demon Emperors arriving in Blue Star? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One executive, unable to accept the revelation, exhibited signs of madness. The others remained silent, perhaps once inclined to mock this official, yet at this moment, they all yearned for his claims to be untrue. Regrettably, the Prime Minister offered no response, merely observing the assembly in silence. As time passed, expressions of dismay grew increasingly pronounced among the officials, some exhibiting even greater distress than the first. Once the room quieted, the Prime Minister finally spoke. The President of the Federation has communicated his willingness to grant us a parcel of land within the Federation, contingent upon our accession to their ranks. Those opportunistic vultures, do they think to seize the Cherry Blossom Nation without a fight? I shall never acquiesce, an official retorted vehemently, while others wore expressions of unease, though none vocalized their sentiments. Let us adjourn for now. Reflect upon this matter and provide me with your answers in 3 days. With that, the Prime Minister departed the conference room, leaving a cadre of officials, each lost in their own thoughts. Fear not, Yamano. How could I abandon the Cherry Blossom Nation to join the Federation? I will endure until the very last moment, standing steadfast with my homeland. Matsuda hung up the phone, continuing to converse with the Federation representatives, resuming the discussion momentarily interrupted by the call. Such scenes unfolded in the homes of many officials when true death arrives. How many will remain resolute in their principles? For reasons unknown, news of the impending demise of the land of cherry blossoms and its potential accession to the Federation has spread, inciting frenzied discussions among its citizens and igniting riots across the nation. The air, already thick with despair, became shrouded in madness, revealing the darker facets of human nature. Individuals endowed with abilities seized resources they once could not afford. Some committed acts of murder against those with whom they had grievances. Yet, the most harrowing were the rampant sexual assaults, with countless women in the land of cherry blossoms subjected to violations, both in their homes and on the streets, in transportation, and beyond. There were also indiscriminate killings and suicides, an overwhelming tide of chaos. However, no nation is devoid of rationality or patriotism. There existed among the citizens of the land of cherry blossoms those who endeavored to protect their homeland. The instigators of chaos were swiftly apprehended, some even executed on the spot. Why did you arrest me? The land of cherry blossoms is doomed, and you still cling to hope? Cried out an assailant, pinned to the ground, filled with rage and fear. At least the land of cherry blossoms still exists. Kill me if you must. After a brief exchange, the leader, seemingly disinterested, waved his hand, issuing a command. No. According to the laws of the land of cherry blossoms, I would merely face imprisonment. You cannot execute me. This is an abuse of power. The assailant, now filled with regret, began to struggle, though his remorse stemmed not from the harm he inflicted upon others, but from his own capture. A flurry of abilities struck the ground beneath him, and in a thunderous roar, only a crater remained where he once stood, his existence reduced to ash. Such occurrences transpired throughout the land of cherry blossoms. Some offenders were killed, while others were dispatched to the borders to make their final contributions. Though disorder still plagued the nation, the situation had improved significantly, as most high-level practitioners did not display the same shameful behaviors. The influence of a single advanced practitioner could easily quell the rampaging individuals. Yet, they too found themselves in a state of confusion. Their attempts to suppress the chaos were merely actions taken to escape reality. Once the turmoil was subdued, the weight of reality bore down upon them. What future awaited the land of cherry blossoms? And what of its people? Some could not withstand the crushing blow and ventured to the borders, unleashing their final cries against the beasts, soon vanishing from existence. Others held aspirations of reaching the Federation, dreaming of a better life. Looking down upon those who chose to seek death at the borders, believing that as long as life remained, the land of cherry blossoms would endure. The distinction between right and wrong eluded discernment. Even time seemed to stand against the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 65. Evacuation. Return to the homeland evacuate? Gu Qingfeng and his companions gazed at Wang Tianyu in confusion. Indeed, the fall of the land of cherry blossoms is inevitable, our nation must prepare for the impending upheaval. While retreat was undoubtedly a prudent decision, Gu Qingfeng and his companions felt a sense of discomfort, as though humanity had succumbed to the beasts. I can empathize with your sentiments. However, this is the cruel reality of war. If our nation does not stand firm, our fate will be no better than that of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Keep your spirits high, my children. We shall evacuate from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom the day after tomorrow. After Wang Tianyu concluded his remarks, he departed from the battlefield where Gu Qingfeng and the others remained, leaving them in quiet contemplation of the future. Fang Xuedi, is the situation truly as dire as it seems? Ying Xue inquired, glancing at the perpetually silent Fang Yun. Fang Yun remained mute, merely shaking his head. The formidable defensive apparatus of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Heavenly Walls, could endure for 3 days even without the intervention of ability users to fend off the beastly attacks. This was precisely why Wang Tianyu had instructed the group to retreat the day after tomorrow, while the influx of ability users into the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would further extend this time frame. What have you all decided? The commander asked, looking at the same group from 3 days prior. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. The commander appeared to have anticipated the silence, smiling as he suggested, "In that case, let us vote." As his words echoed, 2 buttons materialized before everyone, one red and one green. The red represented a refusal of the Federation's proposal, a commitment to hold the line. The green signified agreement to the Federation's proposal, relocating the entire nation to the Federation. Each person pressed the button that resonated with their inner convictions. Despite his suspicions, the Prime Minister could not suppress a smile upon seeing the results. The number representing agreement with the green option was 100. Everyone, including the high-ranking official who had been so indignant 3 days prior, chose to align with the Federation's proposal. Upon witnessing the unanimous decision, his previously anxious demeanor transformed into one of calm assurance, affirming his belief in the correctness of his choice. "Very well. Let us announce the results to the public," the commander stated, maintaining his serene composure. Although the high-ranking officials hesitated to disclose the decision to the masses, their instinct for self-preservation overshadowed all else. "What? Officials have agreed to the Federation's proposal, allowing us all to relocate to the Federation? Are you jesting? Why should we? The Cherry Blossom Kingdom move to the Federation? I would rather perish at the border." A significant portion of the populace was incensed by the official's choice, resolutely determined to resist to the end and never abandon their homeland. Of course, a small minority believed that relocating to the Federation was not entirely unfeasible, as it offered the prospect of survival. An uproar ensued online, but this did little to hinder the overarching movement of the entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom towards the Federation. The government, indifferent to the steadfast citizens of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, quietly issued instructions on how to proceed to the Federation, refraining from encouraging the populace to migrate. Well aware of their disposition, as time passed, an increasing number of individuals expressed willingness to migrate to the Federation. Those who had initially opposed the move observed their peers being escorted by ability users towards the Federation and gradually relinquished their steadfastness, silently making their way to the assembly points, awaiting guidance from the Federation's ability users to embark on their journey to a new world. Only a handful felt disillusioned by the government, choosing instead to manifest their final flicker of life at the border. As the airplane ascended from the airport, Fang Yun silently gazed upon the somewhat chaotic landscape of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, with the distant and clearly visible walls of a celestial realm. Dark figures darted across the walls, occasionally charging towards the hordes of beasts beyond, followed by a burst of radiance, causing the figures to vanish into the ether. Such scenes were utterly unimaginable in the Summer Kingdom. Fang Yun diligently prepared himself, resolved to protect his homeland, even if it meant revealing his secrets, for there were those he could not bear to leave behind. The aircraft gradually ascended into the clouds, obscuring the earthly scenery from Fang Yun's view. As for the future of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, none could foretell it. "Finally, I've returned," Gu Qingfeng sighed, reflecting on his journey. When he had departed, he was merely a 7th-tier abilities wielder. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of that tier. Indeed, following Lung Hongyan's ascension to the 7th tier's peak, several had pushed themselves to their limits. Could they not surpass Fang Yun? In this peculiar atmosphere, Gu Qingfeng too had broken through to the pinnacle of the 7th tier, while Long Outyin and Ying Xue were tantalizingly close. "Brother Fang, do visit the Long family. There is someone who wishes to meet you," Long Outyin remarked. Fang Yun felt a twinge of confusion, but agreed nonetheless. After 2 years of camaraderie, he had discovered that Long Outyin was not the proud figure he had once imagined, but rather a congenial companion. The reasons behind Long Outyin's earlier demeanor remained his private affair, and Fang Yun chose not to pry. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. For having spent 2 years in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, there were undoubtedly many matters awaiting their attention, Fang Yun included. Walking alone through the streets of the imperial capital, he noted the absence of Ling Xiaoya, who had ascended to the 7th tier and was now tasked with her own responsibilities. Xiaoya had indeed worked diligently over the past 2 years. During their time in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya had only communicated via their phones, exchanging videos and engaging in light conversation every few days. Though Xiaoya said little, Fang Yun understood the immense effort required to progress from the 5th to the 7th tier in just 2 years. Now, she actively participated in battles at the borders, no longer needing to conceal her abilities, astonishing everyone with the revelation that she possessed multiple powers. During the national competition, though Fang Yun had showcased abilities in both ice and fire, many believed this to be a result of his unique domain. History had seen instances of abilities wielders with a primary affinity for fire awakening a water domain, which had left the populace astounded. Thus, despite Fang Yun's seemingly implausible talents, a relatively reasonable explanation was offered. However, Xiaoya was different. She wielded all elements with ease, her powers surpassing those of singular element wielders, earning her the moniker Elemental Empress Ling Xiaoya. As for how she regarded this title, it was beyond their contemplation. Having acquired a myriad of extraordinary abilities, Fang Yun can now wield various elemental powers, even those that Ling Xiaoya cannot master. One wonders how the people will refer to Fang Yun now. He settled into a restaurant, placing his order before silently gazing out the window, awaiting the arrival of someone special. Before long, a pair of hands covered Fang Yun's eyes, and a somewhat tremulous figure playfully teased, "Guess who I am? There's a reward if you get it right." Feigning contemplation, Fang Yun queried, "The Elemental Empress?" Instantly, Ling Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson as she abruptly embraced Fang Yun's neck, indignantly exclaiming, "It's Xiaoya. Do not utter those 4 words again." Fang Yun gently took hold of her hands, guiding her to face him. Gazing upon the blushing maiden before him, he spoke softly, "It has been a long time, Xiaoya." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Ling Xiaoya dove into Fang Yun's embrace, her voice quavering as she lamented, "I despise you. I despise you." Fang Yun held the slightly trembling Ling Xiaoya, who whispered, "Now Xiaoya is a 7th tier ability user. You can no longer abandon me." All right, he replied, grateful for the secluded spot he had chosen, for otherwise, this affectionate couple would surely be overwhelmed by prying eyes. Chapter 66. The traces of the beast god sect. Fang Yun observed Ling Xiaoya seated across from him. Despite maintaining communication over the past 2 years and frequently video chatting, the disparity between the digital realm and reality was palpable, which explained Ling Xiaoya's exuberance. Meanwhile, she nibbled on her food while stealing glances at Fang Yun, as if she could never tire of his presence. "By the way, Xiaoya, what have you been busy with lately?" Since ascending to the 7th tier, Ling Xiaoya had been preoccupied. Although she often shared amusing anecdotes during their video calls, Fang Yun could detect the weariness in her eyes. Being far away in the land of cherry blossoms, he felt helpless to assist, so he feigned ignorance, striving to keep her spirits high. Now that he had returned, he was eager to uncover the cause of her exhaustion. Upon hearing his question, Ling Xiaoya's shoulders sagged slightly as she replied glumly, "It's still about that news from 2 years ago." News from 2 years ago? Fang Yun pondered momentarily before recalling something. The incident involving Master Xiaokong? Ling Xiaoya nodded. Continuing, "Initially, it was manageable. Everyone thought it was a false report, and we went about our lives. However, Master Xiaokong has not made an appearance in quite some time, and things began to feel amiss. Recently, members of the Beast God sect resurfaced within the borders of the Summer Kingdom, and the situation at the borders has grown urgent. A small team has been assembled to specifically handle matters concerning the Beast God sect within our territory, and they have been running about tirelessly. Indeed, it is a tumultuous time," Fang Yun remarked. "Have they apprehended any members of the Beast God sect?" Ling Xiaoya shook her head and remarked, "Each time I arrive, the members of the Beast God sect have already departed, and their appearances lack any discernible pattern in terms of time and location. Often, I receive news only after the fact. What is the beast god sect up to? What could be the purpose behind such frequent activities? Ling Xiaoya expressed her confusion. Every time I visit, there are merely traces left by heavy objects and scattered footprints around. They do not aggressively propagate their beliefs or engage in murder, had it not been for the intensified inspections in Xia country over the past 2 years. The presence of the beast god sect would be even harder to detect. The sect's actions must surely be driven by some objective, yet Fang Yun, having never encountered them, cannot fathom their motives. Do you need my assistance? Absolutely. Brother Fang Yun is the best. Fang Yun could only smile helplessly as he reached out to the resourceful Professor Lin. Much to his relief, Lin Ruoshi quickly facilitated Fang Yun's integration into Ling Xiaoya's team. After all, this matter, while significant, was not insurmountable. The 8-tiered ability users of the Beast God sect are under close scrutiny by Xia country and cannot easily enter its borders. The last incident during the national competition involved the illegal transportation of individuals through a super-tier artifact from the Federation into Xia country, which led to retaliation from Xia, causing their super-limit ability users to be injured by the revered Zun of Xia Kong. They would certainly refrain from making any more moves now. Therefore, the most they would face would be members of the Beast God sect at most at the 7th tier, or perhaps even below that. With Fang Yun, who is at the 8th tier, joining their ranks, their stability is assured. Lin Ruoshi sighed. Every time I see Fang Yun after a while, his strength seems to have increased significantly. Next time, He suddenly reached the 9th tier, will he? Upon learning that Fang Yun had joined the mission, Ling Xiaoya joyfully took him out for a stroll, thrilled to have a chance to spend quality time together after such a long absence. They certainly had to make the most of this rare leisure time. In the evening, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya sat on the sofa watching television, while Lu Yu busily prepared meals for Ling Zhan to enjoy upon his return. Breaking news: the Cherry Blossom Nation is gradually migrating to the Federation, with over a third of its citizens already relocated. The remaining populace is expected to move within the next 2 days. This marks the first instance of a nationwide migration in nearly a century. The reasons behind this migration are the subject of much speculation. The government urges the public not to be misled by ill-intentioned individuals and assures that accurate information will be provided. The television broadcasted updates about the Cherry Blossom Nation, whose movements were too significant to conceal. Fang Yun turned to Ling Xiaoya, explaining the rationale behind the Cherry Blossom Nation's decision. Sky Abyss, an unknown number of 9th-tier demon emperors? Ling Xiaoya was taken aback by this revelation, having been preoccupied with investigating the Beast God sect. She had not been in contact with Fang Yun, and the higher-ups would certainly not disclose such critical matters to her. What will happen to our Xia country once the Cherry Blossom Nation falls? After all, it is right next to us, she expressed her concern. Rest assured, the authorities were already aware of this news. Professor Lin will keep us informed of any developments. Fang Yun consoled, pondering whether Lin Ruoshi would inform Ling Xiaoya. Perhaps not, but she would certainly confide in Fang Yun. After all, Fang Yun had risen to become one of humanity's utmost warriors. Although his ability was merely classified as an 8th tier, his combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of this tier. While 8th tier warriors were not as rare as those with extraordinary abilities, they were still quite uncommon, with the vast imperial capital university boasting only one other 8th tier peak warrior. Xiajia. The affairs of Sakura country were beyond their concern. Their current dilemma revolved around the beast god cult. On the following day, Ling Xiaoya accompanied Fang Yun to meet their comrades from recent missions, who had received notification of Fang Yun's inclusion in their task. Upon their arrival at the designated location, the other 4 members were engaged in conversation. When they noticed the pair, the 4 halted their chatter and scrutinized Fang Yun. "Captain, this is our new member, Fang Yun," Ling Xiaoya said, linking her arm with Fang Yun's as she addressed a younger individual among them. The young man's gaze lingered on their intertwined arms momentarily before he discreetly averted his eyes. He smiled at Fang Yun and extended his hand, introducing himself. "Greetings, Brother Fang. I am Shangwan Fan, the captain of this mission." "Fang Yun," he replied, shaking the captain's hand briefly before withdrawing. However, Fang Yun regarded Shangwan Fan with a hint of amusement. Was the newcomer unfriendly? The remaining trio introduced themselves in turn. Nangong Shui, a 7th tier ability user, Nangong Yu, also a 7th tier ability user, and Dongfang Bai, a late-stage 7th tier ability user. With Shangwan Fan, the 7th tier peak captain, and Ling Xiaoya, also a 7th tier user. This small team already possessed considerable strength. Nangong Shui and Nangong Yu, intrigued, scrutinized Fang Yun, particularly as Ling Xiaoye still clung to his arm, their curiosity bubbling over. Dongfang Bai, after casting a brief glance at Fang Yun, chose to remain silent and withdrawn. Although Fang Yun had joined the team, the higher-ups had not disclosed his abilities to the others. This was a matter for the team to navigate independently. Thus, the members lacked a clear understanding of Fang Yun's strength. Only Shangwan Fan was aware that Fang Yun had been a 7th-tier ability user 2 years prior. But what of it? 2 years had passed, and Fang Yun had at most reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Should he, a fellow peak user, fear Fang Yun's brilliance? After exchanging greetings, the group began conversing, with Shangwan Fan dominating the dialogue, while Fang Yun listened with a smile. Nangong Yu moved a chair beside Ling Xiaoye and began whispering to her, casting glances at the smiling Fang Yun, as the two continued their intimate exchange. Typically, Ling Xiaoye and the Nangong sisters enjoyed a close friendship, being of similar age and sharing a bond as young women. At this moment, Shangwan Fan's voice broke through. By the way, we still do not know Brother Fang's strength. Would you mind sharing, Brother Fang? Fang Yun regarded Shangwan Fan for a moment before replying with a smile. Just 8th tier. The others abruptly turned their attention to the smiling Fang Yun. What did I just hear? 8th tier? The expression on Shangwan Fan's face suddenly stiffened for a moment, before he finally spoke. Truly impressive, Brother Fang Yun. To be merely 22 years old and already an 8th tier ability user. The few individuals who had just collected themselves became bewildered once more. What? 22 years old? Are you joking? Fang Yun smiled without responding, while Ling Xiaoye displayed a look of pride, beaming for her older brother Fang Yun. Beep, beep, beep. Messages flooded in on their phones, indicating the emergence of the Beast God sect once again. Chapter 67. The mysterious Beast God sect. The location was in the mountains, over 300 kilometers from the capital. A forest ranger had inadvertently spotted them and promptly reported their presence. The group hastily made their way to the destination. For 7th-tier ability users, the speed afforded by their vehicles paled in comparison to their own capabilities, though they simply could not sustain a full-speed pursuit for long durations. Nevertheless, covering 300 kilometers posed no challenge. Is this how you all usually travel? Fang Yun quietly inquired of Ling Xiaoye as they soared through the skies. Yes, this is indeed the best method. Why do you ask? Ling Xiaoye nodded and softly replied. Fang Yun shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. As a newcomer, he felt it best to follow behind the others, yet he surmised that their current pace would likely fall short, as anticipated upon their arrival. Aside from some marks left by heavy objects and a few footprints, there was nothing else to be found. Damn it! Shangwan Fan exclaimed in frustration. Fang Yun examined the traces closely. Heavy objects? What could they be? How did the Beast God sect transport them? Spatial treasures? After taking photographs and uploading them, the group departed the scene. Professor Lin, is there no support from above for this mission? What support? Even for a 7th-tier ability user. Traversing the entirety of Xia country alone would be quite the challenge. Alone? Isn't there a newly developed aircraft from the research department? A newly developed aircraft? Then why aren't we using it? Fang Yun found the situation intriguing, sensing that it was far from straightforward. This incident might yield even more surprises. He tucked his phone away and quietly followed the others back to the capital. It's getting late. Shall we go out for a meal together? Shangwan Fan proposed, casting a subtle glance at Ling Xiaoye, who was focused on her older brother Fang Yun. No, Xiaoye and I have matters to attend to. Fang Yun politely declined, and he and Ling Xiaoye departed together. The Nangong sisters showed little interest, and as for Dongfang Bai, he had no desire to partake in gatherings with so many others, preferring to remain immersed in his own world. Watching the others disperse, Shangwan Fan's smile faded, his calm demeanor leaving others guessing at the thoughts swirling within his mind. By the way, Xiaoye, Professor Lin mentioned that you received a newly developed aircraft from the research department. Why haven't we seen you using it? Fang Yun casually asked. An aircraft? It seems there is indeed a matter at hand. However, the captain mentioned that due to the latest research, the aircraft encountered a minor malfunction and is currently unavailable. Ling Xiaoye, too, was perplexed. Previously, Shangwan Fan had merely mentioned this issue casually, and the others had not given it much thought, as an unusable aircraft holds no difference from one that does not exist. Now that Fang Yun has brought it up, Ling Xiaoye recalled the peculiarities of the situation. If the authorities had indeed granted them access to the aircraft, it must have undergone testing. How could it be rendered unusable due to trivial issues? Brother Fang Yun, are you suggesting that there is something amiss with the captain? Not necessarily. Perhaps, as he stated, the aircraft has encountered some issues, Fang Yun replied with a shrug. Ling Xiaya shot him a glance, resolving not to concern herself with it. With Brother Fang Yun's capabilities, any problem would surely be resolved. After their meal, the group reconvened at the Department of Ability Users in the Imperial capital, for they were still engaged in their mission. Aside from receiving assignments and being on the move, they remained there. Ling Xiaya went to the training room, while Fang Yun turned his attention to the news on television. Upon investigation, it has been revealed that the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation and numerous high-ranking ability users, including the highest official at the border, Watanabe Inn, have perished at the frontier. The war-grade defensive apparatus, the Heavenly Wall, has been utterly obliterated, and the entire border has fallen into disarray. The monstrous beasts are advancing toward the interior of Sakura Nation. After years of conflict, over 2/3 of Sakura Nation's high-ranking ability users have lost their lives at the border. However, fortunately, due to their steadfastness, the remaining populace of Sakura Nation has been relocated to the Federation, where they are in the process of building a new home. A new home? Is it truly a sanctuary or merely another cage? Although Fang Yun remained oblivious to the Federation's intentions, he suspected their motives were far from benevolent. With thoughts of assassinating the geniuses of other nations, how could they harbor any good intentions? Wait, the Federation? Could this incident be connected to them? After all, they have a track record, and coincidentally, Xiaoya is involved in this matter as well. Fang Yun maintained a stoic expression while his mind became vigilant concerning Xiaoya. He would ensure a thorough investigation. Brother Fang Yun, are you also keeping an eye on the affairs of Sakura Nation? Shangguan Fan inquired as he took a seat beside Fang Yun. Continuing, a nation has vanished without a trace. The strength of the monstrous beasts is indeed unfathomable. Yet, we in Xia Nation have the venerable Xia Kong. It would be impossible for the beasts to breach our defenses. Fang Yun, intrigued, replied. But isn't there news suggesting that Xia Kong has encountered problems? Shangguan Fan kept his smile, responding, how could someone of Xia Kong's stature possibly face issues? That news is likely just a rumor. After all, this world is rife with such tales. Fang Yun nodded, seemingly in agreement with this sentiment. By the way, Brother Fang Yun, what is your relationship with Xiaoya? She has not had any rumors surrounding her. Are you siblings? Shangguan Fan asked as if casually. Xiaoya? She is my fiancée, Fang Yun declared. Fang Yun raised his right hand, gazing at the spatial ring adorning his middle finger, and smiled as he remarked that the ring was a personal gift from Xiaoyu. Shangguan Fan's expression stiffened momentarily before he replied with a smile, congratulations, Brother Fang Yun. With such a wonderful fiancé like Xiaoyu, do let me know when you both tie the knot. I shall surely attend to offer my blessings, no matter the distance. Certainly, certainly, they exchanged smiles as they conversed. By the way, Brother Fang Yun, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. No worries, Captain. Please tend to your affairs, Fang Yun responded. Shangguan Fan departed the hall and returned to his quarters. Fang Yun resumed watching television, noting the dire state of international affairs. Although smaller nations did not face dimensional rifts like Sakura country, the threat posed by demon beasts was equally formidable. Fang Yun yearned to swiftly resolve the issues surrounding the domestic beast god cult, so he could return to the battlefield against the demon beasts. His strength felt insufficient. The impending turmoil would surely escalate, and a ninth-tier war was imminent. The journey to Sakura country had revealed to Fang Yun that he was utterly unequipped to confront ninth-tier powerhouses. The sheer presence of a demon emperor alone instilled a sense of mortality within him. He contemplated advancing to the pinnacle of the 8th tier. While he might not be able to defeat a 9th-tier demon emperor, he hoped he could at least withstand a blow or two, perhaps. Yet, he remained uncertain, as the 9th tier was a realm far beyond his reach. Another day passed in idle fashion, aside from a morning excursion tracking the beast god cult's whereabouts. The rest of his time was spent watching television at the ability user's office. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoyu strolled hand in hand through the streets of the imperial capital, where the populace appeared increasingly hurried, a stark contrast to the previous tranquility. Brother Fang Yun, what do you think our future holds? Will we still be able to leisurely walk down the streets like this? Ling Xiaoyu's voice broke through the moment, and ever since the awakening of the demon emperor, the entire blue star had been enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Although the demon emperor had yet to take further action, The people were acutely aware that such inaction could not last. At any moment, humanity could face an onslaught, and the entire blue star might be shrouded in doom. In this climate of uncertainty, feelings of confusion and unease permeated the hearts of many, including Ling Xiaoyu. The future? It will surely differ from the present. For your brother Fang Yun stands as the mightiest. The demon beasts will undoubtedly be eradicated from Blue Star. And a world devoid of demon beasts would surely be different from the current state. Indeed. I believe brother Fang Yun will surely achieve that. Ling Xiaoyu dismissed her dark emotions and indulged in the delights of the street food, while Fang Yun followed behind, helplessly accepting the morsels she occasionally offered. Taking a bite or two. Demon beasts? Merely a statistic in the system. Chapter 68. The plans of the Beast God cult 3 days later. News of the Beast God cult finally emerged again. Fang Yun and his companions flew through the night sky, and after exchanging a few words with Ling Xiaoyu, Fang Yun fell silent. Before long, Yu approached Ling Xiaoya's side, her expression brimming with curiosity as she whispered, "Xiaoya, I have heard that Fang Yun is your fiancé. Is that true?" Ling Xiaoya's face instantly flushed, and with a hint of shyness, she replied softly, "Who told you that?" Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "It really is true." The others turned in surprise to gaze at the two, and Fang Yun also glanced over at the astonished Yu. "Keep your voice down," Ling Xiaoya urged, both anxious and embarrassed. It's nothing. Yu waved her hand dismissively to the group. Shangwan Fan and the others exchanged glances and continued on their way. "I didn't expect you to be getting married at such a young age," Yu remarked with a tone of amazement, and the two began to share whispered conversations, occasionally drawing Fang Yun into their dialogue. Those in front were left perplexed, sensing an unfortunate barrier had formed among them. Finally, when they arrived at their destination, the scene before them was vastly different from what they had anticipated. They were taken aback as they exclaimed, "Fang Yun." Subsequently, they turned to the Fang Yun in their group, bewildered by the sight of two Fang Yuns. At that moment, Ling Xiaoya rushed to the side of the front Fang Yun, sweetly calling out, "Brother Fang Yun." The group exchanged glances between the two figures and the Fang Yun beside them, feeling as though they were still half asleep, caught in an illusion. "What is going on?" Shangwan Fan inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "What do you mean, what's going on?" "Ah, you mean him?" Fang Yun snapped his fingers, dispelling the supernatural ability he had maintained, and the Fang Yun from their group transformed into a shadow, dissipating into the ether. "I simply felt that the pace was too slow, so I came here alone, and, indeed, I have discovered something intriguing." It was only then that they noticed a group of individuals in black kneeling below them. Had it not been for Fang Yun's reminder, they might have easily overlooked them in the darkness of the night. "Who are these?" Shangwan Fan and the others initially questioned, but then realization dawned upon them. "The Beast God sect." Fang Yun nodded silently, waiting for Ling Xiaoya to finish recording before he descended to scrutinize the symbols behind the followers of the Beast God sect. He observed various traces etched into the ground, crooked and overly abstract, leaving Fang Yun unable to discern their meaning. Although he was unaware of their significance, he had already instructed Ling Xiaoya to upload the images, confident that others would recognize them. Shangwan Fan and the others gathered to examine the patterns laid out by the Beast God sect, but each was left in utter confusion, unable to make sense of it. Fang Yun no longer focused on the designs. Instead, he approached the kneeling members of the Beast God sect, studying them for a moment before retrieving a pouch-like object from one of them, probing into it with his mental energy. Indeed, there was something within, filled with the corpses of demonic beasts. It seemed that the traces of heavy objects at the prior scene were remnants of these very corpses. What purpose do the corpses of demonic beasts serve? Furthermore, where did the Beast God sect acquire such a multitude of them? As Fang Yun pondered, a sudden realization struck him. The battlefield at the border of the Sakura Nation. If there were a place recently generating a considerable number of beast corpses, it would undoubtedly be that battlefield. It seems the Federation's greed remains insatiable. The members of the Beast God sect could not brazenly venture to the border of Sakura Nation to collect beast corpses. Thus, it must be someone else providing them. Who would undertake such a task? Apart from the Federation, Fang Yun could scarcely conceive of another entity possessing the capability, motive, and audacity to engage in such actions. With the gazes of those around him upon him, Fang Yun stowed away the bag filled with beast corpses and declared, "Let us return." Upon finishing his words, he cast a domain that enveloped the surroundings, causing the members of the beast god sect and the marked land beneath them to vanish from sight. Shangguan Fan, Dongfang Bai, and the Nangong sisters exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, I haven't T-boarded yet. Shangguan Fan exclaimed. Brother Fang Yun, is there something wrong with them? Ling Xiaoya inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. She certainly did not believe Fang Yun had forgotten them. His actions were evidently deliberate. I am uncertain, in any case. There is no loss incurred. It was merely a casual decision, Fang Yun replied nonchalantly. Ling Xiaoya nodded thoughtfully as she accompanied Fang Yun to the Department of Abilities in the imperial capital. By the time Shangguan Fan and the others arrived, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya were comfortably seated on a sofa, engrossed in a television drama, alongside a young man clad in a black suit and wearing glasses. Upon the arrival of the group, he reintroduced himself. Greetings, I am Chun from the research department. Based on the information uploaded by Miss Ling Xiaoya, our department has gained a general understanding of the arrangements made by the Beast God sect. Please take a moment to review these materials. With that, Chun distributed documents detailing the activities of the Beast God sect in other nations. As the group examined the documents, they noted a plethora of photographs, some of which bore a resemblance to the traces they had observed earlier. These are the remnants left by the Beast God sect after conducting blood sacrifices to summon high-level demon beasts. Upon hearing Chun's words, the group was taken aback, summoning high-level demon beasts. Moreover, the traces this time were markedly different from those previously encountered. Chun spoke gravely. Previously, we discovered traces of the Beast God sect summoning peak 8th-tier demon beasts, which resulted in the annihilation of a small nation-s city. The remnants from that incident were far less intricate, and the time span was not nearly as extensive. We deduced that the Beast God sect intends to summon a 9th-tier demon emperor within the borders of the Xia nation. As his words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. To summon a 9th-tier demon beast within the Xia nation? Should the Beast God sect succeed, the Xia nation would likely suffer insurmountable devastation. Can we ascertain how far along the Beast God sect is in their endeavor? Fang Yun inquired. Chun shook his head regretfully, replying, we only know that the Beast God sect is still a step away from success, but we are unaware of the specific progress they have made. The group, led by Shangguan Fan, was incredulous. How could the Beast God sect, which was supposed to possess at most 7 tiers of power, suddenly manifest a 9-tier demon emperor? What were they, with their own 7-tier status, to do in the face of such a formidable adversary? Chun turned to them and inquired whether they wished to proceed with the mission. Should they choose to abandon it, others would be dispatched to undertake the task. Although Chun was not entirely aware of Fang Yun's strength, the attitude from above indicated that he was no ordinary foe. After some contemplation, Shangguan Fan and his companions resolutely declared, we shall continue with the mission. If we truly encounter such misfortune as to face the Beast God sect's successful summoning of a 9-tier demon emperor, we shall accept it. For there is the esteemed elder Xia Kong to avenge us. The Nangong sisters and Dongfang Bai echoed their sentiment. Chun nodded and remarked, I shall not intrude any further. Farewell. Farewell, they responded. Once Chun departed, Shangguan Fan turned to Fang Yun with a smile, saying, as expected of you, Brother Fang Yun, you have uncovered significant clues in such a short span, which makes me feel quite ashamed. It was merely luck, Fang Yun replied with a smile. Ha ha. Brother Fang Yun is too modest. However, it is getting late, and we should all return to rest. We have been summoned to work late into the night. With that, the group dispersed from the Department of Abilities. What shall we do? The Xia Kingdom has noticed our movements so swiftly, and we are only a third of the way through our plan. It is all that Fang Yun's fault. Otherwise, our scheme would have surely succeeded. It is too late to lament now. What should our next steps be? Should we turn the tables and eliminate them all at once? Agreed. One figure concealed a special communication device and ambled through the streets inconspicuously. In the following days, the Xia Kingdom placed great emphasis on the actions of the Beast God sect. Many operations were intercepted before they could commence, resulting in the confiscation of numerous beast carcasses. Yet, further gains remained elusive. Have we still not extracted any useful information? The head of the Department of Abilities inquired while sifting through documents. No, they are merely low-ranking followers, unaware of the overarching plans. They act solely on orders. And even the formation of the magical arrays was executed personally by the high-ranking divine descendants of the Beast God sect, who subsequently erased the memories of those involved. Divine descent? Is that a secret technique of the White Elephant Kingdom? The beast god sect truly cannot be halted. The head fell silent for a moment before continuing. Heighten our vigilance. We must not allow the beast god sect to successfully summon the 9th-tier demon emperor. Understood. Beep beep beep. As several members of the Department of Abilities checked their phones, news of the beast god sect's latest activity emerged. Fang Yun observed the location of the sect's appearance with a knowing expression. Each individual prepared themselves, recognizing that the beast god sect would not risk exposure without having made adequate preparations, and thus, they too needed to brace for potential unforeseen developments. Xiaoya, you should stay home, he finally said. When the crowd had dispersed, Fang Yun turned to Ling Xiaoya and said, I have already attained the status of a level 7 ability user. I can protect myself. Moreover, you once promised to take me with you wherever you go. Fang Yun, gazing at the aggrieved Ling Xiaoya, gently reassured her, just this once, it will be the last time. From now on, I will always bring you along, I swear. Ling Xiaoya, pouting as she embraced Fang Yun, replied, all right then. Once the group was prepared, they set off towards their destination, with Fang Yun holding Ling Xiaoya's hand as they soared towards the location of the beast god sect. Meanwhile, the true Ling Xiaoya was with Lu Yu, silently praying for the success of their journey. The SS level ability, puppet technique. This time, Fang Yun did not rush to the destination, as the site of the beast god sect's emergence was near Jiang City. Upon seeing Jiang City, Fang Yun realized that the beast god sect was targeting him. Being connected to the Federation, they must have been aware that although he was a level 8 ability user, he possessed the combat strength of a peak level 8. Thus, it was likely that there were multiple peak level 8 adversaries awaiting him, and perhaps even a level 9 demon emperor in the worst-case scenario. Yet, as Fang Yun gazed at his substantial system value of over 3 trillion, he felt uncertain about his potential ascension to level 9, but believed that reaching peak level 8 would be trivial. He hoped for a more formidable catch this time, ideally. A level 9 demon emperor would be perfect to test if he could withstand the might of such a foe at peak level 8. When the group arrived, they found a throng encircling a crimson energy barrier. Inside, members of the beast god sect, clad in black, knelt towards the center, where stood a distinctive figure among them. Though similarly attired, his presence was far more commanding than the others. Upon seeing Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya approach, he smiled and remarked, the main character has finally arrived. I was beginning to grow impatient. The crowd's attention shifted to Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya, including Li Hu, the commander of Jiang City's forces. Fang Yun, unperturbed, addressed the gathered onlookers, you may leave now. The crowd hesitated, and one ventured to speak, my lord, this beast god sect is unlike any before. There may be unknown conspiracies at play, and we could potentially assist. Fang Yun shook his head, reiterating, rest assured, we have anticipated this situation. Although they wished to argue further, Li Hu interjected, withdraw, do not impede the Lord's endeavors. After speaking, he reflected on Fang Yun's transformation, marveling at how much he had surpassed expectations, despite having seen it on television. Witnessing it firsthand was still hard to believe. Li Hu understood Fang Yun's methods. Since he had requested their departure, there must be a reason behind it. Once the crowd had exited, only Fang Yun and a few members of his team remained. Truly the unparalleled genius of Xia country, so confident, one remarked. Fang Yun, indifferent to the comment, focused his attention on the crimson energy barrier before him. The peculiar disciple remained unfazed, muttering to himself, do you think the simultaneous downfall of a prodigy like you and the elemental empress in the Xia kingdom would not be catastrophic? For a moment, Fang Yun, taken aback, regarded him with disdain, retorting, do you believe that you can vanquish us relying solely on this tortoise shell? Huh. I hope you maintain that confidence. However, allow me to surprise you first, attack. As his words hung in the air, the Nangong sisters and Dongfang Bai, who had encircled Ling Xiaoya unbeknownst to her, launched their assault, overwhelming her as if she had not reacted at all. Ha! What do you think, prodigy of the Xia kingdom? Fang Yun appeared momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. Shengwan Fan, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, what are you doing? The three assailants began to sense something amiss as Ling Xiaoya's figure vanished without a trace. Suddenly, they turned their gazes toward Fang Yun. It was then that he spoke slowly. I initially suspected Shengwan Fan was the traitor, but it turns out to be the three of you. Shengwan Fan must merely be naive. Nangong Shui glared at Fang Yun, her expression darkening. How did you discover this? While distracting Fang Yun, they intended to join forces with the beast god cult, only to find themselves immobilized, as if fixed in the void. Before my arrival, you had no discernible movements. The aircraft provided by the research department went unused. Are you truly incompetent, or is there something sinister afoot? The Xia Kingdom would not dispatch mere inept individuals for such tasks. The trio's expressions darkened, as did Shangguan Fan's. Fang Yun's words not only criticized Nangong Shui and her companions, but also rebuked Shangguan Fan himself. If the three of them were indeed treacherous, did that not render him a fool as well? Although uncertain why Shangguan Fan refrained from utilizing the aircraft, it seemed inconsequential now. Turning his gaze toward the peculiar disciple encased in the luminous barrier, Fang Yun continued with a mocking demeanor. Is this your idea of a surprise? Quite disappointing, I must say. The peculiar disciple, observing the unfolding scene, appeared grim and slowly declared, I underestimated you. But even so, today you shall perish here. Invoke the beast god. As the incantations of the beast god cult followers resonated beneath his feet, bloodlines emerged from beneath each disciple, connecting them to the central figure. The chanting intensified, and the disciples gradually withered away, becoming silent, leaving only the peculiar disciple to continue his incantation. What are you waiting for? Stop him! Shangguan Fan yelled at Fang Yun, simultaneously attacking the crimson barrier. Yet, Fang Yun remained motionless, silently observing the peculiar disciple's performance while dispatching the three traitors into a stupor, sending them to Jiang City for thorough interrogation. The peculiar disciple, his face twisting with rage, bellowed, Fang Yun, I will make you regret this moment. You will die here. Beast God, descend. A crimson beam of light surged upward, piercing the heavens in an instant. Waves of frenzied energy erupted from the pillar, accompanied by a unique domain that only a 9th-tier Demon Emperor could possess. The 9th-tier Demon Emperor had arrived. Chapter 70. The Spectre and the Battle with the Demon Emperor. A black fissure materialized in the void above the congregation of the special cult, and two crimson claws gripped its edges, tearing it apart with force, allowing the entire form to descend upon the blue planet. The creature bore a humanoid shape, with elongated limbs and a head resembling that of a rat, complemented by a long, trailing tail. Standing at an imposing height of 5 meters, its form appeared somewhat ethereal, suggesting it was not entirely corporeal. A spectre? Fang Yun mused as he gazed upon the figure emerging within the crimson barrier. Yet, despite being merely a spectre, the sense of oppression it exuded far surpassed that of an 8th-tier pinnacle beast by countless measures. Ha ha ha, Fang Yun. To perish at the hands of the beast god is a point of pride for you below. Alas, if only Ling Xiaoye were present. The loss of two potential figures akin to Xia Kong would surely drive the Xia Kingdom to madness. Ha ha, die, Fang Yun. The voice echoed, a whisper that materialized behind the congregation as a claw shattered the skull of a cult member before turning to gaze at Fang Yun through the crimson barrier. Meanwhile, Fang Yun prepared himself for the impending battle. System, allocate points. Ding. System value, 25 billion. 8th tier pinnacle, enhancement 80, enhancement 90. Oh. The spectre observed with interest as Fang Yun's aura transformed dramatically, curious to see what new tricks he might unveil. Fang Yun would certainly not disappoint. SSS level ability, killing intent. SSS level ability, Susanu's thunder. SSS level ability, night parade of 100 demons, enhancement 90. In this realm, I alone prevail. In an instant, Fang Yun's domain enveloped the surroundings, his appearance transforming dramatically, with blood-red hair cascading behind him. Wielding an SSS-level spear crafted by the research department, he was surrounded by a maelstrom of crimson killing intent and golden Susanu's thunder. Sinister apparitions of demons emerged behind him, glaring at the specter of the 9th-tier Demon Emperor. As Fang Yun faced the specter, the previously overwhelming sense of pressure diminished significantly, revealing to him that the specter was not an invincible entity. I never anticipated such an intriguing insect to emerge from a lower-tier planet. Yet, no matter how fascinating, you remain but an insect. As the words fell, the specter suddenly appeared behind Fang Yun, its claws slashing toward him. Fang Yun swiftly turned, using the spear to parry the attack, though the force sent him hurtling through the air. Boom! Two thunderous sounds erupted almost simultaneously throughout the realm. From a distance, Shangguan Fan finally realized that Fang Yun being struck away coincided precisely with the shattering of the crimson barrier. Fang Yun examined the spear in his grasp, now bearing a slight fissure. Feeling the force reverberate through the weapon, A manic grin spread across his face as he declared, "A ninth-tier demon emperor? Is that all there is to it?" Upon uttering those words, he transformed into a radiant lightning bolt intertwined with crimson and gold, charging towards the phantom. The phantom, observing Fang Yun's audacity to initiate an assault, smirked slightly, its aura intensifying. In an instant, the phantom vanished from sight, replaced by a brilliant fusion of gold and red light, followed by a resounding roar emanating from within. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows. After tentatively withstanding a strike from the phantom, Fang Yun felt a surge of confidence and unleashed his full regenerative power, disregarding the phantom's onslaught. The injuries adorning Fang Yun's form healed almost instantaneously. Although the consumption of his supernatural abilities was significantly greater than usual, he remained unconcerned, reveling in the boundless nature of his powers. Gradually, the phantom sensed something amiss. Why could this insignificant creature not be vanquished? Its attacks appeared ineffective. How could this be? Though merely a projection, it possessed the stature of a ninth-tier entity, capable of overwhelming lower-tier beings effortlessly. It was inconceivable that its strikes would not yield results. Even if the creature possessed regenerative abilities, it could not possibly have such an abundance of powers to squander. Impossible. Fang Yun, too, felt a twinge of frustration. While he could endure the phantom's assaults through his regenerative prowess, his own strikes were ineffectual. Each attempt to land a blow was thwarted by an invisible barrier surrounding the phantom, reminiscent of the protective shield around Artoria, yet fundamentally distinct. The phantom's barrier was a divine safeguard granted by the universe after the complete liberation of its existence, whereas Artoria's shield relied upon the power of her sheath. With a thunderous crash, both combatants retreated, eyeing one another warily. The phantom appeared slightly more ethereal, while Fang Yun remained largely unscathed aside from some tattered clothing, his aura unwavering at its zenith. "You, insect, seem unlike any other I've encountered. I find myself reluctant to slay you. Instead, allow me to capture you and delve into the mysteries that reside within you." With that, a surge of crimson light erupted from the phantom, revealing a grotesque piece of armor resembling a mouse's head, enveloping the phantom. This armor, like the phantom itself, was not corporeal, yet its presence amplified the phantom's aura significantly. Fang Yun was compelled to inquire why the phantom spoke in the language of the Blue Star, specifically that of the Summer Kingdom. Yet it was evident that the phantom would remain silent. Adorned in the sacred armor, the phantom's attacks grew increasingly formidable, while Fang Yun's expenditure of supernatural abilities surged, resulting in a notable decrease in his offensive frequency as he focused on defending against the phantom's relentless strikes. The phantom's claws became a blur, transforming the entire apparition into a swirling mass of bloodlight, encircling Fang Yun and inflicting wounds upon him, only for them to quickly heal anew. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, why won't you fall?" The phantom, initially composed and poised, soon descended into a state of frantic desperation. The exertion from invoking the sacred armor had taken a toll far greater than usual, and the apparition was on the verge of collapsing. Yet, before him stood Fang Yun, seemingly unfazed, his presence unwavering except for the occasional wounds he inflicted upon the phantom, which healed almost instantaneously. However, it was evident that the newly acquired SSS-grade spear could not withstand much more of the strain. Crack! After fending off another assault from the phantom, the spear in Fang Yun's grasp shattered, fissures snaking along its length. He stowed away the remnants of his weapon and clenched his fists, preparing to counter the phantom's menacing claws. The collision of fist and claw erupted in a flash of crimson light, only for the wound on his fist to heal almost immediately. The phantom could no longer endure, retreating to create distance, its form appearing even more ethereal. "Excellent, splendid," it snarled, its visage twisted with fury. "Insect, you have successfully provoked my ire. Soon you shall witness the true power of a ninth-tier powerhouse." With that proclamation, the phantom closed its eyes, extending its hands before its chest, as a crimson glow began to coalesce between them. The entire figure transformed, merging into a radiant surge of red energy. Realizing the adversary was about to unleash a formidable attack, Fang Yun attempted to intervene, only to find himself immobilized, as if ensnared in place, forced to endure the oncoming assault. His expression turned wild as his extraordinary abilities surged forth, coalescing into a golden-red brilliance at his chest. As the phantom vanished, a crimson orb hovered in midair, accompanied by a voice echoing through the void. Ultimate technique, blood world. The crimson sphere detonated, unleashing a wave of red light that spread outward, saturating everything in its path. Fang Yun watched as this wave advanced toward him, his golden red orb transforming into a beam that surged forth into the blood-soaked realm. A silent resonance permeated the entire Jiang city, its inhabitants gripped by an inexplicable dread, followed by the emergence of a dual-hued glow illuminating the horizon, ultimately casting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. In an unknown dimension, a figure retracted its outstretched hand, glancing down at the scene below before departing from the spot. Fang Yun, momentarily entranced by the void before him, felt a slight motion in his body. The half that had turned crimson dissipated into the emptiness, only to regenerate through the power of super recovery. What followed was a profound realization for Fang Yun. He had narrowly escaped oblivion. The Phantom's final technique had indeed been terrifying, and he had exerted every ounce of his strength to withstand it, while the surrounding landscape lay devastated, a gaping chasm marking the earth. Observing the aftermath, he noticed a shadow encircling him, soon adorned with a black garment. Regaining his composure, he soared towards Jiang City. Meanwhile, Shangguan Fan appeared bewildered in the bustling streets of Jiang City, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What has transpired? Chapter 71, The Curtain Falls. Fang Yun once again set foot on familiar ground. In recent years, he had spent most of his time either in the imperial capital or in the land of cherry blossoms, and life in Jiang City seemed to exist solely in the recesses of his memory. The passers-by around him regarded Fang Yun with a mix of curiosity and recognition, occasionally murmuring to their companions, "Look, isn't that Fang Yun? Let me see. Indeed, it is him. I have only seen him on television before. This is my first encounter in person." Truly, Fang Yun embodies the pride of Jiang City, having not only gained admission to the Imperial University, but also secured victory in the national competition. Just look at his demeanor. It is distinctly extraordinary. With his peak-level physique, Fang Yun could clearly hear the discussions surrounding him. He occasionally greeted those around him, and when approached for photographs, he readily obliged. After all, the schemes of the Beast God sect had been thwarted, and the interrogation of the few involved would be left to the professionals. At this moment, Fang Yun found himself with a rare respite. "It has been quite a while since we last met. When I first saw you, I knew you were destined for greatness. And indeed, here you are, a second-year student, already a 7th-tier ability user. I can only imagine how formidable you have become. Truly, you are the pride of Jiang City." "The Commander-General is being overly generous. I have merely been fortunate," Fang Yun replied with a chuckle. After reminiscing for a while, Fang Yun turned his gaze to the side where Shangguan Fan stood. Fang Yun was somewhat surprised. In the midst of his battle against the 9th-tier Demon Emperor, he had completely forgotten about this individual. It appeared that Shangguan Fan had sensed the impending danger and fled. For someone at the 7th tier could not have survived the aftermath of such a confrontation unscathed. Shangguan Fan had come to understand that he must have been saved by another, though he remained unaware of the identity of his rescuer. However, upon seeing Fang Yun unscathed, he felt a wave of trepidation. The overwhelming presence of the 9th-tier Demon Emperor still lingered in his mind, making it seem as though a mere glance from that being could spell his demise. Yet here was Fang Yun, who had managed to engage the foe and emerge unharmed. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts of challenging Fang Yun, he now recognized his own folly and felt immense gratitude for the mercy shown by the formidable individual. Fang Yun's surprise at Shangguan Fan's presence was fleeting, and he soon turned to Li Hu, inquiring, "What has become of those 3 individuals?" Professor Lin Ruoshi from the Imperial University made a special trip to take them away. Li Hu responded. Fang Yun felt a sense of admiration. Professor Lin was truly industrious, always present in every situation. "I shall not intrude any further," he said as he bid farewell to Li Hu. "Young Fang, your own matters are of greater importance. We are in a tumultuous season, and the Summer Kingdom relies on your support," Li Hu reminded him. With that, Fang Yun's figure vanished from the hall, leaving Shangguan Fan at a loss for words. "Wait, I haven't gotten into the car yet." This time, Fang Yun's oversight was unintentional. He had genuinely forgotten about Shangguan Fan's presence. In a restaurant in the capital, Lin Ruoshi sat at her seat, observing Ling Xiaoye, who was seated opposite her, affectionately clutching Fang Yun's arm. She had become utterly immune to their display of affection. The results of the investigation had emerged. Nangong Yu and Nangong Shui were affiliated with the Jade Maiden sect, one of the three major heretical sects, acting as its infiltrators within the Xia kingdom. This operation had been specifically initiated to eliminate Xiaoya. From a young age, the two had been placed in an orphanage by the Jade Maiden sect, later adopted by Nangong Ju of the Nangong family, who renamed them Nangong Shui and Nangong Yu. To better conceal themselves within Xia, they refrained from practicing the sect's unique SSS-level abilities. Our investigation revealed that Nangong Ju was a male concubine of the sect's leader and had recently committed suicide. As for Dongfang Bai, he was a follower of the New World, similarly serving as an infiltrator in Xia since childhood. However, unlike the Nangong sisters, he had single-handedly risen to his current status. The overseer of this mission was also affiliated with the New World and had been apprehended by us. Through this operation, we captured the traces they left behind, effectively eliminating the majority of the infiltrators planted by the three major heretical sects, leading to a significant collapse of their foundation within Xia. After sharing this information, Lin Ruoxi took a sip of her drink, observing the two thoughtful individuals before her. Are the three major heretical sects truly that formidable, penetrating Xia to such an extent? Fang Yun inquired, puzzled. Only the sect leader possesses peak-level abilities, which seem insufficient against Xia. How could they infiltrate without the higher-ups noticing? Lin Ruoxi, somewhat resigned, replied. Though Xia is powerful, it harbors numerous internal factions. Where there are people, competition follows. At times, the three major heretical sects can serve as advantageous partners, albeit with significant risks. Not everyone is solely focused on combating monstrous beasts. Human nature is riddled with self-interest. Despite Lin Ruoxi's vague statements, the two grasped her meaning. In a vast forest, various birds exist. Not everyone acts in the interest of Xia. There are always individuals who engage in various acts to satisfy their own desires. Were it not for the watchful eyes of the esteemed Xia Kong, the current state of Xia might be quite different. What about Shangwan Fan? Fang Yun queried, puzzled. Those three are spies for the three major heretical sects. What role does Shangwan Fan play? Lin Ruoxi's expression grew somewhat peculiar before she cleared her throat and said, Our investigation revealed, after inquiries, that Shangwan Fan is neither a spy for the three major heretical sects nor any other faction. His decision to avoid using the new aircraft was purely to spend more time with Xiaoya. Upon discovering that Xiaoya was also involved in this mission, he leveraged connections to join. The spies from the New World, seeing this scenario, readily agreed and appointed him as the mission leader to facilitate his actions. This revelation left the two speechless. Whose subordinate was this? The three great heretics would likely find his actions laughable, had it been another individual. Their endeavors might not have unfolded so seamlessly. Were it not for Fang Yun's involvement, the outcome would likely not have been merely the illusion of a ninth-order demon emperor, but rather the genuine article. It was at this juncture that Fang Yun comprehended the source of Shangwan Fan's animosity. Initially presuming him to be a spy, he was taken aback to discover that he was merely a jester, which explained his inquiries regarding Fang Yun's relationship with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself, recalled how Shangwan Fan had indeed made seemingly intentional approaches toward her, yet preoccupied with either the Nangong sisters or her own rigorous training. She had remained oblivious to his true intentions. Fang Yun, observing the bewildered expression on Xiaoyu's face, nearly erupted into laughter, akin to the moment in a school reunion when a friend teases about someone's affections, while the teased inquires, "Who is that?" Amidst a swirl of emotions, Xiaoyu predominantly felt confusion. By the way, how do you plan to handle Shangwan Fan? Fang Yun inquired of Lin Ruoxi. Although Shangwan Fan was not a spy for the three great heretics, he had nonetheless obstructed their mission. Consequently, he had been assigned to the border and would likely not return unless he exhibited extraordinary performance. The severity of the higher-ups was indeed harsh, yet understandable. If not for Fang Yun, one could not dismiss the threat posed by the ninth-order demon emperor to the Xia kingdom. Xiaoyu's life might have been at stake, which made Fang Yun concur with the punishment meted out to Shangwan Fan. Upon hearing this news, Xiaoyu remained indifferent. Her sole desire was to spend quality time with her brother Fang Yun, although he had not explicitly stated it. The illusion of the ninth-order demon emperor was no trivial matter, and Fang Yun must have incurred significant costs to secure victory. She resolved to train diligently, vowing to protect her brother in the future. Chapter 72, The Dragon Family Gathering. Ding, ding. After a few leisurely days, Fang Yun was engrossed in his training within the Lin family's bedroom when his phone chimed with a message, interrupting his session. "Brother Fang, how is the matter we discussed previously?" Coincidentally, my dragon family is hosting a gathering in a few days. Do you have time to visit? The message from Long Outyin reminded Fang Yun of their prior exchanges back in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, where they had exchanged contact details. Although preoccupied with affairs concerning the Beast God sect, he had not forgotten this correspondence. With rare free time now available, he decided to accept the invitation. That evening, Fang Yun sat at the dining table with Lin Xiaoyu and her mother, sharing the news of the dragon family's gathering. Are you going? Lu Yu inquired. Fang Yun nodded, affirming, Indeed, I promised Long Outyin that I would visit the dragon family when time permitted. I shall accompany you. Despite her reservations regarding the dragon family, Xiaoyu was determined to go wherever her brother Fang Yun ventured. As it happens, the dragon family has also invited our Lin family, so let Xiaoyu represent us. Lu Yu suggested with a smile. Fang Yun, intrigued, turned to Lu Yu and asked, Aunt, do you know what the dragon family intends to achieve with this gathering? Uncertain. Lu Yu shook her head and then smiled at Ling Xiaoya beside her, saying, Perhaps this time, Xiaoya's visit to the Long family will bring some surprises. Surprises? Ling Xiaoya responded with a hint of confusion, pondering what surprises the Long family could possibly offer. However, she trusted her mother's words, which piqued her curiosity. Brother Fang truly astonishes with every encounter, Long Outyin remarked to Fang Yun, before turning to Ling Xiaoya, who was elegantly linked to Fang Yun's arm, and added with a smile, Miss Ling, you are increasingly radiant. Brother Fang is indeed fortunate, due to her role in representing the Ling family at this gathering. Ling Xiaoya was adorned in splendid attire. Her long hair was elegantly styled, revealing her graceful, fair neck. The blue off-shoulder gown she wore accentuated her slender figure, exuding an air of sophistication. With a touch of delicate makeup and a polite smile gracing her features, she resembled a snow lotus, captivating yet distant. Beside her, Fang Yun, under Ling Xiaoya's careful selection, donned a crisp white shirt paired with black dress trousers and polished leather shoes. His demeanor, enhanced by his recent ascendancy to the pinnacle of the 8th tier of ability, drew even more attention than Ling Xiaoya. As the pair entered the venue, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes drawn to the striking duo. Several young gentlemen regarded Ling Xiaoya with fervent admiration, but their gaze turned cautious when Fang Yun surveyed the room, his presence a clear indication of the formidable individual he was. At that moment, Long Outyin approached them, guiding them toward the inner sanctum of the Long family, where those wishing to meet Fang Yun awaited. Only after their departure did the gathering buzz with inquiries among friends and acquaintances about the identities of Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya. Upon learning that Ling Xiaoya was the eldest daughter of the Ling family, many were taken aback, for the Ling family was no insignificant clan, and her status was indeed prestigious. Fang Yun's identity was also revealed. Despite his 2-year absence from the limelight, his remarkable performance in the national competition 2 years prior, where he dominated to claim victory against opponents from legendary hidden families, remained vivid in the memories of those present. Indeed, most attendees belonged to prominent families, and the Long family was among the foremost in the mortal realm. Curiosity about the purpose of this gathering swirled among the guests, all awaiting the Long family's revelations. Following Long Outyin, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya walked until they paused before an unusual courtyard. During this journey, Long Outyin fell unusually silent, merely leading the way. Here we are, Brother Fang, he stated, turning to Fang Yun. I shall not enter. Those wishing to meet you await within the courtyard. You shall encounter them shortly. Until we meet again. With that, Long Outyin hastily departed, his footsteps quickening, puzzled yet accepting of their fate. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya stepped forward and pushed open the grand doors of the courtyard. In an instant, it felt as though they had entered a different realm, with a myriad of flowers and plants blossoming before their eyes. Upon closer inspection, they were all rare and extraordinary treasures, ranging from SS to D grade. However, what captivated their attention the most was the young maiden among these prodigious treasures. Her flowing black hair cascaded gracefully down her back, while her delicate lilac gown accentuated her noble demeanor. With a naturally radiant smile gracing her unadorned face, she turned to glance at Fang Yun and his companion, her expression brightening even further. At that moment, Ling Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment, Sister Lingo? The maiden strolled towards them, smiling as she addressed Ling Xiaoya. It has been years since we last met, and Xiaoya, you have grown more beautiful. I wonder whom you will enchant in the future. She cast a deliberate glance at Fang Yun as she spoke. It truly was Sister Ling, Ling Xiaoya finally understood the surprise that Lu Yu had mentioned. Fang Yun, observing the approaching maiden, was equally astonished, not only by her beauty but also by her formidable prowess. As she walked, it seemed as though the very heavens rejoiced at her arrival. Fang Yun had only witnessed such a scene once before, during the manifestation of a ninth-order demon emperor specter. Although the maiden had not yet reached the ninth order, she was tantalizingly close, standing on the threshold of that realm. With only a single foot lingering in the eighth order, the desire to ascend to the ninth order appeared to be merely a thought away. Yet, it remained a mystery as to why she had not yet progressed. Previously, Fang Yun had only heard whispers of the name of Ling Xiaoya's brother, but now, witnessing her beauty and strength in person, he understood the saying that heroes emerge from youth. The maiden remarked in admiration, evidently recognizing Fang Yun's prowess. At such a tender age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the eighth order and had even vanquished the specter of a ninth-order demon emperor. After a moment of reflection, she turned to Fang Yun and said, "Speaking of which, I have yet to introduce myself properly. I am Long Linger, the elder sister of Long Outyin and the current head of the Long family." "The head of the Long family? Oh dear, Fang Yun, you need not be so formal. You may simply call me Sister Linger, just as Xiaoya does," Long Linger replied with a warm smile. "By the way, Sister Ling, since you are the head of the Long family, why did you previously allow Long Outyin to marry into the Ling family?" Ling Xiaoya inquired, her cheeks slightly puffed in curiosity. Long Linger gently ruffled Ling Xiaoya's hair and replied, "Initially, I was unaware of this matter. It was a decision made unilaterally by a deputy head of the Long family. I only became aware of it when Long Outyin mentioned it to me. Due to certain special agreements, I typically remain in this courtyard, and as for that deputy head..." Long Linger paused briefly before continuing with a smile. "He is currently residing at the border, likely to spend his days in retirement." Ling Xiaoya and Fang Yun finally grasped the entirety of the situation, and Fang Yun understood the implication of what Ling Zhan had said regarding someone handling the matter. It seemed that Uncle was privy to some of the inner workings of the Long family. "How did you and Xiaoya come to know each other?" Fang Yun inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Long Linger chuckled softly before responding, "I also attended the gathering when Xiaoya returned to the imperial capital. It was at that very gathering that we became acquainted. However, I did not attend as a representative of the Long family, so Xiaoya was unaware of my true identity." Fang Yun finally understood and proceeded to inquire about the reason behind the Dragon family patriarch's desire to meet him. Long Linger observed Fang Yun for a moment before responding. Though Long Outyin may not be deemed a genius, he is certainly not someone whom just anyone can defeat. As his sister, I am naturally curious to meet someone who outshines my brother. I have also heard that your younger brother shares an extraordinary bond with Xiao Yu, which makes the meeting all the more essential. It seems that the intention to meet me is not solely for the sake of my brother, but rather to assess Xiao Yu's interests." Fang Yun chuckled helplessly and asked, "What was the patriarch's impression after the meeting?" Long Linger rested her chin on her hand, a light laugh escaping her lips as she replied, "So far, the impression is quite favorable. As for what happens next, it will depend on your performance, dear Fang Yun." With a smile, Fang Yun assured her, "I will certainly not disappoint you, Sister Ling." Dear Fang Yun, you are indeed intriguing. I shall eagerly await your display." She responded with a giggle. Chapter 73. Yi Wushuang. After exiting the small courtyard, the two followed a butler-like figure toward the gathering venue. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the venue as well. Once everyone had assembled, the peak-level 8th-tier acting head of the Dragon family announced the purpose of the gathering. Due to the recent aggressive actions of the Beast God sect, the Summer Kingdom was preparing to conduct a thorough investigation of the personnel within the country. However, with the tense situation at the borders, they were short-staffed and required each prominent family to send their extraordinary abilities to guard the borders. Instantly, the crowd erupted in discussion, with some expressing their dissatisfaction. "We send personnel to the borders every year, and there are barely enough members remaining in our families. Now, you expect us to send even more? How can we manage that?" The crowd turned their attention to the audacious speaker, bemused by the claim that only a tenth remained in their families, though the sentiment was misdirected. Despite some dissenting voices, the majority remained silent. Since the Dragon family had made their stance clear, it was wiser for the others not to stand out. Observing the varied reactions, the acting head of the Dragon family stated, "I am merely informing you of this matter. Whether or not you choose to act is entirely up to you. Our Dragon family will dispatch a contingent to the borders." With the dragon family's declaration, representatives from the other prominent families began to voice their agreement. Our Li family will also send personnel to the borders. The same goes for the Zhou family. Indeed, we too will comply. Most of the families expressed their willingness to send personnel to the borders, as opposing the request would be futile. Elder Xia Kong would not entertain lengthy discussions on the matter. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. When did your dragon family become the lapdogs of Xia Kong? Everyone in the venue turned toward the entrance, where 6 youthful figures strode in, one of whom disdainfully cast aside a dragon family guard. The speaker was the leading youth. Our dragon family is a proud entity of the Summer Kingdom. In times of difficulty, we must certainly contribute our efforts. The acting head of the dragon family replied with measured calmness. Oh, what a commendable stance for the dragon family of the Summer Kingdom, came the retort. The leading youth chuckled and remarked, "It seems that your dragon family has forgotten the events of over 20 years ago. Shall I help you recall them? Yi Wushuang, this is not your Yi family. Do not act so recklessly here." Dragon Outyin retorted, addressing the young man. Yi Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded Dragon Outyin, a smile gracing his lips. "Isn't this the little brat who used to follow your sister around? How bold you are to speak to me in such a manner now that you have grown up. How dare you mention my sister?" Dragon Outyin scoffed. Defeated subordinates should refrain from such grandiloquence. Yi Wudi interjected, standing behind Yi Wushuang, facing Dragon Outyin. The onlookers at the venue refrained from joining the fray, each opting to become mere spectators. One entity was the renowned dragon family, while the other was an unknown who looked down upon them. To involve themselves in this altercation would likely lead to their demise. It was far wiser to remain silent and observe. Indeed, defeated subordinates should not engage in such brazen proclamations. The crowd turned their heads in unison towards the source of the voice, curious about the arrival of another speaker. It was Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya, who approached the gathering, and it was Fang Yun's words that echoed earlier. Yi Wudi's face flushed a deep shade of crimson upon seeing Fang Yun, anxiety bubbling within him. What is he doing here? Yi Wushuang regarded Fang Yun with interest, and upon glimpsing Ling Xiaoya, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there truly such unparalleled beauty in this world? Such a person must belong to me. Whether it is this enchanting maiden or Long Linger, they are all mine. May I inquire the name of this fair lady? Yi Wushuang disregarded Fang Yun, addressing Ling Xiaoya with a charming smile. Ling Xiaoya maintained her indifferent demeanor, completely ignoring Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang felt no embarrassment in this disregard. After all, a beautiful woman possesses her own character. He believed that upon learning of his identity, her attitude would surely change. As he noticed Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya linked arm in arm, he finally cast a discerning gaze at Fang Yun. "And who might you be, daring to intervene in matters concerning our 5 great families?" Fang Yun glanced at the 5 familiar figures behind Yi Wudi and could not suppress a chuckle. They were indeed the 5 participants from the national competition 2 years prior. Yi Wushuang's expression darkened as he observed Fang Yun's smile. A formidable aura, characteristic of a peak 8th tier ability user, subtly enveloped the entire venue. The attendees gazed at Yi Wushuang in astonishment. How can one so young already possess peak 8th tier strength? No wonder he has the audacity to stand against the dragon family. His background must be astonishing. Those aware of the 5 great families were not surprised. It was precisely because of their understanding of these families that they comprehended the fearsome nature of their influence. Huh. Fang Yun chuckled lightly, observing the pressure emanating from Yi Wushuang. Having just witnessed Long Linger dismiss this unknown individual, he mused. Do you truly believe that being at the peak of the 8th tier grants you the right to act with such arrogance? The crowd stared in shock as they recognized that Fang Yun also exuded the aura of a peak 8th tier user. Wait, my friend. You too are at the peak of the 8th tier? What sort of day is this, that all manner of talents converge here? Yi Wushuang's pupils constricted slightly, clearly astonished by the scene before him, while the 5 individuals behind him gazed at Fang Yun in utter disbelief. 2 years prior, Fang Yun was merely at the 7th tier, yet now he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Who could achieve such advancement? Yi Wushuang himself was still striving to break through the 8th tier. Those unfamiliar with Fang Yun were left in shock at his prowess, while those who were aware of his capabilities felt as though they were witnessing a miracle, as if he transcended normal human limits. Is this the confidence that emboldens you to oppose me? Regrettably, I do not regard a peak 8th tier individual as a threat. Suppressing his astonishment, Yi Wushuang disdainfully addressed Fang Yun. Did you come here merely to quarrel? At that moment, The acting head of the Long family spoke to Yi Wushuang and his companions. Upon hearing the words of the acting head, Yi Wushuang cast a deep glance at Fang Yun before responding, "Certainly not. We have come because in 1 month, the 5 great families will officially reveal themselves. We hope everyone present will grace us with their attendance. Of course, if the Long family wishes to join us, we would warmly welcome you, as we have shared both trials and triumphs together. Ha ha ha." With that, Yi Wushuang and his companions departed from the Long family estate. Yet this journey did not unfold as they had anticipated. The unexpected variable of Fang Yun thwarted their intentions to establish dominance, let alone draw out the true decision-maker of the Long family, Long Ling-er. Damn it, who was that audacious brat? After leaving the Long family, Yi Wushuang could no longer contain his fury and inquired of his companions. "Elder brother, he is the Fang Yun I mentioned to you earlier," Yi Wudi replied. His head bowed and voice low. Fang Yun? Did you not say he was at the 7th tier? How has he now reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier? Yi Wushuang questioned Yi Wudi. 2 years ago, he was indeed at the 7th tier during the national competition. I later heard he traveled to the Sakura nation, and little information about him emerged until his appearance today, revealing he has reached the peak of the 8th tier, Yi Wudi replied, equally incredulous. His own progress from the 7th tier to the peak of the 7th tier over the past 2 years felt significant, yet he found himself overwhelmed by Fang Yun's presence. Reminiscent of his feelings during the national competition, Yi Wushuang recognized that his brother would not deceive him regarding such matters. Although the leap from 7th tier to peak 8th tier was extraordinary, he was not an ordinary peak 8th tier ability user. He was a member of one of the 5 great families, a peak 8th tier adept in his own right. What right did a mere worldly individual have to challenge someone with a heritage of several centuries? Not to mention that the Yi family boasted an ancestor who was a 9th tier ability user. Fang Yun, merely a fortunate lad, destined to be trampled beneath my feet one day, and the beautiful woman by his side would ultimately comprehend who her true destiny lies with. Chapter 74. Return to the border. The departure of Yi Wushuang and his companions did not disrupt the gathering, as knowledge of hidden families was still scarce among the masses. Perhaps after today, more would become aware, yet the center of attention remained firmly on Fang Yun. In private discussions, details regarding Fang Yun were swiftly disseminated among the attendees. Fang Yun, a senior at the Imperial Capital University, has already attained a status comparable to that of the university's president, Xiajia. Such an extraordinary individual ascending to the 9th tier seems inevitable. It can be asserted that Fang Yun is not merely an apex 8th tier ability user, but rather a prospective 9th tier adept. This revelation sparked admiration in the eyes of many young and beautiful women present, who cast envious glances at Ling Xiaoya beside him, wishing it were themselves in her place. Ling Xiaoya maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally, she was brimming with elation, reveling in the excellence of her partner that left the others in awe. Fang Yun, slightly puzzled by Ling Xiaoya's sudden exuberance, was met with her radiant smile in response to his inquisitive gaze. Truly, Fang was remarkable. Merely a hint of his potential captivated the entire audience. Observing the world-class beauties, it was evident they would eagerly flock to him at the slightest beckon. Long Outyin approached the pair with a grin, remarking, "They certainly would." To which Ling Xiaoya graciously maintained her smile, managing to utter, "Of course, they would." She continued, "And you, dear sir, are not insignificant yourself. You and Fang Yun truly embody a match made in heaven. Why are you, the host, here instead of engaging with them?" Fang Yun inquired, casting a glance at Long Outyin. Not being from a prominent family and unfamiliar with the attendees, he preferred to remain in the corner with Ling Xiaoya, savoring the delectable offerings. Long Outyin, as the heir of the Long family, should have been mingling with others in the main hall, rather than lingering in the shadows. Those matters are best left to the elders in our families. We young folk attend gatherings for enjoyment and to broaden our social circles, he replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards a distant group. Fang Yun followed Long Outyin's gaze, spotting a cluster of young men and women animatedly discussing something, occasionally glancing in the direction of the trio. However, Fang Yun found little interest in such trivialities. He believed that meaningful dialogue should be reserved for the influential figures of their families, rather than the young scions and maidens present. As for Ling Xiaoya, she had always been one to befriend others by fate. For instance, her relationship with her classmate Li Xiang flourished due to their shared desk and Li Xiang's own merits. Consequently, she often eschewed such gatherings, preferring to retreat into seclusion. But this time, she accompanied Fang Yun. The trio shared a moment of silence, indulging in the culinary delights before them. Those wishing to engage in conversation hesitated, respecting the atmosphere, and thus the gathering concluded in this manner. Fang Yun, what are your thoughts on Yi Wushuang's news about the 5 prominent families making their official appearance in a month? Long Outyan asked after the gathering. Not interested. It bears no relevance to me, Fang Yun replied. Long Outyan chuckled. Only someone like you could afford to dismiss the 5 great families so casually. Fang Yun could not deny this. He feared nothing below the 9th tier, with the esteemed elder Xia Kong keeping watch. He had no reason to believe any harm would come to him. The reputation of the foremost ability user in Blue Star was not simply fabricated. With your sister in the Long family, are you really afraid of the 5 great families? Long Outyan lamented, my elder sister's situation is rather unique. She seldom makes public appearances. Thus, the 5 great families pose a significant threat to us, especially given our historical grievances with them. Fang Yun had long heard whispers of these grievances, but remained unaware of the full story. In response to Fang Yun's curiosity, Long Outyan dejectedly remarked, it would be best if my elder sister explained it to you herself. This only piqued Fang Yun's interest further. Beside him, Ling Xiaoya also regarded Long Outyan with curiosity. However, since he had suggested that, he could inquire about it the next time he encountered Long Linger. For now, they had matters to attend to at the border. Director Meng Jiqing observed the two with a somewhat dazed expression. Was this the surprise that Cici had mentioned last night? Surely it was not mere astonishment. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had captured Director Meng's attention. Regaining her composure, Meng Jiqing cleared her throat and addressed them. You have arrived at a fortuitous time. Recently, the northern beasts have been stirring restlessly, and we may soon face a large-scale conflict. Your presence has alleviated the pressing crisis at the northern border. A large-scale conflict? Indeed, the timing is apt, Fang Yun mused, as he required substantial system points to facilitate his breakthrough to the 9th tier. Do you wish to lead your own troops? Meng Jiqing inquired. As a peak 8th tier ability user, he stood on par with leaders from various departments, making it reasonable for him to command troops. It would be unusual for someone of his caliber to lack a dedicated team. No, I prefer to operate independently, Fang Yun declined. Very well. Then you shall serve as a flexible operative, deploying wherever support is needed. How does that sound? Good. This arrangement suited Fang Yun well. And what about me? Ling Xiaoya interjected, feeling overlooked. Your team remains stationed at the border. You will continue as captain, Meng Jiqing informed her. All right. Although Ling Xiaoya wished to stay with Fang Yun, she acquiesced to Meng Jiqing's plan, acknowledging the dangers of the border, especially with the Demon Emperor's awakening imminent. Thus, the two remained stationed at the northern border, where Ling Xiaoya's deliberately forgotten moniker once again echoed through the region. As Fang Yun unleashed his SSS tier ability, Night Parade of 100 Demons, he paid little heed thereafter. All 8th tier beasts attempting to flee met their demise, powerless against the onslaught of spirits. Watching Ling Xiaoya wreak havoc among the 7th tier beasts, Fang Yun marveled at her prowess, for she truly embodied the title of Elemental Empress. Absolute Zero, Vast Desolation, the magic conduit light destruction cannon, and the thunder of Susanoo. All manner of extraordinary abilities flourished in Ling Xiaoya's hands, inflicting unbearable torment upon the 7th tier demon beasts. The sheer force she wielded was unparalleled. Meanwhile, her teammates performed their respective roles with precision, as the 5 of them dominated the battlefield of the 7th tier. However, upon encountering Fang Yun, they realized what true invincibility meant. Although this particular demon beast assault was not extensive, it still boasted over 100 8th tier demon beasts. Typically, it was the 8th tier ability users who engaged in protracted battles against them, retreating only after the lower tier beasts had been decimated. Yet now, Fang Yun single-handedly swept through the entire 8th tier battlefield. The usually resilient 8th tier demon beasts appeared as fragile as their lower tier counterparts under Fang Yun's onslaught, falling one after another at a pace surpassing that of Ling Xiaoya's slaughter of the 7th tier beasts. The other 8th tier ability users watched from the city walls, their faith in life beginning to waver. Who was this formidable individual brought forth by Minister Meng? Slaying 8th tier beasts with the ease of dispatching poultry, did that not imply that their own lives might be extinguished with equal ease? This realization instilled in the 8th tier ability users a profound sense of caution, a desire to avoid provoking this formidable figure lest they meet a fate akin to those demon beasts. This wave of beasts culminated in their total annihilation, with none escaping the deadly grasp of Fang Yun's domain. It marked an unprecedented complete extermination of demon beasts after many years. Chapter 75. Confrontation at the 9th tier. The more than 108th tier demon beasts yielded merely over 5 billion system points to Fang Yun, a paltry sum by her current standards. The system value required for advancing to the 9th tier left her questioning if she had misread the figures. The war ended in overwhelming victory for the Xia nation, with no casualties and an abundance of over 108th tier demon beast corpses, a substantial resource to replenish their stock. Well done, Meng Jiqing remarked, observing Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya. In the blink of an eye, you've surpassed us old-timers. It's impossible to deny that it is already your era. Fang Yun merely smiled at Meng Jiqing's words. Knowing that her true era would only begin upon reaching the 9th tier, she still had a way to go. In the ensuing period, each demon beast assault concluded with total annihilation. The frequency of attacks diminished, prompting the border guards to cheer loudly, heralding Fang Yun as Lord Fang, which provided Ling Xiaoya, often teased by Fang Yun's titles, an opportunity to retort sharply. Minister Meng, where is the Frost Wolf Emperor currently located? Fang Yun inquired upon entering Meng Jiqing's office. The markedly reduced frequency and quality of demon beast assaults had also curtailed Fang Yun's gains. Eager to advance swiftly, she sought to take the initiative, confident in her ability to traverse the demon territory, provided she did not encounter the Beast Emperor. You wish to take the offensive? Meng Jiqing discerned Fang Yun's intentions. While others might not entertain such a perilous notion, it was entirely reasonable given Fang Yun's formidable strength. The Frost Wolf Emperor lies at a considerable distance from our great Xia. However, for beings of the 9th tier, distance poses no obstacle, should they desire. The entirety of Blue Star could fall within their range of attack. If one wishes to take the initiative, it is prudent to remain more than 200 kilometers away from the northern borders, an area that is not enveloped by the domain of the Summer Sky Sovereign. Understood. Thank you, Minister Meng. Fang Yun departed from Meng Jiqing's office and positioned himself atop the city wall, where Ling Xiaoya stood by his side. 200 kilometers, is it? After imparting a few words of caution to Ling Xiaoya, Fang Yun vanished from the wall. Ling Xiaoya gazed out at the desolate wilderness beyond the city walls, saying little. Yet she held unwavering faith in her brother Fang Yun. Ever since he ventured into the region of the northern borders overrun by demonic beasts, there had not been a single attack from these creatures, bestowing a long-awaited peace upon the border guards, who expressed profound gratitude toward Fang Yun for this newfound tranquility, their respect for him nearly surpassing that for the 8th tier pinnacle abilities leader of the northern border. This fellow is truly extraordinary, having resided in the territory of the demonic beasts for over a month, and yet he has brought more than a month of peace to the northern borders, achieving what we have long been unable to accomplish. Indeed, those little ones were not mistaken. Fang Yun truly deserves the title of sovereign. A few 8th tier pinnacle abilities users stood upon the city wall, reflecting upon the wilderness beyond, with Meng Jiqing among them. At that moment, a towering pillar of blood erupted into the sky at the horizon, its overwhelming force palpable even atop the border ramparts. What is that? The onlookers were both astonished and familiar with the sight of the blood pillar, until someone finally spoke its name. Bloodlust. How many demonic beasts must be slain to conjure such a terrifying pillar? At that very instant, Fang Yun stood at the center of the blood pillar, experiencing the profound transformation of the bloodlust within him. The soaring column was merely the tip of the iceberg of the murderous intent surging within. Throughout the past month, Fang Yun relentlessly sought out demonic beasts, slaying any he encountered, regardless of their tier. The lower tier beasts could cultivate bloodlust, while the 8th tier beasts not only cultivated bloodlust, but also garnered system values. This spate of slaughter resulted in the eradication of all demonic beasts within a 200-kilometer radius. Indeed, they had been completely exterminated, with the corpses before him representing the final remnants. Aside from a few beasts that sensed impending doom and fled into the confines of the Summer Sky Sovereign's domain, all others lay buried beneath the soil of the Summer Kingdom. Fang Yun did not waste the corpses of high-tier beasts. They were all collected into his spatial treasury. Great ability, spatial treasury. The capacity of the spatial treasury vastly exceeds that of a storage ring. However, the storage ring was a gift from Xiaoya, and thus he intended to preserve it carefully, reserving it solely for valuable items, while more mundane possessions found their way into the spatial treasury. Once the transformation of bloodlust within him was complete, the soaring blood pillar merged into Fang Yun's being. This operation could be deemed remarkably successful for the foreseeable future. The demonic beasts would likely lack the audacity to venture a single step into the territory of the Summer Kingdom. It was time to return. In a fleeting moment, Fang Yun vanished from his original position, hastening towards the border. This operation promised an extraordinary yield of 100 billion, marking it as the most lucrative endeavor aside from the border skirmish with the Sakura nation. It was the limited number of demon beasts that restrained Fang Yun. Otherwise, his gains would have been even greater. Upon reaching the Great Wall, he had barely time to greet his comrades when an ominous warning surged through him, alerting him to a looming threat. A colossal iceberg hurtled towards the Great Wall from the horizon. What could it be? The border guards gazed in confusion at the immense shadow overhead, while the peak-tier 8th grade ability users howled in unison. Defend quickly. Fang Yun, recognizing the iceberg was aimed directly at him, hastily activated the SSS-level ability he had mastered since arriving at the border, Sky Control. An ethereal wall materialized above the Great Wall, which was soon followed by multiple layers of illusory barriers stacking upon one another. In an instant, the iceberg loomed overhead, colliding violently with the spectral fortifications. The sound of cracking echoed, as if the virtual walls were mere sheets of paper being pierced through. This formidable defensive technique was executed by the most powerful 8th grade ability user from Blue Star, yet against this iceberg, it seemed utterly feeble. Understanding that Sky Control alone would not suffice, Fang Yun unleashed his transformed intent to kill, augmented by a 90 enhancement, continuously deploying various abilities as he charged towards the iceberg. Fang Yun. The onlookers atop the wall could only watch in horror as he rushed towards the impending doom. The iceberg had appeared too swiftly, leaving most unable to react, and even the peak-tier 8th grade users, wishing to assist, found themselves incapacitated by the chilling aura emanating from the iceberg, which would only hinder Fang Yun's efforts. A thunderous roar erupted as a cerulean wave of energy surged above the border wall, followed by a crimson flash that pierced through the iceberg, shattering it into fragments. Fang Yun found himself enveloped in a thin layer of ice, an extraordinary force shielding him, rendering the ice nearly indestructible. The intent to kill surged violently within him, releasing a wave of lethal energy. With a resounding explosion, the ice shattered, and Fang Yun's body erupted in a mist of blood, only to heal swiftly under the influence of his regenerative abilities. With a sigh of relief, Fang Yun gazed towards the origin of the iceberg, knowing that such a formidable attack could only be wielded by one demon beast, the Frost Wolf Emperor. Indeed, as the Dream Minister had foretold, distance was no barrier for a 9th-tier entity. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the danger they had just witnessed, a silver blade streaked across the sky, soaring towards the distant horizon. The Summer Sky Elder had made his move. Chapter 76. 2 years. The outcome of the Summer Sky Elder's intervention remained unknown to the crowd, as the Frost Wolf Emperor was too distant. However, this marked the first confrontation between a human exceeding limits and the awakened Demon Emperor since its resurgence. The impact of this clash on the inevitable confrontation between 9th-tier Demon Emperors and 9th-tier ability users was uncertain, yet preparations for the worst must be made. In a moment, the astonishment of the crowd at the fact that Fang Yun could withstand an attack from the Frost Wolf Sovereign without significant injury was overshadowed by the gravity of the situation. Each individual wore a serious expression as they vanished from the city walls, preparing for the impending war. War-grade weaponry was deployed, inspections were conducted, and domestic resources were redirected towards the borders. Various resources, typically spared, were now mobilized, causing the entire Xia nation, or rather the whole Blue Star, to tense in response to this encounter. It felt as though trouble had been stirred. Fang Yun turned to Meng Jiqing, who remained on the city wall, and offered a bitter smile. Meng Jiqing shot him a glance, exasperated, and replied, "Enough. This battle is inevitable. Must we allow the demon beasts to assault us? To slay our people, while we do nothing in return? What kind of logic is that?" Fang Yun understood this rationale, yet he felt a measure of pressure knowing that the turmoil had originated from his actions. If he were the 9th-tier ability user, the Frost Wolf Sovereign would dare to act so recklessly? It would simply strip the wolf skin from his back. Therefore, the only course was to continue fighting, to slay until he ascended to prominence. Since the facade of diplomacy had been shattered, the Xia nation ceased its pretense. The other two borders began to retaliate fiercely. Although they could not level the northern border as Fang Yun had, The casualties among the demon beasts were significantly greater than before, temporarily halting their assaults. A standoff ensued between the Xia nation and the demon beasts, with both sides entrenched at the nation's borders. Other nations maintained their usual demeanor. The demon beasts attacked as they pleased, while their military observed the unfolding events between the Xia nation and the beasts with a detached interest. Lacking the confidence that the Xia nation possessed, within an unknown palace, a sense of agitation permeated the air. Those humans are utterly audacious. Not only have they slaughtered countless of our kin, but in the northern border of the Xia nation, 99% of the 8th-tier demon beasts have perished. The old wolf's attempt to teach that boy a lesson was met with severe injury from Xia Kong. If we do not show them the might of our demon race, where will our dignity reside? A figure, surrounded by over 20 phantoms, spoke vehemently. However, the others did not echo his sentiments, but rather turned their gaze towards the man at the forefront. Unlike the rest, he was not a mere phantom. 2 black dragon horns protruded from his forehead, one of which was only half its length, as if severed by some force. Leaning back in his chair, one hand propped against his cheek, his eyes were half closed, listening to the words of the phantoms below. Feeling the collective gaze of the demons upon him, the man casually remarked, "Wait, my lord." The speaking phantom was about to continue, but the man's gaze flicked towards it, his radiant golden eyes locking onto the figure. He slowly spoke, "The game has not yet begun. If you cannot wait, feel free to return. If this matter disrupts our enjoyment, I shall tear you apart." The phantom lowered its head, silenced. Observing this, the man nonchalantly scanned the gathered demons and waved his hand, saying, "Dismissed." One by one, the phantoms faded into darkness. The man squinted and murmured, "Xia Kong, I wonder if you have continued to progress over the years. If not, this may well be your demise." The various factions within the Xia kingdom were taken aback by the actions of the revered elder Xia Kong, particularly the 5 prominent families who had only recently emerged from their seclusion. They nearly retreated into hiding once more, each one cursing the individual who had initially spread the news. How could they have discerned that elder Xia Kong was faltering? Was this truly a sign of weakness? Ultimately, the 5 families mustered their resolve and chose not to retreat into obscurity again. However, their members adopted a more discreet demeanor, refraining from revealing their identities for fear of attracting attention. One day, Fang Yun was summoned to Meng Jiqing's office, where he encountered a familiar face he had not seen in quite some time, Principal Xia. Fang Yun was somewhat astonished. During his 4 years at university, he had seldom crossed paths with the principal, having mostly interacted with Lin Ruoxi. "Why was Principal Xia here?" "The person you requested has arrived." Meng Jiqing gestured towards Xia Jie. The principal appraised Fang Yun with a smile, remarking, "From the very first glance, I sensed you were no ordinary individual. Over the years, I have heard much about you, and I am pleasantly surprised by your strength." "Your praise is unwarranted, Principal," Fang Yun replied modestly. "Ha. I am here for no other reason than that Elder Xia Kong wishes to meet you," Xia Jie informed him. "Elder Xia Kong wants to see me?" Fang Yun's astonishment was mingled with excitement. After all, he was the foremost ability wielder of the Blue Star, the pillar of the Xia kingdom. "Now," Fang Yun inquired. "Indeed," Xia Jie affirmed. Once Fang Yun was prepared, the principal produced a square stone and crushed it, instantly transporting them to a courtyard in the imperial capital. Fang Yun was dumbfounded. Was this the capability of spatial abilities? After bringing him to the location, Xia Jie departed, and Fang Yun soon noticed a young man seated in the courtyard, who smiled at him after pouring 2 cups of tea. "Elder Xia," Fang Yun bowed respectfully. "There is no need for such formality. I merely wish to see what our Xia kingdom's young prodigy is like, and I must say, you certainly live up to your reputation," Elder Xia Kong remarked with a smile. Fang Yun managed a wry smile as he took a seat across from Elder Xia. Sitting only halfway down the chair, his posture impeccably straight. "You handled the recent situation at the northern border commendably, allowing our Xia kingdom to prepare for the impending war," Elder Xia commented after taking a sip of tea. "But won't this disrupt the plans of the Xia kingdom?" Although Fang Yun was unaware of the kingdom's strategies, it seemed impossible not to take precautions against the demonic tribes, and his actions could potentially interfere with their plans. Elder Xia shook his head, responding, "The demonic beasts will not escalate matters due to this incident. They are waiting for the right opportunity, which will not arise for another 2 years." After saying this, Elder Xia regarded Fang Yun and continued, "Thus, you have 2 years' time. In these 2 years, you are free to pursue your ambitions." The demonic beasts will not make a move against you. Fang Yun fell silent upon hearing Elder Xia's words. Was it truly only 2 years remaining? Could he ascend to the 9th tier within that time frame? He was uncertain. Upon emerging from Xiaokong, Fang Yun found himself deeply contemplative. It appeared that Xiaokong's sole intention was to meet him briefly and convey a singular piece of information. After returning to the northern border, Fang Yun refrained from mentioning this matter to anyone. After all, if the esteemed Xiaokong wished for the information to be known, it would have been disclosed long ago. The absence of such communication indicated a desire for discretion, prompting Fang Yun to maintain his silence. Minister Meng, I intend to assist other nations, Fang Yun declared to Meng Jiqing, who stood before him. Due to recent events, the Xia kingdom was currently engaged in a standoff with monstrous beasts, resulting in a relative calm in warfare. Actively provoking the beasts would be excessively perilous. Thus, he resolved to venture to the battlefields of other nations, where the conflict remained fierce and unyielding, unlike the current state in Xia. Meng Jiqing readily consented, recognizing that the youth before her was no fragile vase lacking in self-defense, but rather a formidable figure standing at the pinnacle of humanity. There was no need for her to fret over his safety. He should be free to pursue his ambitions, and perhaps he would bring forth unexpected delights. In the following days, Fang Yun departed from the northern border, preparing for his journey to foreign lands. This time, he chose not to assemble a team as he had previously. He deemed it sufficient to bring along only Ling Xiaoya. After all, a true man must honor his promises. He handed the square stones he had received from the esteemed Xiaokong to Ling Xiaoya, and together they boarded the aircraft. British Empire, here I come. Chapter 77. The British Empire. Is this truly the British Empire? As Ling Xiaoya and Fang Yun traversed the bustling streets, Ling Xiaoya observed her surroundings, noting the distinct architectural style that set it apart from the Great Xia. The citizens of the British Empire appeared hurried and tense, exuding an air of low pressure, which cast a pall over the entire atmosphere. Upon arriving at their hotel, members of the British royal family awaited their arrival. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the British Empire. Regrettably, the princess is unable to personally greet you due to her obligations at the border. Please accept my apologies on her behalf. A lady clad in a maid's attire addressed them. We are here primarily to proceed to the beast battlefields. Leisure can wait until the beasts are driven from the Blue Star, Fang Yun replied. The lady smiled politely and remarked, Then I shall not intrude upon your rest. This situation is rather dire, Fang Yun mused as he watched the lady depart. Despite her seemingly careful preparation, the aura of blood surrounding her indicated that she had just returned from the battlefield. After a night of rest, the duo journeyed to the border of the British Empire. In such circumstances, all elaborate rituals were dispensed with, as efficiency took precedence. Welcome to the British Empire. Alas, I must remain here to guard the border and cannot personally greet you. The weary Artoria smiled at the two. There is no need for such formality, Yaya. Brother Fang Yun and I are not here for leisure, Ling Xiaoya interjected, linking her arm with Artoria's. How is the situation? Fang Yun inquired of Artoria. The circumstances are not favorable, Artoria replied, shaking her head as she gazed upon the desolate wilderness beyond the borders. Though our empire of the setting sun maintains but a singular front, the fiendish beasts are more capable of amassing their forces to assault our defenses. Previously, there was a modicum of restraint between both sides, yet with the awakening of the demon emperor, the onslaught of the beasts has intensified. Moreover, the presence of a demon emperor in proximity to our empire exacerbates the situation. Fang Yun observed the soldiers, who were seizing the fleeting respite afforded by the temporary retreat of the fiendish beasts. Each visage bore a profound weariness. Shall I intervene to resolve this matter? He asked, as if the empire's plight were but a trifling concern for him. Artoria, unaware of the full extent of Fang Yun's prowess, considered his status at the peak of the 8th tier. Even if he could not entirely resolve the crisis, he could certainly alleviate the pressure upon the empire. Nonetheless, she shook her head, stating, This matter is not within my purview to decide. I must consult my mother. Before she could finish her thought, a voice resonated from behind them. Mother. Artoria greeted the newcomer with deference. A noblewoman clad in a resplendent golden gown approached, adorned with an ornate golden crown, pearl earrings, and a necklace of white gemstones that cascaded gracefully across her chest. With each step she took, the atmosphere seemed to come alive, heralding her presence. Queen, the sovereign of the empire of the setting sun addressed Fang Yun, saying, If you can vanquish those fiendish beasts, you may choose from the treasures of our royal vault. I shall also shield you from the 9th-tier demon emperor. In the future, should your nation encounter hardship, our empire will lend unwavering support, provided you succeed." Fang Yun smiled at the queen, responding, "I am grateful for your generous offer. As long as there is no hindrance from the 9th-tier demon emperor, the fiendish beasts are merely stepping stones for my ascent." The queen nodded and inquired, "What assistance do you require from us?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yun replied, "Do you possess any SSS-level abilities? Brother Fang Yun, do you truly not require our aid? The empire of the setting sun is significantly larger than the northern border." Ling Xiaoye asked. "Fear not, Xiaoye. Just remain here with Artoria and the others to guard the borders. A larger expanse merely necessitates more time. The threat of the 9th-tier demon emperor will be managed by the queen. The other fiendish beasts pose no danger to me," Fang Yun reassured her, gently ruffling Ling Xiaoye's hair. Ling Xiaoye nodded in understanding and refrained from further comment. Fang Yun turned to Artoria with a smile, saying, "I entrust Xiaoye's safety to you. Rest assured, as long as I am present, Xiaoye shall remain unharmed," Artoria affirmed earnestly. Fang Yun smiled slightly before venturing into the territory of the fiendish beasts. The two watched as he receded into the distance. Despite their earnest efforts to pursue him, they found themselves increasingly left behind. Artoria, at the 8th tier, sensed the widening chasm between her abilities and those of Fang Yun. Fang Yun's silhouette flickered between heaven and earth. Observing the SSS-level supernatural abilities arriving from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. SSS-level ability Radiance of the Setting Sun, SSS-level ability Eternal Garden, and SSS-level ability Brilliant Kingdom. Fang Yun had mastered all three abilities, truly deserving of their SSS classification, each possessing remarkable power. He felt a deep satisfaction as he spotted a horde of monstrous beasts ahead, an ideal opportunity for practice. Radiance of the Setting Sun. Countless beams of light converged above the monstrous beasts, enveloping them in endless light and heat. They gazed in terror at the second sun in the sky, roaring in desperation. Yet there was no escape from its illumination. They could only succumb to endless suffering, turning to ashes. Impressive, Fang Yun mused, as even the buildup of energy was enough to overwhelm the beasts. If the full force of the attack were unleashed, the very land would be scorched to oblivion. In the ensuing moments, the beasts faced their despair. For over 300 years, a third of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets had been seized by these creatures, only halted when the queen ascended to the 9th tier, preventing further incursions. Despite the vast territory, only Fang Yun traversed this domain, and with his speed. Clearing it entirely was no trivial task. Yet, this was his last and most convenient opportunity for advancement. In the span of 2 years, he was determined to enhance his strength as much as possible. The greater his power, the more significant his role would be in the decisive battle to come. Fang Yun gazed upon the expansive land, invigorated by his resolve. Time flew by. Since Fang Yun entered the territory of the beasts, their assaults on the borders diminished, eventually ceasing altogether, leading the soldiers of the Empire to marvel at the miraculous turn of events. If not for divine intervention, who could have thwarted the beast's advances? Artoria was also diligently training, knowing she could not rely solely on Fang Yun. After all, he hailed from the Summer Kingdom and would eventually depart from the Empire, necessitating the emergence of a second capable individual. Thus, Artoria remained steadfast in her efforts. The Queen of the Empire was thoroughly astonished by Fang Yun's performance. Initially, she had harbored doubts about his potential, her curiosity piqued only by his wounding of the Frost Wolf King. Yet, with an expectation she herself scarcely understood, she allowed Fang Yun to act freely. The results he delivered were nothing short of exemplary. Even upon his return, the queen was immensely satisfied. Peace had not graced the borders of the empire for an indeterminate period. Fang Yun, how many more surprises can you bestow upon me? Chapter 78. Shattered stars. As the setting sun rained down upon the earth, countless monstrous beasts vanished in the blinding light, leaving nothing behind. Fang Yun stood high in the firmament, his expression impassive as he observed the horde engulfed by the sunset. Once again, the beasts had gathered their forces to besiege him. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Fang Yun emerged unscathed while the beasts faced total annihilation. Upon sensing the absence of life below, Fang Yun ceased his extraordinary abilities and continued his ascent towards the distant horizon. It had been 10 months since Fang Yun arrived in the Empire of the Setting Sun. Over this period, he had vanquished countless monstrous beasts, having traversed nearly the entirety of the Empire's beastly domain. Most of the remaining creatures lay entombed in the recent onslaught, and the completion of his agreement with the Queen of the Empire was imminent. The Empire itself was astounded. Throughout these 10 months, not a single beast had dared to assault the borders, as if the Blue Star had been purged of such creatures. The Imperial Guards transitioned from initial anxiety to exuberance, reveling in the long-awaited peace. Ling Xiaoye stood upon the city walls, gazing at the boundless, desolate land while absorbing the fervent atmosphere behind her. Feeling a swell of pride for it was her beloved who had brought about this change. Yet, a flicker of worry crept into her heart. It had been 10 months since she last saw her brother Fang Yun. How had he fared? Xiaoye, said Artoria, stepping beside her to survey the distant terrain. Are you still concerned for him? Although Ling Xiaoye remained silent, her daily vigil at the walls for the return of a certain someone revealed her thoughts. Do not fret. The fact that the beasts have not attacked even once indicates that Fang Yun is safe. Perhaps he is faring even better than we are, Artoria reassured her. Ling Xiaoye smiled faintly, then grasped Artoria's hand. Brother Fang Yun does not require our worries. Come, Yaya, let us practice. We cannot allow him to leave us behind too much. Observing the spirited Ling Xiaoye, Artoria shook her head with a smile, allowing herself to be led towards the encampment. What did the Ninth Order Beast Emperor intend? Just as Master Xiaokong had stated, there had been no Beast Emperor-level entity that had made a move against him. As Fang Yun eliminated the remaining threats, he pondered the scale of this operation, which surpassed even his endeavors at the northern border of Xia Nation. Previously, the Frostwolf Emperor could not restrain itself from attacking him, yet now, another Beast Emperor near the Empire of the Setting Sun remained indifferent. This was decidedly abnormal. The machinations of the Beast Emperors might be far grander than anticipated. Humanity did not appear to be their target. With the final rays of the sun descending, the beasts of the Empire of the Setting Sun were nearly eradicated. Fang Yun hovered in the air, surveying the vast ocean before him. Stepping beyond the continent would take him outside the Empire's bounds. An intangible aura faintly enveloped the entire coastline. Fang Yun scoffed lightly before turning away, heading towards the borders of the Empire of the Setting Sun. In the depths of the sea, a pair of crimson eyes withdrew their gaze from the surface, closing in anticipation of the opportune moment. Brother Fang Yun, Ling Xiaoye spotted a flickering figure on the horizon. Recognizing that only Fang Yun could traverse the beast territory to reach the borders, Fang Yun embraced the rushing Ling Xiaoye, relishing the warmth of her presence that he had missed. During this time spent slaying beasts, he had nearly exhausted himself. Were it not for his relentless drive and the presence of the system, he would not have engaged in such a thankless endeavor. After a series of brutal slaughters, Fang Yun's system value finally reached 1 trillion, unlocking the next level of his ability, enhancement. Elevating from enhancement level 80 to 90 merely required 10 billion system points. Yet advancing from level 90 to 100 demanded an astounding 1 trillion. Without some extraordinary change, Fang Yun could hardly believe it. Nevertheless, he was only halfway to ascending to the 9th tier. The decision weighed heavily on his mind. Ultimately, Fang Yun resolved to maintain the status quo, as there was no pressing need to enhance his strength. Already invincible, without stepping into the 9th tier, he felt no urgency. The queen gazed at the young man before her, astonished by his accomplishments. He had achieved what seemed impossible, defeating numerous peak 8th tier beasts. A feat that even the most formidable human 8th tier ability users would hesitate to claim. Remarkably, Fang Yun fulfilled the promise he made, and the queen had no intention of going back on her word. Very well. To be honest, I initially doubted your capabilities. But since you have succeeded in what you set out to do, I will not deny my pledge. The treasury of the Empire of the Setting Sun is always open to you. You may take whatever you desire. Our empire has a rich legacy spanning many years, and there are indeed many treasures to behold. Should you wish to visit, simply inform Artoria, and she will escort you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although Fang Yun had little need for treasures, seizing an opportunity without cost was too tempting to resist. Thus, after departing from the Queen's palace, he requested Artoria to lead him to the treasury of the Empire of the Setting Sun. As they traversed the Imperial Palace, Fang Yun marveled at the opulence surrounding him. Despite the ongoing turmoil wrought by the beasts, the palace remained resplendent. Numerous maids clad in elegant attire traversed the halls, some possessing considerable strength and exquisite beauty, meticulously chosen to be both pleasing to the eye and capable. After a prolonged period of rigorous inspections, the two finally entered the treasury's inner sanctum, where Fang Yun realized the extent of his previous ignorance. The treasury was divided into distinct areas, and Artoria guided him to the depths where the most valuable treasures were stored. A dozen or more items floated within a golden radiance, each encased behind transparent barriers that contained their essence. Upon approaching a treasure, golden script emerged, detailing its attributes. Once they reached the innermost section of the treasury, Artoria stood aside, allowing Fang Yun to select at his leisure. Stepping forward, he beheld the golden script materializing above the nearest treasure, special item, containing the most potent energy beyond human comprehension, tentatively classified as divine power. An unclassifiable item? Does divine power truly exist in this world? Next, Fang Yun moved to the second treasure, where he observed a token encased within the transparent barrier. Unknown item, impervious to the attacks of 9th-tier ability users, purpose unclear. For collection only. 9th-tier users cannot destroy it? Is the 9th tier not the pinnacle? Fang Yun suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Even the pinnacle of Blue Star's power, the 9th-tier warriors, appeared inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Where, he pondered, were those extraordinary beings who transcended the 9th tier? Why did such artifacts exist on Blue Star? Were these formidable entities aware of Blue Star's existence? Would they ever set foot upon it? A multitude of questions flooded Fang Yun's mind, yet no one possessed the answers he sought. Perhaps Xiaokong held some knowledge. But all of this felt exceedingly distant to Fang Yun. Before him lay an array of extraordinary treasures, most of which were of ambiguous purpose. Yet each was undeniably beyond the quality of items typical to Blue Star. Fang Yun approached a long spear, gazing at it, Starbreaker, an unknown rank, indestructible. With a weight beyond measure, even a 9th-tier ability user could only unleash a mere fraction of its potential. To refine it required an unfathomable amount of ability. The spear's obsidian shaft was adorned with white specks that resembled stars scattered across the cosmos, each point a celestial body. Upon witnessing it, Fang Yun realized what he desired. "Is this the one you wish to choose?" Artoria inquired of him. Fang Yun smiled and replied, "This one will suffice. The rest are of no use to me, and would merely gather dust at the bottom of the chest." Artoria said no more and guided Fang Yun out of the treasury. As Fang Yun felt the weight of Starbreaker within his spatial treasury, he noticed that even in this realm, its mass threatened to collapse the vault. If left there for an extended period, the treasury would surely succumb to the weight. However, the daunting refinement requirements that troubled others posed no issue for Fang Yun. It merely required time. Chapter 79. Departure to the next destination, Bear Country. In the ensuing days, Fang Yun dedicated himself to refining Starbreaker at the border, channeling vast amounts of ability through his spatial treasury into the spear, which welcomed every influx without reservation. Were it not for the gradual decrease in weight as he refined it, his treasury would have struggled to bear the burden. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Yun tirelessly infused Starbreaker with ability, and the extent of his contributions during this month was beyond his own reckoning. Finally, Starbreaker was ready to be drawn from the treasury. Holding the spear, Fang Yun felt a surge of power coursing through him, as if he could pierce the very heavens. The results of the boundless ability were gratifying. Fang Yun had successfully refined the spear of unknown rank. This accomplishment allowed him to wield Starbreaker at will, and though its weight increased with the infusion of ability, he felt no burden, able to swing it with ease. Yet, the spear's weight had its limits, determined not by the refinement process but by his own strength, extinguishing any notions Fang Yun had of exploiting a flaw in the system. "Are we set to depart?" Artoria asked, gazing at the two of them. "In every gathering, there comes a time for parting. This endeavor has met with resounding success, yielding unforeseen gains. The beasts have been expelled from the territories of the Empire of the Setting Sun, allowing you to prepare for the impending battle with peace of mind. Fang Yun's journey has been nothing short of fruitful, acquiring 3 SSS-level abilities, Star Shatter, Trillion System Points, each promising significant enhancement. With a year remaining until the 2 years mentioned by Xiaokong, Fang Yun must continue his self-improvement. With the Empire now free from the beasts, departure is inevitable. Rest assured, Yaya, once the beasts are banished from Blue Star, we shall explore the Empire of the Setting Sun in earnest. And we will count on you to guide us," Ling Xiaya remarked with a smile towards Artoria. "Certainly," replied Fang Yun. The two boarded a flight to Xia Country. eager to discuss their recent adventure and their agreement with the Queen of the Empire of the Setting Sun with Lin Ruoshi. In a restaurant within the imperial capital, Lin Ruoshi observed Fang Yun as he recounted his experiences in the empire, sipping her drink with an impassive expression. Accustomed to Fang Yun's extraordinary tales, she felt a flicker of surprise upon realizing he had not yet advanced to the 9th tier. However, Fang Yun's subsequent remarks did not deviate from the mental preparations she had made for herself, leaving her notably calm. Someone will handle the communication with the Queen of the Empire of the Setting Sun. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Ruoshi inquired of Fang Yun. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I intend to visit Bear Country. Lin Ruoshi cast a glance at Fang Yun and responded, very well. I shall reach out to contacts in Bear Country. Thank you, Professor Lin. After their meal, Lin Ruoshi attended to various matters, understanding that communication with the Queen of the Empire of the Setting Sun required utmost diligence. For she was not merely a monarch, but also a formidable transcendent ability wielder. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoye strolled through the streets of the imperial capital, relishing their long-awaited reunion and occasionally pausing to observe the bustling crowd. In contrast to the tension at higher echelons, the populace continued to live their lives as usual. For them, the 9th-tier Demon Emperor felt distant, and many might never encounter a being beyond the 5th tier in their entire existence. Yet they remained the indispensable foundation of Xia country. Time has flown swiftly, for years of university have passed in the blink of an eye, and they even missed the graduation ceremony. Ling Xiaoye, sipping her purchased milk tea, remarked dreamily. They had completed the graduation ceremony while still in the Empire of the Setting Sun, making them the only two absent. Most students were only aware that they had won the national competition over 2 years ago, and they were oblivious to any subsequent news about them. Thus their absence did not stir much commotion. Fang Yun recalled his first entrance into the Imperial Capital University, when he was merely a peak-level 3-tiered supernatural being, with aspirations limited to advancing just 1 tier within a year. Little did he anticipate that he would far exceed those initial expectations. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes, and sometimes the path ahead is not dictated by one's own choices, but rather propelled by external forces. The two of them relaxed in each other's company, often engaging in casual conversations with the Ling couple at the Ling residence. Through these dialogues, they learned that the once vibrant elder had been dispatched by Ling Zhan to the borders, with Fang Yun having played a role in this outcome. Ling Zhan subtly revealed aspects of Fang Yun's current prowess, which the elder initially dismissed until personally investigating, only to discover that Ling Zhan had understated the reality. The actual situation was even more astonishing. This revelation shattered the elder's ambitions, leading him to a state of despair as he retreated to the borders. The current borders were not as perilous as before, but with the Demon Emperor's full-scale assault looming, survival would hinge upon fate. Fang Yun felt a twinge of nostalgia. He no longer regarded them with any concern, having moved beyond their influence. To him, their current misfortunes were self-inflicted, a consequence of ambition outpacing capability, inevitably leading to ruin. After a few days at the Ling household, Fang Yun finally received news from Lin Ruoshi. The Bear Nation had granted permission for him to enter the beast battlefield. Professor Lin, addressing both Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoye, cautioned, the Frost Wolf Emperor is closer to the Bear Nation. It may not hesitate to strike at you again, as it did last time, and the Bear Nation's limit breakers may not handle the Frost Wolf Emperor as adeptly as Master Xiaokong. The mention of the Frost Wolf Emperor stirred memories in Fang Yun. He vividly recalled the colossal iceberg crashing down from the sky, marking his first encounter with a genuine 9th-tier powerhouse. Previously, the beast god summon had only conjured an illusion, exuding the aura of a 9th-tier being without the substance. However, Fang Yun was not the same person he once was. The existence of the Star Shatterer bolstered his confidence, not to mention his trillion system points. If the Frost Wolf Emperor proved unwise, Fang Yun could directly enhance his capabilities, perhaps even slay the beast. Lin Ruoshi was aware that Fang Yun would not abandon his mission to the Bear Nation. She merely wished to remind him to remain vigilant, as it was uncertain whether the Frost Wolf Emperor would indeed take action. By the way, bring this with you to the Bear Nation, she said, producing a sleek black box, square and polished to a mirror-like sheen, its contents unknown. This is a gift from Master Xiaokong. He mentioned that since we are providing you with this, our nation should also benefit, allowing you to partake in this endeavor. Fang Yun accepted the box, gaze fixed on Lin Ruoshi, his expression one of perplexity. "Do not look at me. I am equally perplexed," Lin Ruoshi remarked, shaking her head. Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya exchanged glances, sensing mutual confusion, yet no one was present to provide clarity. As for seeking the esteemed Xiaokong, that seemed a futile endeavor. He was not a man of leisure. Accepting their circumstances, they believed that Xiaokong would not wish them harm, and time would unveil the answers they sought. Upon boarding the flight to the Bear Nation, Fang Yun felt a surge of anticipation for this formidable land, which stood as the mightiest nation apart from the Summer Kingdom and the Federation. Chapter 80. The Bear Nation. As soon as they disembarked, Fang Yun sensed a distinct atmosphere in the Bear Nation. The snowflakes danced through the air, a sight that had long been absent in the Summer Kingdom. Ling Xiaoya extended her hands to catch the falling snow, her face alight with excitement. Fang Yun, captivated by the girl's radiant smile, gently brushed away the snowflakes atop her head, holding her hand as they wandered through the streets of the Bear Nation. The streets were a tapestry of contrasting attire. Some donned thick winter garments, while others were bare-chested, as if they belonged to different seasons. They strolled to their hotel, where Fang Yun began to examine the enigmatic black box. The box, no larger than a clenched fist, was perfectly sealed, presenting no discernible means of access. After scrutinizing it from every angle without success, he casually stored it away in his spatial treasury and pondered the undertaking in the Bear Nation. Unlike the Sunless Empire, the vast expanse of the Bear Nation posed a significant challenge. The time remaining was insufficient to eradicate all the beasts. A year could be deemed neither short nor long, and the outcome would depend on circumstances. "Welcome, esteemed Fang and the Elemental Empress, to aid us in our battle against the beasts. We are profoundly grateful." A middle-aged man with a thick beard addressed them. The aura he exuded revealed him to be a peak-tier ability user of the 8th rank. "The beasts are foes to us all. Their extermination is our duty," Fang Yun replied. The bearded man erupted into hearty laughter, then inquired, "By the way, I have heard that Xiaokong of the Summer Kingdom possesses something for us. Might I ask if you are aware of it? No wonder he is so eager." "It is for the black box." Fang Yun wasted no time, producing the black box. The bearded man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed upon it. "Indeed, this is it. I hope you can forgive me, but I must deliver this to our emperor." Fang Yun tossed the box to him, and the bearded man summoned his assistant to escort Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya to the only border of the Bear Nation, while he departed with the precious item. "Please follow me," the assistant beckoned. Though Fang Yun had witnessed several borders of various nations, the Bear Nation's border exuded a unique aura. The towering black walls loomed over the white plains, adorned with an array of scars and indentations. Anyone who beheld these walls could discern the ferocity of the storms they had withstood and the multitude of assaults they had endured. The border guards bore fierce expressions, contrasting sharply with the weariness observed in other nations. An unmistakable air of ferocity enveloped the entire Bear Nation. After a considerable time, the bearded man returned to the group and, with a smile, addressed Fang Yun. "What do you think, young Master Fang?" "It is indeed magnificent and imposing," Fang Yun replied. "However, it pales in comparison to your Xia Kingdom," the bearded man lamented. "With merely the presence of a single Xiaokong Zun, your nation has already outstripped us by a great margin." Fang Yun merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. In recent days, Fang Yun and the Elemental Empress had taken refuge here, awaiting the emperor to finalize matters before they could proceed together. The bearded man's words piqued Fang Yun's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "What endeavor?" Did the Xia Kingdom not inform you?" the bearded man asked with surprise, assuming that since the items were delivered by Fang Yun, he would have been briefed on their nature. Fang Yun shook his head and replied, "They merely instructed me to deliver the items to you, without further explanation." The bearded man grinned, saying, "Since your Xia Kingdom has chosen not to divulge the details, I shall keep it a mystery as well. You will discover it soon enough. And I assure you, it will astonish you." Both Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya were rendered speechless. It was amusing to see this robust man keeping secrets. Nevertheless, they resolved to wait and see what could possibly astonish them. During these past few days, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya had settled at the border, where the Bear Nation had generously allocated a territory for the two of them, albeit leaving 2 rooms, which left Ling Xiaoya feeling a mixture of bashfulness and a slight sense of regret. Throughout this time, they had encountered several minor waves of beast attacks, But the skirmishes were swiftly handled by the Bear Nation's guards before the two could intervene, leading Fang Yun to doubt his ability to accumulate enough system points to advance to the 9th tier. Young Master Fang, Elemental Empress, the Emperor requests your presence, the bearded man announced, leading them to a grand reception room. He knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response, ushered them inside. Upon entering, Fang Yun felt a powerful gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to find a tall man seated at the central position, curiously observing him. The aura emanating from this individual revealed him to be one of the two extraordinary abilities wielders of the Bear Nation, the Emperor himself. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Fang Yun said respectfully. "Do not stand on ceremony. Your long journey here has indeed been a tremendous help to me," the Emperor said with a jovial demeanor. "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Whatever you acquire within, I shall not question. Even if you were to empty the place, it would be your merit. I understand your curiosity, but it is best that you witness everything with your own eyes." Noticing the hesitation in both of them, the Emperor realized that the Xia Kingdom had not provided them with the specifics of this operation, as explaining it would be cumbersome. It was far better for them to see it firsthand. Since the Emperor had spoken, the two refrained from further discussion. "You may return to rest for now. Tomorrow morning, someone will call for you to take you to that location. However, I must reiterate that the area in question is quite perilous and lies within the territory of the demonic beasts. I implore you to deliberate carefully on whether to proceed." The Emperor gazed at Ling Xiaoya as he spoke. Though unspoken, both were cognizant of the Emperor's intent. The ascension of high-level ability users is no trivial matter. Ling Xiaoya remains at the threshold of the 8th tier, and her peak 7th tier prowess appears somewhat inadequate in the Emperor's eyes. Nonetheless, Fang Yun is confident in his own abilities. Even if he falters, Xiaoya possesses the techniques of the esteemed Elder Xiaokong, rendering her arguably more secure than Fang Yun himself. After expressing their gratitude to the Emperor, the pair departed the reception room and returned to the border alongside the bearded man. Fang Yun and his companion, along with the bearded man, awaited something atop the city wall. Early that morning, the bearded man had roused them to come and stand watch. Before long, 3 figures materialized on the horizon, and in the next instant, they stood before them. "Respected elder," the bearded man addressed the middle-aged leader with utmost reverence, and Fang Yun echoed the sentiment alongside him. The middle-aged man, referred to as the elder, was none other than Flamical, the last remaining transcendent ability user of the Bear Kingdom. Flamical nodded in acknowledgement and declared, "Let us depart." With that, he led the group away, vanishing from the city wall. In the blink of an eye, the world around them transformed. Fang Yun gained a clearer understanding of the 9th tier prowess, recognizing that this was evidently not the work of a spatial ability user, but rather a unique technique belonging to a 9th tier powerhouse. Flamical guided them to a nearby forest, the entire expanse cloaked in a blanket of white snow. He took the lead into the woods, and the others hastily followed. After a brief trek, they arrived at the edge of a serene lake, where Flamical paused. Fang Yun, curious, surveyed his surroundings, sensing an aura of distinctiveness about this place that he could not quite articulate. Flamical cast a glance at Fang Yun and subsequently produced a black box. The ensuing spectacle left both Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya momentarily stunned. As Flamical's ability spread towards the box, it gradually crumbled to ash, revealing a cerulean orb of light before their eyes. Flamical deftly maneuvered the orb into the lake, where ripples cascaded outward. When the final ripples swiftly traversed the lake's surface, everything stilled. The reflection in the water morphed from the white forest and azure sky to a scene of tumultuous, snow-capped mountains. The gazes of those present, with the exception of Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya, ignited with fervor. Even Flamical was not immune to the allure. Yet, with a sigh, Flamical addressed the group, "Enter now." Chapter 81. A Hidden Realm? A Divine Temple? Even after stepping into the scene, Fang Yun and Ling Xiaoya felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. "Ha ha, Brother Fang, does this not feel particularly surreal?" The bearded man laughed heartily beside them. "When I first arrived here, I too held the same thoughts. It felt as if the world I had always known had suddenly transformed. The occurrences before us defy logical explanation. Yet, there are countless phenomena that elude rational understanding. How did abilities originate? What is the realm of the demonic beasts? Upon reflection, this matter seems rather inconsequential." The words of the bearded man elicited a smile from Fang Yun, who, amidst the treasures of the empire on which the sun never sets, had come to realize the complexity of this world. He was now even more convinced that there exists a reality beyond the ninth tier. For the current world could not possibly be crafted by mere ninth-tier abilities. Ling Xiaoya appeared bewildered, akin to an ordinary person who has just discovered the existence of superpowers, feeling as though her perception of the world had been entirely upended. This place is referred to as a secret realm, which houses a temple. Through trials, one may receive various rewards. However, the stronger the individual, the more arduous the trials become. Few can surpass the ninth-tier tests. Thus it is typically eighth-tier abilities that venture here, the bearded man explained to the two. He then led the group toward the temple at the center of the secret realm. How was this secret realm formed? Ling Xiaoya inquired with curiosity. No one could provide an answer. The bearded man shook his head and continued. We only know that a special ice element serves as the key to unlock the secret realm. Ninth-tier abilities have explored this realm, yet aside from the temple, no other entities exist. Fang Yun gazed around at the endless ice mountains as the group soared amidst a snowstorm, the realm devoid of sunlight, yet bright as day. With thick clouds suspended high above, occasionally pierced by ice peaks that obscured their true form. How vast is this secret realm? The bearded man pondered in rare silence before responding. It knows no bounds, at least, not at a speed attainable by ninth-tier abilities. A ninth-tier individual could traverse Blue Star in a short span, yet they cannot ascertain the extent of this secret realm. It is indeed much larger than Blue Star. Here we are. Fang Yun looked ahead to see an entire ice mountain cleaved in two, with a palace standing majestically atop it. As they approached, a plaque adorned the palace, inscribed with 4 characters that the group could not comprehend. However, the last 2, despite their obscurity, conveyed the meaning of temple. Is this the temple? Fang Yun mused, gazing at the ice-blue structure that appeared to be forged from frost. Flanking the grand entrance were 2 statues clad in armor, their faces obscured, each gripping a long sword. Both statues, like the temple itself, were of the same icy hue. These statues are merely that, statues, without anything particularly remarkable. The bearded man remarked to the curious onlookers. Gaining entry to the temple is quite simple. One need only place a hand upon the grand door, and the temple will automatically transport the individual inside. Each person will enter at a different location, facing distinct trials. Having concluded his explanation, the bearded man eagerly approached the door and placed his hand upon it. A beam of light enveloped him, and he vanished along with the radiance. The others, witnessing this, stepped forward in succession, disappearing one by one at the entrance. Fang Yun exchanged glances with Ling Xiaoya, who was the first to stride toward the door. After a flash of light, Fang Yun found himself alone outside the temple. Fang Yun scrutinized the 2 statues before making his way towards the grand entrance. Suddenly, an incomprehensible voice whispered past his ear, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Yun found himself gazing at an endless expanse of plain, reflecting on the enigmatic words he had just heard, none of which belonged to any language from Blue Star. Another voice echoed, and before him materialized the silhouettes of various demonic beasts. Each beast, forged from ice, exuded an aura of the 8th tier. And perhaps it was merely Fang Yun's imagination, but he sensed that each of these beasts surpassed the pinnacle 8th tier beasts he had encountered outside. Without granting Fang Yun much time for contemplation, the demonic beasts surged towards him. A flash of golden lightning flickered among the horde, and one by one, the beasts were shattered into fragments of ice, vanishing upon the plain. Fang Yun felt a tinge of regret. These beasts were indeed illusory, as he heard no notification of system values being credited. As the echoes subsided, a new wave of beasts emerged before him. Although this batch still resonated with the essence of the 8th tier, their strength was markedly greater than the previous group. Is this a challenge mode? Fang Yun murmured. Very well, let me witness your limits. He effortlessly obliterated the waves of beasts before they could fully form, as if the realm's generation speed could not keep pace with his slaughter. After dispatching over a dozen waves, a voice resonated through the space, and Fang Yun vanished once more. When his eyes opened again, he discovered himself on an arena, surrounded by empty spectator seats. What now? A boss fight? He pondered, intrigued by what new tricks this temple might present. A beam of light descended from above, and another ice-blue beast appeared opposite him on the arena. But this time its essence radiated the aura of the pinnacle 8th tier. How dull. A golden lightning coalesced in Fang Yun's hand, gradually morphing into a golden spear. He raised his hand and hurled it forth. A a flash of golden light swiftly reaching the beast, resulting in a resounding explosion as the creature disintegrated into countless fragments scattered across the sky, far too weak. The silhouettes of demonic beasts were reduced to mere shards by the golden thunder, and Fang Yun paid little heed to their forms until a blue light materialized before him. Now, this is a formidable opponent. Unlike the previous ice blue light, this one was much more solidified. A blue claw emerged from the light, followed by a slightly smaller beast that stepped into view. It resembled a wolf, yet was entirely cloaked in blue, its sharp claws and fangs, along with its lifelike fur, radiating an aura that was exponentially more potent, a ninth-tier beast. For the first time, Fang Yun felt a modicum of pressure. This beast had indeed crossed into the ninth tier, albeit lacking the distinctive aura typical of ninth-tier powerhouses. With intent to kill, enhanced to 90, Susanu of Thunder. Various extraordinary abilities enveloped Fang Yun, and he charged toward the beast, which retaliated fiercely, transforming into a streak of blue light that collided with him. As Fang Yun's assault struck the demon beast, he realized that, despite its formidable ninth-tier strength, it lacked the distinctive abilities characteristic of true ninth-tier warriors. The phantoms of ninth-tier demon beasts previously summoned by the Beast God sect had been impervious to his attacks, repelled by an invisible barrier. However, the creature before him did not possess such protection, and Fang Yun's strikes landed with undeniable force against its corporeal form. Although the demon beast's body was remarkably resilient, Fang Yun's attacks were no less potent. Furthermore, after the beast's own strikes impacted him, Fang Yun utilized his extraordinary regeneration to withstand the onslaught, requiring only a greater expenditure of his otherworldly energy to dispel the chilling essence that sought to invade his body. Indeed, he was least concerned with the consumption of such energy. Thus, the demon beast's attacks, much like the prior phantoms, failed to affect him. Gradually, Fang Yun wore down the demon beast, its form diminishing until it was ultimately obliterated by a dazzling gold-red lightning strike. The icebound ninth-tier beast was vanquished. Chapter 82, Ninth Tier. The conclusion. With a radiant flash, Fang Yun found himself in a new realm, surrounded by an array of objects. A luminous screen unfurled before him, revealing familiar characters that elucidated his situation. The series of challenges ahead constituted the trials of the temple, and by overcoming these trials, he would earn the rewards bestowed by the sanctuary. Having dispatched the ninth-tier demon beast with his peak 8th-tier prowess, the rewards were undeniably substantial. After a brief moment, Fang Yun selected his rewards: 3 supreme otherworldly abilities and 1 time manipulation SSS grade ability. This also resolved a long-standing question that had puzzled him: the origins of these extraordinary abilities. Once Fang Yun had finalized his selections, a flash of light enveloped him, transporting him outside the temple, where the bearded man and others awaited. Their exuberant expressions indicated they had achieved commendable results. Fang Yun glanced around, but did not see Ling Xiaoya. Just as he pondered her absence, the entire temple erupted in a brilliant blue light. Everyone stood in astonishment, gazing at the unusual spectacle of the temple, perplexed by the unfolding events. As the blue radiance gradually dissipated, a grand voice reverberated throughout the secret realm. Fang Yun and the others could not discern the message conveyed by the voice. With a resounding click, the temple's doors swung open, revealing a transformed Ling Xiaoya emerging from within. Xiaoya? Fang Yun questioned, wondering if the commotion had been instigated by her. Brother Fang Yun, Ling Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she rushed into his embrace. Before Fang Yun could voice his inquiries, she whispered, I will explain when we return. Nodding in understanding, Fang Yun addressed the still-stunned bearded man and the others, saying, let us return. The bearded man, regaining his composure, hesitantly inquired, Brother Fang, what just transpired? Fang Yun shrugged, replying, we are equally uncertain. Respecting Fang Yun's desire for discretion, the bearded man refrained from further questioning, leading the group away from the secret realm. Upon their emergence, Flamicule awaited outside, leading the group back into the realm of the Bear Kingdom. However, the unfolding events surpassed all expectations. I knew you humans had acquired something remarkable, a voice echoed, as an immense ice-blue wolf hovered midair, its gaze fervently fixed upon the group. You humans are indeed cunning. Had I not been seized by a sudden whim to wander, I would have been utterly deceived. Another voice resonated, revealing a colossal wyvern, its wings beating vigorously as it surveyed Fang Yun and the others below. Flamicule's expression darkened, two ninth-tier beasts now confronted them. The power of a ninth-tier beast significantly amplified upon ascension, and considering he was already no match for the Frostwolf King, the arrival of yet another ninth-tier creature spelled doom for him. The others, too, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Fang Yun surveyed the scene before him. Letting out a sigh, it seemed the system value was irretrievably lost. System, allocate points. A chime echoed. System value, 1 trillion. Enhancement, 90 peak state. In an instant, Fang Yun perceived the world anew, as if he had emerged from beneath the water's surface into clarity. The two ninth-tier beasts sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The previously innocuous insect now radiated an aura of peril, even a hint of death. The onlookers beheld Fang Yun's dramatic transformation, his formerly short hair cascading into golden locks, his upper garment dissipating, revealing a torso adorned with golden divine patterns that exuded an air of nobility and mystery. As Fang Yun harnessed the power within, he felt the expenditure of the system points was truly worthwhile. In a flash, he materialized atop the Frost Wolf King's head. What? The Frost Wolf King gasped, sensing no ninth-tier aura from the human, yet feeling an overwhelming danger. With no time for contemplation, Fang Yun forcefully brought his foot down upon the Frost Wolf King's skull. A sharp crack resounded as the unique, intangible barrier of the ninth-tier beast shattered, and the creature was swiftly obliterated into a crimson mist, falling lifelessly to the ground. A notification chimed in Fang Yun's ears, the influx of system points elevating his spirits. System value, 1.5 trillion. Excellent. It seemed he would soon ascend to the ninth tier. As the words left his mouth, Fang Yun appeared before the fleeing wyvern. In a voice tinged with terror, the wyvern exclaimed, "Impossible! What manner of creature are you? Stay away." With a dismissive strike, Fang Yun unleashed a punch, golden light enveloping the wyvern. As the radiance dissipated, so too did the beast. System value, 1.3 trillion. At long last, the day had come. With the deduction of system points, Fang Yun felt the final shackles binding him shatter, propelling him to a higher echelon of existence. A radiant beam of light enveloped him, subsequently radiating across the entire blue star, leaving countless souls unaware of the impending momentous event. The ninth-tier powerhouses sensed something amiss and turned their gazes towards the location of Fang Yun. Is this the essence of being a ninth tier? Fang Yun observed his hands, feeling the unique strength of the ninth tier, finally comprehending why the gap in power between the 8th and ninth tiers was so vast despite only a single tier of difference. With a thought, he enveloped the entire blue star in his dominion and smiled at the dazed Ling Xia, saying, "Wait for my return." With that, his figure flickered, and both he and Ling Xia vanished from their original spot. The ninth-tier demonic beasts felt an ominous aura as Fang Yun unleashed his power. As they were enveloped by his domain, their expressions grew grim. Without a sound, Fang Yun materialized before a ninth-tier demon emperor. "Who are you?" it inquired. Fang Yun offered no reply, extending his hand as the demon emperor's form shattered and subsequently vanished into the void. Fang Yun's presence flickered across various locations on Blue Star, erasing each ninth-tier demon emperor one by one, rendering their attempts to hide futile under the blanket of his dominion. After a considerable time, Fang Yun arrived before the Black Dragon, gazing at the dimensional rift behind it, or rather, the abyss, which was indeed the dimensional rift of the Sakura nation. "Who exactly are you? Such an existence cannot possibly belong to Blue Star." The Black Dragon snarled, its face contorted in rage, as Fang Yun's emergence obliterated its hard-earned plans. "Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you shall perish." With that, a golden beam swept over the Black Dragon, which froze in place, slowly disintegrating into the ether. Thus, Blue Star was left devoid of any ninth-tier demon emperors. Fang Yun regarded the abyss before him, channeling all his extraordinary abilities into the shattered star in his hand. With a golden flash that cleaved the heavens, the abyss was shattered, revealing an endless expanse of void. Utilizing all his strength to exert his dominion, he severed the connection between the Beast Realm and Blue Star, ensuring that the latter would no longer endure the invasions of the demonic beasts. A decade later, Fang Yun strolled alongside Ling Xiaoya on the streets of the Empire of the Eternal Sun, while Artoria cradled a little girl in her arms. Fang Yun watched as Ling Xiaoya, unchanged from her previous self, dashed about, eagerly purchasing any delicious treat she spotted, and smiled helplessly as he accepted the food she offered. occasionally teasing the little girl nestled in Artoria's embrace. Here, try the ice cream your mother once savored. Fang Yun brought the ice cream to the girl's lips. She took a bite, her face immediately contorting in response to the cold. Ha ha. The three of them laughed heartily at the girl's grimace. Fang Yun lifted the little girl from Artoria's arms, holding her aloft as he declared, "Let us go. It's time to head home."